morning and welcome into Trojan Streamathon 2.0, Fight On .0. You've done it, you've arrived. You're in the pavilion, you're in the Lion Center, you're on campus. And no, Trojan Spirit Streamathon would be complete without some technical difficulties. So thanks for hanging on with us. We had to fight with YouTube and Google this morning. You all know how that is. But welcome in. Thanks for tuning in today. We are thrilled. We are absolutely geeked to get this day kicked off. We've got 12 hours of content planned for you throughout the day. We've got celebrity interviews. We've got interviews with basketball coaches. We've got interviews with some of my favorite people. But before we get going, before we get this thing kicked off, I want to introduce you to the members of our team. Please welcome the greatest technical advisor in the history of the universe. Everyone say hello to Casey Busby.
Hi, everyone.
There he is. There's Kenneth. All right. Now, you all know it takes a lot of manpower, a lot of firepower, a lot of people power to get the word of the spirit of Troy out into the universe. And we have the greatest, the best PR manager in the business. Everyone, please give a big Trojan Spirit welcome to none other than Brett Paddleford.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What is it? What is this?
I don't know.
What is this empty? What is a Funko, Brett? Well, Brett, we wish you well. But Brett, you know, he's not here. He's digital today. He's got to be digital with us. So we're thrilled to get this thing going. So before we kick off the day, the first thing we wanted to do was walk you all through the website for Day of SCupport. There's a couple of idiosyncrasies this year. We made a lot of fun changes. But remember, the goal of today, the goal for the day is to raise as much money as possible for this great band program to get us everywhere we need to be in the Big Ten. But to get us going, we want to spend a couple minutes here helping you navigate this Day of SCupport website. So Casey, why don't you fire off that site, huh? Here we go. We're coming in. All right, so here is the Day of SCupport. This is the band-specific page. Now, there's two very important things that you need to pay attention to. First off, the page itself, right? So this is the Spirit of Troy. This is the band page. You need to turn this page on and just forget it exists, right? If you're watching, if you're not, you know, as you're sitting at work, as you're answering emails, whatever it is you're doing, log into the page, set it up, and just let it run in the background. Let my soothing, nasally, terrible voice be the voice that narrates you throughout your day. Or if you're tired of hearing from me, or whatever else, you can just put it on mute, but just let it run, because the longer it runs, the more we can get our vengeance on Google for doing us dirty this morning, and it helps drive traffic to our site. So the longer you just let this thing render on this website, when people go to Google Day of SCupport, Yahtzee, they're going to be hit with us right away, all right? You'll notice right at the top, we've got a link right underneath the Spirit of Troy logo. We've got uscband.com, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. So those social links, it's a great and easy way for you to just click on one of those links, especially Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You can click on the link, then the Day of SCupport website will give you a link that you can easily share to your social so you can spread the word about everything we're going on. Before we dig deep into our page specifically, the first thing I wanted to do is show you the runner at the top. So up top, you see hashtag Trojans Together. You see the timer for the 24-hour period, but then there's about, challenges, silent auction, get social. Those are general links for Day of SCupport at USC overall, but I want you to go ahead. Casey, why don't you go ahead and click silent auction, silent auction. Now, if you come in silent auction, you have an opportunity here to support all sorts of ventures here on USC's campus, but the most important part is if you scroll down, head on down, keep going. Oh my goodness, is that art? Oh my goodness, is that art done by art? It's art's art.
It's Artception.
It's Artception. Looky there. Why don't you click on one of those paintings, Casey? There we go. Big Sur. Lovely. All right. All right. We've got a current bid in. We've got two people watching this one, but this is, oh no, we don't have a bid in yet. Hey, bid on this painting. So Dr. Bartner was gracious enough to donate 7 paintings. We've had them framed. He signed every single one of these paintings. And so if you are interested in having a unique piece of Dr. Bartner's artwork in your home or in your vacation home or in your RV or wherever it is you want to hang these beautiful paintings, go ahead and head on to this silent auction website. I will say it's a little bit tricky to navigate. You got to click the register now button. You go through a whole registration process, then it sends you a link. You follow that link and then you can come back and bid. So there are a few steps in it, but the great thing is that by going through this site, you can see the artwork. You have this great photograph taken. You see where the bids are. It's very interactive, but this thing's going to be running all day. We'll announce the winners this evening, but each of these paintings, we have the starting bids at $500. Every cent of that money, every single piece of it goes right into the travel fund for the Spirit of Troy to help get us everywhere that we need to be. All right, let's head on back to the Band Day of SCupport website. Casey, here we are. So let's go down. So you'll see right at the top there, can't you scroll down a little bit? We've had 16 people donate so far, $1,800. That's great. Let's see, folks, if we can get that donor number up above 40 before the end of the hour. If we can have over 40 donors by the end of the hour, maybe I'll do push-ups on the floor. What do you think, Casey? How's that sound?
That sounds good.
That sounds good. I'll do as many push-ups as there are donors, and we'll just as long as it takes to get it done. But right there, that main spot, so you can share. You can click that link. It'll bring you right back down here. Keep scroll on down, Casey. So stop right there. So you'll notice it says challenges, alumni challenge. What section is leading the challenge? Dr. Bartner Game Day Dash, endowments donors. That's just a navigation ribbon. So you can click on any of those, and it'll take you where you need to be. Scroll on down. Now this is the part I'm very super duper excited about this year. Is we have these benchmark challenges for this year's Day of SCupport. So as you're donating throughout the day, we have these wonderful benchmarks thanks to our wonderful alumni out in the world, right? So first up, a big thank you, a huge shout out to Daniel and Sarah Lichtman. You all know Casey, you know Daniel.
I know both of them, yes.
So Sarah plays flute.
That's correct.
Daniel occasionally plays trumpet.
Also correct.
And he occasionally plays the sword, two-time drum major.
Correct.
All right. He was your drum major, yeah, when you first started?
No, he was the drum major the year before I got here.
Well, that's sad, but you know what?
We got one game with him.
That's right.
In 2009.
2009. I was there for
day.
that game. I was there. I'll never forget. I was in the band office. Sorry, Daniel, I'm telling this story. I don't know how true it is. I'm telling it like it is, though, right? We're in the band office. We're having this great, getting ready for the game, but our drum major, Kenny, you know Kenny Morris.
I do.
He was sick, deathly ill, and he could not do the game. And so drum major Eddie Carden, former drum major, comes into Stonier Hall to the band office, and he's like, I got this. I'll take care of you. But then, boom, kicks down the door. In comes Fog Machine. You can hear the music in the background. Daniel Lichtman.
Kickstart My Heart was playing, I'm pretty sure.
Kickstart My Heart, takes off his glasses, bow, and then Daniel stepped in, and he was drum major for that game, and it was pretty exciting. So Daniel, thank you for drum majoring me for one game. That was a riotous time. But Daniel and Sarah, they've given us $10,000. So when we hit a $10,000 donation today, boom, we get added another $10,000. Now the good news is that $10,000 is added, but it's not added to the overall ticker, right? So the ticker we see, Casey, if you scroll back up to the top, oh, right there where it says 1,800 raised, that number, that will always be an honest number today. So that number will always indicate donations that are coming in, that have come in, a few days ahead of time or today during the Day of SCupport. But then these benchmark challenges, as we hit these benchmarks, boom, we get added to the travel fund, these heightened donations. So let's go ahead and scroll on down a little bit. So we've got 10,000 from Daniel and Sarah. We have another 10,000 anonymous donation. Who could it be from? Is it from you? Is it from your friends? Maybe it's from Casey. Casey, is it from you?
Unlikely. I'm busy today.
He's busy today. But we have another thank you to our anonymous donor for giving us another 10,000. So when we hit the $25,000 mark, boom, we got another 10. Then down here, we've got Craig Steele and Sue Wright. All right, their daughter Kelly was one of my favorite band managers in the world. Don't tell all the other band managers, but their daughter Kelly was a phenomenal band manager. And Craig and Sue, you know what? They love the work that the band does. They want to see this band travel. So they, too, gave an additional $10,000. So when we hit that $35,000 mark, boom, we get another 10 from Craig and Sue. So thank you two, for your generous donation. I don't have a drum major story for the two of you, but I do have a story about Craig Steele. This is a true one.
Yeah.
So this was big homecoming. You remember homecoming, Casey? You're aware?
I do, yes.
So homecoming 2021. We do homecoming rehearsal. My wife, my darling, beautiful wife, Jessica Vogel, we all know her, we love her. She was marching alto in that show. She comes running up to me at the end of rehearsal and she goes, some ding-dong trombone lost his mouthpiece. Here it is.
You'll have to be more specific.
Some goofball trombone player lost his mouthpiece, and I grab it and I go, man, I'm going to put this in my pocket and I'm going to roast whoever comes up to me. And sure as I live and breathe, none other than Craig Steele himself comes wandering up. He's like, hey, have you found a mouthpiece? I said, as a matter of fact, I have. Boom, here you go, Craig. So yeah, we put that mouthpiece in his hand, and he was able to perform at homecoming. It was a wonderful time. Sue, I don't have an embarrassing story about you, but there's still time. We'll get there. We'll get there. We've got another $15,000 anonymous donation when we hit the 50,000 benchmark. And then again, you know these names, you see these names every year. Marty and Donna Lichtman, just longtime band supporters. I'm going to say it, two of my absolute favorite people to ever have marched in this band. We're a few years out from the third generation of Lichtmans coming through this organization, but it's
going to happen.
It will happen. And just again, their tremendous generosity, giving us this $25,000 hit when we hit that $75,000 benchmark, kicking us into that six-figure territory. So we're just thrilled and so gracious. I don't have an embarrassing story for Marty and Donna, but I do want to give a special thank you to the two of them, because it really is the two of them that sort of brought this Streamathon to life. It was Marty coming in and saying, how can we improve Day of SCupport? What can we do different? And I said, how about we do this? And it got it going. So we're just absolutely thrilled to have you two on board. Thank you again, Marty and Donna, just for your generosity. Craig and Sue, Daniel and Sarah, we really appreciate these challenges to our two anonymous donors. Thank you so much. So this will be a fun day. So you can contribute directly to those. You'll notice if you see, it says contribute, it says how much money is raised. Those numbers will still count toward the Alumni Challenge. It goes into the travel fund. It's just another metric to kind of show you kind of where the funds are going. Go ahead and scroll on down, KC, the Alumni Challenge. This is where the drama is. Which section is going to win today? So each one of these links, the dollars go to the same place, but it's attributed to your section. So you can come through, or you're an alto, clarinet, flute, a mellophone, my favorite, and you can scroll on through and you can make your contribution to your section. Keep going down, KC, down, 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 down. Blast, blast, keep going, keep going. Boom, we see who's leading. Looky there, mellophones on top, followed closely by the clarinets and trumpets. We've got the altos. Now, who won last year, KC? Was it the flutes?
It sure was.
It sure was. So flutes, off to a slow start. You are on the board. But we'll see. We'll see who really digs deep and competes today. But you can see the amount raised. We see the donors. Keep scrolling on down. KC, scroll, scroll, scroll. What in tarnation? The Dr. Bartner Game Day Dash coming back from the 50th anniversary gala. There it is. You can play the video game. I'm not going to make KC play it live today. We did test it.
I did practice.
He did practice. Maybe later. Maybe later. You know what? If we hit 100 donations before 8 a.m., we'll have KC live stream his performance. We'll Twitch stream on Dr. Bartner Game Day Dash. Head on down. If the travel fund is not for you, or you've given to the travel fund and you want to support another aspect of the program, we have 5 endowments that you can contribute here. We have our scholarship endowments, song and spirit endowment, our traveler endowment, the instrument and uniform endowment. And so as you've given to the travel fund, if you've got an extra, $20 in your pocket and you want to throw it towards one of these endowments, please do. It helps in sort of the long-term trajectory of the band and what we have going on. Go ahead and scroll back down, KC. I think, and there's our donor board who's given. We've got, thank you, Shelly Smith, Mr. Michael Runzler, Anonymous, who we got? We got Dan and Francis, Gretchen, Candace, Seymour. Click Seymour, KC. Seymour. Candace, Catherine, Yvonne, Angel, Gretchen, Amy, and then in honor of Lisa Rapp. Thank you all for donating thus far, but let's keep it going. Let's see this board grow. So that is the Day of SCupport website. You can go ahead and find your way to the site. Very easy to navigate, a lot of varying ways to go ahead and contribute to what's going on. But we're at the start of our day, KC. KC, you can pull out of this. We can go to you and I. Let's cut to the two of us. So here we are, we're in the room, KC, we're hanging out, and I'm thinking every early morning requires one important thing. And you know what the most important part of every day is, KC?
Coffee.
Yeah, coffee, correct. But shortly right after coffee is breakfast.
Oh, right, of course.
And so in the spirit of excitement in the Streamathon, I thought it'd be exciting if I made breakfast for you, KC. Can I make you breakfast?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah, I would love to make you some breakfast. So I fancy myself the occasional cook. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make you, KC, I'm going to make you an omelet. Does that sound nice?
That sounds great.
All right, let's get it. Here, we'll walk on over to my cooking setup. Here we are. We'll switch it over. We're coming on by.
Oh, we're going now.
I'm going right now. I'm going now. Here we go. I've walked over. Here's my cooking setup. All right. I'm going to put on my apron. Now, when I'm not cheering on the Trojans, I fancy myself a cheesehead of sorts. I do keep up with the Green Bay Packers every now and again. KC, do I have my bistro music playing?
Can you answer your cell phone, the team's call?
I'm going to answer my cell phone. Oh, my cell phone's by Anthony. Anthony, go ahead and answer that cell phone call. Answer the call, my friend. He's going to answer it. Oh, we need the passcode. All right, I'm not going to tell you all my passcode live on the air. All right, so now we've got an echo going. Here, we'll turn.
Mute your team's mic.
We're going to. You want me to mute? All right, we'll mute the microphone. Audio off. There we go. Just visual. Here we are. Got to get that. Love that up under the chin kind of shot. All right. So Anthony, it's facing you, so you got to flip the old camera. All right. So we've got ourselves a cooking set. Gotta love that. Gotta love that shot.
Portrait.
He's got it on portrait.
Now the camera's off.
He turned the camera off. He's getting it figured out. All right. So in the room, I'm going to make for you a French omelet. And typically in a French omelet, what do you have? You have eggs, you have cheese, you have chives, and I've made a few of those.
Stay like that?
Stay like that. I've made a few of those, and I've really enjoyed them. And it's a lot of fun, a lot of technique going on. But we're in Southern California, and so I thought, wouldn't it be fun to sort of integrate a couple of styles, a couple of flavor profiles into this dish? So what I've done is I've created a Mexican cuisine-inspired French omelet. So what we're going to have, Anthony, if you want to come over here, instead of the usual chives, we're going to have green onion, spring onion, right? We're going to use both the whites and the greens. For a protein, instead we do have the cheese, but I also have some lovely chorizo. Go ahead and get in on that. Get a close-up. All right, we've got some chorizo already cooked up at home. I also have some lovely diced peppers here, some minced peppers that we're going to throw in there. All right, and then to garnish, instead of using creme fraiche, something of that nature, I'm going to go ahead and garnish with Mexican table cream, Mexican crema. All right, I am using Gruyere. Gruyere is not a Mexican cheese, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a sturdy enough cheese, and so it's going to work in what it is we're trying to do, right? It'll stand up to the heat. So first thing we're going to do is turn on our induction heater right here, and we're going to saute up these peppers and get this thing going. While that gets heated up, I'm going to go ahead and crack my eggs in there. All right, how's that? Get that one-handed cracking, right? For those of you who don't watch a lot of if you don't watch a lot of cooking shows, I'll give you some tips I picked up along the way. But when you're cracking eggs, don't crack them on the edge of the bowl. That never really works. You want to crack them on a flat surface, and that really gives you that nice clean break, makes it kind of easy to get through it. All right, so we're going to go ahead, scramble up these eggs while the pan heats up a little bit. And what this will do is we really want to stir them up as well as we can. Here, Anthony, come take a peek at this, all right? So not only are we really integrating the whites and the yolks, but what we're after is getting some air in there, because those air bubbles are really going to add some depth to the eggs and help get those things going. Also, by whipping them up this early, we're going to go ahead. All right, I'm going to get some elbow grease in there. By whipping them up this early, it'll help get those eggs down to room temperature. They're a little cold right now. All right, so we've got our scrambled eggs going. While they're sitting there, again, while we're waiting for the pan to get hot, I'm going to go ahead and just integrate some of that green onion greens in there, which will be cooked into the eggs, and we'll go ahead, give those just a quick little stir to get those going. Now, you all may not know this, but we just performed at the Bottle Rock Food and Wine Festival up in Napa. It was a lot of fun, and we played for a cooking demonstration is what we performed for, which was really quite a treat to get up there and do that. Certainly a first-time gig for us, but very exciting nonetheless. All right, so the pan is hot. We're good. It might be a little too hot for this butter, so we'll have our peppers ready. So right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to saute the peppers and the onions to pull some of the fragrances, and then we're going to integrate the chorizo already cooked, but just to kind of breathe life back into it. So we're going to get the butter in there, get it melted, get it going. All right. Now we don't need a lot of butter in the pan for the peppers, because the peppers themselves have a lot of natural oils, so they'll do a lot of their own sort of self-lubrication as we get going. So let's go ahead and get those peppers in there, get those going. Get my green onion white, the whites of those onions in there. All right, and let's go ahead and grab this guy. Looky there, I got my tool. And we'll just get this going. We're gonna get a little more heat on this bad boy. We're not quite sizzling how I like. So we're gonna let that sizzle up a little bit. While we even those out, I'm gonna go ahead and season it. Now this is my secret ingredient for any sort of cooking scenario I'm in. You can use salt. Now there's a lot of salt already in the Gruyere. It's got some salt to it. It's a salty cheese. This here, accent flavor enhancer, or for those of you in the know, otherwise known as MSG. Now, it might make you nervous, but don't. It adds a lot of umami, a lot of depth into the flavor of what we're cooking. But we're just gonna season that ever so lightly, just to help sweat these down a little bit, all right? And just a little bit of garlic powder. If we wanna get a close-up on that, a little bit of garlic powder, all right? We'll just go ahead and salt bae some of that in there. We'll do 2 kind of sturdy pinches of that, all right? And here we'll go ahead and get that mixing, get that going. And really what we're doing is we're gonna sweat these down a little bit. We're just gonna try and get, release some of the aroma, some of the flavors from the peppers, from the onions, and really bring some of that depth into what's going on. Now traditionally, if you think about a French omelet, it's just the chives and the cheese. Those are the flavors that really speak front. But if you think about like a Denver omelet or a veggie omelet like you'd get at a diner, it's got more of that peppery, tomatoey, in those onions, and the ham integrated into it. But to kind of turn that on its head, I thought it'd be more fun, to get chorizo going, these are sweet peppers, so I did red and yellow, obviously. But then the whites of the spring onion. I've been cooking a lot with spring onion lately, and it's a really wonderful flavor. It's got a bit more snip and a bit more snap to it, as compared to, something like a typical white onion or a yellow onion. So it's really exciting. Not quite the same bitterness that you'd get with a shallot. I do like shallot every once and again. But if I'm being honest, not my favorite, the shallot. But I am a big fan of peppers and such, all right? So let me go ahead and give that a taste and see how we're doing on this. Okay, we're doing well. We'll just sweat these down a little bit more, and then we'll get to the action. We've got a special guest in the room with us. Let's go ahead and pan the camera over there. Everyone say hi to our pavilion manager. That's Eva McMillan. Everyone say hi to Eva.
Hi, Eva.
Hello, Eva. All right, she's off mic, so you can't hear her, but she's here working today. She's our assistant, our PA. But Eva, you're going to be my taste tester. If that sounds good. She's geeked. I don't want to say she's already got a fork in her hand, but she's already got a fork in her hand, all right? So these are just about where they need to be, so I'm going to make a little bit of room in there. And then now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the chorizo going. Now this chorizo is already cooked, so it doesn't need a lot of work, all right? But we're just gonna pull some heat into it, and we're gonna let the oils of the onion and the pepper just kind of put a little bit of life in there. Just give it a little bit of breathing room to kind of get it up and running. If you're wondering about this pan, these are hex-clad pans. If any of you have hex-clad at home, it's a pretty cool pan. They've got carbon steel in them, but they're also non-stick. And so the pan operates, very similarly to a carbon steel or a stainless steel pan. So you can get those really heavy sears, those really hard sears. But it also has the non-stick elements, which is why, there we go, now we're smoking, which is why I'm using it for this omelet today. But the other aspect that I really like about the hex-clad is they're sturdy enough they can take on a metal spoon. They can take it. So unlike a Teflon pan, you take a metal utensil to it, you're going to scratch it all to no get out. But this way, oh yeah, smell that chorizo. Anthony, go ahead, get in close in here, give that a whiff. How's that smell, bud? Smell good? He's saying yes. He's contractually obligated to say yes, but we'll assume he means it, all right? We're gonna go ahead and set that off to the side, let that relax for a minute. All right, up next, We're gonna get going on the eggs. I gotta grab my other pan. All right, let's see, is this it? Nope, that's a spat. That's not what we need. All right, here's the other pan. We'll get that guy going. We're gonna pull the temperature down. And so the trick here on the old French omelet, it's gonna be the on the heat, off the heat. It's a soft scramble. And so we're really striving for small curds on the omelet, all right? So we're gonna cook it, we're gonna roll it up. I got a microplane to grate the Gruyere so that we can melt it down, but we're pretty close, we're just about there. So let me get my mise en place, or things in place for the dish. All right, we'll get this pan going a little bit. Now the benefit here is it's all about eyeballs is what we're doing. So we're gonna get a nice healthy tablespoon of butter. All right, I like this, this Land O'Lakes butter because it also has canola oil in it. And the benefit there is that little bit of oil helps, it puts a touch of a barrier and keeps the butter really from burning too hard when you're doing stuff maybe with a little bit higher heat than you're used to. Or if something really requires a high heat and you're trying to not work it too hard, it's a little bit helpful. I'm gonna go ahead and clean off my spatula here. Myself something to do. All right, now I am no Gordon Ramsay by any stretch, right? I'm not gonna hold up some bread, I'm not gonna hold up any bread to your face and call you an idiot sandwich or something of that nature. But such is the way. All right, so the butter is melting. The butter is melting. All right, here we go. We're gonna go ahead and jockey these eggs in there. Now here comes the dance that we're gonna deal with, all right? So once the eggs are in, it's constant movement. You don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. We're in it and we're going. And this thing is cooking as we go. But you'll notice the stirring, it keeps things moving, keeps it from sticking to the pan. Now we're really integrating the butter into the eggs. So it's not just, the butter's not just serving as, a lubricant to the pan or something to keep the eggs from sticking, providing that cooking barrier, but really what we're doing is incorporating the butter, the warmed up butter, into the eggs themselves. So you can see now they're starting to set. So we've got some good oxygen, we're getting some good curd coming in the stir. And so when it seems like we're really getting good grab on the pan, so you can see as I'm moving it, we're getting some remnant left behind, we're gonna pull it off. And so we pull it off the heat, and we keep this stir going. Now the thing with these French omelets is it's deceptive. You think, oh, low heat, we're gonna be moving really slow, but we're actually not moving very slow at all. What we're doing is really kicking it on quickly. It's just low heat and you gotta pay a lot of attention. Now I do believe in my research that a lot of these characters in these restaurants, right, they'll do it high heat really fast. And that's kind of part of their training, but obviously I'm not a trained culinary artist. I did go to the school of the original Tommies for my, my culinary upbringing, but so far so good. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead, give it one more turn, sort of off the heat as it were. Off the heat. Casey, how you doing over there, bud?
We're doing great.
He's doing great. All right, so I think we're just about, we'll give it a touch more of this going on. So if you wonder if this is the kind of breakfast I make for my children, the answer is absolutely not. They do like eggs. They do enjoy eggs. A lot of eggs, a lot of pancakes, but not, I can't quite get them on board with the foods touching. So the idea of, eggs with cheese and, eggs with cheese and chives and all of that is still a little off-putting to them. All right, so now we're gonna set ourselves up for success. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna give this a little bit more stirs. So a little bit wet. A little bit wet. All right, here we go. Eva, how excited are you for breakfast? Are you?
Quote, I'm really thrilled, unquote.
If I made breakfast for the students every morning, I think I'd have no problem with 7 a.m. rehearsals. Is that right, Eva? She says she believes so. So what I'm doing now is I'm flattening out these eggs and I'm moving them this way, because what's gonna happen is now comes the drama of getting all of the pieces in place. So I'm gonna roll this out, and that's gonna heat itself up a touch. So first things first is I'm gonna get a little bit of our filling going. So I'm gonna get some of that sprinkled on there, that nice chorizo, seasoned wonderfully with MSG, onions. Look at that color. We have the cardinal and golds, the greens going. That's probably a little too much, but you know, Eva's she's a growing student. She needs all the energy and calories she can get, all right? So now the microplane, the Gruyere, all right, a nice sturdy cheese. It'll hold up to the heat. The reason for the microplane, you could just use a grater if you have it, but the reason I like the microplane is because we're dealing with low heat, and this really pulls the cheese down into small slices. So then it melts a little bit quicker, a little bit easier. We'll go ahead and get the extra off of there. Lovely, lovely. All right, we'll set that down. Groovy. All right, the moment of truth, here we go. So now we're gonna take this bad boy. We ever so gently roll it out. Almost like if you remember those Hostess or Little Debbie, I don't remember quite who it is, but they have those Swiss rolls, right? It's the cake, the very thin cake, rolled. Yeah, actually, this is looking pretty good. I think I went through this about 10 different times at home to really practice and get it right and get the recipe ironed out correctly. All right, but what we're doing is we're rolling it and slowly pulling this omelet off the pan. All right, so now we get our high-tech plate here. Oh, I don't like that at all. Here we are. Just get her to slide on out. We're grabbing the pan a little bit. Like I said, that hard sear. Moment of truth. Oh boy, Yahtzee! There we go, all right. Now, Eva, go ahead and get yourself on over here. You're gonna eat this thing. All right, a little bit of Mexican crema. You're not lactose intolerant, are you? All right, with just a touch of garnish of that on there. A little bit of our green onion, the tops, just in garnish, and looky there. Have a look at that, huh? How's that look? Casey, we getting a close-up of this? Woo-wee! Eva, how's it look?
It looks fabulous.
All right, come on by, here we go. Now, she is not, here, come around, into the booth. We'll turn that off, let that cool down a little bit. All right, go ahead and dig in, give that a taste, and tell me what you think.
Fire with you.
Yeah, leave it down.
Is it best to eat in the middle or in the side?
Wherever you want, it's your omelet.
Oh my God.
All your dreams will come true. Look at her, she's going in right into the middle.
Maybe I'll open it for the people.
There, she's got it. Oh, look at that cross section. Anthony, get on close in there. All right. Buttery, rich. All right, here we go. She's gonna try it. This is not a paid endorsement. She's just a young college student making her way in the world. How is it?
It's really great.
Do you like it?
Yes.
What's your favorite part about it?
Probably the chorizo.
The chorizo! Ow! We've got it. All right. So it's Yelp, right? You found my restaurant, Bistro de Vogel, and you came on by. What would be the review out of 10? What would you give it?
Highly impressed. I thought it was a little weird that they were just recording the whole time in the kitchen. I was a little apprehensive, but it turned out really well.
Yeah? So?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, there it is. Thank you, Eva. You can enjoy your breakfast. All right, up next, we're gonna give you a little flash from the past. All right, we're gonna go in there and we're gonna show you a little bit of 2022, right, Casey? Yeah, 2022 spring concert when we featured our guest artist, the incomparable, the great Adam Chester. So let's go ahead and pass it off to 2 years ago, Adam, and let's hear some Elton John this morning. Thanks all, and fight on.
Fight on.
Good, dig in, keep eating.
So would you please welcome to the stage our guest artist for the afternoon, Mr. Adam Chester.
I love that I'm a character. That's great.
Margaret smile. You marry a music man. Ballerina, you must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's in me. You're always with me. Tiny dancer in my hand. Yeah. Jesus freaks out in the street, yeah. And then tickets out for gold. Looking back, she just laughs. The boulevard is not that bad. Piano man, he makes his stand here in Bovard Auditorium. Looking on, she sings his song. What she knows, tune she hums. Oh, yes, she does. But oh, I feel so real, lying here, no one near, only you, and you can hear me when I say softly.
Give it up to Adam Chester, folks. So Adam, why don't you tell us a little about yourself, huh?
Well, I went out and bought those socks on Amazon the other day. So this all started for me when I was a kid. I was a fan of Elton John, and it's so weird because I had posters of him all over my house. I used to go out and look for bootlegs, and then in about 2004, I was friends with one of the guitarists of the band, and he called me and he said, "Hey, Adam, would you be up for rehearsing the band?" And I'm like, "What? Hello?" And yeah. So I ended up, I bought a warm-up suit because that's what Elton wears all the time. And so I showed up at rehearsal with this warm-up suit, and they're like, "Oh my God, what a jokester!" And we did the rehearsals for Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy, and it went so well. They got a CD of it to Elton. And Elton was like, "Let's bring him on the road," and thus started my my whole term with him as the surrogate Elton John. They call me Sir Elton with a UR. So I sit in for Elton at the keys, and I sing his parts and play his parts, so he doesn't have to rehearse the band. And it's kind of cool. And then he'll come on over. And he'll be like, "Adam, what was that chord over there?" And I'd be like, "Oh, you're just like this." "Oh, right. Thank you." And I'm like, you could shoot me now, man. So it's been pretty crazy, but I just want to say that a lot of those posters hung on my wall here at SC, because I'm a USC alumni. This is such an honor to be up here with Jake and the entire concert band. I'm like sweating like a pig. I'm so excited. And I know my wife is out there and she's probably thinking, "Please don't talk about the sweat. Don't bring up the sweat." But I'm so thrilled. And you know what? It's a little hot. I think I'm going to take this. Can I take this off? Just to be clear, I do have USC boxer shorts on too. All right.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
You can never know what it's like. Your blood like when it freezes just like ice, and there's a cold and lonely light shines from you. You wind up like the wreck you are behind that mask you. Did you think this who could ever win? Look at me, I'm coming back again. I got a taste of love in a simple way. If you need to know what I'm still standing, you just fade away. Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did? Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Yeah. Once I never could have hoped to win. Starting down the road, leave me again. First you made were meant to cut me down. If love was just a circus, you'd be a clown by now. Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did? Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time, without you on my mind, I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Give it up to Tyler on the tenor saxophone. This next tune, my mother and father will attest to this. I used to sing this song at the top of my lungs while I was mowing the lawn. So to me, I sounded great. The poor neighbors, we'll ask them later what they really thought, hearing the sound come out. But this is one of my favorite, absolute favorite ballads of Elton's. Here is Your Song, Your Song.
It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. Not one of those who can easily hide. Don't have much money, but boy, if I did buy a big house where we both could live. If I was a sculptor, but then again, no, or a man who makes potions in the traveling show. I know it's not much, it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. And you can tell everybody this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that's done, I hope you don't mind, hope you don't mind. I put down the word. How wonderful life is while you're in the world. Out the moss with a few of the verses. Well, they've got me quite cross, but the sun's been quite kind while I wrote this song. It's for people like you that keep it turned on. So excuse me for getting, but these things I do. You see, I've forgotten if the green or the blue. Anyway, the thing is, what I really need, yours are the sweetest eyes I've ever seen. And you can tell everybody this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind, hope you don't mind. I put down the word. How wonderful life is when you're in the world. I hope you don't mind, hope you don't mind. I put down in words how wonderful life is when you're in the world. I
I love this concert band. I just want to say, and Jake, thank you so much. This is such an honor for me to be up here in front of all of you, in front of all of these wonderful musicians, and in front of Jake. So seriously, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Adam. Give Adam another round of applause, folks. We at the Trojan Marching Band, there's one day a week we love more than any other, and that's game day, baby! So this next tune we're gonna play is Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting.
She don't care. My sister looks cute in her braces and boots, a handful of breeze in her hair. Oh. Get the sign of your aggravation, had it when you disappear. Saturday night's alright for fighting, get a little action in. Get a batter's on as a diesel train, gonna set the dance alight. Saturday night. Not I like Saturday night's alright, alright, alright. Well, the back's pretty tight here tonight. I'm looking for a dollar to see me right. I can use a little muscle to get what I need. I can take a little drink and talk. Hey, a couple of the sounds that I really sounds of a switchblade and a motorbike. I'm a juvenile product of the working class, whose best friend floats at the bottom of the glass. Oh, don't give us none of your aggravation, how to win your disappear. Saturday night's alright for fighting, get a little action in. Get a battle on as a diesel train, gonna set the dance alight. Saturday night's not our life. Saturday night's alright, alright, alright.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden, and I'm one of the SOs of the greatest section and the greatest marching band in the history of the universe ever, the alto saxophone section. And you're watching the second annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you for your support, and as always, fight on.
All right, welcome back in. We are live, coming at you live from the pavilion from the LRC. Let's give a big shout out to Brett here. For Brett. All right. So that was you were just listening to Adam Chester. So what did we have? We had Tiny Dancer? Yet? No.
Yeah.
We had Tiny Dancer, your
Sure
song. The collab he did with Dua Lipa, and we had Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. But we're jumping in live right here to kind of get on with the day, get on with our material. And we wanted to give you a funds update. So Casey, can you conjure up the Day of SCupport website? Let's see where we're at right this minute. All right, we're getting to it. All right, we've got the Day of SCupport website. Go ahead and scroll on down. Let's see where we're at. $1,976, 19 donors. Ooh, we're a little shy of that 40 donor mark. I guess I'm not doing any push-ups right now, Casey. How's that, huh?
Looks like it.
All right, so we're up at 1,900. It'd be great, folks, if after the next pre-recorded segment, if we can get those numbers up past 2,500, past 30 donors, that would be great. So get on there, share the site, bug your friends. All right, get them going at USC TMB at youtube.com/live. You can find us there. You can find it on Facebook. Find us through the social media, but just steer people to us, steer them to the site so that we can check it out. What's going on?
That's youtube.com/USCTMB/live.
See, this is why Casey's here. You see? This is why we have him. I have no idea what goes on the internet. See, I go home. For me, the internet comes through the TV via Amazon Fire Stick, and I'm watching all the movies I like. And if I can't find it, I get upset. But here we are cruising together. So, Casey, should I answer some questions? How's that sound? Some donor questions out there?
That sounds good, yeah.
All right. So let's go ahead and conjure these up. And, Casey will chime in if he's got an opinion on this one.
Well,
all right.
We do. Before we go to questions, we have some questions in chat.
Ooh, yeah. Let's see what we've got going on in the chat.
We have some questions in chat.
Okay.
We have a message from Patrick that says, at Dr. Vogel, Colleen has her first medical board exam today. Could you wish her good luck?
Colleen Sweeney, of all the flute players that have ever marched in this band, you are the absolute one of the tip-top, cream-of-the-crop flute players. You get out there and you nail that medical board exam. I want you to imagine you've got the sunglasses, the helmet, 50-yard line pregame show, grip it, rip it, and pass that exam. Take care of it, Colleen. All right, thank you. All right, what's next?
We have
what
another
else do we
question
have in the
from chat. Will the whole band be going to the Michigan game this year?
Will the whole band be going to the Michigan game? All right, so part of being, the director is you got to learn to say no sometimes. And unfortunately, no, the full band will not be going to Michigan. There's a whole number of concerns that are preventing that from happening. One is financial, but also it's logistics. Part of it is getting enough seats and just, making the space for us in that stadium. The Big Ten, they're not ready for us, folks. They're not used to a band that travels as much as we do to all of these games. Now, we are taking the band to every single road game, so we will be at the Big House. We'll be there at the game. The USC AA is hosting a fun tailgate on game day, and as a matter of fact, that tailgate will be hosted directly across the street from the University of Michigan Band's band hall, the Ravelli Hall, named after Dr. Bartner's band director. So there's a nice lineage there. We've got a hall named after Dr. Bartner's band director. I'm sitting here in a hall named after Dr. Bartner. And who knows, maybe one day they'll name a hall after me. Where would they put that?
I don't know. We should ask whoever is in charge of property at USC.
We'll get that sorted out. All right. What else do we have from the chat, my man?
We have one more. We have a question from Gretchen.
Gretchen who?
You know.
Heffler?
That's right.
Okay, hit it, Gretchen.
You have a lot of energy. What kind of coffee do you drink? So what's your Starbucks order?
So my Starbucks order, it's not unique by any stretch, but here I have it right here. As a matter of fact, Casey and I, we get the same cocktail at the old Starbsies, all right? So what you got here, that's a Trenta, folks. That's 32 ounces of jet fuel coming at you red hot out of this Starbsies cup. But we've got black iced coffee. No milk, because milk is for children. No sugar, because sugar is for the weak. It's just ice and caffeine for me, baby. Let's go. And the Trojan Spirit coming at you hot. All right. Does that do it, Casey,
That's it.
Questions in the chat? But yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and hop on there. You might get a shout out. You might get your question answered. You might not, but you'll never know unless you try. All right. So we had some questions that came in via the internet before we got going on this thing. This first question is from Ashley. What Okay, so it's a 3-word question. Favorite TMB song? ? So I'm assuming, am I to assume that's my favorite TMB song?
Yes.
Or am I to assume that's the favorite TMB song?
Definitely yours.
Well, okay, so if I'm answering on behalf of the community of the world, I would say the favorite TMB song, the infamous, it's got to be Tribute to Troy. Because if you love it, you love it. And if you hate it, you can't help but listen to it. You're just stuck with it, right? But my personal favorite, that's a toughie. I'm going to answer this in a very diplomatic way because I am a touch biased on account that I do a lot of the arranging for the band. But I will say from a few different perspectives, my favorite Tony Fox arrangement for some reason is Far From Over. You know Far From Over, Casey?
I do.
I don't know what it is about that chart. I think it's because the mellophone part is just dreadfully boring. And there's just these hits around it.
It is a great arrangement. Tony did a great job.
Tony he nailed it out of the park on that one. So for Tony, I really like that. For Vince Womack, I love Get Down Tonight is a fun arrangement. It's simple. It's got a great dance routine.
It sure does.
It's a great arrangement by Vince out there. Vince, hopefully you're watching. If you are, fight on, my friend. Myself, what arrangement do I really like? Well, you know what? I'll say this. It's hard for me to pick a favorite, like picking a favorite child. But I'm a big fan of Confident, the Demi Lovato tune. And I think part of the reason I'm geeked about it is because that song... I found it deep on Billboard. So this was, we're getting ready near the end of the season in 2016. We're doing well. We don't know what our bowl game situation is going to look like. And I was just digging through Billboard. I needed something. I needed some song. And I found this tune, Confident, by Demi Lovato, and it had horn parts in it. And what really intrigued me about it is that the end of the tune, there's all these elements layering over the top of each other. And as a matter of fact, there's a fourth layer that she actually didn't do that I did, that I ended up doing in the arrangement. So it was really cool to kind of take something like that and craft it in that way. That's one I really like. But if you were to ask me when I was getting started with TMB, one of my early favorite arrangements was Follow.
Follow's a great TMB chart, totally underrated.
It's way underrated, and I think the reason it's underrated is the each individual part is incredibly boring. There's nothing exciting about it.
Yeah, but I mean, come on.
But when you're out in front, it really is a doozy. It is a banger of a chart. So that's a great question. Thank you, Ashley, for the wonderful question. Here's another question.
Just Breathe in the chat says Kids on All Right, and I agree.
You know why Kids on All Right is great? It's all just whole notes. Anyone can play whole notes.
That's right.
Anyone can do it. It's a very democratic choice, that Kids on All Right. All right. Question from Enrique. What's the process to join the marching band? Step 1, Enrique, you got to get into USC, my friend. You got to apply. You got to get good grades. You got to fight on through high school, get good grades, get into USC. Once you're in, that's it, right? So you go to the band website, you go to orientations, Explore SC, one of our events, you meet the recruitment team, and you get hooked up with us. Now, if you want to be on song, spirit, or the drum line, there is an audition for entry. So the song and spirit programs, you have to audition to be a member of those teams, all right? And it's a 2-day audition process. The drum line, you audition for the drum line to be placed on an instrument. Typically, if you don't make snare, quad, or bass drum, we're usually open for people to march on cymbals, but a lot of folks will then go and march a different section of the band, maybe saxophone or trumpet or flute or something like that, and then audition for drumline again in the following year if they don't make the team. The Silks, I don't know if they are doing it precisely the same way, but there is a bit of selectiveness in the Silk section for the folks who march in pregame. But otherwise, to be a member of the organization, if you just want to join with no previous experience or a lot of previous experience, we will find a place for you and a job for you here. All right. Before we get on with our next recorded segment, I'm going to go ahead and answer one more question here. All right. Let's see. How do we buy TMB gear? The basketball band sweaters are sick. Please take my money. Also, other things are cool too. And so generally, if you come, a lot of our band events, we sell merchandise. The basketball band uniforms, that's a project that now we're actually going to start distributing a new piece of outerwear every year for the basketball band. That's part of our new initiative with our new associate director, Dante Douglas.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. So now you collect...
Shout out Dante Douglas.
Shout out Dante Douglas. Hey, I'll come in close. Dante and Marie, thank you, and fight on. So
excuse me, that was incredibly rude. Dr. Marie Douglas. Shout out to Mrs. Douglas, Dr. Douglas out there. And soon to be Dr. Dante Douglas, because he's starting his doctorate here at USC this fall. We're thrilled for him. But basically, you collect these pieces of outerwear like you're collecting Infinity Stones. So this is a new problem for us, where we're going to have extras. So I imagine at a band function, at a merchandise booth, you are likely to find some band apparel being liquidated along the way. But we're always chewing on different merchandise, different ideas on ways to get sort of the band brand and logo out there. All right, so that's our fund update. Before we go back, all right, we're at 20 donors. 20 donors. Eva, say yay. Eva says, yay, we hit the 20 donor mark. There we go. We're over $2,000. Let's see, folks. We hit 20. Now let's see if we can get blasted over 2,500 before we hit 9 o'clock. Last year, at the end of the Streamathon, we segued from the Streamathon into a viewing of a wonderful documentary about Dr. Bartner's time here at USC. And so we thought today it'd be great on the Streamathon to go ahead and air that documentary in its entirety. So what we affectionately refer to here as the Artumentary. KC, let's go ahead and let's run the tape, shall we?
Let's roll it.
We're rolling it. Please enjoy.
USC Drumline, and you're watching the second annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you for your support, and fight on.
I remember meeting him, and it was like meeting a rock star, because that's kind of what art is. He's a rock star.
Musical nerve ending.
Passionate.
Inspired everyone.
He's one of the most unique individuals I've ever known.
I think I met Dr. Bartner very early on. He was a colleague, he was a fellow musician, and he was already iconic.
He physically coaches that band.
I become a coach. I said, our football team is playing for the national championship, which means our band is playing for a national championship.
I think Dr. Bartner just embodies, I think, what it means to be a Trojan.
He is an educator.
This man quivers with music.
He exudes an energy and a persona that is just infectious.
And it's just like our football team. They're going up against the best. They want to become national championship. Why shouldn't we become a national championship band?
He uses music to convey that, but there's also a spirit of teamwork and motivation that really motivates young people.
Art had extraordinary expectations.
I just remember my mom saying, is that the director, that old man that's on the ladder? And I was like, yeah, that's him. He has a lot of energy. And she's like, how? He's so old.
He has the energy, he has the experience, he has the persona of one of those people that just can light up a stadium.
He creates a band that really is a mirror image of who he is.
I do know for a fact that opponents that we played in the Pac-12 would play the fight song and Conquest on repeat at practices because of how annoying they thought it was that the band was constantly playing.
If you ever talk to Art during football season, he can't get the sound out because he's hoarse all the time from standing up there on that tower and screaming at the kids.
Freshmen, you've been listening to for 6 days. How can you be tired of Jimmy the Joy?
Dr. Bartner was a student in my class at Michigan, and I have to say that he was in no way outstanding, but he had a great sense of humor, and I will say he had a lot of energy, too much.
I was either going to be a basketball star or the second coming of Miles Davis. I played every sport that's imaginable. To this day, the varsity football coach didn't understand why I gave up football to join the band. Dr. William Ravelli, he was the taskmaster. He was the old Italian stereotype, Toscanini, disciplinarian. He ran the band as a dictatorship.
Ravelli's teaching style now would probably land him in jail. He was merciless, and it was personal. He would go down the line, and he would pick up the horn and work the valves. And he said, if your band director could see the condition of your valves, he would kill himself. He said, these are disgusting. Look at the dirt. And you are a disgrace to, and he would yell. And there's 100 people in the band. You know, he had a very large band.
And at Michigan, I discovered I wasn't as good a trumpet player as I thought I was. I was never going to be a varsity basketball player. I wasn't even going to make the team. I ended up in music education because I was able to combine my athletic ability with my trumpet ability, and I like to teach. You know, I got along with people.
He wasn't focused so much as a student, but once he got to Davidson, and he was determined, there was not a very good band when he went there, and he changed that. And that scored with Ravelli. In other words, he made the band respectable. It wasn't respectable when he went there. There was a small band and he doubled it or something like that.
As I looked around Flint, Michigan and the area, I saw all these great conductors. I saw these great musicians. And I said to myself, how can I get to the college level? Bob Wojak, who's getting his doctorate at USC, says,
there's a great young guy. He's at high school now, Davidson High School. He's a trumpet player, was a trumpet player, he was studying under Ravelli, and they contacted Art. He came out and interviewed.
I go into Grant Beglarian's office. This is the dean of the School of Music, Michigan graduate. And he says, I hear you're a University of Michigan graduate. I'm going to call William D. Ravelli up on the phone. Now that's when I broke into a cold sweat, because remember, I have this long history with this dictator. Dr. Beglarian talks to him, hangs up, and looks at me and he goes, Dr. Ravelli said you would do a really good job, but he's got half a dozen guys who can do it better. I was hired.
The band was anemic before he came. It lacked life. It lacked the blood. It did the minimum and didn't have the vibrancy.
We had about 50 people, maybe 60, and it was mostly all music majors. We could only make a U. We didn't have enough people to spell out USC.
The band was primarily band grant people, primarily music majors, all male. It frankly did not have a good attitude.
It was a male band, no women. That was the tradition because of traveling. They felt it was improper for women and men to travel at the time. Well, Art stopped that right away.
They had no identity. There was no reason to go out on that field and work hard. Everybody was, interested in the dollar, free tickets, the goodie bags at the end of the season. There was no purpose for being part of the band. Enter Marv Goo.
Marv Goo.
Marv Goo.
Marv Goo.
Marvin Goo. October 20th, 1979. And it happened in South Bend, Indiana, when the University of Southern California played the University of Notre Dame in a great game of football.
McDonald's first pass swings it out for White. White spinning.
Marv understood the meaning of the band, the meaning of the music to the whole collegiate event. It's part of the formula for success, that you have to have a good band or you're nothing. And he really, believed that. I mean, he believed that like he believed what a football was.
Marv was in charge of all things emotional. John McKay was an aloof kind of a leader. Marv Goo took care of everything else. We kind of got caught up in that, and I think Art did too. Art learned a lot about emotional leadership from Marv.
And Marv told me about Art. He let me know that he had something to do with that way back in the day when Marv kind of got him to coach it like a football coach would do it. And man, did he ever.
We got a bunch of tough guys, and they got a bunch of tough guys. We got a great band, because the SC band is now in the stands they've been coming for a couple of years, but they're there and they're playing through the whole game. And we start playing, Fight On, and all of a sudden the team and the USC band became this. And we're hammering Notre Dame and they're hammering us, and it's back and forth, and it's about 21-19 or something like that.
He literally grabbed me behind the neck. And if you know Marv Goo, he had a fist, it's like a wrench. It was just steel. And he said, Art, I'm gonna tell you and show you what a marching band should be.
That's what he learned, that esprit de corps and that discipline that the Midwest bands have. And it's the right way to go.
We beat them 42-23 that day. But the great thing was in the Notre Dame tunnel. The Notre Dame band comes in there and they played the Notre Dame Victory March, but the SC band was right behind them. They got in there and they played Fight On and Conquest like it's never been played before. It was so damn good. Brought the players out of the locker room down there to see it and look at it. And our guys are yelling and screaming, and the band is. Art, you and those guys were fabulous. And I thank you, Art Bartner, and I thank all the band members who've ever played Fight On, Conquest. But I always remember that day of October 20th, 1979. Art Bartner, I love you.
The football team is giving their everything on the field. It's hot, they're sweaty, they are hitting each other. The band needed to have that same level of activity, that same level of motivation, that same level of enthusiasm. I think what Dr. Bartner reinforced with the band is that, look, if the team's out there working and giving everything they have, the band needs to be doing the same.
He is a perfectionist. That's how you become good in life. And what you do is to never accept anything except being perfect. He wants every drill, every note, everything to be perfect. And that's why he's great at what he does.
He wants to just see greatness from this band and from this program.
My induction to USC was showing up to go to band camp. And Bartner wasn't much older than most of us in the band.
We were up in the mountains, we were on a dusty field, we were at altitude, you were gasping for breath, even if you were 18, 19 years old, we were still gasping for breath.
Flags were way in the back. It was Idlewild, and it was dusty and dirty and hot, and we were eating warm bologna sandwiches, and we flags were stuck way in the back, so I wasn't quite sure which one he was.
I remember one time and we were practicing and we were supposed to be marking time during the introduction to Fight On. I was in the front row and I wasn't marking time, I was just standing there, and blows the whistle, whole band stops. Mike, why aren't your feet moving? And in front of 90 other people, everybody knew that my feet weren't moving and I was the one that caused them to have to start the whole routine over again.
My parents thought I was gonna quit because I have a history of just like not following through on things. But they saw me out there, like outside in the heat all day, and they're like, she's gonna quit.
I realized it was going to be a challenge. There was, it feels very serious your first day of band camp. Everyone's yelling. Sometimes it's positive yelling, sometimes it's negative yelling. But I learned pretty quickly that if you're yelling, that's, you can usually get by.
It was just clear like how respected he was, and that was something that was really great to see. And I think Dr. Bartner kind of left no doubt that this was a place for everyone, and that he was very dedicated to making sure that like things were gonna get done, but they were gonna get done correctly. There wasn't gonna be any halfway of doing things. Everyone's gonna do everything correct. It was our first time marching, but he was very quick to call you out if you were not marching the style, and I got yelled at.
At the end of my third year, I met a gentleman by the name of Hank Ehrlich. He was the public relations director of Paramount Studios. And they were promoting a movie called Lady Sings the Blues. It was up for an Academy Award. And Diana Ross was one of the stars of that movie. And he said, wouldn't it be great to feature Diana Ross at the halftime of the Rose Bowl.
And she came out to Cromwell Field for the practice, and we were just like, gosh, she's famous. This is big time.
And I'm going, Diana Ross, the Supremes, Motown, with my Michigan background, knew the Detroit scene very well. And so we met for lunch, and we agreed that Diana Ross would sing a tune from the movie.
I'm pretty sure that was the first time that one of the college bands in the Rose Bowl had such a big named artist.
Here's the showman in Bartner. He was willing to take a portion of the time for his first Rose Bowl halftime show and use it with a Paramount picture angle. That showed his ability to be a showman and not just a protective band director.
There was some of the drummers or something they all turned around and choreographed, "Stop in the name of love," and she kind of busted up. And that kind of broke the ice where the band and her were gonna make this work. It was just gonna kind of gel. And she was amazing.
It was an out-of-world experience.
She came out and just, of course, the crowd went crazy. It was so different for a halftime show because up till then it still was the bands doing their thing and it got covered on TV. It was like going to a concert, but with 100,000 people.
It was a great bit. It skyrocketed the band's fame. It really did.
She missed the first note, but after that, she was absolutely great. She was a showstopper. And then it became Hollywood's band overnight. It is without a doubt one of the highlights of my career. I mean, it's something you never forget.
It's an everlasting memory. People talk about it all the time. It comes up all the time. So it's always in my mind.
When Mick was in Germany, he was trying to get some sleep, but a parade went by with a typical German brass band and woke him up. And he was obviously upset, but he liked the sound. He liked the sound. So he said to himself, on the next recording, I want to capture that sound.
It was kind of carnival-like because they were really fun. People were running around doing gymnastics on the grass. Stevie Nicks was twirling a baton, so it's very like a carnival type atmosphere.
Tony and I went to a studio in Santa Monica, and that's where we met with Mick and Lindsay Buckingham, who wrote the tune. It was a matter of Lindsay, playing and singing the tune, and Tony writing down the changes as he hears them.
He was conducting the band, and I was holding the chart up to him because we had made so many changes. He had to really look at it. and then he would just conduct the band and make sure we're all on time.
The key guy was Mick. He was playing drums in front of me, and even though I had earphones on, it was Mick that was just kind of pounding the beat with his feet and his body right in front of my ladder.
People knew what USC was, but that kind of made it a world-known university, because the song went around the earth 2 or 3 times, so it just put us on the map all over the world.
And I watched Tusk go all the way up the charts. This became the title tune of the album. Of course, it became a fight song at the university, and it's become a tune we play at every game. I would have never expected that. Never. Biggest surprise of my life.
Who are we to deserve the USC band to play for us,
Stevie, don't be so humble.
Well, no, but I mean, really, that's a lot of people playing.
The 80s were the heyday of the massed bands. It was centered around the 1984 Olympics, and everybody who was having a great, sizable event on like a football field had to have a massed band. When David Wolper, another Trojan, called me and said, would you like to direct an all-American college band for the opening of the Olympics? It took me about 15 seconds to say yes.
The numbers here, fantastic. 1,000-voice Olympic choir, 1,200-member drill team. It goes on and on.
Not only was this David Wolper, but they asked Tommy Walker to direct it, who was the drum major of the band, became the band director. They asked him to direct the opening ceremony. So I felt just unbelievably honored.
It was huge. It was just absolutely huge. It was like 800 or more, I don't even remember.
And we practiced for about 17 days out in Pepperdine, and then brought the band into the Coliseum and practiced with the rest of the cast. And it was about a 20-minute Music of America show.
A rich blue California sky providing a backdrop. And even the blimps say, welcome.
This may be hard to believe, but Peter and I saw the dress rehearsal. You ain't seen nothing yet.
It's the first time we've been at the Coliseum. So all 27 buses of this band roll into the Coliseum. Art had us lined up, and he runs the show from the beginning of Music of America. And all of a sudden, as we're performing, everybody stops, and they come to the press box side. And by the time we finish, everyone is screaming.
And I ran the trombones. Everybody had a section, but I had 76 trombones. I never had 76 trombones.
In the fall of 1982, I was the director of the All-American College Band for the opening of Epcot. I had started working for Disney during the summers, starting in 1974 in Orlando, directing the All-American College Band, but it was a 20-piece band, one student from 20 schools. It was the genius of Bob Yanni, who was the director of special events. Now, he expanded that concept to a 400-piece band, and it was just knocked the socks off of everybody. This was important because it was the first mass band that I've ever conducted.
To all the people of the world, welcome to the opening ceremonies of Liberty Weekend.
What was unique about the Statue of Liberty rededication is that it wasn't just one event. It was a weekend. It was on Governor's Island looking across at the Statue of Liberty. It was the opening ceremonies of this weekend festivities. Henry Kissinger was there. I mean, senators, governors. I remember Henry Kissinger because I blocked his view. I was standing right in front of him conducting, and John Williams had composed an original piece for those ceremonies. After the 1984 Olympics, I go back to the College Band Directors Convention in Chicago, just by happenstance. I go in, check in, get my badge, and I go down the steps. And who's the first guy that I run into? Ravelli, holding court. And he sees me, and he comes over and he gives me the biggest hug. Wow. And he turns to his guys, he says, "It's one of my boys," he says, "one of my boys." This is the guy that said that I would never be a college band director. Sometimes a guy who is not as gifted, but works harder and wants it badly, more determined, will end up to be more successful than a guy more gifted and finds everything easy.
Sauered in motion. Koffler looking. Chase throws it into the air.
How did losing to UCLA 8 times? That's awful. I mean, that's just...
I think that first season was a little bit rocky. There were some ups and downs. I do remember the very last game. All we had to do is score a touchdown to win a game, and then Rob Johnson threw that pass into triple coverage.
Johnson in the end zone, intercepted. Intercepted. That's going to take care of that.
We lost in the last second interception in the end zone. That would have sent us to the Rose Bowl. And it's crushing. And, maybe an average person would just walk away dejected, but it was amazing to see that what Art kind of taught me, or taught the band, I guess, is that you got to move on. You can't just sit there and mope.
I think that really articulates our 90s experience was ups and downs. There were a lot of very, very close calls, heartbreakers, but we also got to experience some of the most amazing highs.
I have to say there was a shining moment.
The first Rose Bowl, 1996, against Northwestern.
I remember being close for at least the first half. and then Keyshawn, and then all Keyshawn towards the end of the game.
He's got it. He's gone. Goodbye. Touchdown, Trojan.
We had a great player in Keyshawn Johnson, and he was, I think he was #1 in the draft.
Converts for the extra point, and at 6:08 to play in the third quarter, it is now 31 USC and 19 Northwestern.
This caught Northwestern off guard, and then they had no answer to Keyshawn. We beat them.
It was a great football game, and our guys deserved it.
That's right. Super. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let's go to the band.
Coach,
go to the band.
Coach, hold on a second.
It was right after the Northwestern game, and I'm being interviewed, and my first thought and the team's first thought is go down and celebrate with the band. The core way that you approach the team was, we are SC, and we're different, and we have to act at the highest level.
John Robinson, in my opinion, is like your favorite uncle. He isn't a screamer and hollerer. He just, sits and observes and then makes his decisions. He's not an in-your-face coach.
I think Art Bartner is responsible for the glue that kind of holds this university together. I think the connection between the band and football are people like Art Bartner and Marv Gu and others that have made that happen.
So there was that moment of glory, but on either side of that, it was gloom and doom. One of the greatest traditions is his relationship with the football team, jock rallies.
And about 1970, I know Art Bartner was around. He was always around the football, and he was really enthusiastic. And the team lined up, and they lined up that one day on Friday afternoon, and all of a sudden, the team went down in the locker room, and I says, hell, we got to change something here. We got to start something going here. I said, Bartner, get your troops and come on downstairs. So he got his guys, come down, there must have been 30 of them, went downstairs in the old gym, and we start playing, fight on, and we had the best damn rally you've ever seen.
I'm a very stubborn, determined guy, and I'm not going to let this fade away, because I believe that nothing lasts forever, and this team's going to come back.
Carroll hired even after Trojan Nation rose up Thursday and loudly denounced the
Urban
move
Meyer,
fax
Nick
and email.
Saban type of big name college coach.
Wasn't he at New England? Didn't he get fired? Huh.
And Pete Carroll, the story goes, met with Marv, and Marv Goose said, you got to go talk to Art Bartner.
Well, yeah, Art inspired everyone. You had to put up with him roaring all the days across the campus. So many times we used him to inspire us with our rallies, the Friday before the games. I mean, on and on and on. It was the spirit of the band too that was connected to our performance, and like the big game at Notre Dame. The night we won at the end of the game.
Leonard on fourth down, in the pocket, goes down the sideline. It's caught.
That with 80,000 people screaming and going crazy to try to get us to lose, the band stood out. You could tell that they were there down there in the corner and they were doing their thing.
Leonard going to try to sneak it ahead. Touchdown, SC!
They were with us the whole way, and when we won that game in particular, you could hear nothing but them, and the way they responded and were just there in great fashion was classic.
I had already started to think about retiring, and part of my thought process was, I want to go to one more Rose Bowl. I've done this 16 times, and wouldn't it be great to go to one more Rose Bowl?
I love when it just pops up in my memories and it's just me screaming as the ball kicks.
It's difficult to describe in words. All that comes to mind is just images. It's the sea of cardinal and gold. It's the heart racing. It's hearing the fans behind us erupt. It's blurred vision, tears well up in your eyes. It's just emotion.
Now, the fun part of the parade, well, the most important part is when you go by the television station. And I want the world to hear our fight song. I remember it was a very upbeat first half. Sam Darnold was hitting all his receivers.
10. And Adoree Jackson to the backfield, goes in motion. Darnold winds and throws over the middle. It's a touchdown. Looked like he was going to run it, but he threw it at the last second. Deontay Burnett was there for the score.
First half was great. Second half starting to get a little tight, but the band, we didn't give up.
Try to bring some pressure. McSorley steps up, takes a downfield shot for Godwin, who makes a catch and will scamper for a touchdown.
It became quiet, except for our section. It was thunder the entire game.
Darnold delivers on the slant, batted up, intercepted. Forced and goal. McSorley running all the way, cuts it back and barrels in. And Penn State builds more momentum and stretches the lead to a couple touchdowns.
We keep playing tribute to Troy. We play fight on when our offense is coming out. And the philosophy is that what we have are these great fight songs. And the hope is the game will eventually turn around. And lo and behold, the game starts to turn around.
Drifts back to pass, steps up in the pocket, throws over the middle. It's complete in the end zone. It's touchdown, USC. Deontay Burnett with his third touchdown catch of the game, and the Trojans are within an extra point of tying the game.
To watch the second half of that game was essentially to watch a football movie. It was to see the team decide that we will do this.
Seconds remaining on a 3rd and 9. Makes the handoff to Barkley. Back to pass. Winds and throws long. It is intercepted by McQuaid. Return to the 45, the 50, the 45, the 40. Out of bounds inside the Penn State 40. And around the 35-yard line.
We kept going, and each time the team scored a point to get back, everyone just felt like there was hope again.
USC wins it.
It was just unbelievable. That game is just something that, just those memories. I mean, I was crying at the end of it when we actually won.
We're standing just to the right of the goal post, and I'm on the ladder, and you're just watching the ball leave, and you're just watching it. And it's like slow motion. And then you go,
USC wins it.
we won. And the crowd just erupts, and the band erupts, and everybody's high-fiving each other. But now I focus, remember, now I can't be celebrating because I still have a job to do. And that's the play conquest for this team. What you learn as being a member of the Trojan football team and being a member of the Trojan marching band, you learn to accept these great, exciting, memorable moments, and you get to learn to accept adversity. And I can remember watching Vince Young from Texas run around the right end and score the winning touchdown and beating maybe one of the best USC teams of all time. So I was standing in the same spot, having experience from as glorious a moment as you can experience in a Trojan football game to the most negative, depressing moment. But the message to these kids, life goes on. You have to address, adversity and learn from it. But life is not full of these great moments. You have to balance the two out, I believe, to have a successful life. Even though they were two different bands, but there were still, two different elements of life that we all have to go through. Before we start, I just want to tell you a little bit about this football team. Here, this team finds out yesterday, just like you guys, that their season has been canceled. Whatever the coaches hand us, we're going to continue this. We're going to be prepared. I always feel that if it's good enough for the football team, it's good enough for the band.
Bless his heart. He certainly wasn't prepared to end his career staring into a laptop. But he took it in stride, and he still pretended as if he was conducting a 300-piece marching band.
2020, which was to be my final football season, I had it all planned out, a great celebratory gala, homecoming, bringing back all the band alumni, and the pandemic set in.
Who's gonna beat the Sun Devils?
Trojans beat the Sun Devils.
And from the middle of March to probably for the rest of the year, we have been virtually keeping the Trojan marching band together.
Let's have some tribute to Troy to kick it off.
Remember, stand tall, stand proud, because we're Trojans!
We're gonna do some singing. Woohoo! All right? Yay!
We get to the finish line, they tell me I've won the position, and I was like, yeah! And then I couldn't tell anybody. And I had to just sit on it for a couple of weeks before they finally came in and told the staff all together. And again, this is in Zoom and it is what it is. It's the evening, I'm settling in for bed and it's, the lights are out, I'm waiting to fall asleep and just the thoughts are running through my mind. What is the 10th Notre Dame trip gonna be like under the directorship? Or what's my 10-year anniversary with the program gonna look like? I've already done a decade with the band, what's the next one gonna be? And those are the really exciting times because then I get to think about, those are the moments where I will see the work along the way and I'll see the changes and I'll feel it, and that's really exciting. You have a responsibility to the Trojan family. And you want people to know, coming back to Trojan football, the things they're gonna want to have consistent are going to be the football team and the band. And the team's gonna do what the team's gonna do, but whatever that is, we have to be right behind it.
What advice do I have for Jake? be yourself. Don't try to be me. Don't try to be William D. Ravelli. That would be my advice. Just be yourself. I hope, number one, that he will keep the traditions that have made this band famous, and then he will gradually turn it into his band.
We're the USC Flute section, and you're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you for your support, and fight on.
All right, we're coming back at you live from the Lion Center. Everyone say hi to Tiny Funko Brett. Little Brett coming in here. It's always good to see him. Okay. Well, that was fun. It was a great time to check in and watch Dr. Bartner's documentary. I hope you all enjoyed it. Casey and I were just commenting just how nice it was, right, Casey? You enjoyed it?
I sure did.
Yeah, you didn't get to see it last year, right?
No, I did not.
No, you did not. Casey, unfortunately, was packing up all of his gear after last year's Streamathon while I was watching that film over at the film school. So it was exciting to watch it with KC. All right, but we're here for a funds update. Let's see how we're doing on the funds. All right, so Casey, can you go ahead and refresh? Let's get a refresh. All right, let's see where we're at. Right now, $3,376, 24 donors. Yeehaw! Looky there. All right, so we're slowly but surely, we're clicking up. But see, I know right now it's 9 o'clock. People are starting to get into work. They're starting to get there, get on the computer. So remember, folks, hop on, please. Set the computer. Just set it, forget it. Let the Streamathon run. We've got a lot of great content coming your way as we get sort of into the meat, into the guts of the day here. But really, folks, we really want to get this overall number up because remember, we have these benchmark challenges from our alumni, thanks to the generosity of the Lichtmans, Craig Steele, Sue Wright, and anonymous donors. We really want to take advantage. We don't want to leave that money on the table, folks. So let's get after it. Let's get after each other, and let's really support these students to travel throughout the country. All right, so KC, we've got a minute right now. Why don't you hop into that chat and let me know if there's any questions or any requests along the YouTube world. Let's see what we got.
We have a request for a birthday shout-out.
A birthday shout-out? Whose birthday is it?
It is Troy Mullen's 30th birthday.
Troy Mullins. Who made the request?
That would be Joan Mullins.
Joan, his mother. All right, so here we go. So, Troy, happy birthday. All right, here we go. What do we got next, Casey? What else do we got going on here? Not a day over 23, that Troy Mullins.
We got a question in chat. Will the TMB go to any Big Ten games this year?
Are we going to any Big Ten games? Didn't I say we're going to them all?
You sure did. I just think it bears repeating from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, check the receipts on that one. But folks, yeah, we are making our way. We are making our way to each of the games this year, so you can catch the full band. LSU. That's at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. If you haven't checked it out yet, if you're in the TMBAA, you should have received a notification, and we'll push this out broadband in the near future as well. But for that LSU game, we're actually staying at the Palms Casino, and the Palms is doing a killer job. They're going to have the band's name and lights. They're letting us pull right up to the front door, and we're going to host, this is the day before the game, that Saturday, at 2 in the afternoon, this killer poolside rally to get excited for the game. So we're going to have the full band, everybody there playing poolside, but we have discounted rates for the hotel. And here's the really cool part. Casey, are you ready to hear the really cool part?
I sure am.
The cool part about us staying at the Palms is not only are we getting a reduced rate on the rooms, they are not charging us resort fees. How cool is that? You all know
that's very cool.
Yeah, it's way cool. They're not charging resort fees, and using our link, using our promo code, every person who books through that link, all of the revenue that comes in through that link, the Palms is giving us 10% of that revenue back as fundraising commission to the band. How does that sound, Casey?
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it sounds way good.
That sounds like a sweetheart deal.
It is a sweet deal. And, oh, you said sweetheart deal.
That's right.
That's right, sweetheart deal. And not only are we getting commission back on the rooms, but at that pep rally, we're getting commission back on food and beverage. And then the day of the game, if you can't get tickets to the game, all right, the Palms is hosting a game watch party. And what I love about this is we don't have to do anything. There's no work on the band. It's the Palms is hosting a game watching party, very reasonably priced, but all of that ticket revenue for that party commissions to the band. There's a 10% commission on food and beverage for that party back to the band. So if you want to go to Vegas and stay at the hotel with the band, if you want to see this rally, if you want to experience the full immersive Spirit of Troy experience and have your money go farther, it's cheaper. Part of it goes to the band. In my opinion, that is a win-win-win situation. And now I know what you're asking yourself, but Jake, it's like over a mile. I don't want to hike a mile from the Palms to Allegiant, right? That sounds crazy on a Labor Day sunny day. The Palms is running a shuttle. They have a free shuttle that's looping all day from the casino to Allegiant, back and forth, so you can very easily make your way to the stadium at no cost to you to get to and from the stadium. So it's really exciting. They're doing a phenomenal job at taking care of the band, taking care of our alumni, parents, families. So yeah, if you haven't made your Vegas accommodations yet, just hold off. And if you're in the parents loop, I think Bonnie has sent that information out. The TMBAA, I know, has sent it out. But we'll make that a bit more broadband in the coming weeks here so you can get yourself set up. All right, what other questions do we have, Casey, coming in from the chat?
We have a lot of love in chat for Tiny Brett.
Yeah, Tiny Brett, listen.
Tiny Brett's a great addition to the stream, I think.
I've met a lot of Bretts in my day, but I think Tiny Brett is up there for sure. All right, do we have any other comments, questions?
That's it for now. Just a lot of Trojan love coming from the Trojan family.
I love it. You know what? And that's what's important. I think a lot of times, especially in the internet world, right? We forget, that support comes in a lot of ways. And I know today that we're really hot on sort of financial and fiscal help with the band in supporting our travel, but I think it's important that we're supportive of each other in our ventures and what we're doing. And that's the great thing about the Spirit of Troy is what do? We offer an outlet for students to continue their music education, their exploration of the arts, and participate and support the university in a real unique way. And I think all of the activities around the end of the year are a true testament to the wonderful students and the quality of the program that we have going on here. So I'm thrilled every single time we get a chance to talk about it. All right, how many donors we have? We've had some activity. Go ahead and scroll down. Ooh, we are almost to $4,000. Woo! Here we go. 28 donors. All right, let's see, folks. Come on. Let's get 40 donors before 10 a.m. Hop in there. Let's see if we can do it. All right, let's go ahead and answer some questions from the internet if we can. So these are from social media, Twitter and such. If you have a question that you'd like answered throughout today, feel free to either hop it into our YouTube chat. I believe there's a form you can fill out once you've made a donation. If you want to, on the shout out on the donation, if you want to go ahead and just put a question there, we'll scope that out, check it too. But just any way to keep you all involved, we're really excited about it. This is a tweet from Ashley, the most memorable collaboration. We were spitfiring some ideas about this on the in-between. And I think for me, I'm going to lean on Alan Silvestri on this one for this fun collaboration.
That's a great choice.
It's a phenomenal choice. Now, Alan, he conducted a high school band day for us a few years back, but then in 2019, we did a Marvel themed halftime show in celebration of Avengers Endgame, where we had half the band evaporated and then we put them right back on the field. But that's when we filmed that footage with Alan in the documentary. I got to meet with him and interview him for that. But what was really great is that he came to my office and he was so interested in seeing the setup and seeing how it is that I put these arrangements together. And he was very impressed ultimately with the quality of the arrangements, and he was very involved in rehearsal and in the process. And he and his staff were just wonderful at getting me, examples of the sheet music and examples from the various film scores we were pulling from. So it was really, really a neat artistic collaboration, and there were no barriers, no gatekeeping. So that was really phenomenal. All right, that'll cover our questions for now. We've got some more pre-programmed elements for you. So we heard a little bit about Dr. Bartner's history, but now what we're going to do is we were filming a segment, and the segment we were filming took us to the high desert. And if you know anything about my past, my history is I grew up in the high desert. And so we took advantage of the opportunity to kind of take a tour of the different musical venues that had an impact on my childhood musical upbringing. So please enjoy. This is a tour of my hometown, my schools, the church I went to, and all these different places where I sort of learned to make music as a youth. So here is Jake's Hesperia exploration. Fight on.
We're the USC Horns, and you're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Fight on.
All right, so we're here in the high desert. And if you don't know anything about the high desert, there's a couple of things you should know. In the Inland Empire, elevation, I think, is around 3,000 feet. And so with that, you get a very interesting climate up here, because what you have it's a desert, so it's very dry, very arid. Okay, not a lot of rain or anything of that sort. But you also get, because of the elevation, you get these very, very cold winters, very cold. And it was not uncommon for me in my youth to experience snow days. We would have them. I know it seems strange to think about. You're in Southern California. You're not in the mountains. I don't know if you can really see in the background shots. But it's flat. It's a desert. I mean, there's some hills. You can see the mountains behind us and around us. But it's not, certainly not a mountainous region. And so sure, you're in Southern California, but it's not Big Bear, it's not Wrightwood or Crestline. But we would still have these snow days where we would get maybe a couple few inches, maybe a foot of snow if we were lucky. But living in this area, it was really exciting as a kid, because you did have this weather, these seasons, but just a lot of this open land. And so boredom as a child was accompanied with exploration, right? There wasn't time, or there weren't activities to keep you immediately entertained all the time. And so, where it'd be easy, maybe if you were, and you're in a more urban area, you could very easily maybe walk to a bowling alley as a kid, or ride your bike maybe to the mall. We did have a mall, and I did spend a lot of time there, but the mall, it's a 30-minute drive across town, just along Main Street. Or we did a few times, you would take the bus all the way across town, but it wasn't not easy to get to by any stretch, and not really something when you're a teenager you're going to go do by yourself. So because of the area and where I was, you really had to kind of entertain yourself. And growing up, we didn't have streaming, we didn't have video on demand in the same way we do now. And so sure, maybe you would throw the TV on, but wouldn't be that maybe it's the 10th time you're going to watch Shawshank Redemption in the week. You didn't want to watch it, or you just didn't want to watch The Price is Right or whatever was going on. And so boredom necessitated activity. You found things to do. And I know a lot of folks be like, oh, back in my day we played outside when I was a kid. And I did. My brother and I played outside a lot. We'd play catch, or we'd shoot hoops in the driveway, ride our bikes, cruise around, do whatever. But really, that time and a little bit of technology is what really allowed me to develop musically as a musician. So I was able to spend time learning chords and harmony on my little Yamaha keyboard. Or I had an early version of Finale. I could spend time on the computer practicing learning Finale, how to notate music. And so I developed hobbies around music in addition to just playing. I played trumpet, I played French horn, I played drums, I was doing all of that, but it was the ancillary things around music that really propelled my career to where it was, to where we were going. And so kind of that, you know, boredom and space necessitated activity and allowed for sort of free time development. So right now, take a little musical tour of the areas here, or the places that really impacted my musical upbringing. And so we'll start at my house, and then maybe we'll make our way to, we'll be able to see my elementary school and high school are actually right next to each other. And we can see my junior high school, which was very important because junior high is when I made some pretty significant musical strides, decisions. And we'll see the high school. We'll see my family church, the church I grew up in, and I played a lot there. That was very formative to my musical upbringing, my musical experience. But this is kind of a neat little retrospective we're doing. So stay tuned. We'll have a good time. Welcome, everybody. So we're up here in the high desert. We're in Hesperia, California. And we thought it'd be fun to sort of take a look back at the areas in the town that sort of had an impact on my musical upbringing. So this is my childhood home. This is where I grew up, right here in this house. Actually, if you look over at that window, the corner, that's my bedroom window. Of course, it's no longer a bedroom. I mean, it's still a bedroom, but there's no bed in there. The computer's still in there. It was also the computer room. Remember that in the 90s? You had a dedicated room for the computer. It was this very religious place. You had to go do the computer. But so that was my bedroom, and that was important. There's 2 windows in there, and it doesn't seem like that really matters all that much. But the 2 windows being in that corner of the house and having the computer in there was really impactful for kind of my, we'll call it my musical boredom. And so what I was talking about earlier, and things I always like to discuss, is when you look around at where I grew up, you see there's really not a lot here in terms of entertaining children, right? Sure, we have the mini golf course, we have the bowling alley, but I didn't have a car when I'm 12. How am I going to get over there? That's an hour-and-a-half bicycle ride. I'm not going to go do that, let alone I don't have money to go bowling. And so there were a lot of days where we didn't have anything to do. How was I going to entertain myself? And music became that form of entertainment. So a lot of times I would sit in my room and just kind of look out the windows and see what's going on. That side of the house way over yonder, there's houses there now. You see the palm trees and the nice foliage going on, but there was nothing there. That was an open field. So I could just look out the window and gaze out really kind of into nothingness. And that boredom, really motivated me to learn more about music. And so 2 things that really were impactful. Number 1, being in the corner, my brother's room was right here. So he would be jamming on his drum set in this front room. And then I could be playing my trumpet, sort of playing out away from him. And we could make that music separately, but at the same time. But then also I had this Yamaha keyboard. And that's really where I learned chords, because there's a little window on it. And if you played a chord, or you played a note, it would tell you what that chord would be. It would show you. So that's how I learned C major was C, E, G, or D major, D, F sharp, A. And sure, I could have maybe gone online, or I could have found a music theory textbook, but I had this very tactile experience where I could play the chord, look at the chord. So this is fun. If you look up at the road, this street, so you can imagine me being a kid ripping down that hill on a bicycle, would be a pretty grand old time. Actually, it might be fun. Maybe I'll grab a bicycle out of the garage, Brett, and you can film me coming down the hill. But that tactile keyboard, being able to play the harmony and work with the harmony live, and sort of experience it, that really internalized the keyboards in my mind. And so we'll go look at my childhood church here in a minute. But when you go and you look at that church, that's where I played a lot of keyboards for church, trumpet and keyboard. And so that's where I really developed kind of that harmonic sense of song structure, how songs are put together, how to play them. But then also in that room, I said my room was the computer room. That meant my room was a very public place, so very sociable. So everyone in the family was always coming in and out of my room to kind of get at whatever was going on the computer. But I had Finale, I had that music notation software. And even though I didn't know that I would be arranging as a career or composing as part of my career, I certainly developed those skills on the software and that curiosity from just spending probably hours trying to write a brass quintet or trying to arrange the Danny Elfman 1989 Batman theme music, where nowadays I could probably crank it out in a half hour or so. I just spent days and days and hours just tinkering. And it's that musical tinkering from that boredom with not really anything else to do to entertain me formally. It was really integral to my musical upbringing. So childhood home, mom and dad aren't here, otherwise we'd interview them. They're out cruising around. But yeah, this is home, and we'll go see the schools, the church. We'll just see all these spots that had this major impact on my musical upbringing. Fight on. All right, so we're here outside of Lime Street Elementary. Now, this was my second elementary school. When I was in the middle of second grade, we moved across town. One side of the town to the other, and I switched elementary schools, but it was here at Lime Street that I began my music education. And so I was in the 4th grade. My brother really wanted to play trumpet. So my brother had played trumpet, and he was really interested in playing music with my dad at church. And the other piece of that is my dad played trumpet in the church. My brother would play along with him. So in 3rd grade, when my brother was in 3rd grade, he's like, I want to do music. And so when I was in 4th grade at that time, I said, well, I want to do something too. Well, my brother had a trumpet. We didn't have another trumpet for me to use. And so I had an option. I could either play clarinet, which my cousin had, or I could wait a few weeks, months potentially, while we had our violin repaired. And so looking at the two, I was impatient, obviously. And so I said, no thank you to the violin, and I picked up the clarinet. And so brought the clarinet here, started taking band class here. And it was really here that sort of that curiosity and excitement about music started to kick in. One benefit of it was you got to leave class. So in the middle of the day, they'd come and take you out of class to go take you to your music lessons. But it was that coupled with learning about the instruments. And then my brother struggled a little bit with learning the trumpet fingerings. He could make a sound, he was great, but the fingerings, a lot of times I would help him, but that was exciting for me. I liked writing in the fingerings and doing that. And so I would do that for him, with myself. I made a lot of my lifelong friends that carried from here through junior high, through high school. We played in band together here at this school. So this is Lime Street Elementary. This is where it all began. So we're going to keep touring around. We're going to visit the junior high, we'll visit the high school, and we will visit the church where I played a lot of music. All right, let's keep going. So we're here, behind me is Ranchito Middle School. And this fairly innocuous stretch of street and asphalt and sidewalk seems, not important by any stretch of the imagination. But when you pan over and you look at this stretch of parking lot right here, this was the very first parking lot where I took my very first steps as a member of a marching band. You see, Ranchito Middle School had a marching band program. And although we didn't do field shows, we didn't do winter guard, winter drumline, anything of that nature, we would don the uniforms once or twice a year to then participate across town at the high school to do the high school sit-in. But more importantly, we marched in the Hesperia Days Parade. If you know me, I love parades. I love going to parades. I love being in parades. It's one of my favorite things to do in the world, is just be a part of a parade. And so here was the first spot where I took my very first steps in a uniform that was much too large for me, but this is where it was. Now, at Ranchito Middle School, I came in from elementary school playing clarinet. And it's funny, we've interviewed Barney, we've interviewed Rob, all these clarinet players. Brett played clarinet for a stretch as well. But I played clarinet in elementary school. I was the worst clarinet player ever. It was just absolutely dreadful, couldn't play clarinet. And so when I got here, I was not good enough to make the advanced band. Shocking. But because of my schedule, and I was in, I think, ASB and some other honors courses, the only band that was available to me was this last period of the day, sort of like a catch-all beginning band, so to speak. So I was too good for that band in terms of being a beginning band player. I knew music too well, but I wasn't good enough to make the other ensembles. So here I was in this band and sort of talking about this sort of musical boredom and just how do I keep myself engaged and entertained. Well, at the same time, my brother, who was in elementary school, switches from trumpet to percussion. He wanted to learn drums. he got tired of playing trumpet. So me in this class, I said, well, maybe I'll try my hand at trumpet. And so I started playing the trumpet just on a whim on a Friday. It was a test day. I think I played Good King Wenceslas, but I knew the fingerings because I used to write them in for my brother. So I just picked up the trumpet. I also dabbled in French horn in that class a little bit, but that sort of went away. I didn't get back into horn until high school. But really it was here that I made that switch from clarinet over to brass, and I found that I really had an acuity for the brass instruments, and that really hung, that really connected for me. And so having that ability, really that freedom, because if I had made the intermediate band, the advanced band, I probably would have stuck clarinet out all the way through. And would I be where I am playing clarinet? Some ways yes, but maybe some ways no. But sort of living that flexibility, knowing that not on a whim, but I had the option to pursue other musical ideas, was really started here as part of my junior high education. And that was my band teacher, that was Miss Ingram. Miss Ingram's son Dave and I were in the same grade. Dave teaches elementary music still here in the high desert. But really this road is where I took those first marching steps, and I'm still doing marching band to this day. So it's just very, very important to me. I was drum major here for a year. I got to spin a military baton, but I was drum major on a technicality because I came in second place in drum major auditions, but then the kid who beat me, he transferred schools, and so he left, so I became drum major de facto, I guess you could say. But that sort of kick-started sort of leadership within the band and being a part of the band. But this is a great place, a lot of wonderful memories here. A very peculiar thing, for 8th grade graduation, they had us form a giant line, and we all shook each other's hands. It took like an hour, and we all went person by person, shaking hands of people we'd never talk to or would never ever see again. But it was very fun, very exciting, very emotional. But this is it. This is really what put that stamp of marching band in my DNA. So let's keep on our Vogel musical tour. Let's keep going. All right, so we're here in my childhood church, the home church here. It's actually 2 buildings now. The original building is across the way. If you peek out the window, you can see the side of it. But that's the original church building out there. This building we're in now was constructed, I think, around the time I was in junior high or high school. I don't quite remember the year, but fairly, maybe 20, 25-year-old building around that time. But if you look over here, the church was established in 1966, Faith Lutheran Church. These are all the charter members. Now, I was not alive in 1966. Shocking, I know. But if you look right here, we found it, we lost it. Right there. Mr. and Mrs. Kenneth Vogel, Filane, that's my grandmother, Lynn, Craig, my aunt and uncle, and then my father, Wayne, that's my dad. So he was just a wee tyke when this church was built, but as a family, we've been involved in this church for years and years and years. My dad actually played trumpet for the church for a long time, and that kind of is what got us into doing music as kids. My brother here, follow me, we'll kind of look in the sanctuary. My brother actually got into it first. He wanted to play trumpet with my dad, and so he would stand with my dad in the old sanctuary playing a toy trumpet while my dad played real trumpet. And he got into that, then he started taking music at school in the 3rd grade. So in the 4th grade, this grade I was in, I started playing music as well, and I picked up the clarinet. Well, then as we got into junior high, I switched over to trumpet. My brother then switched to percussion. But along that path through that trajectory, we built this new sanctuary, and with it came sort of like the contemporary church music idea. What were we going to do to sort of hip and enliven the music that we had going on? And so what we did is my brother played drums. He played drum set, and this is when I learned keyboards. And so I started playing keyboards in these church services. Now, my involvement in church music is informative from a performance aspect, but also in terms of music theory and understanding music academically. Because when I told my dad, hey, I want to start playing trumpet in church, he said, okay, and he sat me down at the kitchen table and gave me the hymnal and said, if you want to play, you need to learn how to transpose. You have to understand how to transpose from the hymnal into the trumpet book. And he wouldn't let me leave the table until I understood what that B-flat transposition was. Now I just live in that world. It's second nature. But really that to me is where it imparted in my mind that music wasn't just something you did, but there was also academic integrity to it as well. You needed to learn about it, not just do it. And so simultaneously, I learned the trumpet, started playing trumpet in church, but then I started learning, not very elaborate keyboard technique, but I started learning enough keyboard technique and learning my chords where I could vamp and play changes. And so that really, I spent days and days and days, years of my life sitting at that electric piano. At the time, the organist, Marilyn, her organ was right here where the drum set was, and the drum set was actually up against the back wall. And for a long time, it was an electric drum kit. But this cave, gosh, if I had $1 for every moment I was in kind of this alcove, I'd have a whole bunch of dollars. I'd have at least $3 billion. But that was it. It was my brother sitting there, Marilyn on the organ, me on the keyboard, and the three of us, we really provided that contemporary music. And then another family joined the church, and they had sons who were the same age as my brother and I, and they were bass players, guitar players. So then we were able to sort of put together a whole band, as it were, here in this alcove. And then the pulpit, the altar, the pulpit's over there, the altar, all of these rails were moved. So then we realized we could, like we do for the Christmas program, we could put on full-blown sort of like worship rock concerts in here as well. And so we'd pull the rails off, we'd run a snake back to the board, and we had this whole setup where we'd put on these concerts, and the pastor would reach out to different youth communities, and we'd have this place filled, usually with kids, like 10-year-old kids maybe were the youngest up through high school, and they would come to watch and attend the service. So that's when it was very important for me to be able to experience music in those different ways. A lot of times for those concerts, I'd play guitar, keyboards here for the church services. Sometimes I'd play trumpet. A lot of funerals, my dad and I would play when the saints go marching in. It was kind of, people loved it. It was a request they always made. But this place, of all the places in my musical upbringing, this is probably the most important because my mom worked here. She was the church secretary for probably more than 20 years. But she was the secretary here, and so we would decorate the church for Christmas, or we would help her fold bulletins if there was a lot to do. But I would practice here. I recorded my audition tapes in this sanctuary for college. So this place really had a major impact on my musical upbringing, and discovering that a support system goes beyond what you have at home. My mom was super supportive. My dad, my brother was in music with me, but I'd be able to come here and make music and have people listen to it and appreciate it, and at times provide that criticism and allow me to make mistakes. Great example was the groundbreaking ceremony for this building. I was playing trumpet with the organist, and we're outside about to play, but I asked her what key, she asked me, what key are you playing in? And I told her the key for my trumpet part. And I said G. But G in trumpet, it means F in concert. And so she started playing in G, but I was trying to also play in F, so I had to just stand there and not play for the whole groundbreaking because I wasn't thinking things through. I wasn't really paying attention to how the questions were being asked. So able to make big mistakes here, but also able to grow and develop musically. So this is the church. I'm sorry the chairs are blue. I didn't pick the color. I think at the time we were going for either blue or green, so we were going to catch it either way. But just a great place to grow up as a kid, to develop in my musicianship, and I'm just happy to share it with you. So let's keep going on this great musical adventure. Fight on. All right, to sort of wrap up our adventure in Hesperia, California, behind me is beautiful Sultana High School. There it is. This is where I went to high school. At the time, the school was less than a decade old when I started attending here, so it was very new, very exciting, very fresh, very fun. But this is really where a lot of my maybe formal classical music training really got set in stone, and kind of my path was decided. That's where I decided what I was going to do. So while I was here, as I mentioned before, I picked up trumpet in junior high. I got here. I was the trumpet section leader by my sophomore year. So the end of my freshman year of high school band, the band director was like, all right, you're in charge, take the reins and run this trumpet section. And so I was section leader, first chair, all of that very quickly. I was drum major my senior year, and it was during that time as drum major that I decided to try my hand at French horn. I tried that for 2 reasons. 1, I thought I'd get more scholarship money by being a French horn player, and 2, I was just, again, bored musically. I wanted something to do, and as drum major, I just waved my hands a lot. I didn't have a lot to do. And so I picked up horn. I auditioned on horn at the various universities I was auditioning for. Also in my time here, that's where my love of percussion really kicked on, because I realized that I could do the winter drum line, the spring line, even though I was a brass player. That thought never occurred to me. And so while I was here, that's where I marched bass drum, I marched tenor drums, and I really started to develop those rudimental percussion chops alongside my brother. And it was great because we just chop out at home and have a grand old time. But really more importantly, at the school, is I took theater classes. And the theater department is probably more responsible for me and what I am today than anything else I sort of did while I was here. And so I was taking theater classes. My drama teacher, that was Mr. Grable, Darren Grable, and he was great because he was very supportive of the stuff I did in marching band, but it was just a great classroom environment, great teacher, let us really operate our own time, our own schedules. And so while I was with him in what we were doing here, the theater classes, I did my first play my sophomore year, or my freshman year. My sophomore year, I didn't really do the play because I did spring drumline. My junior year, I did the play, and then my senior year, I had to choose, was I gonna do the play or was I gonna do spring line? Well, I knew I was gonna get a spot on quads, on tenor drums, so I did the drumline. Well, having done the drumline, then auditioning on music, I was still applying to colleges, some of which I was applying to be a theater major. I really wanted to be an actor. I wanted to go out there and see my name in lights and be this big Hollywood star. That didn't really happen, although I do direct Hollywood's band. But I was talking to him about it, and he's like, how's the college application process going? I said, oh, it's great. I'm applying here for this, here for that, and here for theater. He goes, why are you applying for theater? I go, well, I want to do this. He's like, you should do music. Every time you have a choice, this or music, you pick music. This or music, you pick music. It's like, why would you do anything else? This is what you're good at. This is what your passion is. And that sort of, curt, abrupt honesty gave me the kick in the butt I needed to realize that, yes, I do love theater. I love that segment of the arts community, but I always did choose music. And so if it weren't for him sort of spearheading me into it, I don't think I would have pursued music as I did. My music teacher here, Chris Fernandez, she was great. She was willing to let me frack it out on French horn and be the worst French horn player for a year to figure that out. But she herself was a French horn player. And so she had great advice for me on the horn, and she was a wonderful resource. But the two of them really, my music teacher, my drama teacher, set me on this path to pursue music education. And so I really owe a lot to them and what they did. So this has been kind of a little abrupt behind the scenes look at my musical, the places of musical impact here in the high desert. And I hope you enjoyed seeing a little bit behind the scenes, behind the curtain of my musical upbringing and the places that really had an impact on that. So take care, fight on.
Hi, I'm Marilyn. And I'm Declan. Thanks for watching the Streamathon. Donate to the band. No amount is too small. And my dad is the band director.
All right, we're back live. Oh man, what a time to be alive. All right, so let's jump on in. A big shout out to my kids. You heard them? Donate. You heard. Here we go. I'm coming after you. You heard what the kids said. Donate to the band and fight on. All right.
That was a long fight on, by the way.
It is. You know what's funny? There was no coaching on that. I just said, say fight on, and they went long.
So speaking of Dr. Bartner, do you know how he would coach that moment?
No.
It's fight on. Roll a C.
I do remember. Yeah. What a time to be alive. All right, let's get a funds update. Refresh that page, KC. Let's see what we got cooking. Cooking with gas. Here we go. All right. Hashtag Trojans together. All right. $4,876, 39 donors. All right, folks, we got 5 more minutes to hit that 40 donor mark. So let's see if we can get it done. 40 donors before 10 a.m. It's important. Get out there, get on there. Tell your friends. Shoot them a text message. Say, hey, Janet, I know we haven't talked since we graduated high school 20 years ago, but you know what? I think you should give to the band. I know you don't know anything about them, but here, learn all about it and watch on the Streamathon. Thanks and fight on. But yeah, let's get after it, folks. We're so close. We're just one. There we. Oh, it happened. Oh,
It
Casey,
happened
I saw it happen
Let's
live
go.
on the screen. Oh, my heart is palpitating. All right. So
you
now,
want to take a look at the alumni challenge and see who's ahead?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Before we do that, I just want to point out. I was giving you I was grilling y'all about the 40 donors. Well, now I'm going to grill you. We're $74 short of $5,000, folks. We are right there on the precipice of hitting $5,000. So get after it. We need a couple more donors. So thank you, whoever took us over 40, but everyone else, get out there, get on Janet, and let's get to that $5,000 mark. All right, let's check out the alumni challenges. Let's scroll on down. Who's ahead? Who's ahead? Is it, of course,
let's go.
The Trumpets followed. Really, I mean, it's less than 50% behind by the
Shout outs to Gretchen Heffler in the chat, getting the Trumpets all riled up.
You know what, though? But listen, I don't want to say it's easier for the Trumpets, because if you kick a tree, a trumpet player is going to fall out. Hell, I played trumpet for a minute, right? Mellophones, though, that's a rare breed. That's a real unique oddity to get out there. So I'm still pretty impressed. Who else is out there causing a scene? See what I'm saying? Look, it took the Trumpets 7 donors to do what the Horns did in 3.
The results speak for themselves.
Well, Casey's right. The check clears how the check clears. All right, so the Trumpets are up. Now, I'm no mathematician, but the Trumpets are covering, a little over a quarter of the funds overall right now, right?
That seems to be the stink of it.
The stink of it. All right, well, Trumpets, good job. Get after it. Drumline, I know there's a bunch of you out there, all right? So get on there. Flutes, there's a ton of flutes. Look at that. The tenors and horns bringing up 2nd and 3rd place. Two of the smallest sections per capita in the band. But very involved, very involved. Let me do some alumni shout-outs to the horn section. Jovan, I miss you. It's great to hear from you. Janine, thanks for texting me this morning. Great to hear from you. And then on the tenor sax side, who we got? Hector, I see you in the chat. Thanks for getting involved. Really appreciate it. And Steve Ortiz, I'm sure there's some event going on with Steve in the Streamathon. So Steve, thanks for all you do for us. All right, so there's some alumni shout-outs on what's going on. So right now, Casey and I have a very fun activity planned for you. It was going to involve Brett, so we'll just have to involve teeny tiny Brett here. And what we have going on. So we got teeny tiny Brett. But what we're going to do is we're going to do a rock chart bracket. We're going to do a 16 rock chart bracket. Casey, pull up the bracket. Hit it.
Here we go.
Here we go. There's the bracket with the picture-in-picture. All right, so we have a 16-team rock chart bracket. We seeded these based on the number of plays on Spotify. Now, you would think that would, maybe be a touch more advantageous to things that are more modern, but what's peculiar is that in doing the math, it was actually the Offspring have a lot of Spotify plays. So
they sure do.
They sure do. So it's an interesting metric to say the least. So here's how this is going to work. We're gonna discuss these rock charts in pairs, and then by the end of this discussion, folks, we're gonna have a rock chart champion based out there. If you disagree, if you think Casey and I's assessment is wrong, well, you don't have
too bad.
Yeah, too bad. You don't have a microphone. But get in that chat. Let us know what we're messing up. If you're all about Frankenstein and I want to see it in the chat, get involved. Let's hear it out there. Now, we're gonna discuss it. If Casey and I cannot come to an amicable agreement, we have a tiebreaker in the room. Our student online. Everyone say hi to Eva McMillan.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear Eva? Are we getting her audio? We got her audio. Say, Eva, just to kick this off, what's one of your favorite rock charts that you enjoy?
See, that's such a tough question. I don't even know if it technically counts. My favorite chart always to play is Tusk.
Well, it does count. It's coming up.
That sure does.
It sure does. It counts. All right, so we're going to get to it. Eva, you ready to be the tiebreaker?
I'm so ready.
Okay, KC, you ready to have a discussion?
Let's do it.
All right, round one. The number 1 seed, Lady Gaga's Bad Romance, takes on the number 16, William Tell Overture. All right, let's pull that monitor down a touch. It's a little loud, a little hot, KC. Can't hear myself think. All right, so we've got Lady Gaga's Bad Romance, okay? It's an absolute thrilling chart, rock chart of the century in the original key, so you can play along at home. Casey, what are your thoughts on Bad Romance?
Love it. Great chart. On a personal note, I think this is the first chart I ever played that was arranged by then not Dr. Jake Vogel.
That's right. This is an early arrangement for me. I think I had to do 75 versions of it before Dr. B gave it the old sign-off. And this goes up against the 3rd to 4th quarter transition darling, the twirler feature, the William Tell Overture Lone Ranger. We all love the Lone Ranger. What do you think about the Lone Ranger, Kenneth? Be honest.
I'm aware of the significance of Traveler running around the Coliseum and of the historical precedent set by the William Tell Overture.
Very
but
political answer.
I can tell you, as a lead trumpet player, playing the William Tell Overture in the 3rd quarter, a song that has 0 rests, we have a love-hate relationship with this song.
Because as a lead trumpet player, you're used to not playing and then only playing the parts you want to play. Is that right?
We can take that little debate there into the the financial page we just looked at and see who's ahead.
So what are you going to vote for? Casey, what's your vote?
It's Bad Romance all the way.
Bad Romance has it. Bad Romance wins round 1. All right, no need for Eva on this one. We've got Bad Romance coming on over. All right, up next, we've got the number, let's see, where are we going? Why don't we come over here? So who we've got? We've got the Offsprings. You're going to go far, kid. The number 2 seed takes on the number 15 seed, the Tower of Power medley. All right, 2 very different charts. You're going to go far, kid is just, a standard rock chart. Same chord progression as Kids on All Right. Same rock band, the Offspring. There's some differences there, but it's a cool piece of business. But then Tower of Power, a lot of folks don't know this. It's a medley of 2 songs.
It is a medley of 2 songs. We're listening to You're Gonna Go Far, Kid right now, but I'm going to switch over to Tower of Power.
Yeah, give us a little Tower Power. It's funky. It's good. All right. What's the first song in the medley, Casey? Do you know?
This is Soul with a capital S.
It is not. False.
Shit. I mean...
Great. Here we go. Well, it's been nice working here, folks. But we had our first expletive on the Streamathon. And, I'll enjoy my early retirement as I'm slowly let go. All right, here we are. Back to the show. It's Knock Yourself Out.
That's right.
You see, Knock Yourself Out provides both the introduction and the outroduction of the Tower of Power medley. Eva, did you know that?
I had no idea it was even a medley.
It is. It's 2 songs. So it's Knock Yourself Out, but then this song is Soul with a capital S. Rag and rap. The big band swing just ain't my thing, and alternative ain't my snap. Those are the lyrics, folks. All right, so Casey, which is it for you? You're gonna go Far Kid or the Tower of Power medley?
This one is tough. I enjoy both of these very much, both as a player and as an audience member. I'm gonna have to. I gotta give it to You're Gonna Go Far, Kid. The Offspring, they just got me.
I do enjoy the dance routine. But if I'm in a wholesale situation, I'm going Tower of Power.
Uh-oh. We have our first time.
Our first tie. Eva, which is it for you?
I do love the dance routine, but I'm going to have to go Tower of Power.
Oh my gosh, here we go. Our first upset of the day. The 15 seed topples the number 2 Tower of Power coming in strong. Woo! Thank you, Eva. All right, now up next, we're going to stick with the Offspring. We've got the number 3 seed, The Kids Aren't All Right, going up against the number 14 seed, Frankenstein. Casey, this is a toughie.
This is a toughie.
This might be the hardest match of the day. Now, on the Spotify plays, like we said was peculiar, the Offspring has tremendous Spotify plays. Frankenstein, very few, but still sizable. 22 million plays on Edgar Winter Group's Frankenstein. But we're listening to Kids on All Right. Casey, tell me about Kids on All Right. What appeals to you about this
Kids
tune?
on All Right is my favorite song that we play in this band. Full stop.
And why is that?
The loud chorus, and going out with the loud chorus. If I'm on the Coliseum floor after a game and we just won big, it feels great.
Yeah, for sure.
If I'm on the Coliseum floor after a game and we just lost big, it's some good medicine. It's some good medicine to really lay into the horn and blast this chorus out.
Yeah, let's give it just a little listen, huh? A little dabble. It's strong. It's a good chart.
It's so good.
For me, Casey, what I dig about this tune is its elegance and its simplicity, right? It's very simple melodic lines, nothing too fancy, but it is truly an enveloping tune.
It is.
It's not just that you're listening to it, but you are inside the music. Now, let's put some
switch gears here.
Yeah, let's switch gears here. Frankenstein. Story chart.
Strong start, by the way.
Yeah, just unison. You've got the piccolos and flutes sneaking in, playing when they're not supposed to, just to play this tune. But yeah, very strong tune. Lots of yelling. Nice 16th notes. It's good to learn 16th notes.
It sure is.
And definitely some interesting harmony. Very intricate. Now, what's wild, there's a lot of stuff in the original song that's not in this chart. There's the whole 6/8 passage.
There is.
Yeah, so there's a lot that we're missing. But this, as Bad Romance was my first arrangement, Frankenstein, the legend goes.
Really, this round is the battle of the arrangers.
Well, no, I didn't arrange Kids on All Right.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
No, but it's Tony. It's like a deep career Tony Fox chart versus his very first, his audition chart. I'm going to throw my vote in first right now. I hate to say it, but I'm going to say Kids on All Right for all the things that you said.
I too am going Kids on All Right. I'm so sorry, Frankenstein, but it's gotta be Kids.
I mean, we are sorry, but to quote Demi Lovato, sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
Because the contest, it wages on. You can't win them all, Frankenstein. Great chart. To our alums who marched in that Rose Bowl. Marty, Michael, I think you were there too. We apologize for this transgression, but
get in the chat. Tell us how wrong we are in the chat.
Hop on in there. All right, up next we've got the number 4 seed, Demi Lovato's Confident, going up against the number 13 seed In the Stone. So Casey, tell me about your first impressions of Confident.
Confident. The most prominent memory about Confident is that Rose Bowl rehearsal. And we're alone on campus, really.
Correct.
And we get into the meat and potatoes of really grinding out the music rehearsal. And when the full band came together and played this for the first time, the reflection off of Webb Tower, which normally we can't hear because there's a lot of other ambient noise, traffic, people walking on campus. It's very busy.
Right, correct.
That reflection that came back at us as we were doing this rehearsal is one of the few moments I've experienced such a powerful TMB sound like that.
Yeah.
So that's my Confident memory.
Yeah, this is, I spoke about Confident before, but to me what's challenging about this is that this ending chorus of this tune, you have very distinct things. You have a French horn counterline, you have the melody in the trombones, you have the bass line in the tubas, and then you have that trumpet fanfare coming on over the top. But the ending of In the Stone is very similar in that you have a distinctive bass line, a melodic bass line. You have the trumpet melody, you have the counter melody, and then you have the lead bones and the mellophones cranking on the vocal melody.
Let's take a listen to In the Stone for a second.
Just let it wash over you. Fun fact, Casey, In the Stone was the song that Mrs. Vogel and I came into our wedding reception on, the original.
Oh.
And I told the DJ, be careful, it's got 2 intros. Don't get messed up. Don't get fooled trying to post it. And you know what happened?
He got fooled.
He did not listen. He thought, this guy doesn't know music.
Gotta listen.
False. But a great tune. I voted first last time, so I'm going to let you pull the trigger first on this one. Where are you going?
After everything that I said about confident and my memory of it, all of every TMB performance begins within the stone, right? After we come in and do the grand entrance, wherever we are, whether we're at a wedding, a bar mitzvah, or a Rose Bowl, the concert starts within the stone. You have to give deference to that. My vote's in the stone.
Well, it's a toughie for me. I think if I wasn't listening to you, I'm going to be honest. I would vote confident if I had to just at this moment today. So I'm going to say confident, and we're going to hear the voice of reason from the peanut gallery. Eva, what you got? Confident or in the stone?
It's got to be in the stone.
Let's go.
Gotta see. See, everyone's worried about the youth, but the youth, they know what's good. They're ready for the future. All right, in the stone moves on. Oh my gosh, what a delight. What an upset. All right, up next, we've got the number 5 seed, Sunshine of Your Love, going up against the number 12 seed, Sing, Sing, Sing. Some would say this is a battle between the tubas and the silks. Who in the back of the band is getting more dominance here? All right, so KC, I think I know.
Do you remember the last time you asked me to play Sing, Sing, Sing on the field?
I do, because you didn't play it.
That's right. If I never hear or play Sing, Sing, Sing again in my life, it'll be too soon. I don't even need to discuss this. I'm going with whoever is not Sing, Sing, Sing. I don't even know where we are in the bracket. It doesn't matter.
But come on, the 1984 Olympics. What a tremendous moment for the band.
What a great time.
Yeah. You don't care.
I do care, but in this particular instance, I need to never hear Sing, Sing, Sing again as long as I live.
So as I hear in the other broadcast worlds, shots fired by Kenneth on this one. But Sunshine, you know why I love Sunshine? If I can be a positive person here.
Why is that?
Because it is a great tuba recruitment tool. You hit it, you rip on Sunshine, you send the tubas out, they put some poor unsuspecting soul's head inside of the bell, and it's great. Sing, 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 sure. People love the silks, they love the drums, they love the old-timey jazz hands dancing along. But, I too would really much prefer Sunshine. So I'm going to say Sunshine too.
Get it out of here.
So Sing, 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 I'm sorry, Janine, Jan.
This is to say nothing about any of the people featured in that chart. It's the chart itself.
Yeah.
It's not the arrangement. It's not anything other than.
No, it's a great arrangement. The drumline parts are impeccable, and it's always performed well. But something about just cutting the tubas loose is a good time. It's a good time every time. All right, here we go. Up next, we've got the number 6 seed, All Right Now, taking on the number 11 seed, Get Down Tonight. All Right Now versus Get Down Tonight. All Right Now, it's our turnover song. All right. Very exciting. You know what I love about All Right Now, Casey?
What's
if
that?
I may? It is a song. It's very easy to be critical of it because it is an old-fashioned tune. People don't. No one's listening to the original. Right? No one's pulling that up. But and maybe it's the way we use it, but something about getting that rip-in interception or a great turnover, and then you have all of that excitement, energy, and we come into this song, and it just has this impact of Marv Goo, and it counts for double points when it's an interception against Stanford.
And they have to listen to us play it?
Yeah.
What a great moment.
Because if you compare them playing Tribute to Troy versus us playing All Right Now,
we gap them easily.
It's no contest. Now, I'll say that. However, I love a dance routine, and any dance routine that involves spinning around and very simple choreography, I'm a huge fan of. So let's hear a little Get Down Tonight. One of my favorite Vince Womack charts. Strong start. Since I made you vote first, you voted first on account of your deep-seated hatred for Sing, Sing, Sing.
That's right.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to jump in and vote on this one. And I'm going to say Get Down Tonight because it has all the ingredients that I prefer.
I will agree with you on Get Down Tonight for the following reason. This is one of our standards at Trojan family celebrations. So the number of times that I've been at a wedding or a birthday or some big event in the life of our USC alumni and our TMB alumni.
Yeah, sure.
We always pull this chart out. I have very fond memories of playing for people this chart and seeing the joy on their faces when we go and perform. So for that reason, I'm also going with
for that reason. It's very Shark Tank, and for that reason, I'm out. Get Down Tonight it is. All right. So Get Down Tonight advances on. Okay. And we've got 2 more matchups in the first round. Up next, we've got the number 7 seed, Won't Get Fooled Again, goes up against the number 10 seed, Fleetwood Mac's Tusk.
I just want to let Won't Get Fooled Again play for a little while because I love, it's a great arrangement.
It is.
We need to give it some time. But let's be honest. It's Tusk.
Now, in some of our last rehearsals before Dr. Bartner retired, he told me that Won't Get Fooled Again was in the stone of its day. It was a chart that they played as an introductory chart a lot, and it was a big hit.
This was the in the stone of the day.
That's what he said. I'm going to be completely honest. I've never performed this song in action. In all my years with the band, all the gigs that I've covered, I've rehearsed this song a lot, but I've never performed it in show. Have you, Casey? Have you ever played it?
I have only played an excerpt as part of the 40th anniversary stage show, and then as a teaching assistant at band camp.
And that's it? Interesting.
And that's it.
It's
a great arrangement.
It's a ripping arrangement. It's a lot of fun. Demands a lot of the band. Everyone's got to listen. I think that's probably why it survived as long as it had. It's exciting to play. But it's going up against the classic, the double platinum hit.
It's going up against Tusk, let's be honest.
Okay, well, I think it's pretty simple. Casey, who do you vote for?
I vote Tusk.
All right, I'm voting for Won't Get Fooled Again. Eva, who do you take on this one?
There's no way that you're doing this now.
It's got to be Tusk.
Thank you for
I've never played the other song.
All right, here we go, Tusk. That was just for the drama. Also, every time Eva talks, I'm going to cut to Tiny Brett just because it's a nice, it's a nice little homage to our fallen comrade. All right, last but not least in round 1, and then things will speed up out of here. We've got the number 8 seed. Man, this might be an argument. The number 8 seed Animal House takes on the number 9 seed Heartbreaker. Can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I love the shenanigans of Animal House so much. If you've ever seen me do this face during Animal House,
seen that many times.
It's a ploy. It's part of the act. It's a bit. I love this chart.
It's a good bit
beyond any reasonable measure. I enjoy Heartbreaker, but I don't play trumpet. So Casey, why don't you chat at me?
Listen, I love Animal House after a Trojan victory as much as the next trumpet player, but for all my trumpet players in chat and myself, I think I would burst into flames if I didn't say Heartbreaker.
Is this true?
Yes.
As I'm just going to say something. As someone who is married to an alto sax alum, I really haven't heard Heartbreaker that much, truth be told. Shocking. It's a fun chart. Both have strong ties to the trip to Catalina, which is coming up soon.
That's very true.
Right, the trumpets run up the stairs of the steakhouse and play the soli from up top. One of my early Catalina trips, I had the band loop the little bit louder now, I think about 20 times, and we laid on the floor for a good chunk of time, and then we got up and pulled out of it. So that was a pretty cool affair. So, Casey, why don't you cast your vote first? I'll cast mine first. I'm voting for Animal House.
All right. Well, again, as I said, I would burst into flames if I did not say Heartbreaker.
All right. We go. Hold on. We go to Eva. Eva, our team, our street team over there. So Eva, what do you got? What are you going? Animal House or Heartbreaker?
It's got to be Animal House because of the silly goofy of it all.
It's the full encompassing dichotomous nature of the Spirit of Troy. Animal House takes down Heartbreaker.
Everybody in chat, blow it up for Heartbreaker. All my trumpets, I want to see the chat going 1,000 miles an hour.
Look at Hector in there. These initial matchups are brutal. I get it. It's hard. It's really tough, but
Animal House moves on.
Animal
to the
House moves on. All right, here we are, the quarterfinals. This should be a pretty quick burn, I think. All right, now that we know what's what, we'll go. Why don't we go clockwise, huh?
Sounds good.
So here we go. We got Bad Romance on Animal House. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do? Well, no, we're going to do this round Step Brothers style. So we're going to say the matchup. We're going to say nothing. And I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, and then we make our vote.
Let's do it.
Okay, ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Bad Romance.
It's Bad Romance.
It's Bad Romance. Did we just become best friends? Yup. All right, here we go. Up next, we've got Tower of Power taking on Tusk. All right. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Tusk.
Tower of Power.
There's no. You're trolling. You're trolling.
No, I would never. All right, Eva. Ooh, we've got another student here. We got Shiny. Shiny, say hi to the audience.
Hi.
All right, we got her. All right, Eva, our tiebreaker. What is it? Tower of Power or Tusk?
It's got to be Tusk.
Tusk.
Thank goodness.
Tusk is gonna sweep just because it's it's such a storied song. All right, here we go. The Kids Aren't All Right versus Get Down Tonight. 1, 2, 3. Kids. There it is.
It's got to be Kids.
It was in the ancient tomes. All right, here we go. Ooh, this one's a toughie. In the Stone.
This is a matchup of the legacies of the classics.
It's a class. All right, we've got In the Stone going up against Sunshine. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
In the Stone.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Tubas.
I'm sorry too. But the wedding is the way to be. Okay. So now we're in the semis. Do you want to do this Step Brother style as well, and we'll save the discussion for the final matchup? You want to do it that way?
I think we got some discussion to have here for just
Okay.
scotch.
Okay. All right. So we.
I need our refractory period to breathe because this is a big decision.
All right. So it is. So we'll start on the left-hand side, shall we? I think that might be a little easier to manage.
Western division or whatever they call it in turn. I don't know. I don't do that.
Yeah, we've got the Western. All right. So what we've got is the NFC Championship and the AFC Championship, right? So in the NFC, we've got Bad Romance going up against In the Stone. Bad Romance has a dance routine, a 40-count dance routine, which is peculiar, right? That's 5 sets of 8 versus the typical 4, which is unusual. The dance routine was put together by none other than Mellophone alum Stephanie Graves, right?
That's right.
She built that dance routine. It's a wonderful dance routine. It's in the key of A minor, which I know doesn't mean anything to most folks out there, but it matters a lot to me. It really does. Because it's just a half step lower than the key of In the Stone, which is B flat major, right?
I'm going to be real honest. I have not been listening for the last minute because I've been thinking about what I'm going to
It's okay. I'm not talking for you. This is for the audience. It's to the world. This is me being objective. So in any rock chart, rhythmic accommodations need to be made at times. Things need to be altered, need to be changed. Bad Romance, very accurate to the source material. Now, maybe it's because the source material is more simplistic, whatever it is, but it's very pitch perfect accurate. I kept it. And also, this is me versus Tony Fox.
I wasn't going to say it, but now that you brought it up.
I'll say it. All 3 of these 4 are Tony's, and the Bad Romance is one of mine. It's very accurate to the rhythm. Now, In the Stone is kind of accurate, but not precisely accurate in terms of rhythm, in terms of harmony, and most importantly, to the music out of the intro. Bop-boom-bum, right? The original, very syncopated. Bop-boom-bop. But in our version, we landed it on the beat so that the step-off would be very clear, a lot easier to navigate, right? Yep. So we've got...
I have done a step out on In the Stone gig.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a doozy. But I've yucked it up enough, Casey. What do you think? In the Stone, Bad Romance.
I have nothing to contribute to the discussion other than to say it's In the Stone.
He's cast his vote. Well, look at that. He just came out and said it. All right, I went ahead and I'm going to vote for Bad Romance. Just again, if
we have a time,
I'm looking. It's the whole thing, right? Of all the ingredients. In the Stone has a great introduction. It's got a great out chorus. Bad Romance also has those things, but Bad Romance also has it's a longer chart and it's got a dance routine. So,
and I love playing Bad Romance, but just the TMB starting gun
Yeah, you're right.
I can't go
but
away.
We've cast our votes. So
In
you
the
said In the Stone. I said Bad Romance. Now, Eva, we've got a camera on you and shiny now.
Yay.
Now you're in the stream. Look at you two. All right. So, Eva, our tiebreaker, Bad Romance or In the Stone? What do you got?
See, I've surprised myself on this one. I'm always saying we don't have enough like super current pop charts, but I'm still gonna have to go with In the Stone.
In the Stone has it. Tony Fox, you win this round again. All right, he's got it.
In the Stone to the finals, by the way.
In the Stone to the NFC champion. In the Stone. All right, coming over to the AFC. To quote the youths, freaking yikes. Coming in on this one, we've got Tusk, 2-time platinum hit Tusk, going up against the number 3 seed in this seeding, going up against the full enveloping hard rock hit USC alumnus written The Kids Aren't All Right. Casey,
Dexter Holland.
I led the last discussion. You lead this one.
So I'm gonna take the player track. If I'm at the end of a football game,
that's the part where we've won.
That's right. When we're on the Coliseum floor at post game, by the time we get to Tusk, and don't tell anyone, don't tell the band director, but most of us players, by the time we get to the school songs, it kind of turns into autopilot. Shh, don't tell anyone I said it.
But you have to. But it has to be that way. You've done 13-hour day.
That's right.
And you have to have the confidence to know that you can just rip Tusk just pull it out of the holster at any time with no thought, so you can have a mental break.
The moments in Tusk, I as a player almost don't remember, because by the time we're into Tusk, I'm thinking about if I'm a teaching assistant or squad leader, section leader, I'm thinking about, okay, we got to get everybody back into Coliseum lines. We got to do all the things we got to do on the march back. We got to get back to the Heritage Hall and do the post-game things that need to be done, some administrative cleanup. So I'm already an hour ahead in my head when we get to Tusk, and it's just coming out. It's the moments with Kids Aren't All Right. Both of them have a run-up. As a trumpet player, I love running up to the crowd.
Correct.
And getting in their face. It's the run-up to the wall, the field wall, with the Trojan Knights.
Yeah.
Both songs have both of these elements.
And the Hellenes.
It's the
singing along.
It's the
Everyone
singing.
sings
it's
along.
the singing along to Kids Aren't All Right that takes it over for me, and I'm going to go Kids over Tusk.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm almost a little shook you voted first, because I love these two tunes.
Me too.
I was going to vote. I thought you were going to vote Tusk, and I was ready to vote Kids Aren't All Right, because for me they're equal. I cannot. It's like my children, right?
I agree.
It's the trolley car situation. What's going to happen? And I'm saying Kids Aren't All Right. I'm with you.
Kids takes it.
Can I be real honest right now? Kids Aren't All Right was the first song that made me fall in love with this band. Mrs. Vogel invited me to a game as a guest. I parked over on 28th Street, the row. Eva, you know about 28th Street? You been there before?
Yep.
Okay, good. I parked over there, walked on campus, was very confused, looked around, and I'm like, where do I go? And you know what advice my wife, then girlfriend, gave me?
Follow the noise.
Follow the crowd. Mm-hmm. And so, not knowing anything, this was before Google, I just followed the people. And you know where they led me? To the Coliseum, to the wrong entrance. So I walked the entire concourse until I finally got on the sun deck. And then I watched the game, and then I went over for the post-game show. I was way up high because I didn't know what I was doing. I was way up there. And Kids Aren't All Right just enraptured me from the get-go. I
have a very similar story about Kids Aren't All Right.
Do you?
Yep. It was the first chart that made me really sit back and go, wow, as opposed to being, from a smaller high school band doing high school band things, to see the USC Trojan marching band ripping Kids Aren't All Right at Parents Weekend was it was very special.
Life-changing. What shirt were you wearing that weekend?
I was wearing the I'm with the band shirt.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, you were.
I had purchased it from Cynthia Weiss that very morning.
Oh, my goodness. Available at the bookstore or at a band event near you. I'm with the band t-shirt. Okay, here we go. The final. The Super Bowl. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, we just got pulled down off YouTube. Yeah, we're going to get pulled off of YouTube. Don't say Super Bowl. Oh, I said it. Oh, no. All right, here we go. In the Stone goes up against the Kids on All Right, okay? Here's what I want to do.
This is tough.
I don't want to talk about it. We're going to Step Brothers it.
All right.
We're going to 1, 2, 3, and you say your answer, and we'll see which chart comes out on top. Are you ready?
Here we go.
Here we go. I'm going to close. I'm so nervous. I'm going to close my eyes. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Kids. Yeah! Kids on All Right has it. Eva, how excited are you? Are you excited?
I'm so excited. I agreed with you fully in the last 2 decisions.
Shiny, how excited are you?
So excited.
Oh, Kids on All Right has it. Celebratory. We get the music going on. Oh, there it is. So the big champion, Kids on All Right. Let's put it in there. Let's put it. Oh, there we go. The champion bracket. Pull it to the full size, and there's the winner. Kids Aren't All Right. I owned this album. Was this Americana, I think is the album it's from. I owned this on cassette tape, Casey. Cassette tape in my car. Oh, I remember hearing this song over and over, and I'm thrilled it won. How do you feel?
Man, this was tough. This was tough. I did not look at these ahead of time. I did not know we were going to have this tough of a bracket to get through. This is surprising, but also unsurprising. This is when we were doing COVID Band and we had all the remote segments.
Yeah.
Dexter Holland coming in.
That's true.
As a solo guitar wailing over our wonderful recording artists that we had for
for sure.
COVID show.
Mm-hmm.
This is just
This is it. Listen, and what did I say? Elegance and its simplicity. It's just whole notes and groove, and just it really epitomizes just the impact that the students
and
have.
the bass drums doing the bass drum movements. It's just everything.
Wow, what a time. Well, there you have it, folks. It's got low notes in the tenors and high notes in the trumpets. It's got everything you're looking for in a rock chart, so that's it. The big winner for the TMB Rock Chart Bracket 2024 is the Kids on All Right. So come after us, folks. Hop in that chat on the stream. Let us know. Do you agree? Do you disagree? What bad decisions did Casey and I make along the way? Don't you dare say a bad thing about Eva. She's a saint, and I will find you at home, all right? She was the tiebreaker. You leave her be, her and Shiny. But, Casey and I, we're fair game. Come right after us. Flame us, whatever it is that you got to do.
Get there in the comments.
But right now, speaking of band alumni and fun segments, we've got another pre-taped segment for you. I had a wonderful time cruising around Southern California with none other than clarinet alumnus Rob McMillan. If you don't know Rob, here's some fun things about Rob. Number 1, Rob played clarinet. Number 2, one of Rob's first jobs growing up, he worked at Disneyland. Number 3, Rob is a field correspondent for ABC 7, based out of the Inland Empire, so you can catch him on the news if you live out there. But most importantly, the best thing ever is Rob is our announcer. So in my 10 years as the band director, Rob has been my on-field announcer. He's come in, and so you hear his voice at every game. You hear him all the time. You can catch him on TV, and he was gracious enough to teach me all about his fun job as a news reporter and all that he does for ABC 7. So let's pass it off and learn all about the news and Rob McMillan.
Hi, this is Leilani. I'm Chloe. This is Sydney. This is Katrina from USC Song. You're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you for your support. Fight on.
Okay, so this is our office. This is the Inland Empire Bureau for ABC 7. It's in Riverside, which is a pretty centralized area since we cover all of the Inland Empire, all of San Bernardino County, Riverside County. So Riverside's pretty centralized. Later today, we're going to have to go to Victorville, so that's about as close as Temecula from here. So this building has been here since the early 80s, and we're actually the last original tenant. I don't know if you want to step outside real quick. This isn't a big fancy studio or anything. We're in the middle of a strip mall. The Border Patrol used to have an office down at the inn there. There's a paramedic school. They do real estate, and then This is ABC 7. Not a lot of signage here because we've had incidents over the years with, you know, people showing up and causing problems. So this part of our bureau, the front, this is, if you want to take a look at this, we set this up during the pandemic when everyone was at home doing live shots, or everyone was working from home. You know, there wasn't a lot of chance to go out and about, although I worked the entire pandemic. I was only at home when I actually got COVID. So a lot of our live shots we did right here, and this is just stuff from over the years. Back in the day, we used videotape. I think a lot of people don't even know what that is anymore. Mic flags over the years, this back in the 1960s, and then those have obviously changed. Cameras, this is my predecessor, the late Bob Banfield. He was reporting here back in the 1980s. And then my photographer, Martin Orozco, he's not at work today. So I'll show you around. This is my office in here, and I share this office with my colleague, Leticia Juarez. She sits there, I sit here. Sometimes we do Zoom interviews, so we have that in the background. And then, you know, all sorts of weather gear. We've got, you know, rain jackets, fleeces of all shapes and sizes. You know, I have to have my winter gear ready to go at a moment's notice. So we have boots for the snow, we have rain boots. You know, we obviously have the logoed beanie. But, you know, this is where we work. I'll show you around. Again, a lot of just memorabilia from over the years. My one photographer who's off today, that's his office. And then my other photographer's there. Don't look in here. But that's where we edit. This is my other photographer, Dave. Say hi, Dave. Hello. So we're getting ready to head out for the day. But this is the back part of the bureau where our garage is, where we keep our vans. This is sort of a utility van. You can't really go live with it. And then we'll step outside here just because the lighting, I think, will be a little bit better for you. But we have two different vans here since we have two reporters. This one, back in the day, the only way we could go live anywhere, again, this is before cell phones, before any of that technology, was something called terrestrial microwave. And that's where we would put these masts up, and we have towers on various mountaintops all around Southern California. You know, Mount Wilson, Santiago, Blue Ridge, and we'd have to beam the signal. We'd have to have line of sight to those towers. Then as technology improved, we came up with something called satellite, which is different. A lot of people look at those, they think they're satellites. This is actually a satellite dish, and that allows us to get live anywhere. We can put that satellite up and it hits, you know, or that dish up and it hits the satellite in space, and so we can get live from anywhere. That's where a lot of times if you're watching TV, you'll see a delay. You know that that person's on satellite because it's not instantaneous. Microwave is instantaneous, satellite is not. So there's a third way to go live, and this really became popular about 5 to 10 years ago. And, you know, because everyone thinks, you know, you can go live on your cell phone, like people have Facebook Live, whatever, but, you know, obviously you can't send back an HD signal with any degree of certainty, or, you know, it's not reliable, especially depending on the cell phone system. But we have something called Degero, and that's the brand name. The technology is, where is it? It's right here. And what it is it's a cellular bonded signal. So basically it takes the HD signal that we're recording and it breaks it up into 6 different cell signals, 2 AT&T, 2 T-Mobile, and 2 Verizon, I believe. And so that way, you know, if you're in an area where there's strong AT&T, it can, you know, use those primarily. If it's an area where it's strong T-Mobile, it can use those primarily. So it takes the video and audio and splits it up into 6 different signals, sends it back to the station, puts it all back together, and that's how we're able to get live. And we're it's pretty good. It's pretty solid, and that's just using cell. The weak part about that is if you're in an area where everyone's on the cell phone, you can be in real trouble. So if you're at a sporting event like an SC game, if you're standing alongside the freeway where there's lots of cars, and everyone's on the phone trying to figure out why the traffic stopped ahead, it can really hamper that operation. So we're always trying to figure out, when we want to go live somewhere, what's the best technology to use. This is how we edit. We edit everything on computer. So and here's actually, I was talking about DeGero. This is the one up here that's built into the truck, but this one down here is actually a backpack unit. So back in the day when we went live, we had to wire up to the truck and we couldn't really walk around. But now with this backpack unit, we can get live from pretty much anywhere. We still use a big old camera. Sometimes I'm not exactly sure why, but it has a great lens on it, so you can really zoom in on stuff, which is something you can't do. Mike and we shoot on P2 cards, so they're like big SD cards, and then we can put it in there and do our editing a lot like everyone else does their editing. So that's pretty much the bureau, and I've been working here since 2007. And it's great to have an office here because this way we can meet every morning, figure out what news to cover, and then head off to the location.
So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. We have a very exciting day today because not only do I get to hang out with one of my best friends in the world, our announcer, clarinet alumnus, and field correspondent for ABC News. Everyone say hello to Rob McMillan. Hi, Rob.
Good morning. Good morning, Jake. Welcome to our bureau in Riverside.
So we're here in Riverside. You just gave us a great tour of the building and everything that went on, but tell us a brief history. What was your trajectory to get here into this location?
Well, it started at SC. I was at the Annenberg School for Communication, got my broadcast journalism degree, graduated in 1999, and got my first job at a tiny bureau in Chico, California. The bureau was actually in a duplex, so we had a neighbor on one side, and on the other we had our bureau.
Who was your neighbor?
I don't even remember his name, but he was
fun.
He was not really a part of our plans. But the sales guy was set up in the living room. Our edit bay was in the closet. We had a shower there. Our studio was in the master bedroom, and we had the background on cinder blocks, so it was quite fun. So I was there for a year, and then I went to Spokane, Washington.
I've been there once. And never have I never have to go back, so it's a treat.
The joke that I said was the best place to see Spokane was in the rearview mirror. So I was a little homesick and I didn't like the weather. So I came back and I worked at KESQ, which is the ABC station in Palm Springs. Then I went to Las Vegas, and I was there when USC alumnus and Heisman Trophy winner O.J. Simpson got into a little bit of trouble.
Right.
There was some memorabilia there that he and his buddies went and stole back, and so it became a big news story. A bunch of LA news stations went up there, talked to the right people, and then that was in late 2007. Started here at Channel 7, and I've been here for, what is that, 17 years now.
17 years. So let's see, let me check my math. That's 2000.
That was 2007
you started here. Okay, so it sounds like you started here right before kind of I got going to SC.
Right.
So we kind of been in it kind of the same amount of time. So we're going to go see a story today.
That's right.
We're going to go watch you in action. So how does that story kind of fall in your lap, and where are we going?
Well, there's typically, three different ways at which we get stories. One is, there's press releases. A police station is, dedicating a memorial, and so they'll say, hey, that's happening at 10 o'clock, that might be something we're interested in. We read the newspapers. We also scour social media, because nowadays that's like the modern day police scanner.
Yeah, sure.
People are saying, oh, there's cops in my neighborhood, whatever. And then there's always breaking news, and today that's what's happening. As soon as we're done here, we're going to be heading up to the high desert, where reports are on the 15 freeway. Yeah, that's near where he grew up. There apparently has been a road rage shooting with a couple of people shot, and so they have the freeway shut down. So we're not quite sure what's happening, but we'll be heading up to that momentarily.
Okay, heading up the 15 freeway. Now the question I have, am I going to be able to be a part of this story and interview people on behalf of ABC?
Probably not.
Do I get to hold a microphone at least?
Probably not.
Well, good news, because Rob, I brought my own. So this is Jake Vogel for KTMB signing off. Fight on. So we're in the car. We're about to head out up the 15 freeway. It's been closed, right, Rob? Northbound?
Yeah, what we know is there was a road rage shooting and 2 people were hit. They're going to be okay, but the other vehicle, a red vehicle, got away. And there's shell casings all over the freeway. So the CHP has had to shut down the whole freeway while they investigate this, which means not only do we have to, tell the story and do the news, but we got to figure out how the heck to get there. So
we're going to drive up the 15, and you're telling me there's terrible traffic on the northbound 15?
That's right.
Well, lucky for you, I grew up in the high desert, so I know where all the back roads are. Hopefully not all the other goofballs are on the roads as well. So I guess we should hit the road and get it done, huh?
Yeah, it's backed up in Devore, so.
We're going through Devore.
We're going to have a lot of time to talk.
Here we go.
Let me call my producer.
So Rob's on the phone, making a phone call. It was a very exciting day. We didn't know what to expect coming out here doing the news.
I never know what to expect.
He never knows. We could have been doing a story on a bait competition for the children.
Exactly.
Or something of that nature. But no, we have this road rage shooting. But thank goodness it sounds like the 2 people who were shot are in non-critical condition. Is that right?
Correct. Non-life-threatening wounds is what I've been told.
Great.
But we don't know if these were the instigators of the road rage or, obviously they were the recipients of the rage.
Right.
But you never know how this started. If they were the ones who, started the whole thing, or did they inadvertently cut someone off and turns out they cut off someone with one hell of a temper.
Wowzers. And so, from the journalism standpoint, we want to make sure we're trying to tell the story, right? The narrative from beginning to end.
Yeah, so all we know at this point is it happened around 2 a.m., a red car and a gray car, north on the 15 in the high desert, some sort of road rage incident. Here's my photographer. Stand by.
Stand by. So we're braving the 15, whether it's a weekend to Vegas or visiting my parents. I'm very...
isn't this going to work out? Yeah, it happened at the 15 in Ranchito Road, so you know exactly.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a new exit.
Should we go say hi to your parents when we're done for the day?
I wonder, my mom's probably not working. I should tell her to come out.
Be part of the...
All right.
Part of the fun, yeah.
Barstow 88, Victorville 56, not too bad. Yeah, see, we haven't been driving for 30 minutes, so I think it...
Yeah, I think... So they want me live at 11:30 a.m.
Okay.
I need to do a live tease at 11:26. So right now it's 9:39. So this is another part of the job. A lot of people, when their boss says, hey, I got a project for you, you go, oh, when do you need it done by? Oh, next week, next month, or, at the end of the day. For me, it's, okay, we need this in 45 minutes. So time management is key.
Crucial.
Critical.
So when you're at Annenberg, was this always like the goal for you to do this?
I wanted to be a reporter in my hometown, and so I grew up in Rancho Cucamonga, so this is perfect. I actually, it's interesting. The Inland Empire is in some ways a different world than Los Angeles, and I actually like it a lot better. I really don't like LA all that much. Traffic, Although here we are, we're going to be sitting in a ton of it.
Well, yeah, but I get what you're saying. You have the proximity to the amenities of LA in Orange County.
Right.
You very easily get down to Disneyland or Dodger Stadium or any of that. But then you come out here, and then if you don't want to do that, then you have kind of this wide open space.
Right. It's, the streets are wider. It's cost of living is much better. And plus for me, it's home. I grew up out here. So like I was telling Brett inside our office, our bureau is in Riverside, which is perfect for covering the Inland Empire because it's, any given time of day, it's equidistant from, Banning Beaumont or Palm Springs to Apple Valley, Victorville, the high desert, or if we had to head south to Murrieta, Temecula, or sometimes we got to go, west to, Chino Hills or Montclair. Riverside is very centrally located.
What's your favorite place to go do stories in the IE?
Well, I love going to the mountains, which that would have been another option for us going to Big Bear today, but our other reporter is going to handle that. I love going to the mountains. I don't think I'd want to live in the mountains because I've been up there for not only some extreme weather events in the winter, the blizzard of 2023,
right,
where they got, like in Crestline, 12, 14 feet of snow.
Wow.
And, Buffalo, New York, they'd have a hard time digging out of that. The San Bernardino Mountains in Southern California, there was just nowhere to put the snow. So there were people trapped in their homes for weeks, yeah. So no thank you. The other thing too is fire season up there. Some of the scariest fires I've covered have been in the mountains. Because you got to be really careful, especially in a Santa Ana wind event, because it's not just covering the story, but you're mindful of your own safety because the fire can come up on you quick. You remember some of our competitors in Channel 4, they actually lost one of their news vans.
Oh, wow.
About 20 years ago because the fire had changed direction, and even the firefighters were saying, hey, get out of there, it's not safe. But they stood their ground, and they almost paid for it with their lives. Their whole news van got incinerated.
Wow. I do enjoy, my grandparents for a long time lived in Northern California, up in the Shasta Mountains. So I spent many a summer tooling around the mountainous regions of the state. So I too enjoy my time up in Big Bear. Arrowhead, we like to go up and take the kids around Arrowhead, feed the ducks. It's a good time.
So they just reopened the freeway. So now we're going to try to get as close to the location as possible. It happened Ranchero Road, and so there's actually a good place to pull over. A lot of times what we'll do when we're doing stories on freeways is find a place to go live. This is going to be all residual traffic, so it'll take a while to get up there, but it's at least open now. So I'm thinking if we get off at Ranchero Road and then get right back on the freeway there and just pull off onto the...
On that on-ramp?
Yeah, that's a safe place to set up.
So here's a softball question. So you're at SC, you're in Annenberg, you're in the band, and now you're doing what you do. What are the lessons you learned in your time with the marching band that you think are most applicable to what you're doing today?
Time management, and that was something Dr. Bartner was big on. And I didn't know it at the time, but that's one of the places where I really learned time management because back in the day, if you were late, well, let's just say this, you did not want to be late for any band function. I'm sure it's like that still today, but you did not want to be late. And, if my live shot is at, for example, today, 11:26 and 10 seconds, then if I'm there at 11:26 and 15 seconds, show's over.
That's right.
I might as well just call it a day. So you're always back timing things.
Right.
So if I need to be there at 11:26, I need to allow time to get suited up, get my IFB in my ear. I gotta allow time to, now I'm working backwards. So if we recorded a piece, the start of the day, let me go back to the beginning. The start of the day, we go to the story, we shoot video, we interview people. When we're done recording all that stuff, we go and sit down somewhere. It's either at our office or in our news van. We can operate fully out of there. And, I do what's known as logging the interview. I'll look at my entire interview, I'll write everything down, and then I get a blank piece of paper or a blank, Microsoft Word document and start writing my story. I get that approved by one of our executive producers. And once I have a script approved, then we edit it on the computer. We've got to then feed it back to the station, and that can happen instantaneously, or if there's bad cell service, which I was explaining in the Bureau, that's how we feed material back. Sometimes it can take me 10 seconds to feed a piece back. Sometimes it takes 10 minutes. So I got to factor all of that in. So now working backwards, okay, so if I have to be on the air at 11:26, then I'd like to be in place in front of the camera by 11:20. I'd like to have the video fed in by 11:10. If I'm editing a big package, I'd probably like to allow an hour to edit, so that means I have to be editing by 10:10. I have to have the script approved probably by 9:50. Takes about half an hour to write, or quicker. So I have to start writing by 9:20. Now, obviously, right now it's already, what do we got here?
9:50.
9:50. So that's not going to happen. With a breaking news story like this, we just go with the information. There's not going to be time to do a lot of news gathering. We're going to get there and try to get on the air with what information we know about this incident. And as far as the video, what video is going to play above me, I'm probably planning to use whatever material the helicopters get.
Gotcha. Now, maybe if we're lucky, now there may be a CHP officer there.
Right.
Is that what you're hoping that we get?
Well,
grab one of them.
If they've already cleared the scene, then that's not going to happen. So at some point, I'll probably have to go to a CHP station in Victorville and interview a PIO, a public information officer, that to explain what happened. And usually, some of the good ones, they'll come to us, but some of the ones that aren't as experienced, or they're either busy. I don't want to say not as experienced, but some of them they want. We have to go to them. And, this is one of these jobs where, you call the dermatologist, you're lucky if you get an appointment in 2 months.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
When I'm calling people and I'll say, hey, I'd like to interview you, and they say, sure, when would you like to set that up? And I'll say, now.
Yeah. Today.
I mean, yeah. And so that's, we're one of those jobs where it's, but news is instantaneous.
Yeah.
We got to get it done as quickly as possible. So the other thing is, ideally we'd like to interview some of the people who it happened to, but I mean, I doubt that's going to be possible. They're hospitalized.
Happened at 2 a.m.
Happened at 2 a.m. And plus, how do you find them? Witnesses, it's always important to try to interview eyewitnesses. I don't think this is going to be possible. It happened at 2 a.m.
On a freeway.
On a freeway, yeah, exactly. So a lot of times, if it's happening at a business, we can go to that business and say, if a place got robbed, I can go to the next door business. Hey, do you have surveillance video? Who was working last night? Can we interview them? A lot of news gathering techniques. A lot of the ways we find out about stories now is on social media, but social media is a great thing and a horrible thing. We could probably talk for years about that.
You gave me a great segue, because I was going to ask you this question. So in this day and age, like social media, you can get any piece of information anywhere, anyway, on the internet. But I mean, you work for this news powerhouse, ABC7. What is the importance? Why is it important that you're out here reporting on these stories, finding these stories, when you can just get it on Facebook
so
quick?
Exactly. Well, The good thing about social media is it can be much more localized. The bad thing is that it's much easier for erroneous stuff to spread.
Or biases, right?
Or biases. Stand by. So, brief update. We might not be going live at 11:30 because the freeway is now open, so this traffic is going to eventually dissipate.
That's what you say.
Yeah, right.
I've been here enough times. This traffic's not going anywhere.
So we're, so we'll see. And also, fortunately, the victims in this case are in decent shape. So, but social media. Back to that. I'll give you, and I love sharing this example when I speak to people about what I do for a living.
Right.
Social media is important because we get a lot of story ideas that way, and a lot of important story ideas come up on social media. Good stories, bad stories, human interest stories, all sorts of stuff can come up on social media. But a lot of BS can come up on social media.
Oh, of course.
Too.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. So there's this video that comes out of a man being attacked by someone with a bat in front of a liquor store. And this guy is beating him down with the bat. And then the guy escapes. And so it's like, where is this guy? And the guy's hurt. You know, I think he was a homeless guy. And, you know, just attacked for no apparent reason. And so, you know, when the station calls me about this and they say, okay, head to San Bernardino, my first thing is, well, is this verified? No, that's part of what you got to do. So we go to the liquor station because, again, this video is now circulating all over social media.
Sure.
So it's becoming a thing. So I go to the liquor station, the liquor store, and I head in there and I find the owner and I said, hey, and I show him the video. I go, do you know anything about this? This happened right in front of your store. He goes, yeah, it did. About 2.5 years ago. Because that's one of the things with social media. Stuff can pop up from so long ago that all of a sudden people are like, wow, did you know this is happening? Well, no, it happened.
Interesting.
Long time ago. Later that day, we had another social media, you know.
A dust up, as it were.
Yeah. You know, fortunately, and again, I mean, you know, people can say, you know, the news is biased or whatever, but it's important to be a good gatekeeper to allow the important news out and keep the stuff that shouldn't be out there locked up.
Sure.
I like to say there's 3 kinds of news. News people need to know about, news people should know about, and then news people want to know about. You know, a lot of the celebrity stuff, people want to hear about that. Not necessarily important, but
they want to know.
They want to know. And then there's stuff people should know about, which is, you know, what your local government's doing, what they're not doing. You know, the newspapers excel at this because, you know, they can dig into local political issues. And then there's news people need to know about, obviously, when like a fire is raging out of control. Or the weather. You know, if there's you know, we had a tropical storm or a hurricane warning, wasn't it, this past August?
Oh,
that was a big deal. So,
we had to shut down band camp.
You sure did.
We did. We had to cancel the last day because of the bad weather. The rain was scary. But we are not equipped for it. You know, it's
right.
Something as simple as drainage in LA.
Yeah.
It gets used so infrequently. You don't know what the problems are until they're there.
You know, different news markets have different news that appeals. And when I first showed up in LA, you know, 15 plus years ago, it took me a couple of weeks to realize that news that people are interested here, weather, animals, and kids.
Yeah, of course.
Anything weather related. You know, people can laugh, oh, we're doing a story and it's just drizzling. Well, guess what?
Hey, man.
It's a thing here in Southern California. People want to know everything about the weather, the wind, the cold, the heat, the whatever it is.
Sure.
Animals. People love stories about animals. Or they hate stories about animals. I mean, if a you know, like when a pit bull attacks somebody.
Oh, right.
Or if a bear gets loose. think that's what you were going to allude to. And then kids. I mean, people are extremely interested in stories that involve children.
They're our future, Rob.
They're your present.
There are, yes, my present.
How's Hayden doing?
He's good. The baby's good. He slept. He's sleeping in the night. He's in his crib. 2 months old in the crib. We don't mess around in the Vogel house.
Well, in the McMillan house, Julia is now potty trained.
Hey now!
Yes, daytime potty trained.
That's
Number
good.
1 is going well. Number 2, not so much.
Hey,
but we're fighting on.
We're fighting on. It's a step in the right direction.
And Alex is nighttime potty trained. So
it's living the dream. When they're both potty trained, it's like a great debt will be lifted off your shoulders. This is the riveting content people are tuning in on, Kid Talk.
If they could see the traffic, they would know why we have a lot of time to schmooze.
Oh, I'm sure Brett and Anthony are getting B-roll. But since we're killing time, I have some games planned.
Oh.
So in these alumni doodads I'm doing, I thought it'd be fun to pull some movie quotes from movies about the industry.
Okay.
So news movies. The problem is that most of the films about journalism and news media, very dour, very serious, right? So I didn't do as many of those, so I have 2 film games planned for you. All right, so here's what I got: a few quotes.
Okay.
And all you have to just guess the film title.
Now, right now, I'm really good at Paw Patrol and The Little Mermaid.
So it's none of those. None of those, right?
All right.
We'll do the serious one first.
Okay.
All right. So here we go. And this one, I've only got one quote from this one, but I think you'll get it right on the money. You guys got to understand, this is big. This is not just Boston. It's the whole country. It's the whole world. And it goes right up to the Vatican. You know that one?
I sure don't.
Ooh, it's a great movie starring Mark Ruffalo, Rachel McAdams, Michael Keaton, and it's about a East Coast drama involving the Catholic Church.
I am failing miserably.
Oh, no, you're doing great. This is serious. The movie Spotlight. Have you seen this one?
I sure haven't.
Ooh, check it out. It's great.
So that would
film.
be why I didn't know the quote.
That'd be it. I didn't see it. You know, I missed it.
Now, should I have seen this?
You should see it. It's a very good film.
Look at this. All lanes open at Oak Hill.
At Oak Hill.
Okay.
There we go.
Sorry. So maybe I'll do better on the second one.
Here we go. This one I think you'll get. This one, well, I don't know if you've seen this one, but we'll try it. All right, here we go. One day you'll be cool. Here's the next one. Rock stars have kidnapped my son.
This is horrible.
Honey, they're on pot.
I don't know this one.
Here we go. Hold me close up, tiny dancer. You know that? Does that help you?
That's Elton John, right?
It is. They sing it on a bus, on a tour bus. It's about a young man doing a story about a rock band. Kate Hudson. What's that other guy's name? No? You don't have it?
No.
That's Almost Famous.
Have not seen that either.
Almost Famous.
Obviously, movies are not my thing.
Full disclosure. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. Full disclosure, I also have not seen Almost Famous.
Okay.
But it's just in my brain. Here we go. This one you might stand a good shot at.
0 for 2.
This is a 1992 film starring Christian Bale as a young lad, young tyke, wearing a particular cap, if that'll help. I'll try. I don't want to do the accent. There's a lot of people out there, and they ain't just gonna go away. They got voices now, and they're going to be listened to. Putting them in jail is not going to stop them. That's the power of the press, Joe. So thanks for teaching me about it. Extra, read all about it. Ellis Island in flames.
You know, if you gave me quotes to James Bond movies.
We'll get to James Bond. Don't give it away. The particular cap. These little boys that sell newspapers, and they wear caps.
Oh, Newsies.
There you go, Newsies.
Have not seen that.
I've seen the play.
I've seen the play too.
Yeah. All right, these ones you will get. I'm convinced you'll get this one. All right. Let's see. What's a good one here? So tell us, so this is dialogue, so I'm doing 2 parts.
Okay.
Actually 3 parts, but you'll get it. You'll get it. So tell us, Mama, why make Buffalo's biggest cookie? Well, man from health department say he find rat pellet in pastry, but I say no, it's big chocolate sprinkle. But he shut store down, so we clean up, make big cookie for us to bring customer back. Let's try that again, shall we? Beep, beep. So tell us, Mama, why make Buffalo's biggest cookie? So all the children in the neighborhood will be happy? And isn't it nice to see all their smiling faces? I work in back, I see no smiles.
Not a clue.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles. Nothing? That's Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty.
Starring Jim Carrey. Oh my gosh, you'll like that one. That's a great one. Jim Carrey, Jennifer Aniston. What's neat about that, it's a Universal picture. And they filmed a lot of it on the Universal backlot.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've ever been there, because they didn't really dress it that well, you can tell, like, okay, I've seen that on the tour. I've seen that on the tour. You just know it's Universal. All right, here we go.
That's where Back to the Future was shot, too. Right?
Exactly, exactly.
The courthouse.
This one you'll get. They've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time. I'm not gonna lie, that smells like pure gasoline.
Oh, is that the Ron Burgundy one?
It sure is. You remember the title?
I sure don't.
Here, I'll give you another. I'll give you another one. Here we go. Well, I could be wrong, but I believe Diversity is an old wooden ship that was used during the Civil War era.
I don't remember the name of it. But
Trojan alum, Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell, yep.
In
Ron Burgundy.
Ron Burgundy. Here's a last quote for you. It's Anchor Man, not Anchor Lady. Does that help you out?
That's the Ron Burgundy one.
Yeah, Anchorman.
Anchorman.
Giving you a quote. So there you go. This was news film quotes with Rob McMillan. A round of applause. A round of applause.
Well, I got one of them by accident.
You got one of them.
Well, no, I got the Ron Burgundy one. I just didn't get the title of it.
You had it. And the Newsies, I got you there. Remember, games are supposed to be fun. So because the news movies are so serious and dour, but I know you're a big James Bond fan. Big time. So I thought it'd be fun to sort of quiz you a little bit about the order of James Bond films.
Okay, do you want to know the order?
Oh, I have the order.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do.
Dr. No, From Russia with
No, hold
Love.
on. Well, that might be. We'll do that at the end for coverage.
Okay.
But what I'll do is I'll give you a pair, and you tell me which came first.
Okay.
All right.
Go.
So we have Live and Let Die and The Spy Who Loved Me.
Live and Let Die.
Okay. Moonraker and Octopussy.
Moonraker.
GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies.
GoldenEye.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Diamonds Are Forever.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
The Man with the Golden Gun, The Spy Who Loved Me.
Man with the Golden Gun.
Hot damn, see?
Is that good?
Oh, you're nailing it. Skyfall or Quantum of Solace?
Ones. I think it's Quantum of Solace.
You think correctly. It is. Fun fact.
That guy's never going to live that down.
So tell us about the fun fact guy. So we have it on tape forever.
Oh, this was great. So
this
was
right?
the opening home game 2 years ago. Rice at USC. And so they brought their whole band, all, 65 of them?
If that. Soaking wet.
And so, I'm up in the press box getting ready to do the announcing. And Jake says, hey, Rob, the announcer's heading up. Apparently, he also plays sousaphone. And he wanted to bring his sousaphone into the press box.
Makes sense.
And you were saying, no, I don't think that's going to work. So he comes up, and, he was relatively young, and I found out that he's actually a current student at Rice. And so I said, well, how long have you been doing the announcing? He goes, this is my first game. And he looks out of the press box and he goes, wow, this is really big. I'm like, yep. And I said, do you want to you want to take your seat? And it looks like your band's getting into position. He goes, do you think now's a good time? I said, yeah.
Sure do.
And this poor guy, he was so good. He says, well, I'm waiting for the cue from my news director, but I can't seem to find him. Can you help me find where he is? And I'm like, I don't know what you're, not news director, band director.
Band director, yeah.
News director. I said, I don't know what your band director looks like, but I'll try to keep an eye out. Usually he's going to be standing on the ladder or something like that. He goes, okay. He goes, do you think I should get my glasses? I said, well, if you need them, now's the time. And he's like, I can't see him. He goes, do you think I should text him? I'm like, well, your band's all out there. I think maybe now's just the time to go. I said, wait a minute, that guy standing on the ladder, he's pointing at the press box. I think that's your cue. And he says, okay. All right. He goes, I've never been this nervous in my whole life. And I said, okay, guy, come on. You got this. You just got to press the button and talk. And he did great.
He did great. He nailed it.
Now, the reason fun fact comes up is, we were talking beforehand, and, I would ask him questions about how he was doing, and everything he would say was prefaced by, well, fun fact.
Yeah.
So.
How was your day at school? Well, fun fact, I made it to all my classes.
So back to James Bond.
James Bond, Quantum of Solace. Came out the summer of, do you know what year?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not that good with the new ones. It's probably 2010?
Close, 8.
2008. Okay.
The same summer as The Dark Knight.
Okay.
The reason I know this, that summer I worked at a movie theater. And I was all excited.
That was my very first job, was at a movie theater.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
I was an usher.
I sold concessions.
Yeah, that was a step up from the ushers, at least back in the day.
Concessions was, at this time, at this theater, everyone went through concessions. That's where you started. Because I think that's where they figured out if you could be self-sufficient. Because there's always something to do. There's always a surface to clean. There's always something.
Yeah.
And, but you got to remember, most of the kids working there were what, 16? 15, 16,
yeah,
like in that age?
For me, it was my first job. And back then, we're talking 30 years ago. It was just much more sexist. If you were a man or a boy, or if you were male, you were an usher. You cleaned the theater. If you were female, you worked concessions.
Well, looky there.
That's how it went, and we had no choice in the matter.
But when I was hired, it was they're all teenagers. I was in college. I was already 22, I think, at the time, 21, 22. So I was older. All the assistant managers, I was about the same age, and they were all like, "Why do you want to work here?" And if you remember 2008, that huge recession.
Yeah.
I needed gas money.
Right.
More than anything, I'm like, I need some extra income. So I'm there, and they liked me but I always found something to do. But 2008, Quantum of Solace, those were our work shirts, had that on the back. Quantum of Solace. And I was all excited because this was the first movie I was going to be able to get people free tickets. Come see this movie. And it's my least favorite Bond movie. It's such a dud.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
But that's what's fun about that one. I do like Skyfall. I do like Goldfinger is fun. Is Goldfinger, is that where he chases himself in the mirror with the car? Like he's driving down the house, and then he freaks out and he turns and he realizes it's just a mirror?
Yes. That was the third James Bond film, Sean Connery.
It was.
My favorite is The Living Daylights with Timothy Dalton. And I have a theory, and it's only because it came out in '87. That's the first James Bond movie I saw in the movie theater.
Wow.
I was 10 years old. And I have a theory. everyone always says, oh, Sean Connery's the best. But most of those folks who say that are baby boomers. Yeah. So anyway, you're on to my theory. The first James Bond you see, that's the one you think is your favorite. Is that true in your case?
Almost true. Because the first James Bond I saw would have been Pierce Brosnan.
Oh, okay.
So it would have been him in, I think probably Tomorrow Never Dies was probably the first one I saw.
That's his second one.
But I saw that one, and I enjoyed it.
That's a news media type movie too.
It is. That's right, huh?
Yeah.
That's not the one with the boat. That's the World Is Not Enough when he has that
it has
whole
the
race car.
stealth boat at the end,
Yeah.
which is kind of a stupid.
And that's got Michelle Yeoh in it. Yeah, Michelle Yeoh is the super kick-ass Bond girl, right?
So let's get off at Ranchero.
Oh, I'm on it, man. Don't you sweat. All right, so just since we're almost there, let's see. Run down. Oh, to answer your question, it was Pierce Brosnan, but Daniel Craig, when his movies came out, was like a good formative time in my paying attention to movies.
Okay.
So I think he's probably, the two of them are probably my favorite. But I think your theory stands. All right, run the list from beginning to end, and I'll check you.
Dr. No, From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, Thunderball, You Only Live Twice, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Diamonds Are Forever, Live and Let Die, The Man with the Golden Gun, The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker, For Your Eyes Only, Octopussy, Avila Would Kill, The Living Daylights, License to Kill, Golden Eye, Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough, Die Another Day, and then we get into the Daniel Craig ones, which was the first one, Casino Royale. Then this is where I get a little. We got Quantum of Solace, Skyfall, and then Spectre.
Yeah. And then there's one more.
There's one more. That's the most recent one. Yeah, I don't know. Which one is that?
Oh, you don't have it? It's in there. You gotta have it.
I probably have it. Oh no, it has a really weird. Give me a hint.
It has time in the title.
Oh, No Time to Die.
There it is. Yahtzee.
All right.
He's got it.
I got it.
All right, we're exiting Ranchero. Where do you want me to come park in the Starbucks?
I would say let's park at Starbucks for now, and I'll check in with the office.
All right, so Rob's about to do his stand-up on this story. So we're here on the side of the freeway, and here he is off in the distance doing it. We'll keep a little bit of distance so we don't have mic bleed. I don't think we will with this wonderful high desert wind we've got. Oh, look, there he goes. This is real news happening. It's happening right now. So we're watching Rob do this story. It's unfortunate his jacket is blue, of all colors, ABC. I wonder if that's it. Is he done? He's gonna do it again, catch a hat. All right. You wanna move a little closer? Move a little closer. It's unfortunate the jacket's blue, Rob.
Right?
So it's the van, yeah. All right. Behind the barricade, here we go. So we're changing camera angles a little bit. Now Rob's walking into the weeds. This was a popular activity in my youth, walking on dirt hills. That's what we did out here. All right, checking the tie, the zipper. Folks, no other band in the country is giving you behind the scenes of news live in action. You're not getting this from Michigan, I'll tell you what. God, what a professional. Look how good he looks given the news, huh? Now you notice how still he holds quietly at the end? That's so when they do the edit, it doesn't just immediately end with him walking away. That's filmmaking, live in action. CHP is not calling this road rage, at least not yet. This is Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. How do you think he did? If we scored that, Brett, what would you give him on a scale of 1 to 10?
10 plus.
10 plus, for sure. Anthony, what would you say? How cold are you, Anthony?
Cold.
Anthony's cold. Look at that. You wore short basketball shorts and sandals. You're one Hawaiian shirt away from Tony Fox over there, man. All right, I think he got it. Did you get it?
We got it.
All right, he got it.
Now it's lunchtime.
Now it's time for lunch. We'll break for lunch, and we'll see what other stories we can drum up here in the high desert. Fight on.
Yes, sweetheart.
So we're up here in the high desert, Hesperia, California, right outside of the Hesperia Police Department. Now, we came up here for an initial news story, but it has drastically changed. Rob, tell us what's going on.
Well, so we came up here originally for that road rage shooting. But then about an hour ago, we got an email from the San Bernardino County Sheriff that he's going to have a news conference here on a completely different issue. A few days ago, there was a situation up here in the high desert where there was a deputy-involved shooting that was fairly controversial. But as far as my job goes, today is a perfect example of how you never know when you wake up where you're going to be. The original plan was for me to go to Big Bear to do a story on someone who kidnapped a girl and locked her up for like a week.
Right.
But then they put another reporter on that, so I could go to Fontana to do a story about someone who lost everything in a house fire and how the community is trying to help them. Then we have that car-to-car shooting on the 15 freeway, so now we have to reroute up here to the high desert.
Right.
And now the sheriff says he's having a news conference on another issue. So by my count, we're on story number 4.
Wow. So 4 stories in one day, but this is typical, right? Having this many stories in a day?
Not extremely typical. It's typical to have to shift, but to have to shift, now 3 times to get to a 4th story, this is unusual. You're getting to see a pretty action-packed day.
That's wild. So now you're up here. Let's check the watch. So it's about 25 afternoon. Press conference is at 3:30. What are you doing these next 3 hours?
Now we wait. We wait for the news conference. It's important whenever there are news conferences where there is likely to be a lot of media interest, and this is going to sound strange, but it's important to get here early because you want to find parking. You want to have a parking spot that is close to where you're going to be lugging all your gear to go live. Now, back in the day, and this goes back to our tour that we saw in the Bureau, we would want to be really close because we would have to string cable from the parking lot up the sidewalk into the building, tape everything down so no one trips, and it's a long setup process to carry this news conference live. Now, with the magic of DeGero, that cellular bonded technology, we just bring our little backpack unit in, fire it up, and you're good, depending on cell service. Again, if everyone starts firing up their backpack units on at once, then that can cause problems. So that's another reason why, and this is a little trick of the trade, you want to get in there and you want to fire your unit up before everyone else. Because once it grabs onto those cells, it's not going to let them go. But if you show up late and you're the last person to fire up your unit, it may have a harder time. So instead of getting a live shot with a 1.5 second delay, you have to go to a 3-second delay, or in worst case scenario, an 8-second delay, which is horrible, but sometimes you need that just to get a good quality picture. So we'll carry that live at 3:30, and then they want me to be on the air at 5 o'clock. So assuming the news conference goes for about 15 minutes, I'll have about an hour and 15 minutes to take the news conference, sort through it, pick out some salient points, some of the key statements that were made, and edit those together with a story that I write, and mix in some of the body camera video from the deputy that was released a couple of days ago, and figure out how to edit everything, put it together, send it back, and then jump in front of the camera to do the live shot.
Live at 5.
Live at 5.
Live at 5. So really what you're telling me is hurry up and wait.
Just like the marching band.
Just like the band. And you were trained for this in your college years.
Very well.
All right, so you're up here, you're editing. Now, do you get a chance to ask questions at this press conference, or is it just going to be what you get and that's what you got?
We'll ask questions. Whether or not they answer,
sure.
We'll have to see.
Sure. And in these controversial issues, I imagine, you have you're Rob McMillan, your name is out there, you have this social media presence. I imagine when this story goes out there, are you worried about what that backlash is going to look like just for you, people falling on either side?
Well, I wouldn't say you get worried about it, but you definitely think about it, because unfortunately we live in a time where people are just in their silos. You know, they're either with you or they're against you. And you have, you know, stories that I'll report that people will say, oh, you know, you're just like, you know, you're a cop hater just like the rest of the people in the media. And then on that same story, I'll have someone say, oh, all you do is cover up for the police. You're, you know, implicit, you know, or you're complicit. And I'm like, you guys, that's the exact same story.
Right.
They got two different opinions from the same story. And you got to be careful with social media too. Like I was telling you in the car, we get a lot of story ideas from it, but you know, a lot of these people are just, you know, as they say, keyboard warriors, that they don't know anything. They're just venting frustration. And so you got to be careful with some of that stuff.
Gotcha. So we're up here in the high desert waiting for this story to pass.
Waiting.
We're getting ready for it. Obviously the hurry up and wait mentality of the band has sort of equipped you for it. But I know I asked you in the car, time management, hurry up and wait. But in, you know, days like this where you're being flexible, do you attribute maybe your patience or your success with this to your time in the band, or did it really help in preparing you for a career like this where you really are moving, turning on a dime and having to sort of roll with the punches?
I don't know where I got that. I think that, you know, time management I definitely got from the band. And that's a key portion of this. As we talked about in the car, it's not just getting on air right on time, but I've got to manage everything leading up to that. Right. And we're not talking about something that needs to be done in days or weeks. We're talking about something that has to be done in hours and minutes.
Right.
As far as the flexibility to just turn on a dime, you know, that frustrates a lot of people. Even a lot of people in this business, you get frustrated. Like, you work all day on a really good story that you're real happy with, and then guess what? You got to flush it down the toilet and go to another story that you might not like.
Or a car chase comes up.
Or, you know, we'll be standing around to go live, and a car chase comes up, and they say, stand by, you know, and it's cold and it's windy, and we're standing by, and I'm like, can't we just get this chase over with? And that's what I always tell people. They go, when's it going to be on? I said, well, you know, 5 o'clock, unless there's a car chase or a fire, you know, and then all bets are off. So yeah, you do have to have a lot of flexibility, and that's something that I've always been patient with. I would say, I don't think there's anything in real life that has taught me how to deal with it better in the business side of things, but dealing with it on the business side of things has helped make me better in real life.
Great.
So when, you know, we're heading out the door, taking the kids to preschool, and all of a sudden there's an accident, and now we're running late, and we've got little cleanup in the bedroom.
Sure.
I'm okay with that.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Rob, is there anything today that all these alumni out there, they're tuning in today, this Streamathon, helping raise money for the band? Is there anything you'd like to say to these folks to encourage them to continue in supporting the Spirit of Troy in all our endeavors?
Well, I will say that I don't know what it is that I learned at school that helped me prepare for these moments, but I will say it's the Trojan family that really helped me into this position. As I was being hired, my news director at the time was asking me how often I got back to USC, how often, you know, and it was really, really important to her. And having that connection with, you know, where you gained your education and the people who helped you along the way is so important. And it's, you know, kind of not what you know, who you know. The Trojan family connection has helped me out in so many ways, even with story contacts. It's amazing how I'll be somewhere and I'll find someone and they go, oh, you went to SC? Okay. And then they give me something that they probably wouldn't have before.
Yeah, that's great. Well, as we conclude our segment with Rob McMillan, thank you all for tuning in to Day of SCupport. I really appreciate you following along, watching with us all day as we go on this wild, what an adventure we've had today, Rob.
I bet you didn't know you were going to be up here in your hometown.
I did not. This was a happy accident. But thank you all for tuning in. Big thanks to Rob. We'll throw one of those down. Thank you so much. Fight on. And let's keep it going. We've got a lot more segments in store for today. We've got some live shots. We've got some entertainment going on. So continue to tune in. Continue to stay on the website and keep track. And from KTMB, signing off from Hesperia, California, fight on.
Fight on.
You live from the Lion Center. That was Dexter, Holland, featuring the Spirit of Troy, the University of Southern California Trojan marching band. Wowzers. You know, what a fun side effect of the bracket going the way it did is, you know, the kids came out on top, and look at, we had that plan. Was it planned all along? Was the future predetermined, or was it a real bracket? You'll never know. You'll just have to think about it tonight when you're sitting in bed pondering your very existence.
I'm still thinking about it.
Yeah, we're still thinking about it. All right, so we're back in. Let's get some updates. What a fun segment. Hey, did you learn anything about the news, Casey, with Rob?
I learned that news is like marching band. You just sit around and wait.
Hurry up and wait, right? But he was trained for it. Talk about a program to really go through and be trained for just driving. Rob and I were in the car, I think, for an hour and a half. And we went, and he did that poster on the bridge, and that wasn't even the story. We moved on.
I know.
All right, well, we have some questions in the chat, but we have a fund update first. Go ahead and refresh the website, Casey. Give it a quick refresh. Let's take a look. Holy smokes, folks. There we go. $11,798. Trojans. You know what that means. I I know what that means. That means our very first benchmark challenge. So, folks, as I mentioned before, that money, it's not adding together. That is an honest to God $11,000 we raised today, and now we get an extra 10 from Daniel and Sarah Lichtman. So what was once 11 grand, folks, do your math, now is $21,000.
That's a lot of thousands.
That's a lot of dollars. And look at that. We're at 58 donors, folks. We are almost into the 12 o'clock hour. We got a lot of fun, a lot more stuff coming your way. And we're not even halfway done today. We started at 7-ish. And now we're coming into, what is this, hour 4, approaching the 5-hour mark, right, Casey?
Yeah, thereabouts, yeah.
All right, Casey, how fresh are you feeling? You feeling good? You feeling fly?
I'm feeling pretty good. We're coming off of a pretty contentious bracket.
What do you mean contentious?
I mean,
it was decided in the room. What is there
it
to
sure
argue?
was, but there's been a lot of pushback on social media.
All right, hold on. Ladies, did you think it was contentious, Brian, you two, or was it all right?
I thought it was good.
Yeah?
I disagreed with some portions, I can't lie.
Shiny?
I thought it was good.
Okay, Brian, how about you?
I think Sunshine beating Sing Sing Sing, which is my personal favorite, was a crime specifically to me.
It was a crime.
Agree.
All right, well, okay. Everyone's entitled to their opinions.
Even if it's wrong.
But the show is the show. All right. Look at that. The crowd's just growing. It's fun in here, but I'm so impressed with all of you out there. But hey, folks, we have 58 donors. Let's see. Can we hit 60 donors before noon? I bet we can. I bet you can. So get on there. Share it out. Send it out there. Folks who are about to get on their lunch break, tell them. Go to the Day of SCupport website. Watch the Streamathon from the website. It's cool if you do it from YouTube, but if you do it from the website, it helps drive traffic. So when someone Googles, oh, I wonder what's going on at USC, boom, Band Spirit Streamathon for Day of SCupport. If you couldn't tell, I'm on my second cup of coffee today, so we are getting jacked for raising money for this band. All right, Casey Busby.
Yes, sir.
All right, we can pull out of that. Yeah, here we go. Pull up some questions. Let's see what's going on. Let me know what's firing off in the chat here. What do we got?
In the chat, we have a question about the news segment we just watched.
Yep.
What did you and Rob have for lunch during the lunch break?
That's an excellent question. So, as a matter of fact, fun fact, I did not.
Callback.
Yeah. I did not go to lunch with Rob. So, Rob and his cameraman, they went somewhere for lunch. And while Rob was at lunch with his cameraman, that Hesperia segment, that's when we filmed that Hesperia segment. That's when we killed some time. So Anthony and Brett and I, we drove around to those spots, filmed that segment, and then I took Brett and Anthony to my childhood hometown Mexican restaurant, La Casita on Main Street in Hesperia, California. They didn't pay for advertising, but I'm going to give it to them. You couldn't go to a birthday. You couldn't win a baseball game. You couldn't do anything in that town without celebrating at La Casita, and it was great. Anthony, did you enjoy lunch at La Casita?
Oh, yeah.
Anthony says, oh, yeah, well, you know what? That is a testimonial I can live with. So we ate at La Casita, and it was fun for me to kind of share some of my childhood flavors with two of my best buds. All right, do we have any other questions or commentary from the chat?
We have a suggestion from your favorite bass player.
My favorite bass player, that's Zach.
That's right.
Okay, what's Zach have to say?
It's time for a movie night.
A movie night?
It's time for a movie night.
What movie we want to watch?
All the ones that Rob's never seen. It's time to sit him down and have a movie night.
Yeah, that's a great idea. You know what? Let's do this, folks. If you have any suggestions, we here in the band pavilion, we've got a huge screen, 9-foot by 14-foot screen. Why don't you make a donation? And in the section where you can put your donor name or your words of affirmation, why don't you put a movie suggestion in there? What movie do the youths of today need to watch? Is it the ancient hit that is Star Wars? Or is it the more contemporary fare, Godzilla X Kong? All right, it's up to you. So make a donation.
Ancient is crazy that you just said that.
Ancient, it's almost a 50-year movie, and I'm the crazy one. Okay, here we go. Back at it. So that's our fund update. Do we have any more questions? So we got one more.
That's it.
That's it. That's all the questions. All right. So, folks, this past spring, we had a phenomenal basketball season for our teams this spring. In particular, our women's basketball team went to the Elite Eight. Woo! Woo! Cheer, students, cheer. How exciting!
Basketball.
Oh, my gosh. It was a tremendous feat by our women's basketball team, and that team is led by the greatest basketball coach in the history of the universe. ever. That's our very own Lindsay Gottlieb, and she was gracious enough this past spring to have a sit down with me and let me interview her for the Streamathon. So please enjoy a one-on-one sit down chat with our very own women's head basketball coach, Lindsay Gottlieb.
Hi y'all, we're the USC Tenors. We're out here at Baudry Loop training for band camp, and you're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you for your support, and fight on!
Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the 2024 TMB Spirit of Troy Streamathon, and we've got a treat for you today. I'm sitting down in the practice courts here in the Galen Center, and we're interviewing the greatest coach in the history of women's athletics here at USC, Lindsay Gottlieb. Everyone clap for Lindsay Gottlieb at home. Yay. Thanks for sitting down with me,
I don't know
Lindsay.
if I can claim that title, but I appreciate it. Definitely speaking on behalf of the greatest band in the land. That goes without saying.
Listen, if we can give ourselves the title, I can give you the title of greatest
Sounds
coach
great.
ever. So, but thank you for sitting down with me. It's an absolute treat to get to sit with you. We were talking before we got started in this, and you mentioned the clarinet.
Yes.
And you played the clarinet. Tell me about this. Nobody knows this, so I want to hear all about clarinet.
Yes, we were saying how I get asked a lot of the same questions, but no one's ever asked me about my musical beginnings. So when I was a kid, I had amazing parents who obviously wanted to expose us to a lot of things. So in our school, we got to choose an instrument. I chose clarinet, and they allowed me to get clarinet lessons.
Okay.
So like private lessons. I don't know. My children aren't old enough, but I bet that's not cheap.
Mm-hmm.
So the clarinet teacher would come to the house, and I was definitely in grade school, so maybe 10.
Sure, sounds about right.
And my parents weren't home, and he would come over, and how long are lessons? 45 minutes, an hour?
At that age, yeah, about then. Yeah.
This is how my lessons went. The guy really liked me. I liked him. We talked about basketball, the Knicks, for at least 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay,
He was
sounds good.
fascinated that like a 10-year-old girl was really into Knicks. So we talked about the Knicks for like 20 to 30 minutes.
That's awesome.
I would play for a maximum of 10 to 15 minutes. And then I'd say, is it almost 4? My brother has a baseball game. I really want to go to the baseball game. And he'd say, okay. And I would leave.
And that's
so
it.
I think my parents were paying for an hour-long lesson. I like to say it kick-started my career because we talked hoops for a while.
Sure.
I did the playing for 10 to 15 minutes, and I was out the door to watch my brother's baseball game. So that was my musical.
And that's it.
That's
How long did you do that for?
This nice guy probably fleeced my parents for about a year, and then they were like, "You're not getting any better at clarinet." I'm like, "Yeah, that's because I'm playing for 10 minutes a lesson."
Got it.
And so it was
that's
probably
fun.
about a year, but it was fun. I talked hoops. I went to baseball, and I played clarinet for about 10 minutes.
Oh, awesome, excellent.
It was not my strength.
No?
No.
Mine either.
I enjoyed it, but yes.
Clarinet was my first instrument.
Okay.
And then I switched to trumpet, French horn, and then I do a lot of drums now. So I did
Wow.
that musical
Yes.
goofball path. But people always ask me, why music? Why was I drawn to it? Because
Yep.
when I was a kid, I played baseball.
Uh-huh.
I was on the wrestling team in junior high. I did all those things. But then marching band got its claws in me. So for you, what was it about basketball that grabbed you? Or did you do other sports when you were younger?
I did every sport.
Yeah.
I think I just gravitated really to playing sports, the competition, the skill, watching sports. It really was a passion of mine. I played baseball, soccer, basketball. I played a little football when I was little. Loved talking about sports. I don't know. I think my family was into it, but I wasn't pressured in any way. I just think it was my natural passion. It's really fun. I'm sure you feel the same way. It's really fun when you get to take that passion and turn it into your career, your livelihood. I definitely feel like I get to come to work every day and still feel like I can't believe I get paid to do the thing that I've loved since I was 4 years old.
Yeah, and so of all the sports, like I imagine, like you're probably really good at them all, I bet. So why that one? Why was it
That's a good
basketball
question.
that's the one you hung on to?
So I definitely played all sports, and I would say, even to these high-level basketball players, I would encourage parents to let your kids like cross-train, try different things. It's okay to play a sport and you're not the best. But ultimately, I think in my town, soccer was probably the biggest sport for girls, but there was a group of us, maybe 3 or 4, who were really into basketball, and it's all about opportunity, I think. There was a gentleman in our town who had started a club program and gave us the opportunity to play a little bit more seriously. Then you start to see high-level competition. We would go, I'm from a suburb of New York City. We'd go into New York City and play tournaments there, and it kept getting cooler and cooler, right, the opportunity. Then you start seeing college. We would go watch high school games when I was in grade school, but then you start seeing college teams on TV, and I think I saw what was out there. So I loved all sports, but basketball became the passion, I think, because I saw the opportunities and had people to look up to, and I really I liked all sports, but I love basketball. To me, it's so artistic, it's creative, there's a game planning aspect to it, there's a creativity. And so I think even though I knew I wasn't going to be a professional, like I wasn't that good, I played in college, but there was something about the sport and the impact on others in terms of the coaching that I felt like, okay, this is what I want to do with my life.
That's great. And basketball, they call March, the dance, right?
Yes.
And it's very choreographed.
Yes.
And for me, it took me a long time because I played basketball. I'd shoot hoops with my brother and my dad. We did a lot of around the world, a lot of lightning.
Yep.
But you put me in 3-on-3, it's a bad scene. I can't help but foul everybody and get myself in trouble. But in looking at the game and just the choreography, it really to me reminds me of ballet. The way you're moving people around and you're really making these moves on the team. So now if we can get into some X's and O's, like what are some of the things going through your head when you're making some of those halftime adjustments in a game?
Well, the 10,000 hours rule, right? Like you really don't become an expert in something until you spend 10,000 hours. For me, watching film completely changed my perspective on the game. And it wasn't, I started coaching when I was 21, and that's when you really dig into film, and you really can see the game from a bird's eye view, and the patterns and the movements, and it is artistry, it is spacing, it is movement. So I would say, and even people ask about my time in the NBA, the ability to just watch and learn a different level of the game, but it's still the same game, how they space the floor, how do they utilize skill sets. So going into the games, we scout ourselves, like we know what our strengths and weaknesses are and what we're trying to accomplish, and you really learn the opponent, like what they're trying to do. And I find typically in women's college basketball that if a team has a plan A, if you really can limit or take away plan A, oftentimes plan B and C aren't good enough to beat you. Okay. So I like to say to our own players, I'm trying to give you the answers before you take the exam in terms of what we're going to face, what we're trying to take away. So at halftime, we already have a game plan. We already have a vision of kind of what's supposed to happen. So then when you're making adjustments, you're like, okay, we're supposed to be forcing them out into the middle of the floor and they're getting to the middle of the floor. How do we adjust that? Or this matchup is really working well for us. How can we exploit that more? So usually by halftime of a game, you already have a plan, and it's whether or not the plan is going well enough and you want to continue with that. And every once in a while you have to scrap the plan and say, we thought it was going to be this and it's something else. But usually the halftime adjustments are tweaking the patterns and stuff that you already know you're trying to get to, or taking your game plan and trying to do it a little bit better.
Has there ever been a play, I'll call it the dream play. For me in music, sometimes there's those dream charts, like I want to play this music and I have to crack the code on how to arrange it right. Has there been some play or some maneuver that you knew would work and it just wasn't clicking, and then finally it locked in and a team just rocked it and nailed it? Have you ever had that experience?
Totally. I mean, what I always tell our players is, like, the best thing for me is when we give them a game plan, they understand the game plan, but then as a team and a unit, they almost like transcend the game plan. Yeah. Like they know it, but they're not thinking about it, so it just happens. So for me, actually, some of the most beautiful basketball is unchoreographed specifically. Like, we obviously have actions, we have sets, but the way I like to play is if it's not slowed down in a specific pattern, it's playing in flow. When they start to make reads out of the things you've worked on, but it's not specific, that's when I think it's really beautiful. But I would say, going back to your answer, it was actually a defensive game plan. It's going all the way back to my third year as a head coach when I was at Santa Barbara. Okay. My first year we won, the tournament. We won the Big West and the Big West tournament. Second year we struggled a little bit, so the third year was like really important to get back on top. And we devised a game plan where we were playing Long Beach State, and they had a kind of a star player, and I think everybody else thought, try to shut down the star player. But I really studied some analytics that said the star player is going to do her thing. It's when the other players score or don't score actually dictates whether they win or lose. So we devised a game plan that, I know this sounds crazy, but would shut down everyone else and let that one kid kind of do her thing. I thought we could defend her better than most people could. Yeah. And this game plan worked so beautifully because we had a guard and a post player who could manage the star player, and we really shut down everyone else, and we won a game that we weren't supposed to win. And that to me was one of the times where a game plan really just manifested in a way that was cool. And it was really about the game plan, because I wouldn't say, obviously we were a talented team, but it wasn't just about talent. It was about kind of outsmarting the other team.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. That's super cool.
Yep.
I want to talk about mentorship.
Yes.
Who is someone in your past that maybe in all the interviews, all the chats that maybe helped put you on your path that maybe you don't get to talk about a lot?
So there's a woman named Joanne Boyle. When I was a senior in college, I knew that I wanted to coach. So, I went to Brown. All my Ivy League classmates are like setting up internships or doing job interviews or getting hired in, December. And I'm like, I want to coach. What do I do? And so I started reaching out to coaches that I knew and kind of telling them what my goals were. Well, my best friend from high school was a great player at Duke University. Okay. So I went down to visit her, and her assistant coach, this woman, Joanne, who I knew a little bit when she was recruiting my friend, sat down with me and talked with me for an hour. We talked philosophically, why do you want to coach? And I was telling her, I asked her what she loved about coaching. Well, fast forward 3 years later, I was in coaching, and she got her first head coaching job and hired me as her top assistant. I was 24 years old. I had to get a note from the athletic director to be able to rent a car when I went out recruiting because I wasn't 25. And she entrusted me. It wasn't like she was a boss and I was the assistant and she said, okay, you do A, B, and C. She said, let's do this together and build a program. And I think about that now, a woman lifting up another young, female to say, to empower me to do things, to try things. And then she ultimately we were at the University of Richmond, she went and got the head job at Cal, brought me with her, and that opened up a whole lot of other doors. And then I got my first head coaching job from there. So here was someone who continually empowered me. She let me run the offense or run the defense or think of this crazy idea and let me see if I can make it work. And so she absolutely put me in positions to succeed. And then when she left Cal and I went back as the head coach and we went to the Final Four 2 years later, she came to the Final Four. It was her team. She had recruited that team, and I felt like I was just shepherding them to where we needed to go. And so her mentorship and her belief, I wouldn't be in the position I am today if not for her.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
What does mentorship mean to you? You've got these firecracker students on your team, and we got a glimpse of it, with all the March Madness hullabaloo. We get all these footage in the locker room, but obviously that's 10 minutes out of
for sure
these days and days.
Yes.
So what does that look like for you? What does that mean to you to see these women succeeding, being drafted?
It's unreal.
It's crazy. It's
unreal.
So cool.
And we tell people all the time, we have 35 games a year, but we're a team 365 days a year. So there's a lot that people don't see, and I think, quite honestly, some of those other days are the most important days. We talked about it. I love basketball. I love the X's and O's. I could nerd out and talk about it all day. But the most important thing we do is impact the lives of, 18 to 23-year-old women. And this is a time in which they really become who they want to be ultimately. Not that there's not growth after 23, but doors are open. And we have a platform through basketball and through the education here at USC to have a huge impact on their lives. And that's the best part. It's the conversations with a freshman who might be struggling. It's the great conversations with seniors who are about to go into their life and have doors open. All of it's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
We had the draft the other night, and 2 of our seniors were drafted, and you're jumping up and down wildly. That's a cool moment. But Kayla Padilla got a job in the 2 passions that she has. She's interested in finance and music, and she got a job as a finance person in the music industry. We don't jump up and down and celebrate, but that's just as meaningful too.
Of course, of course.
And the successes that you see with them throughout their life are really, really the best part of it. So I take that part really seriously, that we're probably with them more than their parents, more than the professors, more than anyone else in their lives during this time in college. So yes, to be kind of what they need us to be more than just a coach is really important.
That's excellent. What's a former student of yours that has a real interesting job outside of basketball that just comes to mind?
Yep. There was a young woman that I coached at Cal, Berkeley, when I was a head coach there, who from the time I was recruiting her as a 16-year-old, she just talked about Disney. I love Disney. I take trips to Disney. I love Disney movies. And so that was always an ultimate goal. When she left Cal, she worked at a startup in the solar homes, that not having to do with Disney, but she really built up her work experience. She was super bright and ultimately got a job, tried so many different times and ultimately got a job at Pixar.
Nice.
So how cool. And I saw her name on the credits. Her first film was Soul.
No way.
Which is
That's
actually
great.
a musical
movie,
which is incredible. The pride I have in that and seeing someone, spend a lot of time and grind to get to their dream job it's really meaningful. So she's got a super cool job working at Pixar and behind the scenes on a bunch of cool movies.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's super cool. When I'm watching you on the court, the chemistry with you and Beth is really cool. Can you tell me, what's the start of that relationship? How'd you 2 get connected? And then I want to hear more about that, the 2 of you.
So you're talking about Coach B, Beth Burns, our associate head coach. We'd call it, she's just a legend in our game. So I first met her when I was an assistant at Cal, and she was the head coach at San Diego State, and we interacted with a lot of other coaches just on the recruiting trail. And Coach B was always someone you want to sit next to in recruiting, because you're going to get a lot of knowledge, you're going to get a lot of good stories, you're going to be entertained, just someone who was always really willing to help young coaches and just offer knowledge. So that was just, I generally knew her. Then she had a year where she was after San Diego State before she moved on to other work experiences, and I flew her up to Cal to teach me a particular defense, a 1-3-1, and that was really meaningful. We definitely won games using that 1-3-1, so I was like, here's someone, again, now in a more formal way can offer knowledge. And then when she was working at Louisville, I tried to hire her when I had an opening at Cal. She wasn't ready to go, and then when I had the opening here, I just felt like it was a really unique time. I said, we're trying to build USC into the top program in the country. I could use your help. I could use what you bring. I was also pregnant and knew I was going into a season where I was going to have to take some time off. So someone who had been a head coach and could clearly run an operation while I was out was important to me. So getting her here was a huge part, I think, in our success. And then we really have complementary styles. Like her mind goes to defense, defense, defense. My mind likes to focus on offense first.
That's great.
She is personality-wise one way and I'm another way, and I think it plays well with the team in that sense. But she's just all about growing this program. She's a winner, and it's really been an absolute thrill for me to be able to coach with her. But also it's sent our program on a trajectory, I think, that we all wanted to get to, but it's happened faster than maybe we all imagined. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So you've got the 2 kiddos.
I do.
How old are they? What are they?
We do, yeah. My husband Patrick and I have Jordan, who's turning 7 next month.
Wow.
And Reese, who just turned 18 months.
No way.
Yes.
How's that going?
It's great.
I got 3 of them.
Okay, so you know it's like your home is a zoo, basically.
The home is a zoo.
Yes.
The 3rd one was born, check this out, he was born New Year's Eve.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm at the Holiday Bowl with the football team.
Oh,
so
my
like we
goodness.
do an event, and then I texting my wife, she's texting Brett, hey, everything's okay, tell him it's okay, and it's just high stress. And then he showed up right after the game.
So was he early? Like you weren't expecting?
He was early.
Okay.
He was early, but we thought based on the others, he could have showed up while I was in San Diego.
That's
crazy. It all worked out. But with the travel, and I know we're kind of in the same boat. You're traveling with the team. You're doing what you're doing. How do you balance? Now I'm talking kid shop.
For sure.
How do you balance the kid stuff and still be mom and still be this humongous head coach?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the word for me isn't work-life balance. It's work-life integration. Okay. And I'm fortunate that my conversations, in coming to USC, with the administration, I was very transparent up front, saying, hey, I want to be the best coach in the country, but I want to do it my unique way, which involves balancing children, family. I have an incredible team around us. Obviously, my husband, Patrick's super flexible, but we also have a full-time nanny and other helpers and people. And so motherhood looks a certain way for me. I try to not be judgmental in any way. Like, I need help doing it. We have, wonderful people. I have a flexible team and organization that allows me to bring the kids around. And I feel like when I was pregnant with Jordan, our first child, I literally said to the team, I don't intend to change who I am as a coach. I'm very hands-on. I want the players to come in. I said, but I might now have a kiddo around, and it might look a little bit different. And so I've just been able to adapt and adjust, but also really grateful for the people I work with to allow me to do it my way, and sometimes have the kids around, and sometimes change times of things. But also my family allows me to do this job at a high level and figure out how to kind of put it all together in a crazy puzzle piece.
Do they like basketball?
They love basketball, and I didn't push it on them. Like, it was funny for Jordan. At some point, like, it clicked.
Yeah.
He was always kind of around practice, but then at some point it clicked where he's like, oh my gosh, I can shoot on the side when they're talking. Or he now really likes to watch games. He can name, tons of players in the Pac-12. He can name NBA players. One kind of fun story is, he was 2 to 4 when we were in Cleveland with the Cavs.
Okay.
So that was kind of all he knew, although, he was a baby at Cal. But one time, soon after we had moved to LA, we were driving. You get the best conversations in the car, right? Like, that's when the kids will talk to you.
Yep.
And we were driving, and he just sort of said, kind of apropos of nothing, he said, Mommy, you know what's really interesting? I said, what's really interesting? He said, in Cleveland, boys play basketball, and in LA, girls play basketball.
Nice.
And I said, actually, boys and girls play in both places. You just saw it here, saw it, there. But it's been neat to see it through his eyes. He's like, when you're done coaching USC, can you coach the Warriors? Like, he just believes I can coach anywhere, right?
That's
which is awesome.
That's so cool.
He thinks, our players are just as cool as, Darius Garland or Steph Curry. It's all kind of one thing to him, which is really neat, which is how they should grow up. So he's into it. And then Reese, who's 18 months, you never know how they're going to take to the games, but she cheers like crazy at the games. She loves it. She says SC. I tell people her first 2 words other than mama were SC and Juju. So I was like, okay, those are some good words to know.
Those are the best words.
Those are pretty good words.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, my kiddos are pretty into they're pretty into SC,
yes.
but they were against music for a minute.
Okay.
I think because music is what takes dad away, right? But my daughter, now she's in piano and she's just
loves it.
She loves it.
Okay,
she's
good.
geeking out about it.
That's
the
great.
boy though, he likes baseball and he likes throwing a basketball around.
Awesome.
But he's very low, so he has a hard time.
Yeah. Well, we can lower the baskets and get them, to learn how to shoot, and then the baskets can get higher. But I think there's a cool thing about being around a college campus, right?
Yep.
Jordan loves the band. The whole pageantry of football is cool. They can go watch, a women's soccer game. It's neat to kind of expose them to everything. And as they get older, the arts, the arts around USC. So I'm really into just the cultural diversity of a college campus, and SC is incredible in that way.
Yeah. So in terms of culture, I read somewhere you spent some time in Australia.
I did.
So Australia was the first country I visited.
Okay.
Outside of the U.S. and I've been trying to go back, and I want to go back.
It's an amazing place.
It was super cool. But where were you? Tell me. I want to hear about that. What was that trip?
So I played basketball in the Ivy League. As I mentioned, I wasn't quite as good as these players, but which means in the Ivy League you're not on athletic scholarship, so you have a little bit more flexibility, do some stuff, right?
Okay.
And my mom passed away my sophomore year of college, and so I just kind of went through a time of I knew I loved basketball and I knew I wanted to come back and play basketball, but I felt like I needed this life experience to go travel, and so I went to Australia. And originally I was going to go for 1 semester abroad. Turns out that the particular place I was at had a scholarship for the 2nd semester based only on one thing, whoever had the highest GPA from the 1st semester. So I'm like, okay, I could go for free for the 2nd semester or pay the Brown tuition if I just study a little and, maybe do a little bit more work than these other study abroad students. So I ended up going for a full year, the 2nd year paid for, which was cool. So I was living in Sydney.
Yeah.
I was studying in Sydney, but I traveled pretty much everywhere in the entire country except I didn't get to Perth, which is all the way on the other side of the country. But I went to Tasmania, and I went up the coast to Cairns, which is the Great Barrier Reef, and I went to the center of the country, and I went to Melbourne. I really pretty much went everywhere, so I had an incredible experience in Australia.
Did you bring the accent back with you after a year?
I did not. I did not. I had a lot of good Australian friends that I could keep in touch with, but I couldn't pick up the accent as cool as that would have been.
I think I was only there a month, and I think some of it
rubbed
crept
off.
back with me.
Yes, there's some words every now and again that I'm like, oh, that's how the Aussies
But now
say it.
now the kids are watching this. What's the show? Bluey.
Oh yes.
Your kids watch it?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great show.
And so they start picking up, and then I'm trying to joke around with them and horse around.
For
with
sure,
them.
and try to use the Australian accent. Yeah.
So tell us about this. So this March Madness run we just had.
Yes.
You're traveling with the band. What was that like? Right
So
on
cool.
the airplane with them.
The energy with the band, it always accentuates anything we're doing. Absolutely love the band. So the plane, going to the tournament games is bigger. To have the band sitting with us is just, it's such a treat for us. Meeting some of the individual students, they were so genuine with, hey, we've loved this season, we love women's basketball, thank you for including us on this run. They were just great people, but the energy around it was unbelievable. The band send-offs at the Pac-12 tournament in Vegas, we had that little spot where we would go, and just to be there on the first day, the second day, and the last day of the championship day, we felt really bonded, hey, we're still here, let's do this one more time. It was unbelievable. Obviously hearing the songs play, being part of it was great. And then bringing that energy to our building for the first and second rounds, but also to Portland for the Sweet 16 was really special.
And how does that energy, how do you take that and then just bottle that up and translate it to the court? What does that do for you getting out
Well,
there?
I think it's really meaningful to the players, right? Especially in a women's sport. We felt a lot of support this year, but when you're heading into a game, to know that you have the school with you, that the band, which is a representative of I think, really USC, hey, you guys have our back, it means something. The band send-off is special. We feel it. You hear Conquest, you hear the different songs played, and it gives you that extra push of importance and feeling special and feeling motivated going into the game. I mean, I'm a little bit sappy, but like I like tear up almost every single time, you know, walking in, being like, I'm the head coach of USC women's basketball with all the great history, and like I get to walk and high five the band and hear the band's music. Like, it's just a really special thing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And I don't want to assume anything, but with, you know, your time in the Cavs and then collegiate sports, you're not getting that in the NBA, right? That same kind of feeling.
No.
That electricity from the student body, obviously.
Yeah, there's no student body. I mean, the NBA is super cool in a lot of different ways, and you know, I would often go to different arenas and be like, wow, like these people show up to see these players, or they show up for the city, you know, and it's a neat thing. But there's nothing like the pageantry of college sports. And in fact, it's interesting when you see it through the eyes of someone who's not from America. Like, we have an au pair who is not American, and she actually came with us from Cleveland to here. So like, she saw the pro sports thing, and I was like, no, college is like different. And she was like, oh my gosh, those are like college students, the cheerleaders and the band. I was like, yes, it's this whole thing. I was like, pretty much everyone in the stadium is a student or someone who went here, like an alumni or part of the extended Trojan family. Like, just see it through someone else's eyes of just how cool that whole deal is pretty unbelievable.
What's one Lindsay Gottlieb fun fact that people don't know?
I can juggle.
No way.
I'm really good at juggling.
How good? On a scale of 1 to
so
I'm going to put you in a halftime show level of juggling.
I would put myself against other like Division I coaches in a halftime show, but not against like professional jugglers. I used to know like more tricks and stuff when I practiced it, but I can break out juggling and juggling basketballs, and like my kids love it and go crazy. So as long as the kids think it's cool, like my daughter like cracks up, and she's 18 months. I've got a juggling skill.
No way.
Yeah.
That's super cool. Yeah. I cannot juggle for the life of me.
So maybe the next time we chat, I'll break it out.
Next time. Well, Lindsay, I want to thank you. I want to be mindful of your time. Thank you for sitting down for us
Thanks
for a little
for
bit today.
Me.
Of course. And so folks out there, come to USC women's basketball games.
Yes, and support the band. Support the band. Come to USC women's basketball games. We feel like, we're a rocket ship just taking off, and the support really matters to us. It matters to our women, and I think you can see it's taking off nationally, but we want Galen Center to be the epicenter of women's basketball, for the foreseeable future.
One more question.
Yes.
Was your first day here May 10th, 21?
Was that the first official day? It was definitely May 2021. I should know the exact date. But
on the internet it said May 10th.
There you go, May 10th.
That's my birthday. So
yes.
You're the best birthday present we've ever had at USC.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You,
now
Lindsay.
I'll never forget that date. That'll be locked in. It's coming up here.
All right. Well, I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
With us. Thank you all, and fight on, everybody.
Fight on.
Hi, I'm Logan from the USC Spirit Leaders. And you're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Fight on!
All right, we're coming back at you live in the Line Center. How about that chat with Lindsay Gottlieb, huh? Did you know she could juggle? I didn't know she could juggle. Folks, did you know she could juggle? They didn't know that she could juggle. All right, so right here, right now, we are going, Anthony, why don't you come sit on my hot seat? You can do some camera switching. He's coming right through the shot. There he is. I'm going to say hi to Anthony. Now he's in the shot. He's in it. Go ahead and switch to number 4. Click that 4 button. There are our lovely student volunteers. Hello, students. How are we doing today? All right, all of you, you can wave at that camera right there. That's where we're waving. All right, so what we're going to do here in this moment, everyone, no, look over there. Don't look at me. Look at the audience, okay?
No, look at that.
All right, now you can look here. Look at Anthony. All right. So what we're going to do is we are going to do a band sandwich taste test, all right? A band sandwich taste test, right? So if a lot of you don't know this, probably at home, the band eats a lot of sandwiches. You folks eat a lot of sandwiches? A whole lot of sandwiches, all right? My first band camp back out of the pandemic as band director, then band manager, this was Niven, was the band manager. He asked me, he's like, what should we do with all these meals? What should we do? And I'm like, sandwiches all the time. And I think that was the most sandwichy sandwich band camp we've ever had. And it was during that band camp that I believe the term bandwich was coined and certainly put into, don't look at me, look at the cameras. I'm not that in, there you go. Look at, what do you need? Oh, we have to turn on these mics? What turns it on? Oh, push. Eva's got it. All right, everyone say, what's up, y'all?
What's up, y'all?
All right, now we are cooking with gas. So all of you here, you can look at me now if you want. All right, so I have on 5 plates. You see the plates are numbered. Sandwiches 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is a 2-tiered game, all right? So how it's going to start is you're each going to try each of the sandwich, and the first step is you got to name where the sandwich is from. I'm not going to tell you the answers until the very end, all right? I've written the answers on a piece of paper so that you know we have them, all right? And so I numbered them, I wrote them down so I can't change the thing on you. Then, after we do that, anyone... Oh no, teams died. Are we getting back up, Casey?
Trying.
Okay, we're getting it back up. So whoever gets all 5 right, I have a prize for you. But I only have 1 prize. So if you all get it right, you all have to share the prize, and it'll be a tremendous opportunity, all right? Does this sound like a good time?
Yes. Oh,
Hit me with the question, Josh.
Do we know what the stores are? Like, do we have options? Or are we just supposed to pull them out of our pocket?
You got to pull them out of your pocket. It's a sandwich store.
That might not
now,
be fair.
Bethany knows where they're from.
I also do.
All right, so we've got, I'll tell you the 5.
I'll still get
There's a Togo's, there's a Jersey Mike's, there's a Firehouse Subs, there's an Ike's, and then there's a Subway. All right, those are the 5 options. Well, Josh, you've eaten all 5 in the band program if you've eaten every sandwich given to you.
I have not.
Which have you not had? Did you go on the Weekender?
I've had everything, just Jersey Mike's. I don't like anything else.
Okay, just Jersey Mike's. Hot take. Well, we're not interested in another bracket right now. No more hurt feelings yet. All right, so first off, let's do number 1. So go ahead, here's sandwich number 1. Everyone go ahead and grab it. It's in 6 pieces. So you can each grab a piece. Go ahead and grab it. Give that a little taste. Is it Togo's, Jersey Mike's, Subway, Firehouse Subs, or Ike's? All right, anyone have any comment? Go ahead, talk amongst yourselves. What do you think about this sandwich?
Based off the bread, I think this is Jersey Mike's.
You think? It's not Subway.
Yeah.
What about the bread makes you think it's Jersey Mike's?
There's just a certain way that Jersey Mike's bread tastes. I can't really put it into words. But
I'm not getting the vinaigrette though. Doesn't it usually have like a little sauce on it?
No, it's dry as hell.
All right, so
I will say the bread is not like, it's not too plain, which makes me think it's not. Like I think.
Don't compare. Just keep it with you. Anyone else have any comment? Edwin, what do you think about this sandwich in your hands?
I honestly have no idea what this is.
Can we choose at the end, or do we have to choose now?
No, you're going to choose at the end. We're just having some discussion.
Okay.
We're having some discussion.
Okay, perfect.
What I think of when I think of a Bandwich. Like this is the most generic sub I've ever had.
I
don't know.
This is either Togo's or Firehouse.
I might agree with that.
I thought Firehouse was classier.
Nah.
Okay, I only had it once, so I don't know.
Firehouse Subs, it came in a whole box. The sub was wrapped in paper, put in a box, and then put in a plastic bag.
It was.
Sustainability low, but perhaps flavor high. We shall see.
Do better, Firehouse.
All right, what do we got? Any other commentary on the sandwich? Shiny, what do you think? Tell me about the sandwich. Tell me about the flavor. Do you like it?
Yeah, I like the sandwich. I like the bread. It's really soft.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's Jersey Mike's.
Why?
What do you think it is?
I don't know what it is.
It's all right. Now
It's not Subway or Jersey Mike's.
we eat a lot of Jersey Mike's. We order it frequently, but we just had it at Someth Mike. All right. So we'll just for funsies. We'll do a yay or nay. How many of you say yay on this sandwich? Any yays?
Yay.
Like
is it good?
You like it? Yeah. You like it? Yay. All right. Who says nay? All right, it is a Bandwich. All right, here we go. Let's go on to number 2. Yeah, you can either yeet your leftovers into the trash or gobble it down. I know you're all young college students.
What if I'm going to save this to compare later?
None of that. No, you got to remember. You got to use your own mind power. It's just like learning pregame. You can't check the drill book on the field. All right, here's number 2. A different look on this sandwich. Hey, Casey, question. How's that sandwich smell over there to you?
The smell is not coming over this way, which leads me to think some things about which one is which.
Ah, yeah. All right, here we go. This is sandwich number 2. All right, what are your initial thoughts, folks?
This is the best sandwich that I've had.
I think it's Ike's.
I think
it's Ike's.
It's Ike's.
All right, what makes you think it's Ike's?
Because the sandwich was small and there were small pieces.
The sandwich was small.
The bread and the sauce.
The bread and the sauce.
The sauce and the pickle.
I haven't tasted this one, and I haven't been to Ike's. So if this is Ike's, it's
We gotta get more.
You like it? Yeah, Ike's. Great sandwiches at Ike's. High price tag. High price tag. A weekender special. Ike's was the very popular weekender sandwich when we arrived at the hotel. All right, but ripperoo to the weekender, huh? No longer. I don't know. Should we all get on a bus and drive to Washington? How do you think? Would that be fun? Yeah. I've never done that one. Have you done that trip, Brian?
I have.
Washington by bus? How was it on a scale?
Bus?
Yeah. I've done Oregon by bus, 19 hours.
I do Oregon by bus all the time.
That's right. Look at John. Look at this man. What a nice man.
I literally just dropped something.
Coming out of here with. All right. So that was number 2. Go ahead and hand me the. Let's get the plates out of here. All right. All right. So a pretty strong suspicion that was Ike's on number 2. Which makes sense, right? It's a very different looking sandwich. Now here's number 3. Now what I like about number 3, that is a hefty sandwich, right? As I see on the YouTube videos, it is a Thicky Boy, B-O-I, sandwich.
Oh,
right, Casey?
It is. This is huge.
Sure. I like how y'all took the small ones and left poor even Brian with the big thick pieces.
Yeah, it's giving Jersey Mike's.
100%. Yeah, Jersey Mike's.
What gives it away? What do you think? Why do you think it's Jersey Mike's?
It's the taste.
Sauce.
And the
We
little
got a
sauce.
little drizzle in here.
Yeah, the meat tastes more like Jersey Mike's too.
So the meat tastes like Jersey Mike's. The sauce, the sauce like vinegar?
Vinegar,
Salt, pepper,
oil, maybe.
oil.
So it's a very, very oil and vinegar kind of sandwich.
Maybe some oregano, yeah.
Italian style sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
An Italian, that Italian seasoning. All right, a lot of pepper, a lot of salt going on. How's the crunch? Is it very toothy? Has it got a lot of bite in it?
Soft.
A very homogeneous texture?
Mush.
Mush, yeah, mush is good. So what's your opinion? So it's band camp day 7. It's hot. And you get an ice cold mushy Jersey Mike's. Is that a good experience or a bad
Can I be
experience?
real for a second?
Yeah.
It's a horrible experience.
Yeah, for sure.
I really wish that we did not get sandwiches as often as we do.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, it's free food. I'll take it. I'm happy that I'm not starving by the end of the day. So.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Positivity. Starving, bad. Food, good.
Bad, but okay.
Yeah, but okay. All right. So it's a pretty unanimous yay on the old Ike's coming out, all of you. How do we feel about this? Yay or nay? Any yays? Who says yay? Who says nay? Edwin, we got a shrug coming out of Eva and Edwin.
I wouldn't complain as much if the sandwiches were Ike's.
If it was what?
If the sandwiches were Ike's, I wouldn't complain as much.
That makes sense. That tracks. It feels on brand. All right, so that was number 3. Go ahead and set that aside. That thick sandwich.
Turn to this later.
Go ahead and save it. Yeah, find a flat
I've got
surface.
half a sandwich right
All right, here we go. Number 4. Number four. All right, go for number 4. Here we are. Casey, what's your favorite band sandwich?
That would be Jersey Mike's.
Jersey Mike's, yeah? I'm a big fan. I'm not going to lie. I'm a big fan of Subway. Subway's never steered me wrong. My typical go-to order, though, is the sweet onion chicken teriyaki. All right, what do we think of this bad boy? Ooh, Josh, immediately in the trash. Not interested.
I don't normally like tomatoes, but those tomatoes were especially disgusting.
Classic
tomatoes. I don't know if the meat on this one is giving tasty.
That's it. Let's go ahead and print that sentence in the handbook. I don't know if the meat on this is giving tasty.
I see where Josh is coming from.
All right, number 4. So what's the problem with this one? I'm not getting good vibes out of y'all on this one.
I don't know if it was the juice from the tomatoes or the juice from the meat, but some was giving me a really nasty
The
flavor.
second bite did not redeem it.
Yeah.
So just an overall bad time. Right? So who says let's have a yay? Any yays? All nays?
Yeah.
All right, number 4. Go ahead and let's move on.
Chat, that's going to be the same.
That is a brief. What did you say, Casey? I can't hear you over here. Yeah, okay. Commentary coming out of the Casey Busby over there. All right, here we go. Number 5. Sandwich number 5. Thank you, Edwin.
This one, to me, I feel like I haven't had a Subway sandwich yet, and this one doesn't look like a Subway sandwich.
Off of first glance, the white bread looks very white, which makes me believe that this is the Subway sandwich.
Oh, the bottom looks very Subway.
Yep.
So what makes it look Subway?
This beautiful texture.
It's very corporate.
Yes, this slight golden brown to the center, but it's the same on every one, so it's like it was a very intentional choice to pretend that these were cooked naturally.
You wouldn't be able to get this anywhere like that doesn't mass produce their bread. That's where the pattern is coming from, I think. So Subway definitely has like some sort of place where they do.
To me, the shredded lettuce gives Subway for sure.
So if you're making a sandwich at home, shredded lettuce or leaf lettuce, what are you going for? No lettuce? Okay.
Shredded.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, I don't just have like a big head of lettuce like in my fridge, so yeah.
Yeah. That seems like probably a common occurrence in the college dormitory refrigerator.
See, I think I make my sandwich typically on like a sliced piece of bread, and I think shredded lettuce is so annoying to have on one of those because every time you pick it up, it all like it falls out. So I'm a head of lettuce girl.
Head of lettuce girl. Edwin?
I agree with Diva.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The head of lettuce, the big leaves?
Yeah.
Brian, you as well?
No.
Shiny, how about you? Where you stand?
Agree with Eva.
All right. Well, you know what, Bethany? I'm going to be in your camp. I'm a shredded lettuce gal myself. That's how I like to roll.
Thank you.
On the lettuce situation. All right. So we've all eaten all the sandwiches. All right. We all have a good sense. All right. So put your sandwiches down. I'm going to make you be honest. Everyone, pull out your devices. Grab your mobile device. Pull up a note app feature. So you can all check yourselves. This is the very first band student interactive segment ever on the Streamathon. Casey, how exciting is this?
So exciting.
Not only is this the only band student segment on the Streamathon, but as a matter of fact, this segment came from the minds of the students. This was someone's idea. Whose idea was it? Bethany's? Eva's?
It wasn't mine.
Okay, maybe it was Hafsa.
I'm not sure it was.
Or maybe it was Brett's idea, and I'm just It was Casey's idea?
It sure was.
Quite possibly the greatest alumni in the history of the universe. Casey Busby, everybody. Give Casey a round of applause. Okay. Okay. So as a reminder, we had Subway, Ike's, Jersey Mike's, Togo's, and Firehouse Subs. So put them in order of what you think what was what. What was what?
This is tough.
Yeah.
The last one I'm saying was Subway.
I spent Father's Day hanging out with my family, and my daughter likes it when I look up jokes online.
Wait.
And so I found a fun website where we had a few kind of exciting jokes that we were sharing. And I'm trying to remember which one of hers that she really liked the most. She loves this one. What's black and white and red all over? Newspaper. She loves that joke. Why? I don't know, because I don't think she's ever seen a newspaper in her entire life. But she's pretty good. She's pretty good at picking up on the punchlines before they come. So watch out. She's a firecracker. All right. Have we made our votes? Have we made our votes?
I'm making one. I'm making a change.
All right.
I am 100% confident in 3 out of 5.
Yeah, me too.
All right. That's a very Anchorman response. Brian is 100% confident in 3/5. Yeah, 60% of his choices.
3 the huge one?
Yeah. There's
Oh,
a
wait.
huge one, right?
Wait, I'm wrong.
3 was the huge one. The one you saved for later.
Wait, then what was the really good one?
2. Number 2.
Oh, that was 2? Okay. Sorry, let me adjust.
It was early.
I don't know.
Early in the
This could
system.
be crazy.
All right, raise your hand if you're done. All right, Eva, Edwin, and Josh.
Okay.
I don't want to tell you to hurry up, but hurry up.
I'm done. I'm locked. Answer's locked
All right,
in.
Josh is locking in his answers.
I forgot Togo's, right? Okay.
You're good? All right, here we go. Is everybody ready? The paper is out. The paper's out, all right?
I'm scared.
Now, to prove to the audience that there's no collusion, I'm going to show the paper on the stream first. All right, here we go. There are the answers.
I was wrong.
There are the answers.
I feel confident.
All right, here we go. Ready? Number 1, Firehouse Subs.
I changed that.
All right, number 2, Ike's, right? You can tell.
Yeah.
It's not even like Ike's. It's got a sauce, it's got a bread, and it's a very small because they're very expensive. So that makes sense. Number 3, the mushy Jersey Mike's. We got it, all right? Number 3 makes sense. Number 4, Togo's.
Yeah.
And number 5, as you asserted, was Subway. Subway. All right. So who got all of them right? Raise your hands. Just you two?
Okay.
All right, look at that. The flute section coming in strong. All right, so here's the prize. Unfortunately, you have to share. It's a sucker. There you go. A sucker. You just pass it back and forth. You take turns. All right. Let's give our students a big round of applause on the Sandwich Taste Test Challenge. Lovely, lovely. All right. So right now, since it is the middle of the day and the students are now going to enjoy their go eat your sandwiches. They're going to enjoy their sandwiches. While they enjoy their lunch, you're going to get an opportunity to see the behind the scenes, to see and learn all about a great Mexican restaurant chain, primarily in Orange County with the original location in Huntington Park. We had a wonderful chance to sit aside with Mirabelle and Spirit Leader alumnus Elise Avila Smith, where we learn all about the great restaurant chain Avila's El Ranchito. So we're going to run that video, and you can enjoy learning all about this great restaurant. Fight on.
Hi, I'm Grant. And I'm Dexter. And we're from the USC Spirit Leaders. And you're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you and fight on!
As a resident of Southern California, you think you're taking the family out to a restaurant, you're going out for food. You've of course got, your typical Southern California standards, your burgers, your diners, your greasy spoons. But for me, growing up, the restaurants we always found ourselves going to were local Mexican restaurants. And what's great is when you go to these restaurants, oftentimes you feel like you're with family, you're in somebody's home, and it really feels like a homecoming to order and enjoy this delicious food. And today, we're visiting one of the greatest, one of the best family-owned and operated Mexican restaurant chains here in Southern California. We're down here in Newport Beach visiting Avila's El Ranchito. We're here at Avila's El Ranchito down here in Newport Beach with two wonderful human beings out in the world. Everyone please say hello to Mirabelle and Elise. Hello, ladies. Thank you for joining me this morning. So tell me, I want to know the story about you. I want to know the story about the restaurant, the family. Where do you start? Where do we start with all of this?
Go ahead. Hey, I don't know. It's a great story.
All right, let's see. So our family is originally from Guanajuato, Mexico.
Oh, excellent.
Came over here in the early 60s.
Cool.
And in 1966, we opened our first restaurant over in Los Angeles, pretty close to USC.
Right there, Huntington Park, right?
That's
Is that
right.
All right.
So Grandma started that restaurant. She was in the kitchen. She was the first cook.
No way.
Grandpa waited tables, and even our great-grandpa was a dishwasher.
No way! Oh, right on. Okay. So that's the original. Then when did it start going out? When did the other locations start?
This is the longest standing Orange County location.
Okay.
This one opened in 1975.
Oh, why? Okay.
And then soon after that, more started popping up by our dads and aunts.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third generation, our cousins, started opening their own.
Okay.
Including Elise. She owns the Seal Beach location.
Excellent.
Her brothers own some stores as well. So through the years, it expanded as the family grew and got older.
And so, and I read this online, and I want to know like exactly how true it is. But at each location, there's a family member that goes and gets it going. Is that exactly how it's happening?
So not even gets it going. There's actually a family member in each location every day.
Every day.
Yes.
That is so wonderful. So at any time, you can go visit another restaurant, and you can see a cousin, aunt, uncle, somebody.
We're a big family. We're everywhere.
I love it. That's so cool. I don't know. A lot of people don't know this. My family actually owned a restaurant for a long time in the town I grew up in. And it was the same story. They came over from Germany, ended up in the town, had this diner. My aunt, she was a roller skating waitress, right?
Adorable.
Isn't this wild? And then my dad was a cook back in the back there. But then my aunt and uncle ended up passing away tragically young. And so since my dad was the only one, he didn't want to do the restaurant business, and so he left, and that was it. It just all kind of stopped. Yeah. Oh. So we could have had dueling restaurant empires going on.
We could have been in the industry together.
I know, it would have been cool. So you're at the Seal Beach location. Mm-hmm. You're here at this location.
Yes.
How often do you crissy-cross and see each other at the various locations?
So they're individually owned and operated by a family member. So she is typically just at Seal Beach, but has like for her opening of her store, we all went as family and helped support and helps them open.
Fine.
But typically each family member sticks to their locations that they operate. And we love getting to know each neighborhood that we're in and be a part of that community, and be a part of community events and hire all local staff and just really immerse ourselves in that store. So what you see in one location, say a Santa Ana location, is different from your Orange location compared to this one that's like 2 blocks from the beach.
Gotcha. So with the big family, and each one's individually operated, that I get, but it's still family, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is there any drama that goes on?
Of course not. We're perfect.
I love it. I love it.
But we actually do talk all the time,
You would have to,
especially
right?
about specials or negotiating some deals on produce,
Oh,
or
sure.
I don't know, bouncing ideas off of each other, or if we have an issue, we always reach out and help support each other, which is really nice.
Nice.
So you never feel like the restaurant industry is obviously very overwhelming, and there's always a new labor law or something that we have to
Right.
abide by. So we do help each other and support each other a lot in keeping our restaurants up to date. And
I feel like each person in our family has different strengths, and we kind of play off of those. So I know certain people are really great at cocktails, and so if I'm making a new drink menu, then I call my brother because he's really good at mixology. People are great in the kitchen. Everyone has their strengths, and so we definitely play into that and help each other out with
So-
what we're good at.
People tell me all the time, "Oh, you must have the most fun job in the world," and I think restaurant
You
jobs are
do,
so
right?
fun.
Yeah.
I do. It's super duper fun. But
Greatest band in the universe.
greatest band in the history of the universe. Every day's a new adventure. And this is why, selfishly, I get to schedule these things for myself, and I get to come visit fun people like you and your cool restaurants, right? But to me, the restaurant business, it's so, and I guess that makes sense for the world, right? That's why there's so many television shows and just programming about the industry, the restaurant business, and cooking food. So for you two, what's the fun part of the job? Like, if I say you have the greatest job in the world, what are those things that make it fun for you?
For me, so I don't know. I have 2 things. Number one, I love the kitchen. I love the food. I spend a ton of time in my kitchen.
Okay.
Cooking makes me happy.
Nice.
And so that is a great place for me. And then the second is just the customers.
Okay.
I hands down am always in my restaurant on Tuesday nights for Taco Tuesday, and I think I know 98% of the people that walk through my door.
No way, huh?
So it's just getting to know those people, getting to know their stories, watching their kids grow up. They've been coming in since they were born, and now they're going to college, that sort of thing.
What's your specialty when you're cooking? What's the one thing that you love making?
My favorite thing to make is mole, to be honest.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I would say our specialty is my grandmother's soup, which I adore. Mole has tons and tons of ingredients, and it's like art. It's fun.
Yeah.
And you can really mess it up.
Sure.
But it can also be really, really beautiful. So I enjoy making that. But I think, like I said, we are known for my grandmother's soup. It takes a long time to make, and a lot of love goes into it.
That's
so that's
awesome.
always really fun too.
That's great. Well, what about you, Maribel?
I think I like the creative side of things. I like doing the menu design, a new special that might come in, maybe the decor of the restaurant.
Yeah.
Of course, our employees, can't do it without them, and our customers, we wouldn't be where we are without their support. But I think those are the things that get me excited.
Yeah.
And it's the fun side of running a restaurant.
Designing the menu, and you're like, is it a lot of thinking about which items you're trying to put where to draw people's attention to it, or are you just really taking an artistic lens? What's that process look like for you?
Yeah. So our menus basically stay the same because they're grandma's recipes, and we don't touch that. But we always have, a new, our Coronado Mar location has a taco bar. And so there's room for some creativity there with handmade tortillas and fresh made tacos there. A new happy hour special, a new drink menu.
Sure.
Or maybe some marketing material, social media stuff to put on there,
That's
doing some photo shoots, trying to get, when you've been around as long as we have, you have to keep things fresh and exciting.
Sure.
Because, people, Ranchito, it's been there forever, but you want to stay in the mix with all the awesome new restaurants that are opening around us. So it's a way to kind of keep us in the mix, but still having that comfort of, what you're going to get. That soup is going to taste amazing every single time. So for us, it's a fine balance of making sure that grandma's recipes taste the way they always have since we were little and since we opened, and staying up to date. Maybe there's some new fad that, being vegan was really popular for a while. We all had Impossible Meat or Beyond Meat on our menu at some point. You have to keep with the times and what people want, especially in cities like this.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
When I think growing up in Southern California, whenever we were going out to eat, we either went, if it wasn't fast food, it was always Mexican restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what we did, right? So what is it about obviously the culture and the people in the state, but what is it about this food in particular that just pulls people in? There's tons and tons of restaurants around here, but obviously I know what makes yours special, the soup, and obviously all grandma's recipes, but what is that love, that care that the family brings into it? Just culturally, this type of food, what is it that brings people to it, do you think?
I do think it's the culture that we've instilled, or that we have. So you're going in, you could go to I'll use a Chipotle or something as an example, where it's a little bit more corporate. Food's amazing. I actually love going to Chipotle. Yeah. But you're not coming in for like the server that has known you forever, right, and the family member, the Avila family member that's going to be taking care of you. I think it's the culture that we've created, mm-hmm, that people keep coming back for more. It feels like a neighborhood, like your local watering hole.
Sure.
And that you know what you're going to get time and time again. But there are so many Mexican restaurants opening up around us, mm-hmm, that we were just talking about it. Another taco shop or some, on the corner, and that's fine. We're honored actually because people like the cuisine. So
yeah,
we're just really grateful that customers keep coming back to us time and time again.
It just seems that everywhere you go in the country, there's always a Mexican restaurant, right? Mm-hmm. But I know people always say, well, you got to come to California for the good ones, yeah, right? Because when you're up in, Minnesota, who knows what you're going to cross paths with. It's funny, I used to have a colleague from Canada, and every time he would come down, we'd meet at Disneyland, mm-hmm, and then he always wanted to eat, at the Mexican restaurant there, and I kept trying to convince him, like, let's go somewhere else. Let's go to Ranchito and get something that's more authentic and not, like you said, more corporate or along that line. Yeah. What about you, Elise? What do you think pulls people in? And
I think it's exactly what she said. For me, you walk into our restaurant, and like our grandmother always used to say, they need to feel like they're coming into your kitchen, your sure, living room, your dining room. You sit down, people, you see the same people, and the food is going to be consistent.
Yeah.
So our food has been the same, since 1966. Sure. These recipes are far older than that. And so you know what you're getting. And it just becomes, I think, like we become part of their families and they become part of ours, mm-hmm, which is not super common these days. There's not a lot of owner-operated restaurants.
Right, yeah.
And we definitely fall into that category.
So you mentioned the families and how you collaborate, and maybe you're talking drink menus, this, that, or the other. How fun is it to come together as a family and figure out what the next special is going to be? Like, do you have any inside baseball? Like, what is it? You all gather at someone's house and you're just throwing stuff around in the kitchen, or are you at a restaurant? Like, what's that look like?
Yeah, it's typically at either someone's house.
Yeah. Is it loud? Nice.
You put a whole bunch of Mexican family members in one room.
Oh, heck yeah.
Loud. There's a lot of love.
I love it. That's cool.
A lot of hugging.
We should bring the band to one of these the next time.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
Just to sort of kick it off. But yeah, so you're coming together. Is it like somebody has some crazy fever dream idea? They're like, Mary, Elise, you got to come over. I created the next big thing. Is that how it happens?
Well, we'll go to someone's restaurant too. If they want us to, come check this out. We can go over there and check it out and see what they're up to. I don't know. Sometimes it's at someone's house. Sometimes we've gotten together for lunches. But we do have one rule: no business talk at family events.
Ooh, yeah. I like that.
No Christmases, birthdays, anything. When we are all together for someone's birthday or celebrating an anniversary or a holiday, no business talk. And that was a rule by our grandparents. And if they heard you talk business, we would get a little,
Oh, no way.
because keep it family, and that's the way we keep our relationships the way they are. And if you mix it too much, you got to be able to turn business off and be a family.
That's
and
wonderful.
even, her and I are, best friends outside of the restaurant. Mm-hmm. And when we're together with the kids, it's no business talk. And then, hey, I'll call you later and we'll discuss business on the phone at another time. You have to be able to separate it.
Isn't it nice when your grandparents set you up for success, right?
Yes.
They just set it up right away.
They knew what they were doing. We're very blessed.
And so, so when you have these business, conversations together, like not the inside stuff, but maybe when you're thinking a menu design, is there ever bumping heads? Is there ever any of that sort of thing, or does everyone kind of does that family line also kind of come in there too, and it helps sort of smooth that over?
I think it's a mix. Yeah, we totally disagree sometimes.
Sure.
But that's also the beauty of it is like if I, come up with some idea and it's a terrible idea, they're my family. They're going to tell me.
Yeah.
Which I appreciate because sometimes I look back and I'm like, oh yeah, that was not very good.
Okay, gotcha.
It's just honesty. And I think that when it's your family, you know that honesty is going to be there. We're good about being flexible and open to different ideas.
And the beauty of it is being individually owned and operated. If I wanted to bring on a new tequila that was going to sell really well here, she doesn't have to bring it at Seal Beach.
Sure.
She can do whatever she wants.
Okay.
Not, I mean, to an extent.
I'm not serving hamburgers or anything.
Yeah.
You know, but that's kind of the way the restaurants are set up, is that you do what works at your location. Say with our new drink menus that we did. Hey guys, these are my new drink menus. Anyone's welcome to use this format. I've done them, and I've actually had some family members go, I love that. I'm going to use the same one at my restaurant. And some go, oh, you know what? That's not going to work at my location, and they do their own thing.
Cool.
So it also keeps us getting along even more when we don't have to make all those decisions together.
Right.
And especially with like the POS stuff, like we switched POS systems and, you know, some back of the house stuff that we're doing. Everyone can kind of do what they want, but we really use each other. Oh yeah, sorry. You will learn this in a bit. You will learn this in a sec.
I hear POS, my head goes somewhere else, but I got you. I'm with back in it. So you were telling me, in order to open a restaurant, every family member has to get a college degree.
Yes.
A college degree in hospitality or just whatever it is.
Whatever.
What are your degrees in?
Well, I was a sociology major, so
Neat.
yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
I loved being a sociology major. But it's not as applicable to the restaurant. I maybe looking back in hindsight, a business degree would have been a smarter decision.
Edinburgh School of Communication.
Yeah, look at
with
you.
a minor in art history.
Nice. You're real good at talking. It works out. What was, okay, so now I'm going to pick your degrees apart. What was fun about sociology at Colorado?
So actually my emphasis was in juvenile delinquency. So I wanted to
I know a lot about that.
Yeah. I wanted to be a teacher.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I went to school with that as my emphasis. I got out of college. I went and taught preschool for a little bit.
Oh, fun.
And then I was living at home with my mom and dad, and I was watching what my dad was doing every day and talking to him a lot about the restaurant industry while teaching preschool. And I thought to myself, wait a second, there's something really cool going on here in the family business. And I chose to get more involved little by little. I actually wanted to make extra money so I could one day move out of my parents' house.
Nice.
And I started helping him out with things. And then I just was like, wait, this really clicks for me. This is for me and I love it. Yeah. And I quit my preschool job and started working here full time. And I haven't looked back since.
All right, Elise, let's hear about you. Your time at SC. So how was Annenberg?
Annenberg is amazing.
Yeah.
It still is. It's incredible. I had a great experience with Annenberg. The technology there is amazing. My professors were amazing. It was a truly incredible experience.
What were your intentions going into school and out? Did you want to come into the family business or did you have other aspirations?
I had no idea.
Okay.
My intentions of going into school were just to have a great time at USC.
Okay.
Which I definitely did.
Sure.
And then coming out, I kind of immediately got into the business. I worked also for Entrepreneur Magazine briefly.
Okay.
And then I worked for Mission Hospital.
Cool.
For a little bit. And what I kept finding was that no matter what I did, I ended up working at the restaurant.
Okay.
So even if when I was working for Entrepreneur, my brother opened his first restaurant and he needed, a bartender. And so suddenly I was bartending every night. And
Cool.
I kind of couldn't get it out of my head. So it was like, no matter what, I was there. And finally I realized this is what I love doing.
Mm-hmm.
I need to do it.
So you said you came to USC to have a good time. And there's one thing you did in particular, which was great. You were
I was a spirit leader.
A spirit leader.
Yeah.
Not just a spirit leader, but one of the original spirit leaders. So right at that, so what was that like, that transition and being part of that team?
It was great.
Yeah.
It was, it was new and we were new on campus and it was quite the experience, but I think we were really welcomed by everyone and it was an incredible experience. We had marched in a lot of Rose parades.
Yeah, that's nice.
And,
I've been to one.
Participate in a lot of Rose Bowls. It was a good time to be at USC.
Okay. So you're a spirit leader. Tell me what were games like? Just what was it like from that perspective?
Oh, they were epic.
You were there during the best time. What a blast.
Were you at the Bush Push game? Were you there for that one?
I was not on so we started the year after that. I was there though.
Okay. Oh, you were there.
Yes,
okay.
I was there, but I was not on the field for that. There is this feeling, well, I'm sure you guys all know it, but I like looking up at a full Coliseum that is all chanting at the same time or screaming at the top of their lungs is just unlike anything I've still to this day ever experienced in my life.
Yeah.
It was incredible. I think when the Coliseum is loud, it is truly amazing.
What about when the players come running by and you hear the
a little
feet?
scary.
Yeah, they're big, right?
We also used to run the flags out.
Yeah.
So I have done my fair share of running a flag out, which is for me very heavy and a little
Sure,
scary,
yeah.
especially when there's a whole football team chasing you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was awesome. Running across the field was definitely a great
Definitely a good time. Did you do any of the tumbling, like the running and then the backflips and that sort of stuff?
I just did a backflip a few days ago to
Really?
make sure I could still do it.
Okay, you want to show us one right now?
It was not as pretty as it used to be.
No?
Show your kids you still got it.
Yeah.
I did. The only reason I did it the other day.
Just to prove to them you could.
Yeah.
See, I try to do that with my kids. I'll pull out a French horn and play it for them, and they'll go, "Dad, it's okay. You can put it away now. It's fine." That sounds super fun. So tell me, you're on the Spirit Leaders, USC. Why do you think it's important that people, support because now Spirit's underneath the band program, Spirit, song, the whole shebang. Why is it important that people support this program to help sort of, basically it's the experience you had? Why do you think it matters to?
So, I mean, we were always really involved with the band as well when we were there, even though we weren't under the same umbrella. I think that's what makes USC.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially like the band is such a huge part of USC's history, but if we didn't have these incredible programs at USC, it wouldn't be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, none of it would be like that. So I think that supporting these programs, you're really supporting USC as a whole, and you're supporting the culture of USC, which is unlike any school in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun place. I'm sure you have fun when you come to campus.
I love it. Yeah, no, I agree. SC is, I know I'm a buff, but there's nothing like the USC's traditions, the culture, the programs there. I grew up going to football games.
Sure.
Going to tailgate parties and going to see the whole culture of it. As a kid, I remember just being so blown away. And then even now, going back, I go to games all the time with my husband or with her, and it's just, there's nothing that beats that USC culture.
And your husband's an SC grad, right?
He is. He played golf there from 2002 to 2007.
Does he still golf a lot?
He does. He does. He played professionally for a little bit after,
that's
and then
cool.
Now he's in commercial real estate. But,
but still golfs.
He golfs when he can. Yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you both for sitting down with me. This is super fun. We learned about history, but we're going to learn more about this restaurant.
We're going to get you to work a
So
little bit.
so what are you going to teach me to do today? What are we going to do?
You're going to learn to make a margarita.
Just one?
You're going to bartend. Well, we can make a few.
Okay.
You're going to say, you're going to bartend. You can make all the drinks for the day.
Oh, cool.
We are going to have you make some guacamole. Our guacamole is incredible.
Yeah.
The traditional way.
My sound guy is very excited for the guacamole.
With the mocha head day.
Yeah, I saw you carrying it in.
I don't know if you want to eat his guacamole, but we'll definitely get you some.
So can I tell you one of the biggest tragedies in life? I'm not deathly, but I'm super allergic to avocado.
Oh, good. So we're going to kill.
I'm not gonna. I am.
Perfect.
But it's
okay. So maybe we don't need to make.
No, we're making it. We're gonna make it because. But I love it.
You put gloves on you?
No gloves. No, I'll be fine. But I love it to death. And so whenever it's out,
that's like a curse.
It is a
Can't
curse.
eat
And I'll eat it, and then when the itch gets too much, then I just get itchy. Yeah. Get itchy. One time it got real serious. I got real flushed and red. Okay. But you know what? It'll make for good television.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We can definitely make something else if we
toss some Benadryl down. All right, so we got the molcajete. We're making guacamole, and then serve tables.
Yeah, and we can have you put the orders into the computer and everything, into the point of sale.
Into the POS.
Into the POS system. You can bring orders in.
Well, this is super fun. Yeah. So, let's get to work. Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, thank you. We're going to work. Fight on.
Fight on.
Fight on.
Hi everyone, welcome. We're behind the bar here at the restaurant. I've got Elise back here with me. I figured I needed a Spirit Leader alumni ringer to teach me how to make drinks, right?
Let's do it.
So what are we doing? What are we making? Let's rock. Let's do it.
So we're gonna start with a cucumber jalapeno margarita.
Cucumber jalapeno margarita.
Yes, it's a spicy cucumber margarita.
Okay.
So we've got our ingredients here. So we have our fresh cut jalapenos, fresh cut cucumbers.
Cool.
We've got our agave, our
Coralejo Reposado tequila.
Beautiful, love it.
And then we have fresh lime juice that we squeeze every morning.
Okay, cool.
So that is what we're going to use to make this drink.
All right.
So first thing about bartending is you need to be able to free pour
Free
a shot
pour?
of tequila.
What do you mean free pour? Like,
So-
well, I'm not giving it out for free. We're still charging,
No,
right?
we're always charging, right? I don't know. It depends on the night. Might give it up.
Got it.
So okay, so when you have every bartender has a count that they measure
Okay.
one shot of tequila with. So
Sure.
I'm an 8 count. So what
Okay.
we will do is let you try and free pour yourself a
8,
shot.
5, 6, 7, 8, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And that ideally will be your pour every single time. If you fail, we can have you measure it, and that's okay too.
Okay, so why don't, let me see you do your 8. Oh, I see.
So
okay.
we got, that's a perfect shot of tequila.
Okay, here we go.
I'm
Let's
an
give it a
8 count.
shot. And let's see how do we measure. Let's see it, huh? How do they compare?
Oh, I think you did good.
Woo! I'm good. I'm good at tempo.
He's a pro. He's
You
a
didn't even
bartender
count.
at
You didn't
heart.
even count out loud. I just had
don't.
to. I just had to follow.
I made
Let's
it
see.
extra tough on you.
Let's check it out.
He's hired.
Am I a little more or a little less? It's hard to
I think
see.
you're a little more, which I think is a good thing.
Is that good?
I mean, people will like you better.
Well,
for
you
that.
did say bringing people. You want them to feel like they're at home.
Yeah.
And if I'm pouring you a drink at home, it's probably going to be a little heavier than what you're going to pay for,
You
right?
did well.
Cool.
All right, we'll let you.
I'm in.
measure.
Phew. I passed the test. I had to read the book. I won't show. Look at this. Look at all these drinks. There's at least 10,000 pages in here.
That's right.
But we're focusing on 2.
And you memorized the whole thing.
And I memorized. Oh, look at what's this? Oh, I like the cheat. This is smart. I'm gonna start doing this for the band kids. Here's a list of stuff for the day, and then put the music inside of it. That's cool. All right, so we've got the tequila.
Got your margarita glass.
Margarita glass.
So
Now what do I
first
do?
thing you're gonna do is flip it upside down, put some fresh lime juice
Oh,
on it.
lime juice on there,
And get
all
some
right.
tahini on the rim.
Oh, and some tahini, huh? Here we go. Give it a little dance like that.
There you go.
How's that look?
All right.
Does that look proper?
Yeah, it looks perfect. So you're gonna set that down.
Set that down.
Get yourself a little bit of ice in there.
A little bit of ice.
A little bit more.
A little bit more.
There we go. And you're gonna
Ice.
put your tequila in.
The tequila. This tequila.
No, you're gonna count it out again.
Count it out again. All right, here we go.
Perfect.
How's that seem? Good?
Good.
All right.
Put your agave nectar. It's about the same. Add 2 more counts to it.
The same count plus 2 counts.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Yahtzee.
Give it some lime juice in there.
How much of this?
I would say like about double what you just did.
See, this is not fair. First of all, it's not even the same pour spout. It's a squeezy bottle.
Feel it.
Feel
You
it.
can do it.
Sheesh.
There you go.
There we go. That looks a bit. That feels good.
All right,
that goes
perfect.
down there.
Ready to get a few fresh jalapenos? Throw
A
those
few.
guys in
Let's
there.
define a few.
Maybe 4.
So here's
Five?
the deal.
I like 5.
So Mrs. Vogel, big time spicy food fan.
Yes.
If she's a 10, I'm more of like a 7.
Okay.
All right. But I'm not. I want to make this drink for her so she can experience it
So
through.
I'm thinking 5 or 6.
5
for
or
her.
6, okay.
For you, I'd do like 2 or 3.
That's offensive. All right, here we go. So 1, 2, in here.
Yep.
3, 4.
Said you wanted it really spicy.
Yeah. 5. Ooh,
That's a big one. That's good. Let's stop
Uno
there.
mas. Here we go. 6. Okay.
All right, and then we're gonna get a handful of the cucumbers and
A
put
handful
that in there.
of the cucumber in there. All right.
All right, now you're gonna
That look
get
good?
the top to this right here.
Top to this.
And give it a shake.
Give it a shake. Say when.
Put your muscle into it.
Oh,
Come
there's
on.
muscle in there. What is this?
All right, you're good.
Okay, we're good.
Let's see how you did.
Let's see how we did. All right. Good. All right, and we'll keep that ice going in there.
Oh, you want to put the ice in too.
Do I?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, it's a margarita.
Oh, that's right, huh? Look at me.
And all the goodies.
I was doing it like a martini.
Oh, look at you.
Okay. We got some
Perfect.
ice hanging out in there.
Then you're gonna cut yourself a slice of fresh cucumber.
A slice of fresh cucumber. I'm sure the bartenders are holding a knife while they hand you the drink, right? What do you think? Right like that, huh?
All right, then you're gonna put that right on the edge
Oh,
there.
so we got to give ourselves a little bit of
There you go.
leeway.
Look at you.
Like I was not. That's
impressed.
improvised, right? And there we go. How's that, huh?
You did well.
Am I in the family?
All right, you're in.
I'm in. Elise says I'm in. All right, we got to try it. Who's going to try it? Brett, taste test it.
You're
The
up,
camera,
Brett.
look at that, just the hand.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Spill it on himself. How is it?
Delicious.
Is it spicy?
It is quite spicy. I love the tahini.
All right, I'll taste test it. Are you gonna taste test it?
Heck yeah.
Okay. A straw? Yeah. Do we have straws?
There you go. This is
Oh,
here's
yeah.
another bartender trick. You ready?
Yeah.
It's
Oh, I
called the
grab.
straw test.
Oh. And then we can test it out. Yeah.
You made a good margarita. And spicy. Mrs. Vogel would be proud.
Ooh, that's good.
It's got some heat to it.
A little bit. It could be
Yeah.
spicier.
Well done.
And the cucumber, that's nice. So is this a specialty here at this
This
restaurant?
is a specialty here, and I actually have this in my restaurant as well. It's one of our best sellers.
Really?
Yeah.
Who doesn't have this? Or does everybody have it?
I don't know. I think everyone can definitely make it.
How could you not?
We
This
all
is
have the
killer.
fresh ingredients.
Oh my gosh, that's delicious. Okay, now what?
All right.
What are we gonna make next?
Now, Maribel's coming in, and she's going to make a blood orange margarita.
Mirabelle's coming in.
Yes.
Oh, there she is. She's coming over. So we just made the cucumber jalapeno margarita. Is that the name? Is that what do you call it? What do you call it?
Cucumber jalapeno.
That's
Spicy
just it.
cucumber.
All right, so now we've swapped cousins. All right, we got Mirabelle back here. What are you
Hi.
teaching me now? What are we doing?
We are going to make a blood orange mezcal margarita.
Okay, and what's the difference between what's the mezcal?
So mezcal is going to be made from a different agave plant, and the way
Cool.
they make it is it's smoked.
Ooh.
And there's different levels of smoke depending on the mezcal.
Mhm.
We're going to use this one. It's called Dos Hombres mezcal.
Okay.
And it's delicious, and it
Sure.
goes really well with blood orange.
All right, let's
So we're
rock
gonna
and
do
roll.
that. We got fresh blood orange slices here. We're going to start with that.
Ooh, cool.
So here we go. Oh, we need this one. Okay.
What do we need? What do we want? What do we do?
So we're going to have to muddle some blood orange.
Oh, neat.
So you
right
get to
on.
use the muddler.
Oh, cool.
So what you want to
Gotta
do,
get strong. Okay.
here's your muddler. You're going to probably let's take 4 of those slices.
Four of these.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lose that. 4 of these.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. I like this one. 4. Okay.
Perfect. Put it here. We're
Put it
going to
here.
add the tequila.
Oh, we're gonna add the
before
tequila
you
now.
muddle.
Okay. Now, am I pouring?
You're going to
like
pour
a
an
lease?
ounce and a half. Well, you know, do you want to measure or do you want to eyeball it? Let's do it like a lease.
I'm gonna
Let's count.
eyeball
Let's
it.
do a
Now you
count.
told me I gotta hold my finger
Yes.
here, right? All right. So here we go. And we put a little extra in there just for you.
That
okay?
looks perfect, and I like the sound effects that went with it.
Me counting?
I think, yeah.
I could just count in my head, but
It
like
was-
I'm a child, so
No,
I have to do
it
it out
was
loud. Okay, the mezcal's in.
Now you're
the
gonna
blood
muddle.
oranges. Now we're gonna muddle. So
Yeah.
what's the technique here? Is it am I pounding it? Am I
You know, I
turning it?
the
What's
second
the deal?
one, kind of more of a turn.
And then is it this kind of a grip or this kind of
Ooh.
a grip? What do you
Let's
do?
see what feels right for you. I think every bartender has their preference.
I think it's this, right? That
Yeah,
feels right.
that's a
But this
good
is the
move.
point where I'm going, like, say, hey, how's your day going?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. How are the wife? The kids? They're good. Yeah. Golf's going right. Is that how we're doing
basically.
it?
It's your time to chat. Let them see that you're making a nice fresh
Yeah.
drink.
We're really working on it. Maybe
Yeah.
getting them eating more chips, right?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I love that.
Get
okay.
their mouth watering while they
So
see
how
you
do
do
so what am I looking for when I'm looking down in there? Huh?
Just want to release all the flavors of the blood orange.
Yeah, and we want to get the oils out of the rind,
Yeah,
right?
the
and
rind
really get
makes
them
it,
in there.
creates a great flavor.
Okay, but is it?
Yeah.
Am I really pulverizing this, or do we
No.
still want? How's that
You're
look?
good. You've crushed it.
Here, let me show. Literally, I've
Literally
crushed it. Let's show. So let's show it to the camera. Here we go. There's the muddled stuff.
The
Show.
muddled stuff.
The muddled stuff.
The
Elise,
muddled fruit.
How's this look? Come eyeball this for me, huh? We need a second opinion.
Is it muddled enough?
I think you gotta work a little harder.
Work a little harder, she says, right? That's what my kids say, right? I'm like chasing around the yard. And they're
little
like,
more,
come on,
Dad."
Dad, a little more effort out of you, huh? See if you can throw me 20 feet into the air. Okay.
You're good.
All right, we're good. All right,
put
so
it
where
back
did
here.
where did the
That
muddler
goes
live?
In the sink.
In the sink.
Yes.
Listen, we're washing
We'll
our
use
stuff,
it
health
later.
code
Yes,
people.
you gotta
Take it
keep
easy.
Keep your section clean and tidy.
So I leave it in here, or we're bringing it back?
You can bring it back here.
We'll bring it back. All
There
right,
you
so
go.
it's been rinsed, it's
Yeah.
clean. All right. Yahtzee, now what's next?
We're adding just a little lime juice, not
Just
too
a-
much, because that is the citrus and there was rind. So,
Right, so there's-
flavor-wise.
And so there's already acidity from this
Yep.
in here.
Just
So
gonna
just
give it another splash.
Just a splash. There
Yeah,
we go.
that looks good.
Splash looks good. And then
Agave.
Agave.
Yes. I would probably do a little bit more than what you just did on the lime juice, a little more than a splash.
A little more than a splash.
Yeah.
Man, this is complicated.
I know.
I don't remember reading this in the book.
Yeah.
Well, okay, here we go.
I'm
So a
really
little,
making you work for it.
how's that? Good?
That seems
A
good.
little more?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little more. All right. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay.
Now we're gonna add some ice and shake.
All right, the ice is in. Oh no, we didn't add ice
No,
yet.
because we
The-
did
Oh, my
second,
ice is
'cause we
here. My
muddled.
ice
Yeah,
is
go ahead
there.
and add that.
All right, add some ice.
And then
That's not gonna fit. Where's
it
my?
is not.
Where's my small one?
You're gonna want to use actually.
Ah, here we go. We got it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yahtzee.
There we
Wait,
go.
let me assume the position.
Woo! Nice, good shake.
Now, what's the sound? What's the sound we're going for, right?
Well,
What am I
you're the
listening for?
musician, so
I know.
let's have you get
So is it more?
creative
Am I thinking like, is this like one of those big? So there's a percussion instrument called a cocktail shaker.
Oh.
There is, and it's an aluminum pipe with beads in there, right?
Amazing.
And it's more of it's like a tighter, crisper sound when compared to like maracas. Like maracas are a bit more wild, more vibrant. This is more of like a measured.
Okay,
kind of a
so
sound.
let's hear that.
But this has more of like because the ice is so big. Let's see.
Yeah, there you go.
How am I doing? All the percussionists are watching going, hack. He's out. Okay, so we've got it. Now, all of this is going in there.
It does, but we
Does
need
this
to
need a
salt
rim?
the rim first.
Salt the
Yes.
rim.
Would you want to do salt or tahini?
Let's do salt. So what kind of salt is this? What do we got?
This is bar salt. You've got
Bar
You
salt.
dip it in the lime juice.
Okay.
Yeah.
We come over here, give it a little love.
There
yeah.
we go.
How's that? Woo! Salt. I got some in there,
That is okay.
That's fine.
No one's mad about a salty marg, you know?
and then all of it in.
Yep, dump it
all
all
of
in.
Here we are.
There you go.
Holy smokes! There we go. Whoop. Okay. So we lost a nice garnish.
Yep, you're gonna put a slice of there.
A slice of the blood orange.
The blood orange on there.
All right, man, that's messy.
It is
okay?
messy.
But let's,
Sometimes people like to take off the rind.
This?
Yeah, you can take that off. There you
Take
go.
that off.
Yeah.
We'll take that out.
Yeah,
what about
there
this
you
one?
go.
You think
Yeah,
that one too? Okay.
Yeah.
Just,
you could run it through a strainer, but sometimes people like the chunk of the fruit chunks in there. It looks nice and
I
fresh.
mean, either way,
I think it looks good.
It looks like listen, it's probably going to taste great. It looks like an absolute disaster. So
It's gonna taste
it's
really
gonna
good.
taste great. I kind of miffed it on the pour.
Yes.
But we'll go for it. All right, so we'll taste it. Here we go. We're gonna taste it one more time because all that salt I poured in just zapped up the straw.
Yep.
Let me tell you what, that is smoky.
Yeah, the mezcal.
That's super smoky.
It is.
All right, you try it for me and tell me
Okay.
here. I'll hand you.
We do the bar test here.
Yeah.
So before you hand a drink off to a customer, you want to
test
make sure
it,
it's
yeah.
good.
Let's see. How'd I do? What's it need?
I think it's perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, I do.
Who knew? I have these hidden talents, these hidden gifts.
The mezcal and the blood orange to me is a perfect combo.
So here these two drinks.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the ingredients are different, but just they're wildly different
Wildly
drinks.
different,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is super smoky. Brett, try this.
You
try
guys
it,
gotta
Brett.
try this.
You will not believe.
And there's lots of different types of mezcal, so you're gonna get different levels of smoke.
Oh, it tastes like a campfire.
It does.
You see? Wow. Super smoky.
Not what I expected.
This is super fun. This is super cool.
Yeah, you can have a lot of fun with all these.
So we often associate margaritas with Mexican restaurants.
Yes.
Is any version of the margarita, is that what you think you sell the most often?
Yes. People don't come here they come here for a margarita.
Sure.
Of course we have a full bar, we can make anything they want.
Yeah, martini, vodka soda.
Old fashioned,
yeah.
whatever, but it's a margarita.
Yeah.
People kind of just want the simple Cadillac margarita too.
Yeah.
We don't use any triple sec or sweet and sour mix here.
Sure.
We use all fresh ingredients. I think the margarita has changed over the years. People
Okay.
want the fresh lime juice, a little agave, and just the
Got it.
freshest ingredients, the better.
Okay, so we made these. Can we make just a house margarita?
Yes,
like what's the standard? And
that
then
one
we'll
is going
compare
to
all
be very
three.
simple.
Very simple.
We've got
All right.
lime juice, agave, tequila.
Lime juice,
That is
agave,
it.
tequila.
Yes,
Okay.
we'll make that one.
So I get my ice. There's the ice.
Get you a fresh cup.
We have our glass ready to go.
Yeah, so this one, the ice can go first. You're gonna do your count of tequila. Which tequila would you like to use?
Well, we
Wanna
did
use this one?
that way we can really we'll get like a real scientific.
Totally.
It's for science, everybody.
Yes,
it's for
yeah.
science. All right.
This is all
So we come
very
in,
important.
1, 4, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Cool.
Okay.
All right.
And about the same amount that you just did of lime juice.
About the same amount with the lime juice.
Mhm.
All right.
And about half the amount of agave.
Oh, okay. So a four
you just
count.
want, yeah. I'll be two count. There you go.
There we go. I'm counting
There you go.
fast. I'm doing Elise's
Yeah.
tempo, right? Everything's.
Now you shake.
Now we shake. Let's rinse
Yeah.
this because we
Yes,
still
you got
have
some mezcal in there.
again for science. I'm sensing a theme on this Streamathon this week. We're going to Napa to go. One of our alums is a sommelier.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
So
You guys are having a fun week.
This is-
Margaritas and wine.
this is work.
Let's get that tempo.
I'm getting like an earth, wind, and fire out of this one. Okay. All right, so we got that going.
And do you want to salt or tahini your rim here?
Tap it. That didn't work. Man, I really jacked that on there, huh? I need a pro. I need a pro. What have I done to myself?
There you go.
It's like when they get their mouthpieces stuck. You come in with a mouthpiece stuck in a trumpet, easy, I'll get it, no problem. But a cocktail
rookie
shaker,
wouldn't be able to do that.
not a chance. But a cocktail shaker, and that's the
There you
regular,
go.
huh?
Oh, we're a little short, but that's okay.
Oh, what a bummer. Well, here we go. Let's try it. So we're going to taste test all three, side by side.
You tell me. Let me
This
get a
is
straw.
mine. I'm not doing the trick because I'm just going to do it, right?
Let's see. How did we do?
Come to my house. We're gonna have a party.
Perfect margarita.
Is that great? This is awesome. This
We're
is
done.
a lot of fun. We're done. All right. So we've learned. I'm ready.
You killed it. You did an amazing job. You read the recipe
Would you
book.
hire me?
Yes. And you've got the personality. You've got the shaking down. I think you'd be a great hire.
I have a personality. I don't know if it's the personality. Groovy. So we made the drinks.
Yeah.
What's next on our hit list for?
Well, you can't have
Ranchito?
margarita without guacamole.
We can't. Now, I'm going to tell you this. It's okay. We've discussed. I'm a little allergic.
Yes.
But I'm going to eat it
You
anyway.
will not be eating it.
I'm going to eat it.
I will not be responsible for
You won't be.
having
No,
an
it's okay. I
allergic
signed the waiver.
reaction.
All right. So we're gonna take a break from the bar, and we're gonna jump in on guacamole. Here we
Guacamole
go.
time.
Let's rock. All right. So let's see. We learned about the family business. We made margaritas. Honest assessment of the margaritas. Give
You
it to
did
me
great.
straight.
You're hired. Sorry, USC. He's leaving.
He's be here. Catch me here Tuesday nights, Taco Tuesday. All right, so now we're making
Guacamole.
guacamole. All right, so what's step one? What do we got to do?
All right,
What do we
so
have in front of
step
us?
one, we have our traditional molcajete.
Okay.
We're gonna hang on to this.
Why
guy
is this
here.
important? Why is this important?
The tradition. So
Yeah.
the rock and I should say stone that it's made out of.
Yeah.
You see all the grooves in there.
Mhm.
So as you put all the ingredients in, you're going to use this to grind it in, and that helps bring all the flavors out
Sure,
and flavors
yeah.
together, which
Okay.
creates your perfect guacamole.
That's what makes it.
Yep.
But this is very traditional Mexican, cultural.
Yes, so
Every
we have
house
them in
has
our
one of these.
families.
Yeah.
They pass down.
This
through
is
the
yours from home.
generation. This is mine from home.
Yeah, okay.
It's very old.
Nice.
And the older they are, the better they are.
Now, is the handle and the bowl carved from the same stone?
That's a good question.
That'd
I'm
be-
gonna say yes.
I mean, they look like it, but then it's all one thing, right?
Yeah, I actually think so. Yes.
So you'll pass this down, kid to kid to kid to kid to kid, and then in 5 generations, your spirit will still be in here.
That's
yes.
right.
Haunting them.
I'm never gonna leave.
All right. So we've got the tools. What are all these ingredients? So
All
what do we have?
So we've got garlic salt.
Garlic salt,
We have your avocado,
avocado,
onion,
white onion,
tomato,
tomato,
cilantro, fresh lime.
fresh lime.
Yes.
And that's it.
That's it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things.
Yes, and you can do this either with garlic salt or you can do salt and fresh garlic as well.
Salt and fresh garlic.
Mhm.
Which do you like better?
I think I would go garlic salt because it's quicker and easier.
Sure.
But if you have the time, go with the fresh garlic.
Oh, the fresh garlic. All right. What goes into the bowl first?
We're gonna start with the avocado.
Start with the avocado. All right. So
dump
all of
that
it,
all in
the whole
there.
thing. Bam, Yahtzee.
Perfect.
Yeah, we don't want to lose any of that precious, this millennial fuel, the avocado, right? All right.
All right.
Then
You're gonna use that and you're gonna start mixing it and
Like
kind of
this?
create. Yep. Perfect.
And kind of create.
Kind of like your bartending.
Oh, the muddling.
Yep. There you go.
Okay.
And you want to create that avocado consistency, so like your traditional avocado, that sort of
What I'm used to seeing.
fluffy, delicious consistency.
Okay. Now, is the twisting important?
Yeah, you're doing good, because that's going to grind it into the stone.
Grind it into the stone. And we want to pull whatever historical flavors are in the stone out of the stone.
Exactly.
As we put the avocado in the stone.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Next, you can choose. I would go with tomato or onion.
Tomato or onion
The finer
next.
ingredients you're going to do last.
The finer ingredients you're gonna see. I would almost think we do. In my mind, I'm thinking the salt would go first because then the crystals would help to jostle everything up.
But you're going to do these ingredients more because they need to mix in more and break
Ah,
down more. So like
okay.
your tomato juice needs to break down more than say your salt.
All right, so we're still going to work that a little. So now, what do you do next?
I would go tomato, but you can do tomato or onion.
All right, the whole thing, plop, bam. Okay, we got it all.
Same story.
Same story, just
Different
get it.
ingredient.
Same story, different ingredient. Oh, look at that. It's already looking so good. Okay.
All right.
You hear the sound? That's official, authentic. Okay, onion.
Get your onion in there.
Bam, okay. I'm like, Emerald. Who's your favorite celebrity chef?
Anthony Bourdain.
Anthony Bourdain.
He's my favorite celebrity chef.
I'm a Guy Fieri fan.
Ooh, my husband too.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Does he like Diners,
Diners and drive-ins, always on at our house.
You got a one-way ticket to Flavortown here on Triple D, right?
In my living room all the time.
I don't want to say I watched it last night in preparation for today, but I may have just a little bit.
You feel good? You're feeling like you're feeling your
Yeah, I should have bleached my tips. Okay, so we got the onion, the tomato, the avocado.
Put some cilantro in there. You don't have to put the whole thing. I would just grab maybe like half of that and sprinkle it in there.
Half of it and sprinkle it in. A little Salt Bay going on. Okay, how's that? Good?
Perfect.
Okay. Ooh, smell that? How's
It's
it
a good
smell? Give me a
cilantro.
little smell going.
Amazing. Smells like guacamole. You're doing great.
Okay. All right, we get this going. Do. Now, do you do this at the tables here in the restaurant, or are you doing in the kitchen?
So it depends on our location.
Okay.
In my location, we do not, because it's a tiny location. There's no space.
Okay.
But some of our Lake Forest location does do tableside guacamole.
Yeah, that's super cool.
All right. A little bit of the garlic salt.
All of this, or like a pinch, a dash? What do you
I'm
think?
gonna go with like 2 pinches.
Two.
And then we'll try it
2
and
pinches.
decide.
As they say, season to taste.
That's right.
Right? Okay.
Have to taste
So
all
here
your
we go.
food. And then let's get some fresh lime
We'll
juice
get that
in there.
mixed up a little. Both
So the
halves or one
acidity
half?
and both. The acidity and the
Okay.
lime juice helps give the guacamole that traditional flavor that you know.
That you know and love
That's
here in
right.
Southern California. All right, 1 and 2. Get that all down in there. You ever do the fork trick where you like fork at the pulp, it gets more juice out? You ever seen this before?
No.
Yeah.
You're gonna teach me something.
Yeah. I don't have a fork handy, but okay, we got that going. Now we get this all mixed up together.
And then you've got yourself some fine guacamole.
Does it look fine?
Let's see.
I mean, I don't know.
I think you're doing good. It looks great.
Looks pretty good. Hear that sound? That's it. That's it. Here, pull the mic in close. Get right up in there, Anthony. Right? We'll get it.
Let's hear it. Beautiful.
That's
Doing
great.
good.
Okay, so now we've got that. Here, I'll plop that there. All right, so now what do?
We eat it.
We eat it? Okay,
Yeah.
let's try it. Here we go. So we'll put it on the plate.
With the chip?
Here, I'm going to scoop some
You're
out.
gonna serve it. All right.
I'm going to serve it. Oh, here, watch this. Ready? We'll plop it there. Like that, okay? Little
Oh, you're gonna
service
plate
going on.
it. Well done.
We're going to plate it and put just a little. There we go. And a red chip. And a yellow chip, cardinal and gold. Look at that, huh?
Fight on guacamole.
Fight on guacamole. Okay, let's try it, shall we? So you try it and you let me know how we did. What's it need?
I think you did it. You make a good guacamole.
That's banging. And I can't even eat all of it, but you know what? I know Mirabelle didn't want me to eat it, but I'm going to eat it anyway. Don't be nervous.
You're making me nervous with your avocado allergy. Is it worth it?
You're awesome.
It's worth it. It's worth it. So this is awesome. This is delicious. So I feel like I'm really learning about the restaurant business, right? So we're here. We learned about the history. I know how to make drinks. I know how to make guacamole. Now I got to learn how to.
Serve a table.
I got to sell this stuff.
Let's do it.
Let's sell the table. All right. So up next, we're going to take a break, quick commercial break. And up next, Elise is going to walk me through the specials, what it is. Maybe we can do the hosting. I can seat people.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and so we'll learn all that side of the thing. We'll come right back. Fight on, everybody.
Fight on.
Nailed it. All right, welcome back. We're at Avila's El Ranchito down here in Newport Beach, hanging out with Elise, former spirit leader Elise. So we've tended bar, we've learned about the family, we made guacamole. Now let's get people into the restaurant. Let's get them seated, and let's serve them. Can we do that?
Yeah.
All right. What do I have to do? So
All
what's
right.
step one?
So we always tell our hosts, this is the most important job in the restaurant because
Okay.
you're the first person someone sees when they
Sure.
walk through the door.
Okay.
So the first thing is to welcome them into the restaurant.
Right.
First person they see, you want them to feel like they're part of our family and
Okay.
like they're welcome in here.
So now I shouldn't like hand them a broom and give them chores.
Not
it's
yet,
not like
no.
okay, not yet. That
We'll
was
get to
just
know
for
'em
me.
first.
Okay, we'll get to know them first. So they walk in, I say hello. How many folks you got with you? What's the part, you know?
So it depends. So if you're on a wait, you're gonna have to get all their information. Their name, phone number, how many in their party, where they wanna sit, and all those fun questions. If you're not on a wait, then yeah, you're gonna say, hi, welcome to Avila Ranchito. How many are in your party today?
How many are in your party today? Now, is this a family script? Do you all share the same script, or do you let your hosts kind of?
I always tell my hosts, be yourself. People want to get to know you for who you actually are, but just make sure you're smiling and welcome and. And I say get to know the people too. Like I said, we have a lot of regulars here. We see a lot of the same people every week.
Okay.
So, you know, someone I see 3-4 times a week, I probably won't treat the same as someone who walks in for the first time.
Got it. All right. So we're going to practice.
All right.
So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to walk out, and I'm going to walk in. And you're going to show me what to do.
All right.
And then we'll flip-flop. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Come with me, Brett. Here we go. We're going out. We're leaving at beautiful Newport. So here we are down in Newport Beach, heading on in to Avila's El Ranchito, the Newport location. I'm a little bit hungry. I'm a little famished. So let's head on in and see. That door's locked. Let's see what we've got going on, all right?
Hi, welcome to Avila Ranchito. How are you today?
Oh, I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm good. Did you go to USC?
You know what? I sure did.
You did. Are you involved there?
Well, as a matter of fact, yeah, I work at USC. This is true.
No way. I love that.
Yeah,
I went to USC too. Who are you here with today?
You went to USC?
Yeah, fight on.
Fight on. Okay.
How many in your party today?
It's just me, just lonely old me. Yeah.
All right, come on right this way.
Wow, okay, I'm coming.
Good job.
So that's
Got
it.
that? That's it.
Okay, and then how many menus you grabbed?
Depends on how many people. So you're gonna do
one of
a
these.
menu, a specials menu.
Menu, specials.
And a drink menu.
And a drink menu.
Drink menu, specials
Drink menu.
There you go.
All right.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
For one.
Hi, just one. All right.
There we go. Right this way.
Right this way.
Where would you like to sit?
It's real life. It's happening. So we're gonna watch.
Take that.
So this is fun. So we're seeing
Do you
a
wanna do this
pro
one right
at
here?
work, right? She's going in, seating her people. So
How's
I'm
your
gonna
day
watch.
going?
I'm taking notes. I'm learning.
Finally, the sun's coming out. It was cold this morning. It's like terrible.
So now what I'm curious about, when she picks the table, does she let the guest pick the table or
There
she
you go.
pick the table? So did you pick the table or did you let her pick the table?
Depends on the person. Sometimes people you have to read them. So
Yeah,
sometimes
okay.
people kind of beeline and they've got their spot
Sure.
thought out. And
Okay.
if they just look at you, then I usually pick the table for them.
Got it. Okay. So now we switch.
All right, let's go.
Okay. I'll be the person. Let me put my menus away. So I was saying to Johnny, it's a terrible investment idea. You should present. Hi, how are you doing? Welcome to Avila Ranchito. How are you today?
Good, thanks. How are you?
So are you here to eat or are you here to do business?
I'm here to have margaritas.
Margaritas. I've got just the margarita for you. Is it you by yourself or you got friends?
I've got a party of 10.
Party of 10? All right, 10. Come right this way. We'll get 10. So it seems, all right, it seems palatable enough. How did I do?
You did great.
Did I?
Yeah.
Was my food or business line, was it off the rails? Or were
You're
we
a
okay?
natural in this.
Okay. Well, you know, oftentimes we'll get intruders to the band space, right? People just wander into the Lion Center and they're lost, and so it's, hi, how are you? And we snatch them and get them out of there. Usually they're looking for a bathroom, right? On game day, they're out of there. All right, so we get them in, we get them seated, and then we've got to.
So then you're turning into a server at that point, right?
Typically not the same person.
Not the same person.
Okay.
However, when you're a server, you're going to go up and greet the table. So,
Okay.
you know, hi, welcome to Avila Ranchito. My name's Elise. I'm going to be taking care of you today.
Okay.
And then I would say something like, not just, can I get you something to drink, right? You
Sure.
want to try and offer them, you know,
So
some of our specialties.
So what are we feeling? Are we feeling a cucumber margarita? Maybe something a little spicy?
Same thing, you got to read the person.
Read them.
Yeah.
So you try to figure out, how often do you think you get it on the money right? You guess the drink they want.
I don't know, maybe 50% of the time. Never, but
That's
I try.
still pretty good.
I try, yeah.
You know, in football that's not good, but baseball, a 500 average is strong. It's really good. Okay, so now we got to serve some tables, yeah?
Yeah, let's
so let's
learn
do
to
that.
serve
Let's do
tables.
it. All right.
So the first thing I would do is welcome them into the restaurant
Okay.
and introduce yourself.
Cool.
Welcome to Avila Ranchito. My name's Elise. Have you guys been here before?
Great.
Find out. If they haven't, you can tell them a little about the restaurant.
Sure.
So, you know, we've been open since 1966. We're a family-owned, family-run business.
Yeah.
And then I would offer them some sort of appetizer. Can I start you off with some guacamole or an appetizer?
Okay.
You always want to ask. And then I would, which you'll have to study the menu next, but
Sure.
offer them, do you have any questions for me on the menu?
Okay. Any questions on the menu? We're known for our...
Yes, we are well known. So our Mama Avila's soup is what we
Okay.
are known for. That is a chicken and white rice, skip. A chicken and rice soup.
Okay.
So our Mama Avila's soup is a chicken and rice soup. We have fresh avocado, cilantro, onion, and tomato in it, and it's
Okay.
served with fresh corn or flour tortillas.
Okay. Corn or
Important
flour.
part of being a server is knowing your menu. That's probably
Right.
the most important part.
Okay, so the soup. So, might I recommend Mama Avila's? What just soup?
Mama Avila's soup.
Mama Avila's soup.
Yep.
It's a chicken and white rice soup.
Chicken and rice soup.
Chicken and rice soup.
Yes.
White rice? I guess it doesn't
Not
matter.
white rice.
Okay, what
we
is
have
it?
Mexican rice.
Mexican rice, sorry. Chicken and rice soup. We add fresh avocado, tomato, diced onion, cilantro,
And it's served with
and
fresh
it's served
tortillas.
with fresh corn or flour tortillas. Which tortillas would you like?
Exactly. So you got to get their tortillas.
Okay, so that's a little high pressure. And then
And then you answer any questions they might have about the menu.
Any
So they
questions
might
they have about
ask
the
you
menu.
about specific menu items.
Okay.
Chat with them, and then you start getting their food.
So
for
if they say, "Is it spicy?" I say, "Of course it is."
them. Depends on the item.
What kind
but
of
yeah.
restaurant you're at? Or okay. I think we can. I think we can navigate this. We can get it done. Should we give it a shot?
Let's go.
All right, let's walk over. I've never been more nervous in my life. Here we go. So Elise has coached me through it. We have our very special secret guest. Again, someone I've never known before this very day. I'm going to practice being a server. Here we go. Hi, good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Fantastic. How are you?
Welcome to the restaurant. So is this your first time visiting with us?
First time.
First time. All right, well, since it's your first time, may I recommend a dish for you?
Sure.
All right, you've got to try Mama Avila's soup, all right? It is a chicken and rice soup. It's delicious. It's great. Longtime family recipe. We add fresh avocado, diced tomato, diced onion, cilantro. It's just chef's kiss. And the best part, you get your choice of fresh corn or flour tortillas. So what are you feeling? Does that sound good to you? Okay, I'll put you down for a soup. What kind of tortillas do you like?
I get corn.
Corn tortillas. All right, soup. I know how to spell corn tortillas. Can I interest you in an appetizer? Maybe some guacamole? She's thinking. She's thinking. Just so you know, the guy who makes the guacamole, he's very attractive.
How attractive?
The most. He's into music and red jackets. He owns many Cardinal Blazers.
I just have one.
Yeah, that's okay.
I just want a cheese quesadilla.
That's it? Cheese quesadilla
That's appetizer.
as the appetizer.
Yeah. Or should I get something else?
Is that an appetizer?
It is. She did well.
Okay, cheese quesadilla. And have you decided on your entree other than the soup?
Yes.
All right.
It's called a chingolingus. Have you ever heard of it?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Chingolingus.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Oh, it's my favorite. I've had it every day for the past year. Okay, you got it. And how would you like that cooked? Rare, medium well?
It's chicken, so it's going to go
So
ahead and be
that's
fully
gonna be,
cooked.
it's going to be all the way. All right, you've got it. We're just coming right up. Thank you. This will be a pleasure. We'll have the food right out to you, Jan.
Okay.
Thank you. Take care. Fight on. All right, we'll walk over. Don't cut yet. All right, that was a bit of a disaster, but I think we'll do okay. We'll do okay. So here's my extensive notes. I wrote soup corn, cheese quesadilla. What is this dish she picked? What is this?
The one you asked if she would like a rare medium.
Yeah, does she want
It's
rare
a
chicken?
Chicken dish.
Yeah.
Where we have a shredded chicken in a pastry.
Okay.
It's fried and served with rice and Mexican beans
And
guacamole. Sour cream.
she knows the menu. She's a pro. I was quizzing you. So that seems similar to like is it similar to like a flauta or a rolled taco, something
It
like
is.
that?
It's actually very similar to a flauta. There's more chicken in it, and it's a little bit larger.
Okay, cool. So now you show me how to put this order in.
Let's do it.
Okay,
We're going
let's
to go
do
to
it.
the point of sale system,
The POS, the point of sale system. All right.
and we're going to hit table service.
Table service.
Not sure whose number we're using right now, but you're going to pick her table. So if you were a server, you would memorize every single table in the restaurant, right? So
at
depending
this.
on where you're in the courtyard, the dining room, so on and so forth, all the way through, you would know every number.
So where are we?
Let's go with
Where-
A9.
Do we know this?
Yeah. So your number of guests.
It was 2.
Yep.
Her and her
Jan
flag.
and her flag.
Jan and her flag. Okay. Oh my gosh. Look at all these buttons. What is this? All right.
All right. So,
So-
I'm going to let you do it.
So we did.
Let's
Let's
give
see if
your
I can
best
navigate
guess.
it. I did work at a movie theater. I sold popcorn, but it was, just so you know, there were no words, it was pictures. Popcorn. All right, so she had a drink.
Yes.
And it was a Topo Chico. There we go.
Very good.
We got it. All right, now food. She did get.
You're doing great.
She got an app, right? And she got the cheese quesadilla. Let's try it. So this might. Hey Jan.
So
did you want extra cheese with your quesadilla?
Yes.
Okay. Phew. Dodge that bullet. Okay.
now you're just gonna press done because there's no other mods.
What's no make? What's that mean?
That means that you don't actually need it made. So maybe you got it earlier in the day and you forgot to ring it in. You just asked the kitchen or something, but you need to ring it in.
So it's rung in. There it is. Cheese quesadilla, extra cheese.
So as a server, you would need to course out her meals. So you're gonna go ahead and send that because you need that first. And then we're gonna wait until the time's appropriate, and then you would send her next course.
The soup. Should we do that as an appetizer?
I think I would wait.
Because it's very substantial.
It is.
This is very delicious. All right. So
typically people eat our soup as a full meal.
So I send it.
So we're gonna send. There you go.
And we know this is the table she's at.
This is the table she's at.
I know. Is that a timer? 1 minute?
It is a timer.
Okay.
You put your order in 1 minute ago.
All right. So then when do I put in for the meal itself?
Well, that's like a big part of serving. So you're timing out. You might have 8, 9 tables at a time, and so you're constantly thinking about when you need to put things in.
No way.
To make sure that the flow of everyone's table is going right.
Did you ever do this?
I did for many years. I still do once in a while.
Do you?
Yeah.
How good? Is it like riding a bicycle? You come right back into it?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So how long is a typical wait time for putting in
food?
the order?
I would say we're pretty quick here. Probably about 5 minutes. They'll have that quesadilla ready for you.
And so it'll hit, and then you put in the next one. So
I
as
would
soon
drop
as
it off to her,
it.
walk back, and then you're going to put in your next course.
Is there like a restaurant lingo? Like drop it. We got to drop and send. Like.
No.
Damn.
But I'll try and come up with something.
That'd be fun, right? All right, we got to drop and send. Okay. So let's.
Actually, yes. You would say, I'm going to run my food.
I'm going to run my food.
There you go.
That means I'm bringing it out.
You're taking it to the table.
Run my food. No, am I going to bring the food, or someone else will from the kitchen?
That's all on you.
I got to go get it.
Yep.
How do I know it's ready?
You have to check.
I have to go over there?
Yeah. A lot of walking. Get your steps in.
You said 5 minutes.
Yeah, somewhere
so
around
it's
there.
been 2. But what about the drink? I got to get the drink also?
Well, she already has her drink. But yes, normally you would get her drink first.
So I put it in.
You skipped a step, but it's okay.
But when I send the drink, I'm sending it to me.
When you yes, yours. Well, unless it's a margarita, then you're sending it to the bar, and the bartender is going to make it.
So the bartender knows. Now, does the system account for that, or is it just like right now?
It does.
Okay.
So it's all routed to the right place.
Cool,
so if you send a margarita, it's going to the bar, but if you send a quesadilla, it's going to the kitchen.
Sadie.
Yes.
Was that the bar, right?
Oh, no. Jody.
Jody.
Yes.
My friend Jody. Okay. So, but in terms of this drink, I would have taken this order, sent it, but it's just putting it in to add to the ticket, and then I go and get it.
Exactly.
Okay. Got it. That's complicated.
It's a lot of work.
It's like, man, what's harder, doing this or the spirit leader stuff?
Depends on the day.
Depends on the day, right?
Yeah.
Doing a backflip versus serving up some food?
Depends on the day.
Okay. All right, so it's been a few minutes. Should we go check?
Yeah, let's check it out.
Let's go check. All right, so we have the appetizer, the cheese quesadilla. Check it out. What kind of cheese do you use?
We use a blend that we shred here of Monterey Jack and Cheddar.
Monterey Jack and Cheddar. I was going to say, looks like Monterey Jack and Cheddar.
You're right.
So now we're going to go give this to Jan.
That's right.
All right, here we go. Off. You got the music going? All right, Jan, I've got that quesadilla for you. Careful, it's a hot plate. All right, is there anything else I can get for you right now? No, I'm good. You're good on water? You ready for a margarita, maybe a shot of tequila? We'll do it together. Okay, you got it. Enjoy, Jan, enjoy. Thank you. So we got the drinks, the appetizers. Now, was it the right call when I drop off? You asked them if they need anything else, right?
Absolutely, you're doing
Something
great.
like how the food is, if there's something wrong, right?
We don't ask them if something's wrong.
Right.
I would get a general idea of how's everything tasting.
How's it
over
taste
here?
to you, right?
I'm
Now-
so glad you're enjoying it.
Now, I do know every restaurant I go to, whenever I take my first bite, the server appears out of nowhere. It's like, how's it taste? And I'm like, mouthful of something.
It's a server trick.
Is that part of it?
It is.
Okay, so we have Jan's food.
Yes.
So we're gonna take it to her. All right, so here we go. This is the famous soup. I can't try this before I give it to her?
You can't. That would not
You're
be
sure?
good. Yeah. I mean, you could ask Jan. She might say yes.
We'll ask Jan. Here we go. All right. Can I tell you a secret?
Yes.
When I was a kid, I used to serve meals at it was an old folks home. We used to serve Thanksgiving meals, and I once spilled an entire pot of turkey grease onto a rug in this facility.
This is your redemption moment.
Hopefully you paid your insurance on your flooring. Here we go. All right, we're coming in. Oh, hi, Jan. How you doing? Great. Look at there. So here's Mama Avila's soup. It's a beautiful soup. You're gonna love every bite of it. I'll come back when it's empty. Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna bring you the rest of your food. All right, sounds good. Here we go.
You'd walk back to the kitchen.
Then I'd go all the way, in theory, back to the kitchen.
Yes, this might be hot. You're okay
hot?
now.
Is it hot?
No, you're
okay.
good now.
So, any Mexican restaurant, they bring these plates out. Like, don't touch it. It's hot. And these plates are 1,000,000,000 degrees.
Yes.
But these servers are just...
Well, at some point when you've served long enough,
Yeah.
I think you just lose feeling in the tips of your fingers.
Is that what it
and
is?
So you can pick up any hot plate.
I am such a... When it comes to, like, hot things, I'm such a sissy.
But some servers will use a pot holder, and then they keep it in their pocket, so when they have to grab a hot plate, they can do that.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to pretend it's not that hot. All right, so I'm coming in.
Uh-huh.
Man, that looks... I can't try this either?
No.
God. All right, here we are. Coming on in. Jan, I've got that chingalingas for you right here. Check this out. Delicious chicken pastry. We make the pastry in-house by hand.
Yeah.
We do. Guacamole, sour cream. How's everything tasting so far? Is there anything else I can do for you? Oh, she's changed her mind. She would like some tequila. All right, we'll get this sorted right out for you, Jan. All right, thank you. All right, here we are. We had a round of shots of tequila for the table. There's one for Jan. Elite, here, I'll take the janky one. Here, Elise will hand that one to you.
Thank
all right.
you.
So this has been a rip-roaring wild day, huh?
It has been.
We've had a good time. So thank you all for tuning in and enjoying Avila del Ranchito. Please, if you're at any location, so where are the cities of all the locations? Can you name a few? We've got your location in Seal Beach.
So we've got 13 locations in Southern California. So our original is in Huntington Park, pretty close to USC, and we go all the way down to San Clemente.
All the way, okay.
Some of the locations in between. We have Newport here. My location's in Seal Beach. I could keep going. We've got Costa Mesa, Lake Forest, Laguna Niguel, Laguna Beach. We're kind of everywhere.
Everyone, anywhere. So if you're
That's
in
right.
Huntington Park or you're down in Orange County, please come visit. There's a ton of Trojans running, operating, owning these restaurants. We had a great time here today. We got a former spirit leader with us. Big thanks to Jan for being our plant and all this shenanigans. Big shout out to Mirabelle. She had to go. She had to get her kids out of here, but it's been a lot of fun. So cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Fight on.
Fight on. Fight on.
Hi, I'm Phoebe from USC Song, and I'm here with Song and Spirit. Thank you so much for joining us for the USC Trojan Spirit Streamathon today, and thank you so much for your support. Bye.
All right, how exciting was that to learn about Avila's El Ranchito? Looky, even teeny tiny Brett got in on the action with his own teeny tiny little margarita. Super exciting times. We're back here. We are live in the Lions Center, in the pavilion. Casey, why don't you go ahead and conjure up that Day of SCupport website? Let's see what we've got going on in the world. All right, so let's get ourselves an update. We are rifling through bottom left. There we go. Okay, so as of right this minute, let's refresh. Give it a quick refresh just to make sure. We have raised, as of this minute, $16,498. Nice. When you add to that the $10,000 benchmark money we got from Daniel and Sarah Lichtman, that puts our total for the day so far at $26,498. But remember, folks, we will not get that next benchmark until that number, that $16,000, that's honest to God money raised today. We've got to get that number over 25 grand. So get after it, folks. Tell your friends, tell your family, come on now, let's go and let's get it going to get those donations up. We have 82 donors. Let's see. We've got a couple hours here. Let's see if we can hit 100 donors before 2:30. All right, if we can hit 100 donors before 2:30, that would be phenomenal. Now, we got a couple of questions here I wanted to answer a little bit right quick. So one of the questions we had from the chat, which was, which band in the Big Ten am I most excited to see? Casey, which band in the Big Ten are you excited to see? Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan, right?
Certainly not Ohio State.
Yeah, definitely no. Ohio State, not interested.
Yeah, no. We've seen that movie twice now. That was a snooze fest. If I don't want to get us off on the wrong foot in the new conference, but hey, it's not my problem. It's your problem.
I'm pretty excited. Wisconsin was fun to see. Was fun to see at the Holiday Bowl, and Penn State, storied program. But yeah, I think the ability to see Michigan live and in person and in their environment, the incumbent national championship team, that's a pretty cool situation to be in. So we're thrilled to go ahead and see them. Folks, if you're checking out the site, if you're checking out the website, you should notice that at the top we have the silent auction items. Casey, can we go ahead and let's get in there, yeah? Can we see the silent auction page? We got a little picture-in-picture going on. All right, so the silent auction page. Let's scroll down. Let's see what kind of traction we're getting on Dr. Bartner's paintings. All right, so go ahead and click on Big Sur. That's the first one, 113. All right, so we've got one bid. Thank you, whoever is out there, for bidding $500. Now, come on, folks. Let's run up the price. Let's take it from them and challenge them. Let's see the next one. Hit that arrow. Now you can say it's got a. Go here. Let's see that one. All right, so Sunset. No bids. Come on, folks. Get after it. Let's see that. All right, what's this? Quintentera painting. We need people. We need bidders. All right, let's go to the next one. Waterfall. Oh, look at that. Look at that rushing water. You can see the painting's dynamic. It's got energy.
I feel the motion from here.
Heck yeah. If I were in a canoe, whoa. All right, so no bids yet, but we need some. Let's see. What do we got here? Monterey original painting. One bid for $500. Love it. Love it. Painting number 117, and then the next one, painting 118. Holy smokes, Cannery has got 3. We've got a bidding war going on, KC.
That's right.
A whole bidding war. All right, we're up to 550 now. Is that all of them? Go ahead and give it one more click. Ooh, no, self-portrait and no bids on this one. So it looks like 3 of the 7 paintings have bids, right? So folks, get out there.
Look at this. It looks like Dr. Bartner's out on the beach with his iPad.
It does, and it looks like he's painting it himself. Well, folks, we need you to get out there and go ahead and get after these paintings, because right now we have a unique opportunity, because not only are we going to talk about the paintings and see what's going on, but we're going to have a brief little chit-chat. We're going to interview the man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Arthur C. Bartner. Cheer, Brian, cheer. Come on over. We'll get you in frame. How you doing? I'm going to hug you.
I'm doing good.
He's doing good. All right, so we're doing this like the news. So every time you got to talk, I'll hold the mic on you. How's that sound?
Whatever you say, Dr. Vogel.
Well, you know what? Just for at least once in this interview, I want you to yank it out of my hands for old time's sake.
I don't have the energy to do that anymore.
All right, so let's come around. Why don't we come around this way? We'll come over here. Anthony, you can follow us, yeah? All right, follow us over here. So tell us, so this is one of the paintings that has bids on it, this self-portrait painting. So tell us about your process in deciding what to paint, how to approach it, and what has this project sort of meant to you in retirement?
Where to start? I've always had an affinity for the visual arts, and never had the time, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
So retirement, I have a lot of time. So I decided to paint, and took some lessons, took some sketching lessons, so on and so forth. And the fall of my first year in retirement, actually a year out, I started working with watercolor. And I love watercolor because you can fix anything. You know, you can either dump more water on and it disappears, or you can paint over it, or you can do, it's great. Oil, you put it on canvas, you're stuck with it. And I love landscapes. I love nature, and I live 5 minutes from the beach, so a lot of these paintings have water in it. And during the pandemic, I wandered around the hills of Palos Verdes, so I've seen that cliff. In fact, this first painting is really down by the old marine land where there's a lighthouse, and I walk on there every weekend, so I know this spot very well. That's not me on the beach painting. That's really Monet. I stole that from a painting that I've seen Monet painting on the beach. But anyway, so it's a great joy for me, and I must admit there's tremendous correlation between music and art.
Well, how could there not be, right? The two are intertwined.
Yes.
And they're timeless, right? We're still playing Beethoven. We're still admiring these paintings, and it just lives on forever and ever and ever, right? So the landscape was a landscape you were visiting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the guy you riffed it off of another painting.
Yes. The cliffs over on the far right. That's actually the only difference is there's a lighthouse that sits up on the top there, and I bagged the lighthouse, and then the rock formation could be anywhere. I think what's neat about this is the way everything focuses in on the subject of the painting, which is me/Monet painting. You have a diagonal of the cliffs into the rocks, and then you have this diagonal of the water's edge leading in. So everything focuses in to that point of view.
Is it hard to escape doing marching band drill in your head when you're doing these things, or does it help you kind of find those sight lines within the painting?
I have put the marching band really in the back drawer. I love going to the games, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Do I want to revisit that? No. Sure. So, but with music in general, on a broader scale, the colors really match up with the sounds. And as we go through, there's one over here which is really about colors, and it's all the secondary colors. There's no trumpets, trombones, tubas, drums. Yeah. It's all about clarinets, flutes, saxophones. So it's all about what they call in the prism of the rainbow. It's your primary colors are red, yellow, blue. Your secondary colors are purple, green, orange. Very good. And then it's how you mix these colors. Just like you mix sounds on the football field. Of course. It's how you mix them together is really the creative process.
Excellent. All right, well, we've got 7 of these paintings in front of us. We talked about this one. Which one do you want to talk about next? You want to talk about the one you pointed out before? Here, we'll wander through.
This one is a great example of color. And you can see there's a lot of purple violet all over this thing. There's a strong diagonal. You can see my style as we go through. Yeah. There's a strong diagonal. There's a kind of a purple bluish piece of water, but again, the focus is this sunset, and it's pretty bright, but it's orange surrounding a yellow stream, and maybe the yellow is those obnoxious tenor saxes. I don't know.
Obnoxious tenor saxes. Eva, are you going to stand for this?
I will not. But anyway, I like. This is also interesting about this painting. It's also a multimedia, because you have water, but these rocks, these are actually charcoal.
Oh, the rocks are charcoal.
Yes, I got my charcoal out and I drew that, and so all these rocks are all charcoal. So it's kind of a neat approach, but I really had a lot of fun with this sky. I mean, it's just like this is really the creative process.
Sure. What was the source of inspiration for this one? Where'd you find this?
Well, I'm very fortunate because in my townhouse that you've been,
We were there last year, a year ago.
I actually watched the replay of that. And I had a comment from one of our band alumnus and said, you know, your wife is really pretty. What about me? What happened about me?
You know, we have that in common, Dr. Bartner.
But on the top of this townhouse is a deck. And from this deck, I can catch the sunset.
That's great.
So, you know, and weather, which is nice, I can go up and at whatever time, 8 o'clock, and look at the sunset. So
that's wonderful. So this is from the deck, the top of the townhouse.
Right.
Love it, love it. But that's, you know, that's a few floors up from the man cave.
5?
5. It's a few. It's a ways. Yeah. You be careful on those stairs. All right, let's. This one's got the water going on. I'm gonna loop around because I'm a little tangled on the mic.
Yeah, I run to get my water while you're.
Oh, please get your water. Yeah. Come on over. All right. So he's grabbing his water. So we're talking about water. He's getting thirsty. So tell us about. So this kind of looks like. Is this a bridge? Is it an aqueduct? What is this precisely?
Well, there's another painting which I really like, which has this bridge, which is from the Big Sur region, you know, Route 1. Yep. So I took the bridge from the Big Sur, and it was a tremendous. I mean, how do you make water that looks like water? Yeah. You know, that looks like it's flowing, and so it was really a challenge. And then you start mixing colors again. And while I was mixing blue and ultramarine blue and rose, while I was mixing the colors, messing around, this kind of lavender popped up, and I said, it's my painting. You know, if I want to make the water lavender, who's going to question?
Who's going to stop you? Nobody.
Nobody. So, and what's neat about this is, and you'll appreciate this, is that the brush has become a substitute for the baton.
Nice. I like
Nice.
That.
So instead of a baton, you have a brush.
Paintbrush like this, huh?
So the water is kind of, you know, long, smooth, you know, very legato, if you will, and the water, and then you get to the rocks. Now, you know, you're like dabbing stuff. You're dabbing different colors.
Bam.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
so this is a good example of different brush strokes. The bridge is very smooth, and we'll talk about it later. But you always have to know where the light source is coming from.
Yeah, of course.
So, you know, the light, you know, the sun is over here somewhere, so you can see the shadows and so forth, and the light hits the rocks here, and then it gets dark here. So, and then I threw a couple of, you always look for balance in a painting, so I needed something on the right that balances the rocks on the left, so I could have put a couple of ugly trees in there, and, you know, why not?
Trees are great. You know, not all trees are ugly. The Stanford tree is ugly, but this tree is wonderful.
I love trees. And the one thing I've found out, the more you paint, the more you're aware of nature. I love clouds. Clouds, the formation of clouds are just marvelous. So there's all these, and trees and flower, I mean, all nature, you become very aware of your surroundings.
Absolutely. All right, so I picked this one. You pick the next one that you want to show off to us. Which one? We'll keep going down the line. All right.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. This is, we took the band, a part of the band, on a summer trip. Yeah. We took them to Italy.
Great.
We did the expo in Milan, and it was a pretty marvelous trip. But after we did We accompanied an opera singer on the Italian national anthem. That was pretty wild. There was a lot of, and it was one of these in La Forza Castle and one of these 16th century castles. I mean, it was wild. But anyway, after the business of the day, we took a boat ride on the adjacent to the Cinque Terre.
Okay.
Everybody knows Cinque Terre, and there's 5 cities and old buildings, and so if you can imagine, you know, the boat is out here in the ocean, and then you have all these. I just picked 3 buildings, but and you can see each building, the one closer to the sun is the lightest, and then it's a little bit darker, and then it's a lot darker. And then the shadows from the overhang starts, it's an olive, and then that olive is a darker and a blue. And then you get over here and it's bluish purple. So
Correct.
you can see the progression of the light. The piazza is pretty much yellow and then turns into blue. And anyway, this is, you never know. From a band trip, you can start painting.
Of course. Now, is this based on is it a photograph, a collection of photographs, just some memories? How'd you conjure this one?
Photographs, you know, it's funny because on this boat, because I leave my wife in the shade, you know, she didn't go outside, but I start wandering around, I look, and the band is sunbathing in the back of the boat, you know, they're not looking, maybe they're sleeping because they've been up all night. Right. So, but me, I'm taking pictures as we go by. I'm taking pictures of all these houses. And so you look at these pictures and you go, well, you might take a house. Well, actually, these 3 houses are from one photograph. But you start compiling from different photographs, magazines. But when I walk, I take pictures all the time.
Of course. But that's, at this trip, that's pictures. That's a camera with film in it, I bet.
Yes.
Awesome.
That is not on my iPhone.
All right, let's come out. Let's look at this one. This one, I have to say, when you first agreed to donate these paintings to us and send them our way, this one just jumped out at me. This one was really beautiful. So tell me about, is this a photo? Where did this one come from?
This is definitely one of the most popular, if not the most popular painting of this lot. And a good friend of mine, Dan Cassidy. Oh, yeah. I went out to lunch with him and his wife and Barbara Kotler. And, of course, you know, I rolled up my sleeve and became like a used car salesman and said, hey, I got these paintings.
Yeah.
He picked this painting.
Oh, nice.
He wants to bid on this painting. And the thing that's neat about this painting is that composition. And I like to quote Stephen Sondheim.
Okay.
Stephen Sondheim composed a wonderful Broadway show, Sunday in the Park with George.
Great.
Bernadette Peters, Mandy Patinkin. Anyway, it's about painting. It's about Seurat. It's about a painting. And his definition of composition is it's giving order to the whole.
Okay.
You're a composer, arranger.
Sure.
So you already know I like water. I like the ocean.
Oh,
you know,
of course.
all right. You know, I like cliffs.
Sure.
There's another one. Now, there's the bridge.
Yeah.
God, you've already seen 3 of them.
Playing the hits, you know.
Now, what did I add? I added some mountains in the back. But what sells this painting? Bid higher. Yeah. These are called lupines.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you've ever heard of that. I haven't either, but I've been educated.
Not much of an arborist, huh?
Yeah. But anyway, I loved the colors. And again, the shading becomes real important. Again, the sun's over on the right. You can see it's pretty white. There's some white, a lot of paint into the pines. Violets, and it gets dark on it. But anyway, I think this is what really attracts people to this painting. And again, the fact that the subject is really the bridge. Right. By the way, another thing is, and if Dante is listening, when you write drill, you've got a foreground, you've got a middle ground, and you got a background. Right. Same thing in painting. The foreground is the pines, all the foliage, and then the middle ground is the bridge. And by the way, it's kind of neat. I took that bridge, and then this road kind of wanders up.
Oh yeah, okay.
And then it just disappears. I lost interest in it, so it just disappears. And then the background is the mountains, and what Brett, who helped me select these paintings, he said, "Why did I put ski runs into these paintings?"
Yeah. They do look like ski runs.
I said to him, "Well, I didn't think they were ski runs, but if you want to say they're ski runs, it's okay with me. You can say it's your interpretation, whatever you want to say."
Yeah. If the check clears, it could be ski runs all day, right?
Right. Right. But anyway, the composition comes as putting these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements together and balancing it so that you have a beautiful painting.
It is beautiful. If I give you some of my artistic interpretation, what pulled me into it, and so you have these lovely plants, this lavender, this purple over here. You have the ocean, and water. Water is what gives life to especially plants, etc. But you can see, just ever so slightly, a little bit of that violet in the water. And it's almost, it sort of bridges that gap from the water to the plants. I don't know. Again, we're talking interpretation, but I just thought that was a wonderful touch to see the bridge of those two colors working together.
If I can be very honest.
Yeah. Please.
I don't plan a lot of these stuff.
That's fine.
I intuitively luck out a lot. So I didn't plan to put the violet into the ocean. It's just, I just look at the ocean and say, it's too calm. I need a little bit of this and of that. And I start dipping in stuff and mixing stuff around. And I keep working until my wife calls me.
Sure.
Right. My wife will say, it's 10 o'clock. It's time to take your pills. Okay. Then I'll come back. And then she'll say, well, it's 11 o'clock. The news is on. You got to watch Rob McMillan. Go on the news. So I'll just keep working until, something says to me that, oh, this looks good.
That's wonderful. I love it.
And I do it. It's great. And there's no right or wrong. Yeah. There's nobody judging these things. I'm thrilled that people, want to bid on them, and you get a piece of Dr. Bartner creativity hanging on your wall. I'm honored.
It's a big honor. We're honored to have you here. All right, so we talked about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's 2 more of these we got to look at. Now this one, there's a lot going on here. Yes, it's a very active one. Tell us about this one.
There's a in Monterey, the Monterey Peninsula. There's a great drive, scenic drive, 21 miles, something like that. And so I took that drive with my family when my kids were young, older than your kids, but still young. We took that ride and kept going along and taking pictures. And this is what I came up with. And what's neat about this is texture.
Right.
Texture is texture and space and all musical terms.
Sure.
By the way, there's famous examples. Copland said that he composed based on colors.
Sure.
Kandinsky was a great violinist who decided to paint. Klee, another contemporary artist, were great musicians. But anyway.
Well, even the beginning of Appalachian Spring, you remember the note for the clarinet?
Yeah.
White tone. That's the note in the clarinet part to kick the whole thing off. Just that very pristine, a lot of daylight between it all. Yeah. But tell us, it almost looks like, just catching it, like it is oil on canvas, but it's watercolor, right?
Yes. Contrast. Well, what's great about this is that when you talk about values, which is, values of colors, there's soft edges. I mean, look at these clouds. Right, there's a great song about the orange sky. But there's no edges here. It just kind of all flows. And then you look at these trees, the trunks, very strong edges, strong textures. The textures in the leaves of the trees, these kind of they're not slashes, but they're what Monet called touches, touches of colors, greens and whites and so on. So you have that. And then this it's kind of a pool of water, and this is a very Gauguinish. If anybody's watching this, your assignments are to start looking up some of these painters. Monet, Gauguin, Van Gogh is another great texture of more slashes. Pizarro painted trees, and he set up a screen and forced the viewer to look through. And, if you want to find these houses, you got to look through these trees.
Of course.
So I think texture is important. These rocks on the bottom are very hard edge, where the shoreline is very soft. So, and then I got a little crazy, these mountains. But that's a great color, isn't that a color? I mean, it's like, again, who's going to judge this? Anthony?
No, not a chance.
Not a chance.
Anthony, are you going to judge this?
He's not even paying attention.
Oh, he can't. The phone's funny. He's got to look at the camera so he can see what we look like. That's his monitor. He's way paying attention. Anthony, right? Yeah. All right. So we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here we go. We haven't talked about this one yet.
Yes.
I see boats. We got boats on this one.
Again, this, this is the cannery in Monterey. This is, from the same trip. And we stayed in Monterey. And this building is called a cannery in Monterey. And really, the focal point are these boats.
Yep.
By the way, a good question is, how long does this take?
Yeah. How long does this take?
Yeah, I would say 3 to 4 weeks.
Wow.
2 to 3 hours a night.
Wow.
So it isn't. It's interesting. I say, it takes about 2 weeks to prepare a show.
Yep. Typically.
With 300 kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's just me, the canvas,
Yeah.
and a paintbrush and paints, and I'm sitting there and I'm trying to make 3 boats, but get the reflection in the water. The thing that's interesting again, if this is the focal point, I've taken this color, this yellowish beiges, and I've taken this and surrounded where I want the viewer to look. And I want them to look at the boats. Right. So, and this is a great example of brush strokes. There's all kinds of, there's that weird blue that I like again, but there's all kinds of different kinds of brush strokes, mountains, you know, you can kind of see the things that I like to put into my pictures. But this is one of the few with boats.
Mm-hmm. You've spent your whole life avoiding blue, so now you can just revel in it in your retirement.
You know, I still have a problem with blue, but you know, the sky and the water are just wonderful. So you know, you bite the bullet and you have to use it. But again, there's just all different kinds of blue. There's a light blue. I mean, this is the value. If you're playing horn, you know, you can make that horn sound depending on the group. If you're playing with a woodwind quintet, horn sound stuff. If you're playing with a brass, you have a different sound. If you're playing with a marching band, God forbid you pick up a mellophone, you know, it's a different sound. So it's the same thing here, that you have different values of color. Light blue, kind of a medium blue with some waves going on. You get down here and you get some really abstract kind of turquoise blues. So you have, you know, different values of blue. Over here you have, this is interesting because you've got a little reflection in the water of some darker blues, and you just start mixing colors and having a good old time.
So has this, you got away from the band and you retired and you're enjoying your time with Barbara and by the beach and your routine. What enrichment has this activity sort of brought to your life at this point in time?
Well, you know, for me, number one, I have to be busy. I am not one to sit home and watch television or golf. Golf to me is very boring. You know, you chase a little white ball and you hit all these great shots, and then you miss a 4-foot putt like what's his name, McElroy did on it. You know, it happens to me way too often, so I give up that. But what painting does for me, it becomes, you know, I do a lecture of how my day is divided. I do spend a lot of time exercising because I've spent my life moving, conducting, exercising my voice. It's screaming. But the painting for me, it keeps the creativity going. The best part of the marching band is creating these shows, getting the staff together. You got some talented guys. You know, Chris Norton is one of my favorite guys, and getting all these and getting ideas from the students, and putting these shows together, and then you put it out on the field, and you still might be like, I will paint, and then I'll let it go, and I'll go to sleep. And then I come up in the morning and I sit there, and before I eat breakfast, I'll look at the painting, and I'll go, oh, you know, I can do better. That doesn't look, that's, you know, and I'm going to fix that. So I eat breakfast, boom, boom, and then when I come down, I fix that spot in the painting. Same thing, if you look at a drill and it doesn't look quite right, you fix it. So I love the creative process. So I don't ever want to lose that curiosity of how to create these colors and organize these compositions. So I guess that's why I do it.
You still got the energy in there. Don't let anyone think otherwise. So all of you out there, get on the website. get on the website, bid on these paintings. There's still 4 of them with no bids. You could be the only person bidding, right? And you have an opportunity to hang not just one-of-a-kind artwork, but there's a clear trajectory of somebody who dedicated their life to one art form and found enrichment in their life in another art form along with it. Dr. Bartner, what's one thing you want everyone out in the world to know at this Day of SCupport about anything else we've missed in our conversation?
Well, 2 thoughts come to mind. We're all going to retire someday.
Yeah.
Right? Sure. I know you guys are young bucks and you're going to live forever.
Casey's never retiring. He's staying with me forever.
Bet.
But when you retire, and in my case, you give up this great band that we all love and we've spent all this time with, what's going to take the place of that? And when you retire, you need to find a purpose, in this case, a new passion. And this is what art has done for me. And by the way, it can be music, it can be art, it can be dance, it can be poetry, it can be theater, it can be, I love the arts. And for painting, this is what this has done for me. And my advice is, when it is your turn to retire, make the most of it. Don't just, pull up a chair and turn on the television and, no, find something that you love to do and maybe haven't done any other time in your life, and go after it.
Love it. Sage advice from Dr. Arthur C. Bartner. Casey Busby, what do you got?
We have a question in the chat for Dr. Bartner.
Question for Dr. Bartner.
From the TMB's resident equestrian. Dr. Bartner, would you ever want to paint Traveler?
Would you ever want to paint Traveler?
No. Leonard, there's a very famous artist, Leonard Nimoy, something like that.
Okay.
We'll
find it.
Yeah.
You get on Google, find this Leonard artist, paints horses.
Yeah, he painted Traveler years ago. Very famous artist, painted golfers and athletes and so on. He painted, I'm really not very good at characters, animals. That's not why I do this, and that's not my forte. I like nature and landscapes, and where I can throw paint on and so on. Even things like boats or flowers, where you have to get down to the nitty-gritty and put each petal on. Not me. I like throw the paint on and mix it around, and that's what I love to do.
All right, so that's a no on the horse. For now, there's still time. Lots of retirement left. All right, before we move on, Dr. Brown, I have a question for you. All right, you see this tall feller who walked in? We'll see if you still got it. What instrument do you think this guy plays?
Trombone.
Nailed it! Right on the money, trombone player. All right. Well, folks, all of you at home, please give Dr. Bartner a big round of applause. All of you in the room, clap. Clap for Dr. Bartner. Give him a clap. Thank you. Fight on, fight on. Now, there's a gentleman who marched with Dr. Bartner, marched under Dr. Bartner's direction, and he's a wonderful guy. Still works here at USC over in the Cal building, and you've seen his photographs. He often takes to the skies to photograph the band in rehearsal, to photograph us in every kind of situation we have out there. And Barney was gracious enough to take me in the air, and guess what? He let me fly his airplane.
Ooh.
I know, it's risky business.
That's scary.
It's way scary. So please enjoy this segment featuring none other than one of our greatest clarinet alumni, Barney and Jake, going to the airplane. Fight on.
We're the USC Tubas, and you're watching the second annual Streamathon. Fight on!
The United States of America is a country whose invention has impacted the world in many, many ways. When you look at the original American art form, jazz music, it paved the way for rock and roll, for hip hop, and really the popular music landscape. But I would argue that no other American innovation has impacted the world as much as aviation. The Wright brothers took to the sky so that we could take this giant planet that is Earth and shrink it down and be able to reach all four corners. Now, one could argue that social media has that same effect, and again, an American invention, but the way we can connect and communicate with each other worldwide. But you know, people don't get on Instagram to post about posting on Instagram. People are on social media posting about their adventures around the country, taking to the skies, tarmac photos, in-flight photos. It really is a uniquely American experience in its inception, and it has captivated the world for years and years and years. And we are lucky today, as you can see, I've donned my Maverick jacket, but we're lucky today we're taken to the skies in our very own F-14 Tomcat with the greatest alumni in the history of the universe. Please join me in welcoming Barney Lum. How we doing, Barney?
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
All right.
Welcome aboard.
So first things first, I believe I ordered a F-14. This is not an F-14.
Budget cuts.
Budget cuts. Well, there we are. So tell me about this plane. What do we got here?
This is our 1982 Cessna 172. It's a four-seater, and it's kind of the Honda Civic of airplanes. It's good for training or just getting around and taking to the skies and seeing what's around.
So when you say the Honda Civic of airplanes, you mean it's got a gearbox, a stick shift, or it's just old reliable?
It's an old reliable four-seater. Gets you there.
That's excellent. That's excellent. So we're going up in the air. You told me I'm going to be flying today.
Oh, yes.
This doesn't make you nervous?
I'll have my eyes closed.
Have your eyes closed. All right. So tell us about your history with flight. What encouraged you, or what sort of triggered that in your mind to go and take to the skies?
Well, it was way back when I was 5 years old. My dad used to take off from Honolulu Airport and on his trips, his business trips or whatever it was, and he would take off in a Pan American Boeing 707. We would get up to the gate area, be able to see the airplane as it started up its engines, taxied away from the gate, and we could smell the jet fuel, the jet exhaust. Oh, that was great. Then I started building model airplanes, and now I'm buying them more than building them, but that's been my interest. And then later in college, some friends of mine gave me my first flying lesson. They bought me my introductory flying lesson, and here I am.
Now, were those friends from the marching band?
Some were.
Excellent, excellent. So when was that? When was that first flying lesson?
That first flying lesson was, back in 1987.
87.
Yeah.
So back in 87 is the first flying lesson, and then when did you're a member of a flying club. Which club is that?
I'm a member of the Caltech Flying Club.
Okay, so when did you become a member of the club?
1987.
So same time, so you have your first lesson.
Right around there.
And then now you're hooked. Now you're just chasing that flight forever and ever. So first lesson in the flying club, and then you've been flying consistently since then.
Since then.
How often do you take to the skies?
I take to the skies, maybe once a month or so. Just go up there, take a look-see, or do maintenance flights and change the oil.
Now, Barney, if you had to guess, how old do you think I was when I flew in an airplane by myself for the first time? Commercial flight, getting shipped off to Grandma's house.
Oh, okay.
All by my lonesome.
I'll guess 6.
6 is close. I was 5.
Whoa, okay.
5 years old. And my parents, this was Southwest Airlines. Again, this was back in the day. Remember when their boarding passes were shaped like California?
Oh.
So this was back then. And they put a placard on my chest, shuffled me and a gaggle of other kids on the plane, and we went to the other airport, and then my grandma would be there and
keep an eye on this guy.
Yeah, this guy is trouble. But they would let us look at the cockpit, and the pilot would give us wings, and I was very much romanced by flight as well, but I didn't follow the same path you do. I've never flown a plane other than the one you're going to let me fly today. So your flight is primarily recreational?
Yes.
Have you ever been either chartered to fly or been, I know you take photos a lot of the time. Has anyone ever paid you to take photos of something from the air?
No. Legally, I cannot be paid for doing things like that, I cannot be legally paid to charter the airplane.
Sure.
But as far as taking photographs, sure, I could sell my photos if anybody's willing to
After the fact, though.
Yeah.
Okay. So being able to charter folks, that's a whole different set of circumstances. Right?
Whole set of new rules. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. What's the most exciting part? So obviously you've flown a lot, but something about it keeps you coming back. What's the one thing that you think keeps getting you back into the sky over and over again?
Oh, just every time you go up in the air, it's something different. If it's the same, then you're not paying attention. So just being able to go up and take a look-see, and well, for me, the exciting part is taking off, making sure everything is functioning properly, going up, doing your mission, and coming back, and hopefully bring the airplane back in one piece.
Love it, love it. Well, thanks, Barney, for taking us up. I see you have a chart in your hands.
Oh, yes.
So why don't we go chart our mission, huh?
Okay, let's go do it.
All right, here we go. We've done our intro. We're getting started. Why don't we chart our path today, huh, Barney? What do you want to show us?
Today, what we are going to do is we're going to take off from El Monte Airport, San Gabriel Valley Airport, take off to the south, follow the 10 freeway towards downtown LA.
Nice.
Oh, come on over. And Jake is going to make sure we don't get lost.
That's right. I'm very familiar with the 10.
That's right. And then we're going to head down to the Coliseum, do our field show, do a couple laps, head on up to Griffith Park, or Dodger Stadium, Griffith Park, the Hollywood sign here, head west, and if things are good, we'll head on south towards LAX, pass directly overhead.
By LAX?
Over it.
The big airplanes?
Sure.
Okay.
Maybe we'll find an A380 or something.
Ooh.
Yeah, we'll make our way down along towards Torrance, Palos Verdes.
Okay.
Say hi to Dr. Bartner.
Say hi to Dr. Bartner. What are you doing up there, Jake? How's the airplane? Do you have a Dr. Bartner impression, Barney? Everybody does.
Oh, no, it's not fit for publication. No, I don't. No, he's a great guy.
All right, then we'll head back north.
Head back north. We'll pass. I guess we'll either go to Long Beach.
Oh, the Vincent Thomas Bridge, huh?
We can check out the Queen Mary. Yeah.
Ooh, the Queen Mary. Cool.
Yeah.
Can we go under the bridge?
We'll see if there are any ships under the bridge if they're blocking the way. If not, then we'll pass under the bridge. But no, we'll be about 2,000 feet over the bridge.
Ah, damn.
And then we'll continue over Long Beach Airport.
Oh, very cool.
Then follow the 605 and come back home.
Follow the 605, come back home. Look at that path. That's fun. Since we're coming over here, let's see, can we add an addendum? Because we're coming over. We're going to go by Buena Park.
Okay, Buena Park, yeah.
And Anaheim.
Well, so.
Ooh, yeah, tell me, is this circle, is this a no-fly circle?
Yeah, well, Disneyland, being as privy as they are, has their own
private airspace.
Temporary flight restriction, but it's pretty much permanent. It's a permanent temporary
like their
flight
copyright
restriction.
on Mickey Mouse, right?
Yeah, so it's a 3-mile radius thing that goes up to 3,000 feet.
So we can only get that close.
Yeah.
Within 3 miles.
Yeah, or 3,000 feet above. So we can pass it 3,200 feet over it, or 3,002 feet over it.
Look at that, the TMB. We always find there's a loophole always.
There's always a way. Make it work.
Or to pander to the alumni, why don't we fly at 3,400 feet?
Okay, 3,400 feet.
All right, so we've got our chart going. We have the cameras and mics ready. I guess the next thing to do is pull the plane out, right?
Alrighty. That's the hard part.
Okay.
Actually, the hard part is putting the airplane back, but we'll deal with that one.
We'll yank the plane out. Fight on. So Barney, we've charted our flight on the map. So I think we're ready, right?
Yes, and these are like a chart. So we call these charts.
Okay.
Not a map.
It's a chart, not a map.
That's correct.
Okay.
So just like our field show, each flight is like, well, to me, it's like a pregame show. Okay. We can start off with fanfare, taxi out in tribute to Troy, and then when we take off, we'll be flighting on.
Flighting on. So which part's conquest?
Conquest is when we land.
When we land. And then if we're up there and it's bad weather, that's Tusk when we're rumbling around, right?
Well, that's when we're rumbling around and all right now.
Right now. So which part? Fanfare is going to be here, setting up the plane.
Fanfare is when we start up. Starting up the engine. Going through the checklist.
Okay.
Do all of the
The checklist?
Yes.
Who's reading the
do
checklist?
Oh, I will read the checklist. No, actually, you'll do the.
I'll read the checklist, and you'll give me the answers.
Yes, make sure I do them all.
And then Tribute to Troy is when we're going to taxi.
Yes.
Jump, and then Fight On is...
My torso out to the runway.
And then Ching Boom is right when the tires are coming up, or when's the Ching Boom?
Ching Boom, that's when, yes, we lift off.
Ching Boom. Bum, bum,
and third chorus is as we climb out.
And then third chorus is that sweeping turn, right?
Yeah.
Excellent, love it. Okay, so now we got to pull the plane out.
Yes.
All right, let's pull it out. How can I help? Tell me what to do.
All right, well, first of all, let's get this chalk out of the way. Maybe.
All right, okay.
Oh, we can leave these out.
We'll move these out of the way. You want me to pull on this strut and help, or push on it?
Oh, sure, I can pull on the other strut, on the left strut.
The left strut.
The port side.
Port side. So you use those nautical terms, huh?
Of course. We use left and right.
Oh, do you? Okay.
The airplane right now is probably a little less than 2,000 pounds, so a lot less than the car.
Yeah, what's the weight of a Honda Civic? If we're
about 3.
Okay. But it needs to be lighter, right? Because it makes sense. We're going up into the sky. We want as little weight as possible.
That's right. No dead weight.
No dead weight. Prop area.
Clear prop.
Ignition. All right.
Okay, so I'm going to call El Monte Ground and request our taxi clearance.
Excellent. What's our clearance?
We have clearance. Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
I'm on the ground, Cessna 908-326 at the base of the tower. Taxi for takeoff with uniform.
Cessna 908-326, I'm on the ground. Runway 19er, taxi via Alpha.
Runway 19er via Alpha, Cessna 908-326. So when the tower gives us instructions, we read back what they told us to make sure that we understand and will do what they told us to do.
Got it. Smart. Maybe I should start doing that with the band.
Yeah, you'll never get it.
Well, I guess we kind of do it. The double commands are kind of like that, right?
Yeah.
Left face. So I hear you saying numbers. N98326. That's this aircraft?
Yes.
Okay.
So our airplane is November. Yeah. In the United States, the registration number begins with the letter N, November, and then our plane number is 908-326.
So we're lining up behind this feller up here.
Or to the side of him.
So this is November 90418. What's U?
Uniform. Just like what we have at home.
Right.
Cherokee Cheshire Romeo, runway 19er, clear for the option. 19er, clear for the option, 30.
Okay. We are ready for flight on.
Flight on.
With Tribute to Troy.
Cheers, 8020 Romeo, Monte Tower, out indicates 2,800.
All right, here we go. We're speeding up.
Continue inbound. Reference formation uniform.
We're going down the runway.
We have uniform and continue inbound. Thank you. 20.
Okay, our airspeed is up.
Airspeed's coming up. That's in knots. Close to 600 knots. And look at that, we're in the air.
Number 2, follow Cherokee, 2 mile right base, turning final, runway 19er, clear for the option. Number 2, 4-way C Papa.
Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da.
So it's now 326, verify you had traffic ahead in sight.
326 has traffic ahead in sight. Okay, Jake, ready to take us to downtown?
I'm ready. All right.
Okay, here you go. It's your airplane.
My airplane, I got it. Straight ahead. All right. Whoa, trim it up a little. All right, so here I am flying the plane. Now I'm pretty good at driving and talking at the same time. We'll see if I can do it in an airplane, right? So, Barney, when was your first year at USC?
Oh gosh, back in the previous millennium. 1977.
So 77, and then you joined the band right away, yeah?
Yes.
All right, so you're in the band, 77. That means you played on the Tusk recording. You had to.
That's correct, in 1979, June 4, 1979.
Now, was that kind of your first big,
we can go pass by Dodger Stadium. Well, yeah, let's go pass by Dodger Stadium, see where Tusk began.
Okay, good idea. All right, so now I gotta turn. So I go to the right, give it a little rudder.
And we're gonna stay at 2,000 feet.
We're gonna stay at 2,000 feet. We're a little under, so we gotta elevate a little, yeah?
Just a little bit.
We're climbing.
Very small corrections.
Ooh.
Kind of like dressing center. Just make those small little corrections.
So that was a pretty steep climb, yeah?
Yeah. Just small. It's a little bumpy today since we had that Santa Ana winds come through yesterday.
Yeah, I was hoping those winds would blow all the chop out of here, but I guess they left some behind, huh?
Just a little bit, yeah.
So you're in the band. It's 79.
Wait.
All right, we're gonna go this way. We're gonna turn a little bit.
Yeah, so that was in 79. Met up with Nick, John. Well, I don't know. No, John was not there. Yeah, but Christine was there. Lindsay was there, and of course, Stevie. One of my lasting memories was getting kissed on the cheek.
You got kissed on the cheek by Mick Fleetwood?
Yeah.
Stevie Nicks kissed you on the cheek.
Yeah, I was the only one that got kissed by Stevie Nicks.
Wow.
Or so I keep telling myself.
Listen, if that check clears at the bank, take it all the way home.
Yeah.
Now looky there. There's a lot of activity at Dodger Stadium right now.
And turn left.
All right.
Yeah, I guess they're getting ready for
opening day on the 28th.
Yeah, so it's a good thing. It's a good thing there's no regular season game today. Otherwise, we would not be able to fly this close to Dodger Stadium. Just like NFL, NCAA football games. We're
gonna climb a little bit. I'm sinking.
And we're not allowed to fly within 3 miles or 3,000 feet of a game.
Oh, turning.
Yep. And so you can look out your window and see them. Here, we'll slow down a little bit, get a better view.
Hey. Now I'm noticing, Barney, when I turn, I keep sinking.
So, yeah. That's because a lot of the lift that normally is going straight up in straight and level flight, when you make a turn, some of that lift is now going to the left, to the side, and no longer all the way up. So you have to pull back just a little bit.
As you're turning.
As you turn.
All right, so now we're flying over downtown. I'm gonna elevate a little. Ever so gently. A little bit more. Barney, I'm not gonna lie, this is probably the most nervous I've been in a long time.
Oh, you're doing fine. You know, when I get nervous, that's when you worry. You're doing fine.
So what's funny is, one of the big questions I get asked is, hey, your first game as director, were you nervous? And the answer is usually no, not because, I'm this cocky guy or whatever, but, Dr. Bartner let me, tweet off a few halftime shows here or there, but there was so much junk around those first games, because if you remember, we're still in COVID and stuff.
I'll take the airplane for now.
Okay. All right, Barney's airplane.
Hey.
We're gonna go find KC, huh?
All right. So if you like, you can open the window or not.
And I can wave, huh? All right, here we go. Some fresh air. Oh yeah, look at that. So that air's a little chilly, Barney.
Yeah, it's a little cool today. It's about 55 degrees right now.
All right, I'm looking out there. There's a lot of activity on Felix Field. Now, Felix Field, formerly known as Cromwell. Now, Barney, when you were in band, that field was grass, right?
The field was grass and the track was dirt.
But I imagine after band camp, the grass was probably pretty much gone, right?
Well, yeah, because it was a summertime and it's kind of brownish. That was kind of a raggedy thing.
Who's this calling me? Oh, Casey Busby.
Okay.
Doing a conference call. Here, I'm going to close the window.
Okay.
Because the fear,
yes,
of dropping my phone. So Casey, if you called me, if you can hear this, I cannot hear you at all. But right now, Casey, we are...
Oh, they're standing in the middle of the field, or somebody is.
If that's you on the logo, we see you. But we're circling around over top of Dado and the swim stadium. The top of the Jefferson structure is very empty. So I think many folks have taken this Friday of spring break as an opportunity to kind of clear out. Oh, it looks like they're running track practice, huh? Nice. So Casey, I can't, if you're trying to talk to me, I can't hear you. We're over top the village. What a cool thing that is. And yeah, so KC, good to see you fight on and stuff. We'll check back in with you later. Now, why did you come to USC? What compelled you to leave Honolulu and come here?
Oh, the tradition and the prestige and oh hell, I just wanted to join the band.
Is that it? Was it the band?
Actually, band was almost an afterthought. It was kind of, oh yeah, you know, USC has a band, but I was not fully aware of USC's band's tradition and that. I just thought of it as continuing my high school experience and going to a university marching band.
And it just made sense to you.
Yeah, well, gotta keep doing it.
And here you are, still involved, helping us out today.
Oh, this is great. This is fun.
Wow, look how good it looks. You getting good footage back there, Anthony? So you come out to USC, you join the band, but you were telling me before, while you're a student at USC, that's when you started working for USC, is that right?
Yeah, so started working at the computer center, just paying the bills and doing stuff along those lines.
And tuition remission.
Tuition remission, there's the big one.
That's smart, that's clever. But what was the name of the department at the time?
At that time, I started in the engineering computer lab. So that's when the engineering school had its own computer department. And they still do now, but it's a different one. And of course, computational curriculum, very much a big program at USC. So they've been resurrected and branching off and doing so many of their own things.
And what year was that you started working?
Oh gosh, 1980 something.
So 80 something, you're in the computer wing of Viterbi. But
yes.
That's the same job you have today, more or less, right?
Well, it's evolved over the years, of course. Back then, it was just doing the menial tasks as a student, then became full-time for the tuition remission, and finished it off that way.
And you've never left?
And I'm still here.
You're still here, but you work over in the Cal building.
Yes.
Which is over there. Can you see it, Anthony? Over behind the parking center? Past the Galen Center, past the parking center.
Yeah, we moved there in 2006.
Okay. Where were you previously?
So when I was starting off at the engineering computer lab, that was in Powell Hall. Over in the engineering quad. Then we merged with
the University Computing Center. So we moved up to MCC here on Jefferson and McClintock.
Okay.
Right across the street from the band building.
Got it. Okay. And now you're in the Cal building.
And now we're in the Cal building since 2006.
So what if anything has been the most jarring change to campus in your time here?
Oh gosh. Well, the various changes of the leadership and the programs. And just seeing the programs grow, the technology that goes with them. The cinema school has, of course, become such a huge thing. School of Business has exponentially grown.
Right.
And then seeing all of these new buildings that came up, there was a time when I felt I knew all of the buildings. I knew the names of all of the buildings.
Yeah.
I knew all of the three-letter abbreviations for almost all the buildings. Now I know barely half of them.
And they're changing, right?
Yes. It'll give us another view of the Coliseum, a better view of the Coliseum and the space shuttle.
And the space shuttle Endeavour, right?
Yep.
Look at it in its vertical
launch configuration.
Oh, that's so cool. Now, do you remember when they flew it over? They brought it here?
Yes, 2012.
I think I saw it 4 times that day. I was still commuting a lot for work, so I saw it in Orange County and LA County and down off the coast over here. All right, so we're saying bye campus. Bye campus. I see the convention center.
Okay, we'll make another pass by this side of campus. Oh.
Just give it one more eyeball as we depart. Goodbye. Now the US Bank building used to be the tallest building. But what's the name of this? Now the tallest building is what? What is it?
That's the Wilshire Grand building.
Right.
Tallest by virtue of that little spire is up to 1,128 feet.
Yeah. Now we dedicated the concrete pour of that building. We did a parade downtown with the concrete trucks passing us.
Yeah, that was an all-night, I forget how many cement trucks came in as a parade of trucks. Just came in, dumped their load, poured their load. A huge slab. So we'll pass by, Griffith Observatory, the Hollywood sign, and the Hollywood Bowl.
Ooh, the bowl.
August 3, Tchaikovsky, USC Trojan Marching Band.
Now, you want to know something fun, Barney? The first time I ever went to the bowl as part of the band performance, the first time I had ever been a part of it was when I had to conduct it.
Oh, oh, great.
I'd never seen it. I'd never done it.
Was that 2 years ago?
It would have been my first gig doing it. But a lot of things I've done with this band were like that. When I first went with the band to Catalina, I'd never gone as a performer.
Yeah.
Tony's like, all right, here's how it goes. Good luck. And I went and did it.
Yeah, I've never been to Catalina for the July 4 band things. Whoops.
Do you ever fly over to Catalina?
I have been to Catalina several times, but yeah, I haven't done that in about 10 years.
Is it more convenient to fly or take the express, you think?
Well, it's a different experience, because once you land there at the airport, it's still a 45-minute bus ride to get down to Avalon.
Oh, wow, okay. You don't have a golf cart waiting for you up there?
Not this time.
All right, so there's Griffith Observatory off of our starboard wing and the Hollywood sign. You know, for last year's Streamathon, that was my first time going up close to the sign. You know, I see it from the car all the time, or you see it when you're flying commercial. But look at, what's the elevation of the sign?
Let's see. About, probably 1,800. Almost 2,000.
So it's kind of right at our level, huh?
Or just below us. So yeah, 1,500 or so.
You know, when I was a kid, my parents asked me what I was going to do when I grew up, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to go to Hollywood."
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not in that industry, but you know, here we are. We're here anyway. So we've taken in that site. Where are you taking us now, Barney? What's next on the hit parade?
Okay, we're gonna head towards Santa Monica Airport and then line ourselves up for LAX.
Just a flyby, a crossover.
Yes. We'll just pass over it.
But we're gonna buzz the tower.
Yeah, but the pattern is full.
Yeah. So I think you'll probably start having to do tower talk, but since we're talking movies, Barney, I've prepared a game.
Hey, hold on.
We're holding on. So for those of you at home, we're ascending right now. We're climbing. So we've been cruising at about 2,000. Barney's now taking us up. We're approaching 3,800.
2,800. We're going to get up to 3,500. That'll enable us to pass directly over LAX without a clearance.
So we're ascending to 3,500. This is why Barney's the pilot and not me. You can tell. All right, we're just now kissing 3,000.
If you can do a halftime show, you can fly an airplane.
Which part of the halftime show? The marching part?
Any part.
Any part of it. All right, we're flying over Fox Studios. There's Nakatomi Plaza down there. For those of you who, if that doesn't sound familiar, that's the name of the building that they give to the building in Die Hard, starring Bruce Willis
and Danny Glover.
No Danny Glover.
Wrong one.
Yeah, it's
I'm thinking of Mel Gibson.
Yeah, you're thinking of Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon, Die Hard. Yeah.
That's Reginald Val Johnson plays Officer Carl.
Oh yes.
But the villain in that film is Alan Rickman.
Oh, right.
And now it's his first film coming out of theater. Anthony, are you getting a shot of Nakatomi Plaza? Nakatomi Tower? I might get one. So that's LAX.
Yep, and we're going to pass directly over it.
And what's that? Is that Santa Monica over there? What's that airport?
Yes,
okay.
Santa Monica Airport right below us on our right.
Now I imagine you're going to start getting some tower chatter, yeah?
Actually no.
Okay.
We are able to do this without talking to them.
Now is this elevation, is this on the chart? You have to follow this?
Yes.
Okay.
So we are following the Los Angeles Special Flight Rules area. So we're going to come across Santa Monica and fly this way right over LAX.
And 3,500 is what it specifies.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So Barney, I prepared an engaging, exciting game for you.
Okay. We'll wait until we pass over LAX.
We'll wait until we pass over LAX. I have the attention span of a goldfish.
What?
All right, so I see SoFi over yonder.
Hey, I'm gonna broadcast my position just to let anybody else who's around here know. LA Special Flight Rules area, Cessna 908 326 through 2 miles north, entering southbound at 3,500 LA Flight Rules. Okay, so we have airplanes coming in from the left.
Airplanes from the left that are landing, right?
Yeah. If you're lucky, you'll be able to see airplanes taking off under us, going towards the right, the west.
All right, I'm looking. I don't see anyone taking off right now.
Oh, somebody's taking off under us now.
I'll see them on my right here in a minute. Oh, there they are.
LA Flight Rules area, Cessna 908 326, entering from the north at 3,500 southbound, LA Flight Rules area.
there they go, up in the air. It seems it's so quiet. See this giant machine?
Yeah.
And there's another one taking off.
They're constantly coming and going.
Oh, of course, of course.
Very organized chaos.
Oh yeah, well just like the marching band, right?
Well, marching band is just chaos.
No, there's some, everyone's wearing the same outfit generally.
Yeah. Hey Jake, you ready to fly the rest of us?
Oh my gosh, here we go.
Hey, we'll just fly straight and we'll kind of follow over the coastline and zigzag around.
Following the coastline, zigzag around.
Meanwhile, I'll try to figure out where we are. We'll try to stay low or keep our altitude at 3,500.
Try to keep us level. All right, so I'm flying an airplane again. I imagine the trick is to not stay so tense, huh?
Yeah, just relax. No white knuckle flying allowed.
Yeah. Now, there we go. They're climbing a little, hitting some potholes, just a couple. Otherwise, pretty smooth sailing. Anthony, are you filming me fly the airplane? Big thumbs up. Look at that, I'm steering. Barney's not even looking. Just checking out the chart.
Just like on a halftime show. Where am I?
Where am I? All right, so we'll do a little.
Are we there yet?
A little turn, heading towards RPV. San Pedro.
We'll say hi to Dr. Bartner.
Yeah, hey, Dr. B. Now that would probably be a bucket list thing for you, Barney, huh? To fly Dr. Bartner up here?
I offered, but Mrs. Bartner said no. She would not allow him.
She wouldn't?
I asked. I offered. But she spoke for him and said no. She knows better.
Yeah, she's smart.
Yep.
Look at us. Look at us. Just a couple of guys flying an aircraft. Now you want to turn right over around the peninsula? Is that what you want to do?
Just follow the coastline.
All right, here we go. A little bit of this. Oh, a little bit of that. You said pull up a little.
And you can stay inside of the coastline. That way you can see the coast, so you can see it. Have you been to Dr. Bartner's house?
Last year for the Streamathon.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
We did a tour of the man cave.
Right. That's right. Okay, so you know where he lives.
Well,
kind of.
My Google Maps remembers.
You have a general idea where he is?
Nope, not at all.
Oh, okay.
I know it's this neck of the woods.
Yeah. Yeah, I was here for the drive-through birthday party that they had.
Oh, that's right.
3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, that was fun.
That was fun.
I guess that was 2020.
It was.
Because we were still in semi.
Oh, we were in big time
lockdown.
Big time lockdown, yeah. So that's Catalina out there, right?
Yes. So that's about 20 miles from here.
What? That's one of my favorite gigs.
Yeah, I've never done it. I've never done it. I've never seen it.
It's really a lot of fun.
Yeah, but the problem for me, well, in the past, the parade was in the late afternoon. So if I were to fly out there, I would have to rush back to the airport, back to the airplane. And a lot of times in the afternoon, the airport is fogged in.
Oh.
So there's the logistical challenges, or the logistical unknowns, if we were to fly. Now, of course, I could take Catalina Express, but...
Right. Or fly out and stay the night.
Yeah. Okay, we'll make a left turn.
All right, left turn, a sweeping... All right, so you said turn a little, pull up a little. Put a little rudder.
What a gorgeous day.
It's a beautiful day, huh? That wasn't too bad of a turn, huh?
Nope.
I come to the starboard a touch, so we can get a nice panoramic view of Long Beach. There's the breakwater, the breakers. So you can really see the difference in the condition of the water on either side of the breaks.
And remember when the pandemic hit and all the ships were stuck out in the water?
Our tubas were there. We ordered those new tubas, and they were stuck in the harbor for a long time.
Oh damn! I thought you meant your tuba players were stuck.
No, just the instruments.
Oh, okay.
All right, so off the right, we've got the Queen Mary. It's kind of neat to see it next to an actual cruise ship, a modern cruise ship, to kind of compare the size of these vessels in the different centuries, huh?
Yep.
You know, I lived in Long Beach for 5 years, Barney.
Wow. Must be nice being so close to the ocean, water, right?
It was neat. We lived, so if you kind of look down, you see the aquarium of the Pacific, and you see the Pike area down there. So there's a lot of restaurants, stuff of that nature. Well, and then off in the distance, you see the pier.
Yes.
All right, so we lived kind of equidistant between those two spots. So we could walk, we could walk an hour to the Pike or walk an hour, maybe a half hour to the pier. So it was a really fun place to be when you're newly married, right? You can cruise around and...
Yeah. Or even when you're not married.
Or even when you're not married. I've written some music for the Long Beach Symphony, so that's cool.
It will make a slight right turn, 20 degrees.
20 degrees. All right, now if I'm using, how do I measure degrees?
Don't worry about it. We'll go that way.
We're going that way.
Okay, does that feel like 20 degrees to you?
I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, I taught geometry for 1 year.
Only one?
Only one. As long as you stay a couple of chapters ahead, that's really what...
Okay. Well, flying is geometry. 3D geometry.
It is three-dimensional. So now we're headed eastbound.
Northeast, yeah.
Northeast toward Fullerton, Orange County.
Yep. So we're going to pass directly over Long Beach Airport, continue towards Fullerton, and we'll say hi to Knott's Berry Farm and maybe catch a glimpse of Disneyland.
Catch a glimpse, but you can't fly over Disneyland.
Actually, at this altitude...
Okay, this altitude we can.
As long as we're more than 3,000 feet above it.
Which we are.
Yes, we are.
Look at that. So we can go, we just performed at Disneyland.
Okay.
For the, they were gracious enough to host us there after the Holiday Bowl. A thrilling victory against the Louisville Cardinal.
And Long Beach Airport, home of the former aircraft giant McDonnell Douglas. That's aircraft, but
that's right. There's Long Beach State. There's the pyramid.
Oh, we're not in Giza. We're not in Cairo.
No, sir.
Oh, darn.
This one looks man-made, not built by aliens.
Not even Las Vegas.
Not even Las Vegas.
Okay, we'll make another 20 degrees to the right.
20 degrees to the right. Adjusting elevation. Mid-turn. Course has been corrected. Kind of feels like a submarine movie a little bit, huh?
One ping only.
One
ping only.
Only.
I get.
There are many things here that do not take well to bullets. Right full rudder.
I very much would have liked to have seen Montana.
And raise rabbits.
And raise rabbits. All right, is now a good time for my quiz for you, Barney?
Oh, I didn't study.
All right. So here's the gag. I'm gonna give you some.
Okay. Another airplane? Okay, go ahead.
Some quotes from a film. The film features prominently aviation in some capacity. You don't have to tell me anything other than the title of the movie. You got it?
Alrighty.
All right, here we go.
Or maybe I'll embellish a little.
Even better. Here's the first one. You ever feel like you're living in an airport?
Sounds like Tom Hanks in The Terminal.
It is Tom Hanks in The Terminal. Ding, ding, ding. Here's a good one.
Sometimes I do that too. Spend the night in the airport.
Don't we all? Let's see. Please have mercy. I've been wearing the same underwear since Tuesday.
Oh gosh. That sounds like The Terminal also, but
it does, but it isn't.
Oh God. John Candy.
Yep, John Candy.
Planes, trains, and automobiles.
Nailed it. Look at you. All right, here we go. Here's this one. Enough is enough. You know that one?
Gosh. No.
I've had it with these bleeping snakes.
Oh, snakes on a plane.
Snakes on a plane. All right, here we go. Put the bunny back in the box.
Put the bunny back?
Yep. Put the bunny back in the box.
Huh. I was thinking, put the Condor back.
No.
From Young Frankenstein, but no. Oh, I don't know what that one is.
That's Con Air.
Really?
Yep.
Robert Downey Jr.
No. Nicolas Cage.
Oh, Nicolas Cage. Oh, gosh.
Nick Cage plays a convict.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking of Air America.
Yeah, no.
Robert Downey Jr. was Air America. Okay, Con Air.
Con Air. Here we go. Get off my plane.
Han Solo.
That is Han Solo.
Air Force One.
Air Force One. Ding, ding. A+. Dr. Harris, do you concur? Why didn't I concur? All right, here's a long one.
Oh, I don't know that one. Okay.
2 mice fall to a bucket of cream. The first mouse quickly gave up and drowned. The second mouse wouldn't quit. He struggled so hard that eventually he churned that cream into butter and crawled out. Gentlemen, as of this moment, I'm that second mouse.
I have no idea.
That's Catch Me If You Can.
Really?
Starring Leonardo DiCaprio,
okay.
right?
I would have known that one. Gosh. Well, yeah.
It's tricky because yes, he does fly. He's a pilot, but the memorable lines are from when he's pretending to be other things.
Okay.
Here's one. Everything is unprecedented until it happens for the first time.
Oh. I don't know that one.
You were looking for human error, so make it human. Got a clue?
Who is that? No,
It's Tom Hanks.
Oh, Sully.
Sully, you got it.
Okay.
You are looking for human error. Then make it human.
You have any other ideas?
Yeah.
That's the last line before splashing.
7 miles. You got any ideas? Actually, no.
Yep. Son, your ego is writing checks your body can't cash. Or here's another one.
Yeah, I know that one. I do know that one.
Goose, you big stud. Take me to bed or lose me forever.
Yeah.
Hey, Goose, you big stud!
That's me, honey.
Take me to bed or lose me forever.
Show me the way home, honey.
That one I know.
That's My Fair Lady.
Oh, God. How could it not be?
All right, here we go. One more. Nervous? Yes? First time? No, I've been nervous lots of times.
You can tell me.
Funny, Jim never has a second cup of coffee at home.
Let's see. Like movie about gladiators?
Yeah. You like gladiator movies?
You're Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
What is that kid? My dad says you don't hustle on defense.
You try running up and down the court.
What's our vector, Victor?
Roger.
Huh? Do we have clearance?
Huh? What? Huh?
This has been the movie quote game with Barney Lum. Give Barney a round of applause, everybody. Yeah.
All right. Disneyland off our left. I'll swing it around.
Aha, now I've got eyes. Space Mountain. Oh, there she is. Wow. Anything your heart desires will come to you. So now, if I can figure out Tella, there's Angel Stadium. So yeah, so orange is down that way. But we don't need to go that way, but I went to Chapman for my undergrad, Barney. A nice little jaunt over to Disney, pretty close.
Yes, that's the Santa Ana River. Santa River.
Yep.
Santa. Yeah.
And there's the 91 snaking away. That's the 57. The 55 is over yonder. We're gonna fly over top my in-laws' house. They're in Yorba Linda over there.
Del Monte Tower information, Victor 1745 Zulu, wind 210 at 4, visibility 10, 9,000 scattered, temperature 16, 2.7, altimeter 2983. VOR Alpha approach in use, landing runway 19er. Advise on initial contact, you have the Victor.
Okay, yeah. Weather's still
Tower
nice.
information, Victor 1745 Zulu, wind 210 at 4, visibility 10, 9,000 scattered, temperature 16, 2.7, altimeter 2983. VOR Alpha approach in use, landing runway 19er. Advise on initial contact, you have the Victor.
Ah, okay, so that's Cal State Fullerton we're flying over.
Oh, that's where it is. Okay.
Nice. We're making our way up. Heading north. Kind of right on the nose, huh?
Yep, pretty close to it. Hey, you want to fly us back?
Ooh, yeah. Put on the pedals. All right. All right, we'll level out, trim up a little. Okay.
So we can start going down slowly to 3,000 or 2,500.
Nose down a little. I have to admit, Barney, that pointing the nose down is a little,
you don't need to, you don't even need to point it down. It'll just, a little bit.
It'll kind of drift itself.
Yeah. There's Fullerton Airport, okay. Continue the right turn.
Tower TV7.
TV7, good.
Yeah, I'd like to see, I'm going to get fuel. Maybe set up left traffic. We'll be full stop for fuel.
TV7, roger, make left traffic, runway 19er, verify information, whiskey.
Do have whiskey, left traffic 19er for TV7.
So tower,
I'll take it here.
2 Francisco, back holding short, runway 19er, Bravo.
Hey, you found the airport.
Crossing,
where? I still haven't seen it.
2556, Quebec, my tower, say again, request.
It's to our left, right? No, our right. Yeah. There it is. All right, now I got it. Eyes on.
19er, clear for takeoff. Says 326, one last departure prior to your arrival.
326.
Says 326, base approved, your discretion.
326 has departing traffic inside.
Thank you, base approved. TV7 traffic to follow, turning 1 mile left base.
And 1 mile left base, we're looking for him. We got him, TV7. We'll follow him in.
Hey, our landing gear is down. Seat belts, everybody buckled in, and flaps. Flaps as needed. We were right on glide slope. We got both a red and a white. We're right on glide slope.
Tower TV7, we have the Cessna in sight. Gonna be landing number 2.
Q7, Roger. You're number 2 following traffic, and you could overtake the parking via Delta Alpha.
At Delta Alpha, thanks.
Foxtrot base approved, number 2, follow helicopter short final, runway 19er, clear for the option, number 2.
Runway 19er, clear for the option, number 2, 58 Foxtrot.
So we just parachuted from the sky, from Barney's wonderful airplane, and we've landed here in the Cal building. Now there's a lot of interesting features to the Cal building, like the security checkpoint, getting our really cool badges, and all of that fun, exciting stuff. But you know, through the magic of editing, we've skipped it, and now we're in the building, and we're here with Barney Lum. How are you, Barney?
Hey, Dr. Jake, how's it going?
Oh, it's good. It's good to see you. It's good to see you on the ground.
Yeah, we're back on it.
I have to admit, you made me steer the plane. There were a lot of potholes.
That was no problem. You did fine. We found our way. No loss.
We found our way. It didn't get lost. So we're here in the building, but we talked about your story a little bit on the flight. But just let's remind everybody. So you're at USC. You get hired in the, what was the name of the department then?
Back then it was the Engineering Computer Laboratory. With the School of Engineering,
and you were the gopher.
I was the gopher.
You were delivering papers and
paper, taking the trash out, and I still do that.
You still take the trash out?
That's right.
Sometimes I take the trash out.
Yeah.
I always do at home.
And they always come back.
That's true. So you're here and essentially more or less in the same job ever since.
No,
But you've been working here, involved, ever since.
Or I've evolved as well. So from being a gopher, went to tech support, systems engineering, a little bit of everything.
The sky's the limit.
No, sure is.
But now you're in. So tell us about the department you're in now, the kind of work you're doing on the daily.
So I'm with ITS, the Information Technology Services, and we handle a lot of the servers and cloud services for the campus.
Okay.
And we have our multiple server rooms that handles web services and high performance computing, you name it, we have almost all of it.
Okay. Now, you're going to take us through a couple of rooms. We're going to see some stuff, the hallways, okay. What is this room? Where are you taking us now?
We are going into the EMBO room, and the EMPO room.
Sorry, okay.
Our multiple point of entry room, where a lot of our network connectivity comes into the building and distributed into our server.
The internet
rooms.
is in this room.
It comes through here.
Let's go see it. Let's look. All right. Don't look at the code. You can look at me. He's typing a number.
Oh, it worked the first time too.
More than 4 digits. That's promising.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Alrighty. So we have.
So what do we have?
A lot of our equipment, a lot of connections coming in through AT&T, a lot of other providers, a lot of other vendors that come through here, and depending on who the other customers are, they come through here. And then also to go through other points throughout campus, just campus alone comes through here and gets distributed out.
Okay.
And then as well as like the other vendors that I mentioned earlier to the rest of the world.
And how's it that's fiber optic, that's Cat?
Fiber.
Fiber.
It's all fiber.
What did it use to do? Are there any old connections in here?
We might have some
like I see
telephone lines.
Look at this.
Yeah, we use telephone lines.
Look at it. Look at all these wires. This looks like my house, Barney.
Yeah. So are the old telephone lines.
Telephone lines.
A lot of them are no longer actually live. Oh, this is. This used to be phone lines, so a lot of it has been deactivated.
Okay. But just old defunct phone lines.
Voice over IP now.
Voice over. Oh, okay. The Zoom phone.
That too.
That too. I think I understand something, and what I'm learning, my favorite part about all this is I know nothing. All I know is music and tooting notes. So all these wires coming in. So where's like the main in? Like where's the AT&T in?
Well,
or am I asking a silly question?
AT&T is hidden in those cabinets, but a lot of the connectivity comes through these trunks. I'm not even familiar with the actual physical layout because I don't touch this stuff.
Well, it tells you not to.
Yeah.
Now
or not to open the door, but how can you resist?
But if it was open, you'd want to touch it, right? That's just the band person in all of us.
Yeah.
We see don't open, and we're like, well, can I? Right?
Oh, don't ask.
This is awesome. So this is where all the network stuff comes in. So people, we get it here through here. But why don't we go see the server room where all the stuff is stored?
Let's go to the server room.
Keep rolling, Brett. Let's see the hallways. We're following you, Barney.
All right. We'll go back the way we came.
We got some behind the scenes action. The shot. All right.
Alrighty.
So these are, what'd you call this, a fly trap?
Fly paper.
Fly paper.
Try to trap our dirt before we get too far.
All right.
Okay.
In the hallway. Do you know the story of this tree, Barney?
Oh, I don't even want to know.
That means yes.
Yeah.
But he's not going to tell me. All right, so we're moving through. How do you not get lost in here, huh?
Oh, it took a while. All right.
7 digits.
And let's see, where's the... No video, no cameras in here.
I didn't see a sign.
Yeah, it's gone.
All right, so that other room we were in was cold. Now I feel hot. What's that all about?
So we have a mixture of cold aisles that supplies the air conditioning, cool air, to the front of the racks, which house the servers and the equipment, and the intakes of the equipment draws the cold air in for cooling.
Okay.
Then on the back side of the racks, we have the back of each rack facing each other. So this rack or this aisle is where the hot air is
the hot
collected.
Aisle. So
yes.
if I come in here,
it'll be about 80 degrees, 75. 80.
Yeah. That seems unreasonably. Do you just on a cold day, on these rainy days we've been having, you just lay down in here for a minute, warm up, and head back out?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So all this hot air is coming through. Now I'm noticing, Barney. I look through, and I see a lot of empty space. So
yes.
why is that? Because you're waiting to install more? Like, why is there empty space?
Well, that's because you happen to select a rack that we are decommissioning. This rack has all old equipment that we're getting rid of.
But you're going to replace it
with something else, yeah.
With a new rack.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. A lot of these racks we're getting rid of.
Got it. So the hot side. When you say hot side, this is the air coming out of these machines.
This is
right?
the exhaust. The exhaust from each of the servers from the equipment. So, it would be inefficient for hot air to be blowing into the intakes of the other equipment. So we have back to back, front to front.
Can we see the front of one of these servers?
Oh, of course.
Let's go look. It's like the movies. Tech guy. What other fun IT things can we find?
So, this is...
See, now I'm cold. This is preposterous.
No. So we have our network connectivity that locally serves the equipment in this room.
60 some odd degrees.
Yeah. I'm trying to raise it up a few.
Just a couple. Yeah. So what? These are all just data tape discs.
These are discs.
Okay. Are these solid state drives?
These are decommissioned equipment. So we have these.
Look, he's just pulling the tape out.
Well, this is decommissioned equipment.
How do you know it's decommissioned?
I hope it is. We already have some.
Some poor grad student's working on his final paper, and Barney just ripped it right out of his computer.
Yeah.
So these look like the same kind of hard drives you'd have in your home PC.
Oh yeah, your PC probably has more capacity.
Oh really?
Yeah.
So 600
gig. Yeah.
Wow. Each of these is 600 gigabytes. That's what. Oh, there's 3.
And
so I'm touching stuff.
You get 900. Yeah. That's okay for you to touch these. The lights are out.
The lights are out. So what you do? You push the button.
Yeah.
And then
pull it out.
Pull it out. Huh? Dell. Is Dell one of your favorite computer manufacturers?
Well, we have a lot of them.
We have a lot of them?
Yeah.
My computer's has a Dell, some Dell stuff in there. What are your thoughts on Gateway and the cow packaging?
Oh gosh, it's been a while. I haven't really looked at them, but yeah.
So we have all these tapes in here.
Oh, yeah. These are hard drives, yeah.
Hard drive, so a legitimate hard drive. Let's see if I get it right, huh? In. Look at me. I've had a career in IT ahead of me.
Yeah, there you go. You're all set. All you got to do is touch things.
Poke it, yank it out, put it back in. So I see there's these connections in here. So you see in the movies, you know, the guy trying to hack the system comes in and he plugs in his laptop.
Oh yeah, would you like to play a game of global thermonuclear war?
Yeah, right. Does it work that way?
Yeah.
Not really, but so if you do, but what are these for? Why are these here? What's the purpose?
This is just plug in your keyboard, plug in your external drive or whatever,
and access what's here.
It's more convenient.
So if you're trying,
but of course it's more convenient to access it remotely or get hacked in. But we have our firewalls, we have our network security in place. So we like to think we're robust, but
this one says Viterbi, engineering homework right there.
That's right.
All right, so what other types of, so if these are decommissioned, what's a newer set look like?
All right, we can go to the next rack and show you some blinky lights.
Blinking lights. Now, I saw one of your peers just walked by with a curious walking stick.
Oh, okay.
And I'm curious about it.
We can explore that in a little bit. So here we have some of our HCI servers.
Wow.
And they house a lot of the virtual machines.
Okay.
So a lot of the virtual web servers that you might work with, that access on campus. A lot of that comes through here.
Really? Okay. Yeah, these lights are blinking. Now is it the same series of hard drives or is it a larger singular drive? What is it?
Oh, this is much more large. These are larger. I don't even recall what they are. I forget what they are.
Okay.
But we also have storage arrays that house the actual data.
And what's the benefit of having, you have 8 600 gigabyte hard drives versus one big, one giant hard drive? Why have it in pieces?
Oh, so you can have several pieces, and you'll able to sustain a failure of a small component rather than one big one.
Oh, okay.
Right. So you have some redundancy.
So it's like the Weekender. If the drummer bus breaks down, you can put them on the other buses.
Spread them out.
Okay. We're learning. What else we got, Barney? What else can you show me?
Alrighty. Well, we'll take a look at USC's Showa Foundation and the digital repository.
Okay.
So a lot of their equipment is stored here, their servers, their data transfer equipment. And here we have the SL8500. So these are the two SL8500 tape libraries.
Magnetic tape?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Magnetic tape, and on these tapes is the digital archive of the testimonies of some 52,000 testimonies of Holocaust survivors.
No way. The Shoah Foundation worked.
The Shoah Foundation
Wow.
did that. So back in 1993, back when Schindler's List was completed, Steven Spielberg started up the Shoah Foundation. And it was a great idea to document and preserve all of the testimonies of those survivors who are still with us.
Right.
You know,
while we have them.
While we still have them.
Oh, that's beautiful. These are huge. God, it looks like, what is that movie? Eagle Eye with the big, or no, Rogue One, Star Wars, with the big tape room.
Oh.
They steal the Death Star plans.
I'm embarrassed. I don't remember that.
Okay, so we'll have a watch party after this with Barney and Rogue One. So can we, let's peek in here, yeah?
All right. So
these are, what does each tape hold? How much data?
Oh gosh, when they first started, each tape was maybe, I'm afraid to even guess. I forget what it was, but they've increased the capacity of the disc, or of the tapes.
Yeah.
The transfer rates with the tape drives. Oh, come over here. We can see
look, it's moving. Way in the bag.
So we have 4 levels of tapes, and I think about 7 or 6 tape arms, robot arms. And what they do is they're able to seek, or when a request comes in to view a testimony,
right?
What it does is it puts in a request. The request looks it up. It knows where that tape is, where that testimony is. It goes, fetches the tape, grabs it, puts it in the tape drive, puts it on the server, and people can view it.
How long does that take?
So back, maybe a minute.
A minute
or so, yeah.
No way. So you're sitting.
That was 12 years ago. So it's probably faster now.
So you're in some kind of you're on the Shoah Foundation website.
Yes.
And you want to hear a testimony.
And you do a search for,
musicians Holocaust survivors.
Or what was it like to be at Auschwitz, and it'll do its search, and the search engine has changed, it has been updated.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll find what's appropriate or what suits your search, goes and get it, brings it online, and serves it up.
No way, that's great. Now, we can probably learn more about what all this work does in the Shoah Foundation here, right?
Yes. So we'll go to the Shoah Foundation and check it out and see what they have in their data transfer.
All right. And it sounds like there's another tour coming through, so we better skedaddle. All right. Thanks, Barney. Fight on.
Fight on.
Let's go look. So we're here in the depths of the Cal building. We've made our way to the Shoah Foundation. I'm here with my friend Nick. Nick, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, great. It's great to see you. So in this room, it's very cold. Why is it so cold in here?
So right now we have it at about 62 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is to protect our audio tape, videotape, motion picture film, all archival material that we're digitizing here.
And in this room, this is an archival digitizing room.
That's correct, yep.
So we've got different machines. Can you show us the machines and tell us what does what?
So the Cadillac of machinery, if you will.
Okay.
This is our 8 and 16 millimeter film scanner.
Okay.
So this is where we can transfer reels of motion picture film, something that looks like this, to a digital file that you can play on the web, so you would basically film in, digital out.
Got it. And why is it important to be able to access these 8mm and 16mm prints?
This is all archival material that is otherwise unviewable to most people, right?
Sure.
It's specialized equipment needed to watch it. It's also not stable. This material is deteriorating really quickly.
Right.
And so, given another 20, 30 years, we won't be able to use it at all.
Right.
So motion picture film, for example, will deteriorate pretty quickly and turn into basically a hockey puck. And once it gets to that stage, it's beyond any point of repair.
Okay.
So we need to intervene before that and make files while we still can.
Excellent. Now, are these 8 and 16mm, are these commercial products, or are these more, private films that people are submitting that are bringing in to support the project?
Yeah, mostly home movie collections at those gauges. 16 millimeters, a lot of educational content. So, for example, the SCA film archives are mostly 16 millimeter. So if we digitize something like that, a student work or something like that, it might be 16. But as far as 8 goes, it's usually home movie collections, you know, amateur footage that's shot at football games or marching band performances or what have you. Yeah, so that would have been a common use of 8 millimeter.
Excellent. And so you convert it to digital, and we've seen the server room, so we know where it ends up living. Right. What other media can we convert in here? You have video?
We've got videotapes, so there's a ton of videotape equipment over here.
Now I imagine in terms of what you're getting, you probably get more video than anything else.
We get a lot of video. So yeah, let me give you a little backstory on, our group is called the USC Digital Repository. Right. And what we did was we grew out of the Shoah Foundation. So the Shoah Foundation was given to USC by Steven Spielberg. Found a new home here. There was an effort to digitize the Shoah Foundation collection. It was over 230,000 Betacam tapes. Oh, wow. So all of the infrastructure was built here to digitize that collection. Once that work was completed, the libraries, Shoah Foundation, and ITS came together to form the digital repository to make use of all of that infrastructure to service both the academic community here as well as the public. So we offer our services to, you know, anybody off the street.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
So when you're doing video, so you've got Grandma Phyllis coming in with her box full of VHSs. This happens?
It absolutely happens, yeah.
Wow.
We've got researchers that bring us, you know, odds and ends that they need digitized for use in a class or use for research. We've got the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences brings us collections, videotapes of the Oscar ceremonies over the years that we've digitized. So, yeah, you know, pretty much anything under the sun.
Nice. And now, you get it all here, convert it to digital, you deliver it to the client. Does a part of it also live here as a backup for them?
So that's what that's what the digital repository is, right? So we've got a preservation tape archive down the hall that I believe Barney is going to show you or has just showed you. And so there's over 100 petabytes of archival data stored on that infrastructure. And basically what that is a huge library of LTO tapes. Each one of those stores hundreds, thousands of video files, and those are our preservation assets that can be summoned by the client, you know, within a day. If somebody needs their files, it'll pull it automatically from tape and send an email out with a download link, and just like that, your files are magically on your desktop.
Wow, no way. So I'm not so averse on my bytes. A petabyte is 1,000 terabytes.
And the terabyte is 1,000 gigabytes, and a gigabyte's 1,000 megabytes, and
how many bytes is a VHS transfer typically?
A VHS transfer preservation file is usually around 50 gigabytes, so for about an hour of content.
Okay, holy smokes. So a gigabyte a minute almost.
Pretty much. These are really hefty files. They're preservation files. We think of them as like a digital facsimile of the analog input.
No way.
Right, so a bit accurate recreation of the original video asset. And that's what's considered a preservation file, so to speak.
So I imagine a lot of our alumni over the years had cameras, either video or probably film with a lot of our alums, and they're just taking photographs. If they were interested in reaching out to you and getting a hold of it, what's the best way to chase down the digital repository and maybe see if they can get their stuff digitized?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a website. We're just repository.usc.edu. You can shoot us an email from that website and get in touch with us, and we can put together a quote and see what we can see.
Nice. And so then all band alumni, you digitize these pictures. I want a copy. I want to see these great photos. So Nick, on the way in, I saw that wonderful mural along the wall about the Shoah Foundation. Would you mind showing us that?
Yeah,
filling
absolutely.
us in on that?
Yeah, sure.
Let's follow. So we're here with Nick looking at this wonderful mural that paints a pretty robust history of the Shoah Foundation. So Nick, would you mind walking us through these photos and filling us in on what we got here?
So the Shoah Foundation was started by Steven Spielberg when he was producing the Schindler's List. There were a lot of background extras in that movie that were survivors of the Holocaust, and I guess Spielberg was hearing them tell their stories on set and decided that this was an oral history collection that needed to be documented. So the Shoah Foundation was created to go out and capture testimony on video of all of these survivors of the Holocaust and preserve them in perpetuity for educational purposes, for cultural heritage preservation. And that was started around 1994, working off the Universal Studios lot. And so basically there were these little ad hoc video crews that would go out all over the world to capture these testimonies.
Oh, wow.
And at the time they were captured on Betacam videotape.
Okay. And so now, so 94 starts. How did it end up, so Universal, how did it end, or when did it end up here at USC?
So Showa Foundation was given to USC around 2006.
Okay.
So it found its home at USC. At that point, the foundation comprised over 50,000 testimonies captured on over 235,000 videotapes. Wow. So if you figure the average Betacam tape is between 25-30 minutes, that's how you get from 50,000 interviews to over 230,000 tapes. Yeah, so all of those physical assets needed to be transferred.
Sure.
So the digital infrastructure was set up here at USC to preserve all of those analog videotapes in digital formats.
Okay.
And so this is pretty early in digital video encoding. So there was a lot of work to capture those as lossless copies of the analog originals. And a lot of that work was pioneered here at the USC Showa Foundation.
Got it. Okay, so we're transferring all of that over.
Right.
Now I imagine between, we're at Universal, we make our way here to USC, we're transferring things over. It sounds like some things may have been degraded or maybe lost, and then you were telling me what, around 2012 or so, there was another project to kind of clean things up?
So we'll hop over here. So in 2012, the initial preservation project was completed. So here's some pretty cool metrics. So we have 235,000 tapes comprising 51,000 interviews. And then over the next 5 years or so, there was a restoration project because not all of those tapes could be played back properly. So some of the files had actually started to show symptoms of degradation, whether it was age-based deterioration of the analog assets or something that happened in the transfer. So there were 13,000 files that were flagged needing restoration. All 13,000 of them were restored.
Okay.
So you can see that work wrapped up around December of 2017.
That's a big project.
Yeah, it was a huge project. Relied a lot on proprietary solutions that were developed here either by student workers, graduate student workers, or Showa Foundation archivists and staff to mitigate some of the age-based deterioration that you see in video preservation.
That's great. That's wonderful. Now this looks cool. You got this woman with a green screen. What is this all about?
So after all of the analog preservation project was completed, Showa was still capturing interviews with survivors. They still are today in digital format.
Okay.
So this is a project called Dimensions in Testimony. And what happens in this project is survivors are interviewed over the course of 5 days in a 360-degree, what's called a volumetric video capture rig.
Okay.
Right. So there are cameras stationed all the way around 360 to capture all angles of the interview, with the idea that someday all of that video data can be assembled into a 3D recreation of the interviewee. And so the really cool thing is that you could create something for VR, XR, something that lives in sort of a holographic space.
Okay.
You can walk up to this person, ask them questions, and they're going to answer in real time. So the really the really cool part of this is that none of that data is being synthesized. It's all real interview data that's collected over the course of those 5 days.
Wow.
So they might be asked somewhere around 1,200, 1,400 questions over the course of 5 days about their life, their story, what their experience was like living through the Holocaust.
Sure.
And then all of those individual answers are parsed up and fed through an AI pipeline that basically memorizes relationships between input questions and output answers. So if I walk up to this interview agent and say, "How are you?" It's going to look like, in this case, Anita Lasker-Wallfish is answering, "I'm great, how are you?"
No way.
But if I ask her that question 3 different times, I might get 3 different answers.
Really?
Yeah, so it's really cool. And what's really important to know about what Showa did with this project is that they're really careful about preserving the testimony as is and not adding in, not allowing the AI to have any influence over that, serving up answers that are in their entirety, giving credence to the story that the people are telling, and not changing that information at all. So it's really using AI in a really powerful way that's not changing the data, it's just making it more interactive and making it smarter in terms that it can summon better informed responses to user inputs.
That's excellent. It sounds like a lot of data.
It's a ton of data.
How much you think? How much is here in this building?
In this building, Showa Foundation alone is probably in the ballpark of 20 to 30 petabytes. and it's growing every day.
20 to 30 petabytes, but it's backed up.
It's backed up, right. So the Shoah Foundation collection is backed up at Clemson University and Charles University in Prague. And there's also efforts to diversify that storage across different technology like blockchain or cloud storage technologies. So that there's always a constant effort to replicate that data on different storage media in different geographic locations.
Okay, and that's assuming that's to protect against catastrophic failure around the geography of the building, right?
The building, system failures, technology failures. Wow. We see it all the time. An LTO tape goes offline, and the data needs to be replicated. So having those offsite replication, or those offsite
protects these important stories.
Exactly.
Wow, that's wonderful. So, so Nick, thanks so much for talking to us. This was an absolute guest. So, like we talked, the USC Digital Repository. Tell us that website again.
Repository.usc.edu.
Repository.usc.edu, and then the Shoah Foundation. What? I'm sure you can just Google it, but do you know their website?
sfi.usc.edu.
SFI. So just come take a look, learn all about the wonderful work Nick's got going on here with the repository, this wonderful stories here in the Shoah Foundation. And then we'll keep plugging away on today's Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Fight on, everybody.
Oh, didn't see you there. We're the USC Trumpet Section, and you're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you for your support, and fight on.
He's a teeny tiny Brett, living in a teeny tiny world. Teeny tiny Brett. All right, welcome back in, everybody.
I'd watch 6 seasons of that.
Would you? Yeah, teeny tiny Brett coming at you red hot from the pavilion. We are back in the Lion Center. Big shout out. Thank you, Barney, for taking me up into the sky, taking us over to the Cal building, introducing us to Nick and viewing the Shoah Foundation. Really interesting career, really interesting story, and just a fun segment all around. So, Barney, thanks so much for taking the time and taking us up in the air. Y'all don't know this, but Barney actually took us in the air twice. Because the first time we went, we had terrible audio troubles. We couldn't salvage the audio, and so we had to go up again and film it all over again, which was great. And I had to think of a whole new batch of movies to try and stump him. But he studied. He studied in between to get his work done. All right, Casey, go ahead and fly us over to the website. Let's get some updates on what's going on. Let's see where we are. All right, we've got the picture-in-picture cruising. All right, let's get over and take a peek. All right, as of right this minute, still 8 hours left in Day of SCupport. $19,977. Yeehaw! 107 donors. Holy smokes. All right, so as a reminder, folks, the paintings, right? Anyone going on the silent auction and purchasing those paintings, that those funds are not counted in the total, so that's still an additional, as of right now, with 3 paintings having bids on them, that's another $1,500 we're sitting on. But then we have this 10 grand from this benchmark challenge from Daniel and Sarah. So folks, we really need to get out there. 107 donors are great, but let's see if before 4 o'clock, if we can push that up to, looky there, 20 grand, it's coming in right now. If we can push that number to 110, or what would be even better, before 5 o'clock, let's see if we can hit 120. Let's hit that $25,000 mark, and let's goose us up to $35,000. Pretty easy peasy, lickety split. All right, so please tell your friends, spread the word. It's the end of the workday. Everyone's checking out anyway. People aren't paying attention to what's going on. Oh my gosh, we've got 5 paintings with bids on them. Let's look. Ooh, Big Sur. Holy smokes. Oh, Casey. It's a bidding war. 747. You think that's Barney's bid?
Probably.
If it's not Barney, this better be your bid. Should be 777, but I'll take 747. That's fine. What else has a bid? Let's see. Sunset. Ooh, yeah, someone bid on that one. It's just beautiful. It's a lovely painting. Great use of orange. All right, nice texture in there. Lovely texture. Which other paintings have bids? All right, Waterfall, Monterey, and the Cannery. So 5 of the 7. Now, come on, folks. We've got to get the nice Italian landscape and the self-portrait bidded on as well. So please hop on in there and get yourself a custom piece of art by Dr. Bartner. We were lucky he was in here, and he hung out with us for a bit. Casey, wasn't that nice seeing Dr. Bartner?
It was real nice seeing him again.
It's really pleasant. It's always a treat when he gets to come. You didn't get to see him last year.
I didn't know because it was at his house.
Yeah, we were at his house, and
I was here in the room by myself, and the three of you were all off, all over creation.
Oh, we were gallivanting around, eating hamburgers and pizza, and you were just stuck in here doing nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing, just driving the boat. So, doing nothing. But hey, Dr. Bartner, he had a surprise for us, and I'm going to go ahead and share the surprise. Looky there. He left me. I'm going to wave it so you can't see the numbers. But he left me a check. Now, you might be thinking, is this check from Dr. Bartner? His name's on part of it, but you know who signed this check? The incomparable, the lovely, one of my favorite people in the universe, Mrs. Barbara Bartner. Let's give Barbara Bartner a round of applause. Everyone cheer for Barbara. Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you. So, Barbara, thank you.
I don't want to peek.
Barbara has donated $1,000 to the campaign today. We've already added that money in there. Looky there, 100. As I'm talking, 109 donors, but we've added that money to the total. So a big thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bartner, for donating your paintings, for coming out and chatting with us for a while, and really just spending some time here in the pavilion. And a big thank you to Barbara for this wonderful donation, and for lending us your husband for the day, getting him out of the house. It's always a pleasure whenever you get to cross paths with the Bartners. All right, so KC, we've got some questions going on, yeah?
We sure do.
So first thing, there was one comment. I'm gonna comment on it.
You're gonna comment on a comment?
I'm gonna comment on the comment. Someone was telling me to not text and drive. Craig Steele, you're not my dad. But thank you, Craig. I appreciate the safety concerns. I just, thank you for checking me. It's good. It's good to just get gut checked every once and again. All right, we had a question from the comments from user Just Breathe, wanting to know, when are we going to work with System of a Down again? Casey, would you like to work with System of a Down?
That would be amazing.
When's the
first Coachella, the Coachella show was really, really cool. I didn't get to do that gig.
That was Coheed and Cambria. It's a different band. It's a different band. System of a Down. Casey, here, let's rewind.
You could have just left it. You could have just said. You could have just left it, man.
40th anniversary.
The 40th anniversary was also very cool.
Here, let me tee you off again. All right. So, Casey, they want to know when are we going to work with System of a Down again?
Soon?
And are we excited?
Soon?
Are we excited? Well, I have no idea. When we're going to work with System of a Down again.
We should.
Should we?
I think so.
Yeah, we should. Lovely band, killer music, but you and I played with them together. Come on in, Vargases, have a seat. Come on, it's okay. It's just live theater. Just walk on stage, no problem. You can come sit by Shiny. Yeah, why don't you go sit in there? Go have a seat. Yeah, sit right here behind the screen. We'll put you in. So System of a Down, it would be great. User Just Breathe, we'd love to have System of a Down out again. They haven't called, but I haven't called them. So maybe, like all good relationships, maybe we should bridge the gap and see if we can work with them.
Yeah,
yeah. Why not?
Toxicity is a great chart.
It is a great chart. Cut another pair of questions from donor Jeff C. Jeff wanted to know what was my favorite gig and what was a gig I wanted to do that I didn't get to do. Casey, do you have an answer for that question for you?
Yes. The gig that I wanted to do that I didn't get to do was the Grammys with Radiohead.
Why didn't you get to do it?
I was too young. I was but a wee freshman.
Too young.
So I was not on that gig.
No, not at all.
But that looked like a blast and a half. That's the gig I really wanted.
Well, what's a favorite gig for you? What's a gig you really liked?
That's like asking, about this. That's like asking what your favorite kid is.
Yeah, but depending on the time of day, there's always an answer.
That's true. I would have to say the definition of a gig gets bandied around a bunch, but the Rose Parade.
Which one?
The first one, 2009.
2009, yeah. Penn State
the first time.
The second time. We learned history. Remember the very first Rose Bowl game, USC Penn State, 1923.
Right. The first time in our era, right?
Yeah.
2009. Mm-hmm. That's peak for me.
But that was it for you? That's the big gig for you?
That was the moment. We had all the pageantry and the 3 a.m. call time and the powdered egg breakfast at the Radisson and the whole nine.
It was just great.
So good.
Let's see. An answer for me. What was my favorite gig? let's see, a good favorite. You know, here's a gig. Here's an absolutely surprising gig, Casey. It was that Game of Thrones gig that we did. You remember this gig?
I do remember this.
So we're marching down Hollywood Boulevard, and that was all. That was cool. We're playing the Game of Thrones tune. We get in front of the Palladium, and ask me if I had ever seen an episode of Game of Thrones.
Had you ever
No,
seen
I
an
had
episode?
not.
Okay, good.
So we're doing the show, and we're playing The Reigns of Castamere. You know this song?
I do because of the gig.
On the gig, right?
That's right.
This very somber song.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I like Rodney in the Tusk video. There was no podium, there's no music stand, so I was holding the score for Dr. Bartner to conduct. So while I'm doing this, I look over my shoulder, and there's a sea of nerds watching us play the Game of Thrones music, bawling their eyes out, just absolutely
music is powerful, man.
It was just I was like, what is happening? So I went and watched the series. Have you seen the series?
No, not at all.
Okay, well, I don't
not
wanna,
a single episode.
So just go watch.
I watched a lady make a green explosion that blew up a castle as a highlight. That's all I've seen.
Yeah, that's deep. Early on, first season, the Red Wedding.
I know of this.
The Red Wedding, this song. So I get it now. It was just, so of gigs I really liked, that was just a very unique experience.
It was a good gig?
It was that I'll never run into. A gig that I wanted to do, since we're talking gig jealousy. Let's see, gig jealousy. You know what? I'm going to redeem you, Casey. It's that Coheed and Cambria Coachella gig. Because I got to arrange the music for it, but I couldn't go. And I really, really, really wanted to go to that gig, but I couldn't. So I sent my score with my then girlfriend, now wife, Jessica, and then she, with the help of Janine, big shout out, give Janine a big shout out, everybody. But with the help of Janine, the two of them went and got all the band to autograph that score for me. So I have that autographed at home, ready to display at a moment's notice. All right, we're at 109 donors, $20,577. Ooh, and look, we got something in the chat. I donated $2,500. Please give to the greatest marching band in the history of the universe. Thank you, Jill Adler, for your substantial donation to the program. And Fight On, we appreciate your generosity. Speaking of generosity, we've got the greatest advancement officer, development professional in the office. Everyone say hi to Richard Vargas. Richard, you're on camera. Go to wave to the people. Somebody turn their microphone on. Brian, go push the button. You see it? Push it. Is there a light? Push the button. Boop. All right, talk, Richard. Hi, Jake. Are we hearing him? Are we getting any signal? Is there a green light? Is it green? Let's see. Push it so it clicks. Anthony, go over there. Go help him. Anthony's coming over. We'll cut back. In the meantime, here's Tiny Brett. Tiny Brett with his tiny margarita in honor of Avila's El Ranchito, the Velociraptor.
There's something else in there, though.
There's a Baby Yoda and an iced coffee going on. All right, we got Anthony coming in. All right, here we go. Now, let's start over again. Please welcome the Vargases. Richard and Cindy, how are you two doing?
Doing great, Jake. How are you?
Oh, we're great. Hi, welcome in. Thanks for coming by. So, how's Day of SCupport been for the two of you, huh?
It's been busy. We've been. I just got back from Orange County with a donor meeting. Met with the Phelps family down there.
Excellent.
Yep.
Excellent. Meeting with families. So, Richard, both of you can answer, both Vargases. I know you're both Trojans deep down. You're both on camera, by the way. So
okay.
I hope.
Okie dokie.
So tell us, looking at the away games this year, which away game are you the most geeked about going to?
Geeked. I have to say, always a good time to see the Trojan band in Las Vegas.
The LSU game, huh?
LSU game, yeah.
Allegiant Stadium.
Vegas, baby.
We hyped it up. Remember, everybody, go ahead and check out the Palms Casino. We're going to have the whole band there. We're going to be staying there. We've got a poolside rally the day before the game. The Palms is hosting a game watch party, so if you can't get tickets to Allegiant, you can go watch there. The benefit is that the poolside rally, food and beverage fees, the ticket costs at the game watch party, the food and beverage there, all these events at the Palms is hosting for us. Number one, we don't have to lift a finger other than show up and just be awesome, which obviously we can do. But number two, we get commission back on all of those things. If you use the link, which we will disseminate to the general audience here pretty quick, you use the link to book a room, boom, 10% to the band. You go to this event, you buy food and beverage, boom, 10% to the band. So please make sure you're with us at the Palms. They're going to have a shuttle on game day. They're going to have things for the kids to do in the evening. It's really a wonderful place. So heed the word of Mr. Vargas and come on out and support the Trojan family in Las Vegas, Nevada as they take on the LSU Tigers in Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Well, and I'd like to say that's an important game because for many of us, it's time not only to bring home a win, it's time to bring home some of that money some of us might have left in Las Vegas last year.
Well,
some of us need to get to Vegas and not just visit the money. We need to win. We need to bring it back. And some of us, if we win big, might be able to shed a little of that green on the USC Trojan marching band.
You heard it here first, folks. Take your life savings, double it, and give what you have left over to the band. How's that sound, Casey?
To quote Arnold Schwarzenegger in Total Recall, get your butt to Las Vegas.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Doesn't he say Mars?
He sure does.
Okay, well, there it is. There it is.
I took some creative license.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. Refresh the page. Refresh. Let's see what we got. How many donors? 109 donors. All right, come on, folks. Get out there. Get on your Aunt Phyllis. Get her on the phone and have her make a donation right away. All right, 20,000. We hit that $25,000 mark. Boom, we get another 10,000 easy. And if you're the one who puts us over the edge, that's bragging rights for a year. Right?
A whole year.
A whole year for the bragging rights. All right. So, here at the Trojan Marching Band, we are all about servicing our donors and those that really help our students succeed in the best way possible. And I don't know how close y'all have been keeping track of the YouTube commentary that we've had going on, but we had a very assertive donor step in, and they made it known that because they'd given a donation, they would like to participate in the show, and they weren't going to take no for an answer. So please welcome none other than our Gig Master Deluxe, Jeff Collins. All right, clap for Jeff, everybody. Yeah. Woo! Jeff Collins. Here's a mic, Jeff, a mic for you. How you doing, Jeff? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
So Jeff, what brings you here today with us?
I just really wanted to be a part of this.
He wants to be a part of the show. Now, Jeff's really good at a lot of things. He's good at the trumpet, correct?
I'm pretty good.
He's good at trumpet. He's good at booking gigs.
I'm also pretty good.
He's good, good at the old booking gigs. A spam enthusiast, correct?
Very much so.
Very much so. But one thing Jeff is really good at is arguing about Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. I know something about that.
And so we've had already today a fiery. And when I say fiery, it's still going off about this rock chart bracket we did. But we thought it'd be fun to sort of take an aside from the band world for a minute and go into another bracket. And we, folks, are going to debate 16 Star Wars properties.
Insert copyrighted music here.
And if I stop there, if I go too long, we get stricken down. All right, so we have 16 Star Wars films, television series, etc. All right, they have been seeded based on what, Casey?
Based on the ranking in IMDb, which already I have a problem with.
Why? What is your problem?
Bracket.
Why do you have a problem?
IMDb doesn't know what they're talking about most of the time.
And who does?
No one, really.
Okay.
Do any of us really know what we're talking about?
We went through the IMDb ratings and we seeded this bad boy. So just like we did with the rock charts, I think maybe we'll take the same tactic. We'll have some pretty serious discussion in round one. I think we'll take the Step Brothers tactic for the quarterfinals. The semis will have some discussion, and then the finals will have the discussion, and then that Step Brothers tactic. Sound good, gentlemen?
I think so.
All right, so we're not really in need of a tiebreaker on account that there are 3 folks on this panel, but should we so decide, Vargases, you may get involved. Wave at the people, Vargases. All right, so here we go. So round one, the number 1 seed, Empire Strikes Back, takes on the number 16 seed, Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker. Gentlemen, your takes.
Well, I really liked Empire growing up. My fondest memory, and I was just thinking about it this morning, was whenever I'd stay at my aunt and my uncle's house, my uncle was an odd media enthusiast. He had Laserdisc, and he was very, very proud of it.
It's about the size of a record.
Yeah, bigger, I think.
And bigger than a record and holds as much data as a CD.
Something like that.
Great, cool. Go on.
I remember having, like staying over at their place and like, yeah, you want to watch a movie? You want to watch Empire? I'm like, yeah, sure. And then, just pulls out this big disc, puts on Empire. I fall asleep because that's what kids do during movies. But, it's always been a fun film, and I've always enjoyed it. And then my thoughts on Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah, sure, right? What do you think? Episode 9, how you feel about it?
I'm sure my sentiment right now is mirrored by a lot of folks. There are parts I do like. I like how it kind of, given what had to happen to make the movie finish, I liked that.
Yeah.
I definitely liked the gotcha. Like, you almost got me with Chewbacca there.
Oh, when they blew him up. But they didn't blow him up.
That's right.
By the way, folks, listen. This is Star Wars. We're talking about Star Wars. If you haven't seen any of these films, I'm sorry, we're going to spoil it, so you're going to have to get over it for a minute.
Consider this your spoiler warning.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're new to this film podcasting. Spoiler alert. Here we go. So the Chewbacca gotcha.
It did.
What about the when Rey did the old flip-de-doodle over the TIE fighter? Did you like that?
It's yeah. I mean, it's modern filmmaking. They do new things, and I appreciate it.
Kenneth, what about you? How do you feel about Empire Strikes Back? Arguably the greatest Star Wars film ever made.
I love Empire Strikes Back.
What's your favorite part?
My favorite part is the escape sequence from Hoth when they're in the
base. The ice planet.
That's right. That's correct.
Yeah.
One of many, and they're getting into the Millennium Falcon and they're fleeing Darth Vader. Yeah?
Can I just
go there?
No, it's you. Like the Millennium Falcon. It's only Falcon in Empire Strikes Back.
The person on screen at the time is Han Solo. He refers to it as the Falcon.
But just in the one movie.
In that moment.
But for the one movie.
In that moment that we're talking about. I'm going to call it the Millennium Falcon.
Okay, so they're escaping the ice planet.
They're escaping the ice planet, and Darth Vader and the snowtroopers are coming in, and they're taking all of this time to set up this huge blaster cannon. And a tiny little laser cannon comes out of the Millennium Falcon and just wastes those dudes on that big thing that they were trying to just lug up and over. And I don't know why, since childhood, that's stuck with me, that like, no matter how hard you try, sometimes somebody with plot armor just gets you.
So give me 5 Empire quotes right back to back. Go. No hesitation.
Oh man, you're putting me on the spot. This is not my wheelhouse.
Jeff, go. Jeff, you do one.
Echo Base, I found them. Repeat, we've found them.
Casey. This is
why you half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf herder.
All right, Jeff.
Who's scruffy-looking?
Casey. And I thought they smelled bad.
Oh, there you go. There you
on
go.
the outside. Come on, it's right there. Man, give me one more.
That's the sound of a probe droid blowing
up.
All
right, fiddlesticks on you. All right, gentlemen, this should be pretty simple, right? What are we voting for? All right, Jeff, which one?
As much as I love being contrarian to Kenneth over here, I'm voting Empire.
All right, Casey, how about you?
Empire,
yeah,
no
Empire
question.
all the way. It's a clean sweep. Empire Strike Back makes it to the quarterfinals.
Empire.
Woo! Raise your hand if you were there when it came out. Who was there when it came out? When it came out? Here we go. Just right there. The Vargases, they were there. Did you see it at Grauman's?
No.
Oh, okay.
I did.
Large
With who did you
Brett
see
Halliford
it?
has said in the chat, this doesn't need to be a discussion about Empire Strikes Back. Next, please.
Okay, Brett,
Man, you should have been here.
Listen,
should have been here, Large Brett.
We're here to see the opinions of Tiny Brett. This is who's talking. Large Brett, you stick to the chat. You stay there. You like it. Time out. All right, back to it. Up next, we've got the number 2 seed, episode 4, the original, what folks often refer to as Star Wars, taking on the number 15 seed. We've got a little mix up, but it's okay. It works. It still works. Number 15 seed, Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Gentlemen?
Criminally underrated Attack of the Clones.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Star Wars.
No, well, Star Wars, we like Star Wars, right?
Yeah, the original.
Everybody in this room likes Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars. Attack of the Clones, criminally underrated. Unfortunately, going up against the big kahuna, the big cheese.
Well, Empire's the big cheese.
Well.
Ain't it? Is the original the big cheese?
Let's see what happens in the final.
Now, can I just say something about Attack of the Clones?
Mm-hmm.
I was so geeked when this movie came out because I saw Phantom Menace, and there's this crazy lightsaber fight. I'm like, how could they do something any better? And then all of a sudden, they got Yoda walking in, tosses his cane, pulls out his teeny tiny Brett-sized lightsaber out of his waistband, Clint Eastwood style, and then just starts flipping around like a crazy person.
It was a whirling dervish of Jedi force wielding.
It was nuts.
Lightsaber nonsense.
How cool was it?
It was great.
It was really cool. And then Anakin with his short hair and his braid, his aversion to sand. Jeff, what's your opinion on the Attack of the Clones?
You know, also criminally underrated. There's something to be said about the acting in the third act of the film, but you know, when you compare it to Star Wars, you know, they're not reinventing the wheel. This is something that's already been established.
Sure.
So the pacing is a lot different. It's a lot faster. Modern technology. Blah blah blah. So I think it was great. Plus, you could see Sam Jackson's lightsaber.
It's purple.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The origins of Boba Fett, which is also pretty rad. And then, of course,
Orphan
the
Youth.
aforementioned clones that you only hear about at first in Star Wars.
But they're real. But they're real, but they're not real.
That's right.
Voiced by Tamara Morrison, but not a single set of armor live on screen.
Yeah.
CGI characters. All right. Well, gentlemen, let's vote. Let's do it to it. What are we saying? I'll go first. Star Wars.
I'm going to say Attack of the Clones.
Casey, it's up to you.
Listen, I love Attack of the Clones. It's Star Wars.
It's Star Wars all the way. Star Wars takes the cake. The original 1977. Who was there? Raise your hand. Josh, were you there? Josh was not there. Shiny, were you there? Okay, me either. Okie dokie.
We have a comment in the chat from Dr.
I was there. We were there.
Yeah,
Dr.
Zach
Zach
Wickham.
Dr. Zach Wickham says, "Hi Jeff, I hope you've been well."
Oh, thanks, buddy. Miss you.
Miss you, Zach. You know, Dr. Zach Wickham marched in this band, but he also marched in the UCLA band.
Ooh, he did,
But when we talked about it, you know which band he liked better?
Which one was that?
It was this band, 100%.
Oh, of course it was.
All right, here we go. Up next, we've got the number 3 seed, The Mandalorian, Gogong, Gigong.
And that's it?
Going up against the number 14 seed, Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Let me tell you something right now. So imagine this. Casey, imagine. Right? You were there. It's 1998.
Oh, I remember.
All right? 1998, the end of summer. And then I'm sitting there. I'm seeing the Scooby-Doo movie. You remember this movie? Scooby-Doo movie? I think it was this movie. Maybe it was something else.
Would that have been Monster Island?
I don't remember. I'm not quite sure. But I'm sitting there, and the trailers are coming on. And then all of a sudden, this trailer comes on, and I see not one, not two, but 3 people fighting with lightsabers.
That was big.
And I lose my absolute mind because it was inconceivable that any new Star Wars movies were coming out. Then turn around the corner of the year, boom, 1999, the world changed for the better. Y2K was right around the corner. But before we got Y2K, we got Episode 1, Darth Maul, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Qui-Gon Jinn. Jeff, tell me about Episode 1.
Episode 1 spawned some of the greatest extra media for a Star Wars property. I mean, games, toys, laid the foundation for fantastic TV shows.
Star Wars Episode 1 Racer for the GameCube.
GameCube?
Nintendo 64.
Nintendo 64.
It was also ported to the GameCube later when I got a console for the
the GameCube is terrible. I'm sorry you didn't have video games, Casey. But the Nintendo 64 Pod Racer, you had to get the cheat codes, though. No damage. You could just crash into the walls all the time.
Or just get good.
4K no los dos.
All right. So Episode 1. But goes up against The Mandalorian. We've played this in a field show.
We did.
This show, it's a great mix of the samurai movies that are the origins for Star Wars, the westerns that are the origins for Star Wars. And what's great is you see that lineage, is that the westerns were inspired by the samurai movies. Star Wars is inspired by the westerns. Holy smokes, we've got this wonderful piece of business that is The Mandalorian. It knocked my socks off. What about you two guys?
I thought it was really fun to watch. Obviously, the whole deep dive into old school Mandalorian lore, and just have it all acted out. I thought it was cool. That was great.
I'm going to preempt you. No, I do not know any Mandoa. I cannot whip it out.
That's fine. What's your opinion on Mandalorian, Casey?
I'll tell you, my opinion was set in the first 15 minutes
Yeah.
of the series when he goes into the cantina looking for the mark.
Yeah.
And there's this exchange, and you think, okay, they're going to come to an amicable arrangement, and they're going to. This mark is going to bribe this bounty hunter, and it's all going to go away and be fine.
Yeah.
And he cuts a guy in half with the freaking door.
With the door.
Mm-hmm. And it was in that moment that I switch flipped, and I said, "Oh, this is going to be a darker Star Wars, a different Star Wars."
It was good. It was good. All right, I'll vote first this time, and then you two can fight. I love Episode 1. The politics of the Trade Federation bore me to tears. So it's going to be The Mandalorian. I'm saying The Mandalorian.
I'll go next.
Okay.
I love the politics of the Trade Federation. I love the lightsaber duel of the fates, the second most iconic lightsaber fight in Star Wars.
Yeah. So you're voting for The Mandalorian too.
I'm also voting for The Mandalorian.
Oh, shots fired. What?
Because a lightsaber fight and one John Williams banger
does not a whole movie make.
Now
that's pod racing. Jeff, what were you going to vote for?
I mean, I was also going to vote for Mandalorian. I was just going to chime in and say Episode 1 brought a lot of things to us that we only could have read in books or fan fiction.
Yeah.
And mind you, that story only takes place, 20-something odd years before A New Hope, or 30-something odd years. And that's a lot of stuff to get introduced to when your first exposure is just A New Hope.
Okay. But I lament the seating. Episode 1 was done dirty by IMDb, but Mando takes it.
It happens. The Mandalorian moves on. Wow. Dramatic. How's the chat going? Are people as upset with the rock chart bit or what? Let's see. Oh, I see a lot of action in there. Oh, John. We got John Dyke chiming in. Hello, sir. What's John say?
He said when he woke up, he didn't realize he'd be spending his day watching us debate Star Wars, but he's happy to be here.
Well, you know what? Me either.
Your favorite cymbal player, Hailey, says Duel of the Fates is the best piece of Star Wars music ever written, and I will not be taking comments.
I mean, he's not, and it's a good call. You could pick a lot of worse songs out in the world. All right, up next, this should be a pretty easy peasy one. We've got the number 4 seed, the Clone Wars, the animated series, the full animated series, going up against the number 13 seed, Solo, a Star Wars story. I did not like Solo at all.
I concur.
It was not for me. I liked the actor. What's his name? Aldrich Killian? No, wait a minute. No, that's the bad guy from Iron Man 3. What's his name? Thank you. Brian, hold on. Everyone, give a shout out. Brian Mendoza in the background. All right. What's his name, Brian?
Wave, Brian.
Alden Ehrenreich.
Alden Ehrenreich. Great. I thought he did a tremendous job as the actor, playing a young Han Solo.
I got nothing against him. I'm just saying if you make the Imperial March diegetic, you lose me. You lose the plot.
Diegetic meaning of the people in the scene.
Correct.
So the people in the movie are hearing that music.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a bad vibe. What do you think, Jeff?
I liked, because of my experience with another Star Wars property, Shadows of the Empire, from the Nintendo 64.
But of course.
The reference to the crime syndicates in that film, I was set up only to be let down by the fact that there is no expansion on that so far. But I thought that was really cool. And I was like, hey, I recognize that name. But that's as far as it went.
Got it. I will levy some criticism toward the Clone Wars, the animated series. It's obviously a kid's show for network television. There's a lot of wasted space in that series. There's a lot of filler episodes. It just goes on and on. But I vote for the Clone Wars. Jeff?
Oh, yeah, no. Clone Wars, especially in the last few seasons, bangers. Nonstop.
Kenneth?
Clone Wars.
Clone Wars has it. See, that was easy. See, Tiny Brett? We can get it done quick. Thanks, guys. All right, back at it. Coming out with Tiny Brett. All right, up next.
Don Kita asks,
how
much coffee has Dr. Jake had at this point?
Don, let me tell you something right now. You can't question the caffeine intake, all right? If my doctor can't stop me, neither can you. All right, here we go. Up next, we've got number 5. This might be a fight. We're going to have some arguments here. Number 5, Andor, the series from Disney Plus goes up against episode 8. What is this one called? The Last Jedi.
Tells you all you need to know right there.
The Last Jedi. Episode 8 fights Andor. Casey, what do you say? Tell me about Andor, Casey. Do you like it?
I've seen the first episode.
Yeah.
It was okay.
I
have nothing else to say.
Wow, such elaborate commentary. Jeff, how about you? Would you care to carry on from Casey's springboard?
Unfortunately, I never got around to watching it. Yeah, so it's. I mean, I'll advocate strongly for The Last Jedi.
Folks, I'm going to have a one-on-one with you for a minute. Andor is a phenomenal piece of cinema. It's a great television show. It just shows you the power of bureaucracy to just break you down and just turn you into muck in this soup of a world. Nothing he does can work because the Empire just doesn't care, and they're terrible. So if you want to see some legitimate Star Wars with a thought in its head, go ahead and watch Andor. All right. Tell me about Episode 8, Casey. I'm sure you've seen this one.
I have. Twice and exactly twice. And probably that's it forever.
So tell me, how much did you enjoy Canto Bight?
0. Negative. Can I unenjoy something? When we were watching it for the Holiday Bowl, for free, I would have rather left the theater in that moment. But the film was salvageable. But it would have taken some courage. But that the collective bureaucracy. I'm not pointing at any one individual and saying that person is the problem, because it's not one person's fault.
Okay.
The decision at the spoiler alert. The decision at the very end, when Kylo Ren is in that throne thing room, whatever it was, and is propositioning Rey, the Jedi and the Sith don't matter. Join me, and we'll redo the Force or remake whatever. In that moment, she should have said yes. And then we have a much more interesting third movie that begins with both protagonists either one foot in or both feet in the dark side of the Force. And then we have a more tumultuous beginning that can then lead to a redemption story or not. But they didn't make that decision. And it was a poor film because of it.
So that's a hard pass on Canto Bight then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Jeff, what'd you think about Episode 8?
So when Casey said that if they just would have had some courage, I thought Rian Johnson had a ton of courage in that film.
I concur.
And I say this all the time to anyone who says, how can you like that film? Because, they have this idolization.
Because you're a man of refinement, Jeff. That's why you like that film.
That's right. Exquisite taste. When they say, I didn't like how they did Luke Skywalker dirty, I didn't like how they developed some of these characters, and all I can think of is they absolutely did them the correct way. It's a callback to the original trilogy all the way through. Luke being upset, whiny, complaining, not wanting to do what he knows he needs to do.
But then he goes through a hero's journey and changes as a person.
Does he, though?
Yes.
Twice now, in the original trilogy and this new trilogy. He reverts back from, I didn't do such a good job, I'm going to exile myself. And then to suddenly going, you know what? Jedi Masters, you're right. It's time to step up, put on the big boy shoes, let's go save the galaxy in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
I will also say that I wasn't a big fan of Super Leia in space. I thought that was...
She's not Super Leia.
I agree with Jeff.
Wait a minute. Who's a physicist in here? Josh, what's your major?
Close enough.
All right.
It's a science.
Yeah, it's sciencey. So, Shiny, what's your major? Do we have no scientists in here? All right, psychology, Josh. If you had two objects in space, one object is large, the other object is small, and you enact a force upon those objects, what's going to happen to attract them together? Yeah. God, see, the psychologist comes through.
The ship exploded around her.
Yeah, and she was protected by the Force.
Explosively decompressed.
No, the Force did it. The Force did it.
Well, if you had
I'll buy
seen
some of
the
that.
Clone Wars.
All right, fine.
Anyway, to have her in space and have her find her way back into a ship and
I
still
loved
be comatose is like that's no thank you. But the rest of the film,
it's my favorite part.
I genuinely love that film. I thought it was done well. I thought the way the movie ended is a lot like how Empire ended, in that there wasn't quite a big victory. I mean, there's a moral victory there, but it's clear that something bigger is going to happen.
Yeah.
A regrouping of sorts.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Go ahead, Casey.
Andor.
Jeff?
Last Jedi.
Andor for me.
Damn.
Andor wins. It's tough. I enjoy Last Jedi. If I'm being honest, I've probably watched Last Jedi more than any of the other sequel films. More than the other ones. Why? I don't know. Something about it just is pretty fun, pretty exciting. All right, up next, let's see how upset we can make Casey still.
That one took a while.
Let's all right, the 6th seed, episode 6, Return of the Jedi, Yub Nub, goes up against the number 11 seed, the Kenobi series. All right, I'll just say this. I was so disappointed with the Kenobi series.
I concur.
It was just such a bummer and I think it's because I hold Ewan McGregor so high in my estimation. He's a phenomenal actor. He's got a beautifully charming Scottish accent, and he played the French horn in his youth. It's true. Check it out on the YouTube. You can hear him playing Strauss. But I love him, and the movie just let me down. So for me, we all know Return of the Jedi. It's awesome. There's Ewoks. They kill stormtroopers with rocks. It's great. So that's my take. Jeff?
Well, first I'm going to say Return of the Jedi hands down, but I would say that I actually really liked Kenobi a lot. We talked about this in the downtime, but
in the pre-chat.
It's seeing his journey is a lot like, well, kind of like Luke's journey when he cut himself off in Last Jedi, right? He's trying to get his way. He's trying to make his way around through his life, the rest of his life, overlooking and watching the boy, and then somehow he gets pulled back in, right? The galaxy is pulling him back into this struggle.
He does.
Against his best wishes, and as soon as he decides to click and turn on and start being a help, that's when who decides to come back in and start hunting him. But he tried his hardest just to be an onlooker and not interfere and let everything just work its course. But the universe had other plans for him.
No, okay.
So, I like the show a lot. I really liked the end of the show too, especially that last confrontation. But Return of the Jedi is still better.
Okay. Casey?
It's Return of the Jedi, no question.
All right, Return of the Jedi. That's what I vote for. Return of the Jedi has it. You're going to yeet the Emperor right down. What is it with Star Wars and those giant tubes of just stuff, Just giant empty tubes to just throw people down.
They got to have places to throw people down.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's a sign of the times. I mean, look at Die Hard.
Robot Chicken explains this.
All right, up next, the number 7 seed, episode 7, The Force Awakens, takes on the number 10 seed, Ahsoka, the Disney Plus series. I enjoyed Ahsoka. I thought it was a fascinating story. I didn't know anything about Rebels or about the space whales or about any of that, so I was a little confused. Rosario Dawson, phenomenal actress, great character work. But I don't know. I don't know the story well enough. And Force Awakens, I waited 6 hours in line to get a seat for that movie, me and my brother-in-law. And so I could just tell you right now, that's it for me. Number 7 wins this one.
Ahsoka for me. And my only gripe with that whole series, and it's really not a fair gripe, is one of the characters training to become Jedi who has no Force sensitivity whatsoever. And just trying to force it to happen, and it's not happening.
Yeah.
Right? Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
But the rest of the show, I mean, I really like, because I did watch a bit of Rebels. I watched all of Clone Wars and saw that character of Ahsoka Tano grow through. And so to kind of see her as her fulcrum figure.
Yeah.
And just be, this, I don't want to say resentful Jedi, but also just this kind of individual who says, you know what? That didn't work. This didn't work. I'm going to do my own thing.
Yeah.
And let my own conscience decide what I'm going to do and not do. So I thought Ahsoka was a great show, and definitely better than, I enjoyed it more than episode 7.
I see. KC?
It's the Clone Wars connection and the Rebels connection for me. It's Ahsoka.
So you vote Ahsoka?
Yeah.
You vote Ahsoka?
I do.
Okay, there it is. Ahsoka has it. Shocking. I'm shook. It's okay. It's not that serious. It's just a movie. It's Star Wars. All right. Last in the first round. All right. This one, we may exchange some heated words here. The number 8 seed, Rogue One, goes up against the number 9 seed, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Anyone?
Revenge of the Sith all the way.
I'm shook.
Yeah?
Because I agree.
You do?
I do.
We don't have to talk about it.
We don't even have to talk about it.
Can I just... I love a story like Titanic. There's no out. The boat's going down. We're toast. Rogue One, I love that about the story. You know all these people are not going to make it. But you know that the information has to. So how do we get the information out and all this stuff's going wrong and blah, 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 blah. Rogue One, a Star Wars story.
I will say that I very much enjoyed Rogue One too. Especially like everything you just said about it just reaffirms for me that it wasn't going to have a happy ending, and that's okay for a film not to have a happy ending, and it's okay for characters in that said story to just no longer exist and be forgotten about.
Mm-hmm.
Not because they're not important, but just because there really was no way of, in that universe, saying, hey, look, the reason we have the Death Star plans is because of Jyn Erso.
Many Bothans died that day to bring us these plans.
That's the second Death Star.
What? No, it's the first Death Star.
It was the second one.
Death Star.
All right, I'm getting fact checked by Jeff and Josh and KC. All right, so we're voting. So I guess, what are you voting for? What'd you say?
Episode 3.
Episode 3.
All right, Episode 3 has it. Battle of the Heroes. You are my brother, Anakin. Yeah. For the Republic, for democracy. Okay, here we go. All right, so here we are. We're to the quarterfinals. That was a lengthy discussion. How are we doing in the chat? Are people upset? How do they do? I really like Rogue One. The
only person is upset is Large Brett.
Large Brett? What's he say?
He was mad at me for voting against Last Jedi. Saying yes to a series I've never seen.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Brett also liked my support of it, so you know what?
I would say that, making uninformed decisions and having strong opinions about it is a very American sentiment in politics. All right, here we go. Kicking off in the quarterfinals.
Oh, our favorite trombone player, Ken Huffman, with the scathing.
What's he say?
Rogue One has had one compelling, exciting action sequence, but the characters were poorly written.
Perhaps.
Only one exciting sequence.
Man, Ken, you and I are going to have a conversation about this at a later date. All right, so now we're in the quarterfinals. Jeff, you weren't here for this, but we do the quarterfinals stepbrother style. So I'm going to count to 3, and we just say who we want to win to go to the semis.
Which is crazy because this is the one that has the most to discuss.
Yeah, but we've talked about them all, right? We've talked about these movies, these television series. So let's get to the semis. Are we ready? All right, round 1, Empire Strikes Back versus Revenge of the Sith. Is everybody ready? All right. 1, 2, 3.
Revenge
Empire
of the Sith.
Strikes Back.
Empire.
Jeff, were you trolling?
No. Absolutely not.
Okay. I almost trolled, and we would have had a whole different situation.
It would have been over. We would have had to end the Streamathon.
What were you saying, Jeff? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Drag out here in the Bartner Pavilion.
And I was just going to say, I know it's a hot take, but we talked about this a bit, or at least I've talked about it with some folks. Revenge of the Sith for me was a culmination of a lot of things. I was a lot more mature when I watched the film than I was when I first saw Empire. So the capability of understanding and internalizing a lot of the film and its finality of the 2 trilogies, basically ending a trilogy but also giving you a segue into the next one. Again, plus the properties that were attached to it in forms of other media. It was a more complete experience for me, and Empire it was great in its own right, but I don't know, Revenge of the Sith, I got more heartstrings pulled at it, even though I knew what was going to happen.
Casey, I'm going to tell you something right now.
What's that?
You are very lucky we didn't have this discussion first, because hearing Jeff talk about it, I was convinced. I would have
convinced you the other way. I would have convinced you the other way.
Okay. All right.
I was rehearsing for this moment in the shower this morning.
Empire Strikes Back has it.
I am not liked in the chat right now, but you know what? That's fine.
Empire Strikes Back takes down episode 3. All right, up next, we've got The Mandalorian versus Ahsoka. All right, here we go. And 1, 2, 3.
Mandalorian.
That's Mandalorian, by the way.
Did you say Mando? Yeah.
He did. He sure did. All right, Mandalorian. Easy peasy. All right. This one's a toughie. The original Star Wars goes up against Return of the Jedi. I'm kind of glad because we do have a little bit of original trilogy bias going on right now, right? All 3 made it to the quarterfinals. Yeah, well, you know. But here we go. Original Star Wars versus Return of the Jedi. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Return of the Jedi.
Are you kidding me right now?
Not at all. Move it over.
I can quote that. You asked me to quote Star Wars. I can quote you the movie from start to finish.
Yeah, but you couldn't quote episode 5.
I can't believe this. I had a great story about how when I was sick at home as a child, I would get takeaway pancakes. My dad would go get takeaway pancakes from the Iron Horse, which was a breakfast place.
Why can't you just say to-go pancakes like a normal person?
And I would watch.
You're not from Britain.
Star Wars Episode 4.
Yeah.
And I would watch the trash compactor scene, and I'd have to stop eating the pancakes during the trash compactor scene because the goop looked too much like the pancakes with maple syrup. And then we could continue after the trash compactor scene. I had a great lined up and never.
When you say Daddy, could I have some takeaway pancakes? Oh, right away, son. I'll get you some takeaway pancakes. All right, here we go.
If I'm going to elaborate, because I see chat going crazy for Star Wars New Hope, the only disadvantage that movie has is being a product of its time, in that it was a whole new thing, right? You're establishing and creating a whole new existence, a galaxy, a universe, and things have to move at a certain pace. I remember seeing A New Hope when it was A, when it was A New Hope, and B, when it was still CBS Fox Video, and having the original Star Wars film on cassette tape.
Smart.
So I've seen it, through its iterations of the OG version, touched up, special edition, and yada yada. It was really hard to watch as a kid. It was a very slow pace for me. I mean, I was intrigued by it for sure, but New Hope just too slow and not enough going on for 8-year-old Jeff to watch.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Andor v. Clone Wars. I have a feeling I'm going to be disappointed, but you know what? That's how life goes sometime. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Clone Wars.
Ah!
And it's not even close.
It's way close. It's a lot closer than you think.
Is it?
It is phenomenally close. All right, here we go. So we're now to the semis. We'll do left hand first. The Western Conference.
The NFC.
The NFC. We've got the Empire Strikes Back going up against the Clone Wars series. All right. Anything we want to say?
This is tough because it's a movie going up against a story told in small chunks over the course of dozens of Saturday mornings.
Yeah, too many Saturday mornings.
I wouldn't say too many.
Well, so you waited weekly to watch it. I waited as an adult to just watch it on Netflix.
Yeah, I did the same thing. It was just too much to consume. But the tiny baby Jabba the Hutt's pretty fun. A precursor to Baby Yoda. A tiny little Jabba.
True.
Okay, so what can I say about it? The Clone Wars is a cool series. I like the last season because they took that hiatus and came back, and it was a much more adult tactic because they knew the audience had grown, right? They were now 40 instead of 30 when they first started watching the series, so that was nice. But Empire, is definitely timeless, so it's tough to put them against each other.
Well, that and the Clone Wars introduces so many more new things that you can't do in film. Reintroduces Darth Maul.
Correct.
And kind of, whether that was always planned or not, I don't know. But
yeah,
just to see him again, which was a fan favorite of Episode 1, I think to reintegrate him was pretty big for the show.
The things that, to your point about properties that spawn out of Episode 1, properties that spawn out of the Clone Wars, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, going to Dathomir, being able to take a Jedi yourself and walk into Dathomir and have lightsaber battles there is straight out of Clone Wars.
Yeah. Well, even The Mandalorian brings in some of those elements, even though it's a lot farther in the future. We see some of these elements in the Ahsoka series. It's sort of really permeated. You know what I hear a lot is that the Clone Wars redeems any of the shortcomings from the prequel trilogy.
Yes.
Is often stated.
I agree.
All right, are we ready to vote?
Large Brett says, of course it wasn't planned. He was cut in half.
True. Or was it?
And fell down a large shaft.
Yeah. Thrown down a large Star Wars-sized shaft. All right, here we go. Empire Strikes Back v. The Clone Wars. All right, here we are. Say your winner. No, let's do a reasonable vote. Casey, where are you going?
Empire Strikes Back.
Jeff?
I will say that I probably enjoy Empire more in one sitting than any 4 or 5 episodes of Clone Wars that you could tie together. So Empire.
I too was going to vote for Empire.
We got some
booze.
From the peanut gallery.
Booze from the peanut gallery out there. Here, we'll catch sight of him. Josh, you're on camera. You can say boo now. It's probably it could be. I like the Clone Wars. I
like the Clone Wars a lot. The fact that it's going up against Empire is the only reason that it's not in the finals.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a toughie. All right, here we go. The Mandalorian versus Return of the Jedi. I'll start off this discussion here. Return of the Jedi was my favorite of the original trilogy for much of my youth as a child.
Agree.
I watched that. The fact that Luke had a green lightsaber, I was like, what is this? What is this magic witchcraft I'm watching? The Jabba sequence, the Sarlacc pit, Carrie Fisher with the thermal detonator. It's a thermal detonator. That's not the right voice at all, but it is what it is.
Daniels, but that's okay.
No, I know, but that's my charm. That's what I do. But then The Mandalorian, I will say in my adult life, has been the Star Wars property that I keep finding myself gravitated to it in this sort of stage of my life. So that's the 2 cents I have from me. Gentlemen?
Kind of like my sentiment, my unpopular hot take here with Revenge of the Sith. The Return of the Jedi being such a conclusive end to a series of films plays a big part. There really wasn't, for me, a slow part in the film. Maybe the back and forth between Vader, Luke in the throne room of the Death Star, deck of the Death Star, and the rest of the film. But really, it wasn't so long, even in those scenes where, like, man, what's going to happen? Or are they or aren't they going to go at it?
Yeah.
With lightsabers.
Interesting.
But at the end of the day, like, I'm still very much Return of the Jedi. I love Mandalorian. I thought it was great.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of great callbacks, Darksaber and whatnot. But I'm still very much a Return of the Jedi guy.
To see the Darksaber come out of the comics and go into live action, was a very special moment.
For sure.
To see Luke Skywalker in his prime, not once but twice, was also a very special moment.
Yeah.
Obviously, Grogu is set the world on fire with the cute factor.
Yeah.
There he is right there.
There he is with Tiny Brett.
Next to Tiny Brett. Tiny Grogu next to Tiny Brett with the tiny margarita. And all of that being said, I'm gonna wait until the two of you both vote before I can make a decision.
So you want... Okay. Jeff, how are you voting?
Return of the Jedi.
The Mandalorian.
It comes down to me then.
Yeah, I mean, you quite literally said, I want to go last, so I don't know why
I know. I don't know what I signed up for.
My old adversary. The consequences of my actions.
The consequences of my actions.
All right. Hit it, Casey. Want me to count you in and just force you to say it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Jedi. At the risk of having a boring final, it's Return of the Jedi.
A boring final?
There's nothing boring about this final.
No, this final.
This
all
final.
right.
I mean, every tier list ever has this final as the final.
I know. It's the same. All right, so here we are. Empire goes up against Jedi. All right? We're going to Step Brothers it, just like we did last time. So this is the final. What can we say? What can we say that hasn't been said about these films, right? Empire Strikes Back, lauded. I mean, it was the number 1 seed. Goes up against Return of the Jedi, which was, let's see, where was it seated? I lost it. Return of the Jedi was seated at number 6. So a pretty wide margin in terms of the audience score. But here we have it. Is everybody ready? Jeff, you buckled in? All right, strapped in. KC, you ready? All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Return of the Jedi. Did we all say the same thing? Did we just become
best friends?
Oh! And in a wild piece of unanimous efforts, Return of the Jedi is the number 1 Streamathon Star Wars bracket winner. Wow. I'm shocked. I'm surprised.
I'm shocked.
This was, wow, what a hoot and a half. Hey, give a big round of applause. Jeff Collins, thanks for stepping in, Jeff. Thanks for joining us on the Star Wars discussion and sitting in for Tiny Brett there. All right, folks. So we had this great discussion of this Star Wars bracket, but here's what we're really excited about. We're really excited because I had a chance this past spring to do a Zoom interview with none other than Luke Skywalker himself, Mark Hamill. And you know what? If you think that we talked a lot about Star Wars in a galaxy far, far away, you'd be wrong. We talked about his voiceover career and all the work he does outside of the Star Wars sphere. But get into that chat. Let us know what you think. Did we make the right decision, the wrong decision? This is very much a typical Star Wars bracket, I think. Nothing really curious there. But yeah, hop in there. Let us know. Get on that website. Spread it out. Actually, pull up the site, KC. Day of SCupport. Let's see what we're doing. Let's see, before we kick it over, let's take a quick peek. All right, here we are, 21,000. All right, just keep at it, folks. 117 donors. How thrilling is that? But let's see if before the hour, can we get 3 more donors? We need 3 more donors to kick us up, get us up over that $25,000 mark so we can hit that other benchmark challenge. All right, without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Luke Skywalker himself, Mark Hamill, in this Zoom interview we sat down in. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Jaden, and I'm one of the SOs of the greatest section and the greatest marching band in the history of the universe ever, the alto saxophone section. And you're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you for your support, and as always, fight on.
I thought it'd be great to sort of take advantage of my station to just, talk to you, and your wife was gracious enough to set this up for us. But then also learn about your career in voice acting, because I'm sure you get asked a lot about Star Wars and things of that nature. But I really wanted to focus on the voice acting, especially now that The Boy and the Heron won Best Animated Feature this past Sunday. Yay! Yeah. So congrats to you on that. That's super exciting.
Well, he is a remarkable filmmaker, and that film was hand drawn. I'd worked with him once before in Castle in the Sky. But anytime Miyazaki asks, I'm reporting for duty, sir.
So when he says jump, you say how high?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, let me just get started by saying that one of the reasons I sort of fell backwards into voice animation. I mean, when I was a teenager, I got cast in Hanna-Barbera's version of I Dream of Jeannie called Just Jeannie, but they were teenage characters. So I played the Larry Hagman part, who, I got the Genie in a Lamp. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But this would have been like 72 or something like that. I only bring it up is because I didn't do voiceover again for 20 years. And I didn't pursue it. In those days, I don't know whether there were agents for just voiceover. There are now. And but I mean, so many things were going on. I mean, and at that age, I was just sort of, playing it by ear and just seeing what happens. But the specific reason I wanted to bring this up is once I became sort of dissatisfied over the direction of my career in television and film, I sought out Broadway. I went back and they didn't ask me to, will you come be in the show? I auditioned for Sir Peter Hall to replace Tim Curry in Amadeus. And they said to me, we want to go forward with you in the part, but we offered it to Peter Firth. The problem is we're not sure he can get his green card. If he can't get his green card, you're our guy. Great. And it puts you in a terrible position, like in Rosemary's Baby, John Cassavetes hoping the other actor has something horrible happen to him. It's a creepy feeling. But what happened was he did get his green card, but then they offered me the first national tour, which I did. And then I did, I think, one off Broadway, one regional, one national tour. So I think I did half a dozen shows in New York. But what's interesting is that Hollywood doesn't really acknowledge Broadway the way people in the tri-state area do.
Sure.
So I came back to town and people just thought I'd left the business or something.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't really aware of my Broadway career. And but what was interesting about Broadway for me was they were character parts. I replaced an Elephant Man. I did Amadeus.
Mm-hmm.
Played the Sam Levine role in Room Service off Broadway, directed by Alan Arkin. The movie version had Groucho Marx in that part.
Sure.
Again, the critics came thinking I was going to play the naive Midwestern playwright. Instead, I was, the sleazy Gordon Miller. And I got some of the best reviews in my career. So I really thought of myself, I've never been a leading man, but I love character parts and I'd like to pursue that.
And is that what drew you to Amadeus, was being able to really chew on this character of Mozart?
Yeah, well, it's a wonderful play. And as much as I love the movie, if you get a chance to see it staged, you should, because the movie has to be much more realistic, and they're out in the streets with donkeys, and it's the play is much more in the form of an actual opera, so it's highly theatrical in a way the movie couldn't be. But cut to me coming back to Los Angeles, and one of the things I picked up on was they were putting together an animated Batman. And from the people involved, I said, oh my gosh, they're going to do this not like, the Saturday morning superpower, the
Super Friends.
Yes, exactly. They were going to, this was meant to hit that sweet spot where it was written up to children so that their parents or older demographic could enjoy it. And I knew that because I was a comic book fan myself, and I knew the talent they were putting together. So these people they're actually getting people that have written comic books. It's not like the way they normally do it. So I said to my agent, I really want to be in on this. And she said, well, you have an audition for the Joker. And I said, well, I'm not really sure. I'd love to do a character that's never been done before. The Joker, Cesar Romero had done at that time. And of course, Jack Nicholson had done at that time. But I did the audition and I got the part. And it was, obviously exactly what I wanted, which was light years away from a Midwestern farm boy that I had become famous for.
Yeah.
And it was a character part to the point where people didn't recognize the voice as me. I can't tell you how many times people say, now do the voice, do it. It's treated somehow, isn't it? But what happened was it broke open. When you do one thing well, they want you to do it over and over and over and over again. And but this was good for me because it for a while I was completely typecast as megalomaniacal villains. And the interesting thing was, how can I distinguish Hobgoblin from Joker? I can't just I really wanted to protect the Joker voice, but I did so many. I mean, what happened was I went from doing, however many episodes of the animated Batman over the years to just hundreds and hundreds and eventually thousands of voiceover parts. And it was like a character actor's dream. And voiceover is the great equalizer. In other words, they cast with their ears, not with their eyes. So you're able to play characters you would never get if you were on camera. I mean, I love doing dialects, and I never got to do a dialect. Well, on Broadway, I mean, I was doing standard English for Mozart, but in large part, it seems like the only person that's allowed to do accents on film is Meryl Streep, and God bless her.
It's required, isn't it, at this point in time? Because accent and Oscar nom for her.
Wow, she's marvelous. But my point is, it's just a dream come true in terms of the range of roles you can play.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I say, I mean, I play an Australian, I played Italian, I whatever they needed, and so and I was so impressed with the voiceover community. They're some of the most talented actors in the world. They're so gifted, and they come out of the theater, they come out of stand-up comedy and improv, and they're just brilliant. I mean, I've gone to sessions where it's so entertaining. You know, you have people, I mean, Maurice LaMarche, when he does Orson Welles, it's not like Orson Welles, it's Orson Welles. So you have him talking to a woman who's doing Katharine Hepburn, and somebody's doing, you know, it's just a wonderful world to work in. And it's, you don't have to learn your lines. You're sitting at a music stand with your script in front of you.
Yeah, exciting.
And it's very liberating to not be seen. In other words, I could make choices that I never would make on camera because, it's too over the top. You don't really have to worry about that. Now, each job might have a different style. I mean, you do a Powerpuff Girls, you're in that world, which is a different world than Johnny Quest, which is a different world than, like Avatar, when I played Fire Lord Ozai, was much more dramatic and literate. It's just great for actors.
Exactly, I imagine.
Yeah.
So can I share a quick anecdote with you, if I may? So it's 92. So you said there's that 20-year gap, 72 to 92, Batman the Animated Series. And you said, people didn't realize it was you.
Right.
They when on the Joker. I am the exact opposite, because you are the first voice that I recognize. Here I am. I'm this little tyke. I was a big Star Wars nerd, and I'm listening, I'm watching, and I'm a huge Batman fan as well. My third birthday was Batman themed, by the way, that just so you know how deep it runs.
Sure.
And I'm watching it, and I'm this little kid. I'm in elementary school, and I look at my dad. I go, Dad, that's Luke Skywalker doing the voice of the Joker. And he goes, it is. That's actor Mark Hamill. So you were the first person where this was before IMDb, but then it became, can I find you? So then I find you on the Spider-Man show. I find you in Power. I start listening for your voice, and that's where it excited me. Like, can I find these actors in these roles? And then you realize Jim Cummings is half of them anyway. So that makes
again, one of the most versatile and talented people in voiceover. It's interesting you should bring that up, because when I went into audition, there was great controversy before anyone had seen him in the part about negatively towards Michael Keaton being Batman. Oh, he's Mr. Mom. He's a comic actor. He can't play Batman. No one had seen him, but that was a thing. So when I went in, I said, look, in this atmosphere, if they think it's an outrage to think of Michael Keaton playing Batman, there's no way they're going to court controversy by casting Luke Skywalker as the Joker. So what I'm saying to you is, a lot of the times when you go in, your anxiety can throw off your timing a bit. You have to do deep breathing, because if a neediness comes through, if a desperation, even a hint comes through, it makes people uncomfortable, and you're not at the top of your game. In normal circumstances, I really would want to play this part, but I figured since there's no way, I was completely at ease. I said, they can't cast me as Joker, because the comic book world will lose their minds. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is, in that context, I had no performance anxiety. Since I knew I couldn't get it, I said, I'm going to go in there and make them real sorry that they can't cast me. So there was one black and white drawing of the Joker. The only note was, don't think Nicholson. which I wouldn't have done anyway, because, why imitate someone as accomplished and as good as Jack? But like I say, they had cast someone else and changed their mind. So they had 3 or 4, I can't remember exactly how many shows already animated, because normally the process is you go in and you do your vocal tracks. They send those tracks to wherever it's going to be animated, and they animate it to get your lip flaps correct. So that's you do your voice first, and then the animation comes. When you're dubbing, when I do the Miyazaki films or any foreign language dubs, it's difficult because you have to follow the cadence and the rhythm of what's already been established. And they have special directors for that, where they'll say, don't say cannot, say can't, or they'll tweak the dialogue in the moment to try and match the what they call lip flaps, which is the movement of the lips.
In Japanese there's a lot of syllables in the language.
Yeah.
Does it make it trickier or easier? How does that come into it?
Well, no, it's always more of a challenge, like I say, to voice something that's already been animated. I lived in Japan. My father's in the Navy, and I went to my junior and senior year of high school at Yokohama High School. But so I was familiar with the language. I mean, I wasn't fluent by any means, but I had more of a familiarity than the average Joe. But with Batman, it wasn't until I did my first original show where I wasn't trying to match the lip flaps that I really felt that I was free. I was liberated. It was a joy. And in those days, I mean, more and more they record you separately. It gives them more control. My favorite method is the way we did Batman, where the entire cast would be there and you would do it like a radio play from page 1 to the end. You'd read it through, they'd give you some changes, you'd take a break, you'd come back and start recording. And recording sessions are 4 hours long. If it's a minute longer, you get a financial bump. So what does that mean? They're never more than 4 hours. There's no way they want to pay you that extra money.
Of course.
So I thought, oh, this is just like a dream job. I don't have to memorize my lines. I can show up looking like hell. It's all focused on the vocal performance. So I thought, where has this been all my life? I really regretted those last 20 years because I enjoyed it so much. I mean, it appeals to the joy you have in performing. So,
and you're in there in this radio play. I mean, God, the chemistry with you and Kevin, God rest him, was just incredible. And it makes sense now. I didn't realize you guys were in the same room together. That I never knew.
Exactly. And that's the thing. I mean, I had never met him before. I remember him from that episode. He did an episode of Cheers. He was on a soap that I never watched soaps. I was on a soap.
Yeah.
And when I got it, I said, I don't want to be on General Hospital. But again, whenever you get the chance to perform, do it. Even, because you wind up being on a lot of shows where you go, oh, I hate that show. But you go and you do it, and the cast and crew are great. You might find a new liking for that show, or you still might not like that show. But just because you're in something, you're not endorsing it. You're just trying to do the best job you can and fulfill the requirements of the script to the best of your abilities. So, I mean, I look back on, from saying, I don't want to be on a soap opera to, first of all, I learned so much. How to hit my mark without looking down, how to find your light. It was done live, even though it was on a week delay. They didn't stop for anything. We once had an earthquake during a take, and one of the actors ad-libbed, don't worry, it's just an earthquake. And we went on because it cost them a lot of money to stop. So they never stopped. One of the actresses was smoking when we were like within 30 seconds, and she stubbed out the cigarette. She was behind the nurse's station, and she tossed it in the trash can underneath the counter. And during the scene, smoke started wafting up because it wasn't out, and it was, causing a fire in the trash can. And without saying a word, all 3 actresses for no reason, all just started. They countered and walked over to the elevator, which was, the stage left of the counter. No comment whatsoever, but we knew you can't stop. So what I'm saying to you is, you say, well, they've offered me this part, but it's like dinner theater in San Diego. Do it. Anytime you have a chance to perform, you should, because experience really counts, regardless of the status. You get to a point where, you can't go back. I mean, if you do Broadway, that might influence whether you're going to do a dinner theater in Duluth. But for the most part, my advice is to take every chance you can to perform.
So in terms of, you talked about dinner theater, you've talked about Broadway. Broadway, you're acting to the back of the house. Big, these big action. And then when I think about the Joker on the Batman the Animated Series, that character is larger than life too. It seems like you're playing to the back of the house, even with a microphone in front of you. What are some of those adjustments you make from going directly from the stage to the recording booth, or if anything, is it just technicals at that point?
Well, whatever venue you're in, you have to take into account, if you're on camera in a television or movie, you might be really up close, and just be aware of how you're framed. And again, you want to objectively look at the script and say, what is required of my character to make this script as best it can be. And with Joker, I approached, every time I did it, I wanted to do it as if I were doing it the very first time, because scripts were very different. In other words, in one script, he was meant to be menacing and scary. And there was one script which was sort of a takeoff on Thelma and Louise, where Harley and Ivy took off on an adventure of their own, and they left me at home. And I meant to look, like an emasculated house husband. So in that script, he was much more comedic. The intent was to make him look foolish. So each script was different in subtle ways, sometimes in significant ways. So like I say, I didn't want to get into the worst thing is if you fall into sort of a mechanical performance. I remember coming out of Amadeus one night at the stage door. There was a girl in tears. I was so moved, and I signed her program. And as I was in the cab going back to my apartment, I thought, she was so moved. I really should think about what I did tonight and suss out what made it effective. And I couldn't remember a thing. And I thought, oh my God, I'm turning into Mr. Machine, where you just flip a switch and you just do it. That's why I loved mistakes that would happen. Somebody would knock a vase and it would break. And you'd remember that because you're doing 8 a week. I mean, it's a real grind. I loved when the understudies went on. When the woman playing Costanza had her wisdom teeth out. And I told the girl that was going on, I said, as you know, when they announced the role of Costanza, played by blah, 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 at this performance will be played by blah, 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 the audience will groan. Even though they've never heard of either actress. It's just they think like, oh, I'm not getting what I remember. I saw Hello, Dolly, and David Hyde Pierce was out that night. And I thought, I didn't groan audibly because I know not to do that. But I said, don't let that throw you at all. Everybody, I mean, they could say at this performance will be played by Meryl Streep, and they'd groan because they wanted to see whoever was in it originally. So that's one thing about theaters. You really have to, first of all, you have to really be motivated to do it. I sort of shied away after 6 or 7 shows because I could, again, I'd lost the fire in the belly. I mean, obviously, if somebody offered me a really good part, I'd probably reconsider. But I was worried about becoming complacent and not being able to give it my all, because it's a real grind, especially Wednesdays and Saturdays. That's 2 shows in one day. You really have to really want to do it, because and what's interesting too, I always had performance anxiety. It wasn't so much I was nervous, but I was unsettled until the minute you go out on stage, and then everything's fine. So don't worry about stage fright. That's something that is very manageable. And like I say, once you get out there, you're fine. It's just you're waiting the wings and you hear the audience out there, and I would get sort of. I'd have, I wouldn't call it stage fright, but, a certain amount of anxiety, but that goes away once you hit the ice.
So you spoke a little bit about dialects and how fun it is to take a character and put on a voice. What's that process like for you? You see a character, you're shown the design, you're given some of the description. Obviously, in a play like Amadeus, it's like, okay, it's in Europe. I'm not speaking German in this play, so I guess
I did ask the director about that. I said, "Why are we all speaking standard English instead of with Viennese accents?" Right. And Sir Peter Hall said, "Well, it's stylized, and it's just the way we did it because Peter Schaffer wrote it, and we did it first in England." So, I mean, that was one element. But you're right. What you have to do is you have to get as much information as you can about the script. And if you're doing a dialect, I would go to YouTube and I'd say, well, let's see, I'm doing Irish. Barry Fitzgerald. I'd watch clips of Irish actors or whatever the requirement was. Something that's authentic, not an American actor doing Irish, but an actual Irish person. It doesn't even have to be actors. You can just say, Google in and
folks off the street.
Yeah, or a politician giving a speech, whatever, just to make sure you're as authentic as you can.
But for some of these non-regional characters that don't have really a country of origin, you're deciding what's the voice, what are some of the timbral characteristics? How do you usually come up with those concepts, that decision?
Well, it has to be character motivated. You have to understand what purpose does this character serve in the narrative. I was sort of self-conscious when I did it was called Avatar, The Last Airbender. And I remember when I read it, I said, this thing's going to last 6 episodes and get canceled because it's too smart and there's no flow. I thought it was too intelligent to be successful. Now, I didn't say that until it became a big hit, and I ran 6 seasons or whatever. And I later told the creator just what I told you. He said, though, one of the things that they didn't anticipate was because it was a continuing story. They weren't standalone episodes. It was sort of, you had to stay with it to see how it progressed. He said there was a strong element of kids watching with their parents, which is unusual. I mean, I think that's a great thing. I always, when the kids were small, I always wanted to have shared experiences. And like I say, it was very literate for the compared to a lot of the things you do. I mean, I did a show called The Regular Show, and I played Skips. This, what I thought was a white gorilla. I remember saying at the time, I said, I'm so proud. This is the only cartoon ever where the nipples are prominently drawn on this white ape. And the creator, Dave Wasson, said, he's not a white ape. We've done like 30 episodes. I said, what are you talking about? Of course he's a white ape. I've seen the show. He goes, no, he's a Yeti. An abominable snowman. I said, oh, well. Thanks for telling me now. Now we're going to go back and revoice 30 episodes, because if I knew he was a Yeti, I would have done it completely different.
Of course, more mysterious.
I was being sarcastic, but that was another example of me not realizing, because I read it and I thought, I like it, but it's sort of like, it had an element of Beavis and Butthead in the sense that the 2 leading characters were losers that were highly critical of other characters, which is funny in and of itself. You know, they have this sense of, I don't know what, superiority, and they don't realize what losers they are themselves. And I was sort of the guy that came in at the end and saved them, you know, when I was the voice of reason and pretty smart. But I thought it's got a vague stoner humor going on. I mean, it's not literal. They're not talking about smoking pot or being high or anything, but the humor is very stoner humor. So I said, this isn't going to make it, because, I mean, if it was on Adult Swim, it might be a big hit, but in the context of Cartoon Network, I just don't think this is going to go. Another show that ran like 8 seasons. So I thought maybe I should write a book where I give advice and people just do the opposite of what I say, because I've been frequently wrong.
And it all turns out roses.
Yeah.
That's great.
And, you know, I later, you know, again, with Dave Wasson, I said to him, because we were picked up, I don't know, for the 5th or 6th season. And I said to him, I said, you know, I thought this thing wouldn't last a whole season. You know, I can say that now because I'm so wrong. But
wow,
you never know.
Do you have any good sort of disastrous voiceover booth stories? Something where you did 50 takes of a reading because we were just looking for it? Anything like that?
Ooh.
The microphone caught fire mid-sentence. I'm just wondering if you any wild.
No, I mean, you asked me about disastrous recording sessions, but really don't ever do 50 takes. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you have to get the whole show done in 4 hours.
So you're burning through it pretty quick.
Yeah, pretty quickly. But like I say, by the time you're cast, they know you're so right. They're not going to have to go in and give you great, you know, deep, long discussions and direction, because you're pretty much right for the part if you get it. Mm-hmm. And I have to tell you too, that you can do 3 voices at the same price. If you do a 4th voice, they give you a financial bunch. Now, what do we learn? You never do that extra voice because they don't pay the extra money. So don't worry about that. But that's a lot of fun, because a lot of times you'll go in and you'll get something aside from Joker. So you're also playing gangster number 2 and the pet store owner. So you have to make distinctive choices so people don't, you don't confuse people.
Have you done now those folks who do The Simpsons and Family Guy? They're doing a ton of voices. Have you worked with them on those shows? I don't recall.
No, I did a Simpsons, and I played one other character. And first of all, my agent said I've got good news and bad news. The good news is they want you on The Simpsons. So I went, yay! It was at the time my favorite show. The bad news is you're playing yourself, because I never like playing myself, because you become very self-conscious. You'd say, would I say this? And how do I sound? Do I talk like this? Do I talk like this? I mean, you become crazy, because when you're doing some of the character, you don't have to take responsibility for anything you say because you're playing a character. Here you're playing yourself, so there's another element laid on. And in Family Guy, it was just one of those cutaways they do, and it was Luke. And when I was listening to the track, I said, because I'm talking to Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I said, I think I could do a better Alec Guinness than this. And they said, let's hear it. And I did it. And they said, yeah, okay, you do that. And I did it. And later I realized it was Seth MacFarlane who had done Obi-Wan. So I don't know if I insulted him in any way. I haven't been asked back. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But no, that's a very separate thing. In other words, The Simpsons grew out of short vignettes on the Tracy Ullman show before it went to a full half hour. So already they'd established Dan was, Homer and Krusty and however many characters he played. And it's, I think, a very different contract on network shows like that, where they get some salary that encompasses, they waive that. Because what I'm saying is usually voiceover is pretty much union scale. I mean, there are exceptions. If I do a feature or something, you can get either a star salary, or you can get, it's usually scale plus 10. Plus 10 means they pay your agent and you get but it's union scale. I mean, you're doing it not for the money, but you're doing it because it's a job. Sometimes it's double scale, but for the most part, they adhere to a union contract. On the situations you just suggested are different.
But fun. It must be fun being on doing The Simpsons. And
oh my God. I mean, first of all, I was a huge fan of the show. I'm talking about, this was in its prime. It's been on
appointment television, Sunday nights.
Of course. And so, I mean, and not only did I record every single episode, and the boys loved it, everybody loved it. So to go in and do the table read and see these voices coming out of these people's mouths, Hank Azaria, so versatile. I mean, you just can't believe, it's like a magic trick, And
Harry Shearer does a lot of them too.
Oh my God, Harry Shearer. And they'll do scenes where he's doing Smithers and Mr. Burns, and he's going back and forth. It's not like they go and record all Mr. Burns lines and they go and separately record all of Smithers lines. He's doing it back and forth like a ventriloquist. And not just Harry, but Dan would do that, and Hank Azaria. Yeah. It was fantastic, and I was hoping, because I did a separate character. I said, "Look, I'll do me, but I'd love to play another character just because it will justify me." Being on it. And so they had me play Lavelle, this hard-nosed kind of Texan guy with a big head. You guys are the worst bunch of recruits I've ever seen in my life. So it was very distinct from what I was doing as Mark. And years later, not right away, but about 2 seasons later, there was a character that's so close to what I did. He's got the big white hat, the same personality. He's a big authoritarian Texan. I thought, I can't prove it, but I would have loved to have come back and had that character develop. And who knows? I mean, along the way, you could probably find, because you find things as you go along. It's always a work in progress. They're always trying to improve and upgrade and say, oh, I didn't know you did that. I mean, back to the very first day when I did an animated show when I think it was 18, and I did Genie. I went in, and all these childhood heroes of mine were there. Dawes Butler was there, and Don Messick, and all these people that had been on Flintstones and Yogi Bear, and all of them, Huckleberry Hound from when I was a kid. I was just in awe. And they had cast an actor in his 40s and a woman who played Judy Jetson, who probably was in her 40s at that time originally, to play the two teenage characters. And they said, you know what? Let's look and here's a real radical idea. Let's get actual teenagers, not 40-year-olds trying to affect a teenage voice. So I was pretty much doing my own voice. Now, Jeannie, cut that out or you're going right back in the bottle, that kind of thing. And Julie McWhirter did a spot-on Barbara Eden. Mm-hmm. And what would happen, though, was you do those parts and they would give you an extra role to play. Like I say, you could do 2 extra parts. So I got good at saying, oh, yeah, I think I can do the gorilla. And they'd say, well, how would you do it? And then you do it. And they say, either they say, okay, you're the gorilla. Or they say, no, I think Don will handle that. And so a lot of times it's done ahead of time, because a lot of times you don't do table reads. A table read is a real luxury. Normally you go in and they've sent you the script. You mark up your lines, you make whatever notes you want, but and like I say, you read through it once. I guess that qualifies as a table read. But I mean, in terms of a separate day where you all go in and sit around the table and read it, that doesn't happen. And a lot of times, Batman, like I said, we would read through the whole script. A lot of times you go in and you just start on page 1 and you go. That the first time you're saying the lines out loud, they're recording. So you have to be really prepared
and ready to go.
Yeah.
Just right in the back pocket. Who in those early years so the two questions, the first one first. Who was somebody along the way that maybe mentored you in those early years when you're doing the Genie show? Was there somebody, one of these other older actors, one of these idols of yours that helped kind of bring you along and coach you a little bit? Or did you just find it?
Well, one thing I know is that they were very open. And in other words, if you asked them question, they were happy to answer them or even give advice. I don't think, formally mentored by anyone, so to speak. I've heard stories about actors that went and studied, like I think a lot of these people would give classes, voiceover classes. And after class, they would, maybe give advice to one of their students, and the student might be recording them. So, and that's another thing I would say is that if you can find a good voiceover class, that really helps you because you learn microphone technique. You learn a lot that I didn't learn except through experience. I would highly recommend it. Now, you got to pick somebody because, there's a lot of people giving voiceover classes. Look to people that are actually practicing members of the voiceover community now. A lot of voiceover directors, Ginny McSwain gave classes. I don't know whether Andrea Romano ever did, but what I'm saying is, or ask people that are voiceover artists, who would you recommend? Don't just spin the wheel blindly. Find someone. One thing that was great about Ginny McSwain was that she cast people and she directed voiceover sessions. So, in the present, it's not like she did it 20 years ago and retired, but, and they're fun. I mean, again, they'll give you copy to read. They'll have you get in front of the class, maybe in a group of 3, and you're doing 3 different characters. But what I'm saying is, it's like the best experience you can get before you start working.
Here's my second question. Did you, in all your travels and all these adventures, did you cross paths with Mel Blanc at all?
Unfortunately, I adore Mel Blanc. Not only he's like the godfather of voiceover for all of us, the patron saint of all voiceover, but he's so good on the Jack Benny show, and he's great on camera as well. And even as a kid, when I was watching reruns of Jack Benny, my mom loved the Jack Benny show, and he played Professor LeBlanc, which was Jack's French violin teacher.
Okay.
And he played many, many, many characters. A couple of times Jack had him come out after the show for the good nights and say, this is Mel Blanc, and people, I already knew him because I watched Looney Tunes were my favorites, and he was pretty much the only one that got billing. Even if June Foray had done a voice, it was vocal characterizations, Mel Blanc. No, I never got to work with him, and I never met him. But again, he's one of the all-time greats.
Well, I would put your name up there with the all-timers.
Well, you're much too kind. Because, you mentioned Jim Cummings, but we should mention people like Tom Kenny and Maurice LaMarche and Rob Paulson, Jeff Bennett. Why am I blanking on her name? Tress McNeil. She's one of the original Animaniacs with Jess Harnell, Tress McNeil, and Rob Paulson. Those are the Animaniacs. And like I say, I'd go in and I'd be just awestruck. Not only are these people so versatile, but they can sing and they, do it all. They're just highly entertaining. I left sessions where I feel like I almost owe them a cover charge. That's how entertaining that session was. And I would wake up and I'd say, what am I doing today? Oh boy, I've got a Batman, or oh boy, it's a regular show. Here's a quirk of voiceover. Little boys in animation are almost exclusively played by women. For one reason, if you cast a real child at age 6 and the show runs 6 years, his voice changes. women can do little boy voices, and they can be in their 30s or 40s or 50s, whatever, and they never have to replace the actors. That's why Pamela Adlon was Bobby Hill on King of the Hill. And like I say, for the most part, little boy parts are all played by women. So
if we can lean into some of your on-screen roles a little bit, and who's a director that comes to mind as somebody that you keep coming back to in your mind as someone you really enjoyed working with, that just you had great chemistry with the director, it was a wonderful experience, and it's a memory?
Well, most recently, Mike Flanagan. He did Haunting of Hill House, Haunting of Bly Manor, and Midnight Mass. I'd seen all three of those when he came out with Trevor Macy, his producer, to pitch me being in Fall of the House of Usher. So I was a huge fan. I just had reservations because I thought, first of all, this would be something I'd watch, but I don't really have a feel for the character. In other words, I don't know whether you've seen it, but it's grotesque, over the top horror about this really terrible family. They're like the Sacklers with OxyContin. The Ushers have a drug called Ligadone, which is responsible for millions of deaths, and they know it, but profit, and so they're evil, all of them. They have 7 children, each one worse than the next. And I play the family lawyer. So it was hard for me to relate to this guy. I thought, he's amoral, he's soulless, he's evil, really. I mean, he's an enabler, he's Goebbels to Hitler or whatever, somebody that's enabling. I didn't really have a firm grasp of it, but I'm so glad I decided to accept it. Normally I have to have a feeling like, yeah, I get this guy. I know how I should play this. I was on the plane to Toronto with no clue, none, of how to play this character. And as I picked out the wardrobe and the glasses and the hat he wore, and the fact that I said, I think he should have evidence gloves on as much as he can, symbolically, because he doesn't want to leave his prints anywhere, because he's the fixer. He goes in after all these atrocities and takes incriminating evidence to protect the family. It wasn't until the first scene where I'm in with Roderick Usher and Madeline, brothers and sisters that are the head of this company I'm laying out. I was very much an exposition-like character, because since I was investigating the mystery of what is going on, I would give information which was required for the audience to understand what was going on. And I didn't, like I said, I didn't really plan it in advance. This is how I'm going to talk. But I went in there and I wanted to be as soulless and dead as possible. So I started reading my lines like, I called him, but he didn't answer. I don't know what's going on. I tried to reach him at home, but he's not answering the phone. Just dead, dead, and no emotion and no inflection, really. And I didn't discuss it with Mike, but after a rehearsal or two, or even a take or two, he walked by me. He didn't even stop. He just, out of the side of the mouth, he goes, love the voice. So I said, okay, now I've arrived. Now I've gotten the stamp of approval from the director, and I can go with it. And I mentioned that because I love playing that part, because it's so atypical. Later I thought, why would he think of me to play this dreadful man? I don't know, but it turns out he is one of the most personable directors. I never heard him raise his voice. I never heard him get angry or shout or have a tantrum. And I mean, believe me, I've worked with many directors that pull an amazing histrionics, and I know it's a high pressure job, and you can snap and all these things happen. But not only is he that way, but his cast and crew, I mean, he works with the same people over and over and over again. Henry Thomas, the little boy that was in E.T. and grew up, he's been in 6 different Flanagan productions. And there was at least, this person had done 4, this person had done 5, his wife had done 7. There were repeat characters, so I knew a lot of these actors. And I thought they were fantastic. I said, where has Tania Miller been all my life? I mean, I became such fans of the cast. Part of the reason I wanted to do it was just to be able to, because when you work on an ensemble, it's great because the pressure's not all on one person. It's spread out. I love ensemble. And when you're working with really good actors, they just up your game. You have to rise to their level. Right. And what I'm saying is the atmosphere on a Mike Flanagan set is relaxed and you're having fun, even though you're doing some really gruesome things. And he asked me, and now I'm a two-timer because he asked me back. I just did a film called The Life of Chuck based on a Stephen King novella. And I said, already you have a problem here because this is one of the sweetest, life-affirming, positive, heartwarming stories ever. I mean, for Stephen King, it's more like The Body, which was made into Stand By Me. I mean, it's atypical for Stephen King, and it's also atypical for Mike. And again, I'm playing just a supporting role. I'm Chuck's grandfather. Wonderful experience. Irvin Kershner is a director I really loved working with because I just come off working with George in Star Wars. Mm-hmm. And he's not an actor's director in the sense he doesn't want to talk about backstory or motivation. I remember even in the screen test, I said, is this sort of a parody? Are we sort of sending up the Flash Gordon serials? I mean, is there an archness to our delivery? And he goes, well, let's just do it and we'll talk about it later, which translates into let's just do it and we'll never ever talk about it later. George really comes alive in the editing room. He's not a loud person. He would nudge the AD to say cut because George would go cut and nobody would hear him. So then he'd nudge the AD and they cut it, and everybody would know. And George doesn't like any of that. Then I go on to Empire Strikes Back, and Kirsch is the opposite. He loves talking about backstories and the dynamic between me and Yoda, and he's a real actor's director. So he was a breath of fresh air. I loved him. And there's so many directors. I mean, to be asked that question, I really have to think about it because there's very few directors where I thought, I hope I never work with him again. Rarely does that happen. I mean, once or twice in a career. I've been doing this since my first professional role was in the summer of 1970. I was 17. I had to get a waiver because they didn't want to pay. Again, they didn't want to pay for a teacher. That's the thing. The bottom line is saving money and making sure that every penny goes up on the screen. George called Star Wars the most expensive, low-budget movie ever made because we were all unknowns. Nobody knew. Harrison had been in American Graffiti, but nobody knew him by name. Carrie had been in Shampoo. They knew she was Debbie Reynolds' daughter. The only actor that probably got any real money was Sir Alec Guinness, and to a certain extent, Peter Cushing, but that's because they'd had established careers. Right. But budget is paramount.
It drives it. Well, Mark, we're reaching the end of our hour here. I wanted to thank you for signing on and chatting with me today. Say hi to Mary Lou for me. Tell her I say thank you.
Have a great weekend. Ammo out.
See ya.
Hi, I'm Marilyn. And I'm Declan. Thanks for watching the Streamathon. Donate to the band. No amount is too small. And my dad is the band director.
All right. How fun was that? Hanging out with Mark Hamill, Zoom interview. What a fun time. What a great guy for coming in and chatting with us there. So I was just thrilled. Personal hero of mine. Definitely was a big Star Wars fan, obviously, but his work on, in particular, Batman the Animated Series in the early 90s, that was a cartoon in my youth that I really, really got behind, so it was fun to talk to him. But let's get an update on the website. Kenneth, here we are. Go ahead and give it an old refresh. Give it the old 1-2 punch. Here we go. Okay, We are at 23,127. We're at 130 donors. All right. The Streamathon, we've got about an hour and a half left for us here on the Streamathon. We've got one more pre-recorded segment we're going to send your way, and I'm wearing my special shirt for that segment. But this is how much money we've raised. I would love to see before the end of the 7 o'clock hour, if we can hit that $25,000 mark, because can you scroll down a little bit, Casey, on that page? So 25,000 gets us to that next 10,000 benchmark. And I think that'd be a great goal to hit for the 7 o'clock hour. But folks, looky there. If we hit 35,000, Craig Steele. Craig, who's been real active in the chat today.
Very active.
He's in there, all right? I know not only is he interested in the band, I think he's offered to buy Mark a new camera.
He sure did.
He's
coming in with the jokes.
Yeah,
Craig Steele.
Craig Steele coming in hot. Him and Sue, they've put up 10 grand of their own money if we hit 35. So folks, if we're not going to hit that 35 by 7 o'clock, we need to hit that 35 by midnight, by the end of Day of SCupport altogether. But truth be told, we have another anonymous donation, and then go ahead and scroll down, Casey. No, in here, right there. Yep. Folks, it really behooves us. We got to hit that $75,000 mark and really pay homage to what it is that Craig and Sue have done, Daniel and Sarah, but Marty and Donna. We've had these wonderful band alumni really stepping up and putting their money to it. So folks, get out there, spread the word. This website is going to stay active beyond the day, so we still have some time to hit those challenges, but we really are. We've got about a quarter of this day left, 6 hours left to finish it out. So folks, I think for the end of the day, the end of the calendar day, let's honor Craig and Sue. Let's get it done and thank them for their support by meeting them at that benchmark. And then before the 7 o'clock hour, let's do it. Let's crank on this 25,000 and hit that mark as well. I think we owe it to our fellow alumni. We owe it to our donors. All right. We've got a fun segment up ahead for you. So we took a trip up to beautiful Napa Valley. I'd never been before. But we went up to Napa. Maybe I'd been a couple times. Casey, have you been up to Napa?
I've been exactly once.
Exactly once. Beautiful place. We went up to Napa and we spent some time with one of my dear friends, a wonderful alumnus of our song program and the band program. That is Canon Thomas, performing for both sides of the aisle, as it were, dancing in the traditional white sweater and marching mellophone, which was really cool. So we had a wonderful opportunity to go up there and meet her. She's a great alum. She's a wine educator, and she educated us about the process of making wine and the different happenings up there in Napa. So please enjoy, as our last pre-tape segment of the day, our trip up to Napa with Canon Thomas.
USC Drumline, and you're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you for your support, and fight on.
We're up here in Napa Valley with Canon Thomas to learn about wine. Hey! Cheers.
Welcome to Napa.
Thank you.
It's going to be a good day.
Welcome in, folks, to Streamathon 2024. We're here at Silenus Winery with none other than one of my favorite alumni in the history of the universe. Everyone say hi to Canon Thomas. Hi, Canon. Yay! Hi. So, Canon, tell us your TMB story. What's your association with the program for the people who don't know?
Okay, well, I actually started out as a song girl in 2013. And then after 1 year of that, I had so much fun traveling with the band and just sort of that whole spirit environment. I decided to join, and I didn't play an instrument. Well, I played piano growing up, but of course, you don't have to play an instrument to join the band.
That's
so
right.
I was in the horn section.
For 2 years, right?
2 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
2 years on song?
1 year on song.
1 year on song and 2 in the band.
Yep.
Which one did you have the more fun in? I won't do it. I won't put you on the spot.
Obviously, the band is more
But you
fun.
were there when I
They're
was
totally
working with the horn section.
Yes.
So you're one of my people.
I am.
You're one of my goofballs.
This is Dad.
This is Dad. Yeah. So we're out here in a vineyard. Right, and we're learning about the process of making wine. But the reason we're learning about the process of making wine is because you, as your career right now, are doing.
I'm a wine educator.
A wine educator.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I a little bit of background. So I started out in sales.
Okay.
After college, I really wanted to be in the wine industry. USC doesn't have a viticulture program, but somebody should work on that. But essentially, I fell in love with wine when I was in school and was working for a distributor for a long time in sales, but was really passionate about education. And a colleague of mine alerted me to a job up here based out of Napa as a wine educator. So I applied, took the chance, and just moved up here about 6 months ago.
And now you're here.
Now I'm here.
Doing wine education.
In the vineyard.
All right, so now you're gonna educate us on wine.
Okay.
If that's okay.
For sure.
So I know there's regions and areas. Which region of the valley are we in? Do you know?
Yes, so this is Napa Valley. Napa Valley is subdivided into different AVAs, so American Viticultural Areas. So we are in the Oak Knoll district of Napa Valley.
The Oak Knoll district.
And so we're towards the southern end of the valley. We have obviously the valley floor, and then we have 2 mountain ranges. So we have the Mayacamas and the Vaca, and those 2 mountain ranges were formed a long time ago and created this valley where we grow grapes.
And so what are the benefits or what are the differences in being at the southern end of the valley?
So the southern end in certain parts are a little cooler. Up in Calistoga, St. Helena, it's really hot. And the reason the south end of the valley is cooler is because we have a little bit of influence from the coast and the San Francisco Bay, San Pablo Bay.
Sure.
When you get a little bit more north, you have a little bit higher elevation, and the mountain ranges actually protect against a lot of that coastal influence. So Sonoma on the other side of the Mayacamas range gets a lot of that coastal influence because they're not as protected. Napa is pretty hot here. So whereas Sonoma, for instance, would grow a lot of Pinot Noir, it's too hot to grow some of those grapes here in the valley.
Okay, but so what grapes really thrive here on the Napa side?
So Cabernet for sure, Cabernet Sauvignon. I'm sure we've all had a Napa Cab, which is about half of the valley is planted to Cab.
Okay.
You see a lot of other Bordeaux grapes here as well. So Merlot, Petit Verdot, Malbec, Cabernet Franc. And then as far as whites, you're going to see a lot of Chardonnay, and Sauvignon Blanc actually is becoming increasingly popular out of Napa, but there's not a lot of it planted, so it's in high demand right now.
Interesting. Why is that? Is it just?
I don't know. I think people got tired. I think Chardonnay went through a stylistic change when consumers wanted really big, oaky, buttery, high alcohol Chardonnay, and I think trends sort of swing like a pendulum. So I think now people are preferring leaner, lighter styles of wine, more refreshing, maybe a little less alcohol.
Okay.
So I think that's partly just the consumer market wanting maybe a little bit lighter style of wine.
So you're telling me this. Let's say I'm a savvy-minded Marshall business person.
Yes.
Like I'm gonna go. All right, we're gonna some Sauvignon Blanc. We're gonna head up to Napa and start planting some grapes. But I heard it takes a while to get a vineyard going up here, right?
It does.
Okay, but why is that? What's the holdup there?
Well, when you plant a vineyard, we usually won't plant seeds. Seeds are too genetically unstable.
Okay.
And we also have, not to get into too much history, but phylloxera is a disease that can affect grapes. It's actually a very small bug that affects the roots of grapevines. So back in the late 1800s, basically the whole world was affected by this pest. And the only solution that was found was grafting vines. So phylloxera is native to America, to North America. We have North American vines that are also indigenous to here, but they don't produce very good wine. So these vines are, a lot of the vines we're using in California and in the US are actually European vines that were brought here.
Sure.
But the European vines are not resistant to phylloxera. The North American vines are, because they, evolved
alongside
simultaneously with this pest. So when you plant a vineyard, you're usually getting grafted vines. So the rootstock will be Native American vine, and the canopy will be European vine.
Okay.
So Vitis vinifera. So when you plant a vineyard, they're grafted vines. There'll be little baby buds. If you see, it almost looks like little milk cartons protecting the vines as they grow. So if you see a newly planted vineyard, it'll usually have these little white cartons around each vine, and that's just to protect it. After maybe 3 years is when you'll start actually using the fruit that the vine produces.
Okay.
So the first 2 years it'll produce fruit, but usually for quality winemaking we're waiting till what we call the third leaf, or even fourth or fifth leaf. So after about 5 years, 3 to 5 years, you can actually start using that fruit. So it's very costly to replant a vineyard.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can regraft, so you can do what's called field grafting. So if you already have a vineyard planted, let's say, so this is Cabernet, if I wanted to have Merlot in this vineyard instead,
right,
we could actually just go and cut off the tops of the vines and graft Merlot onto the existing rootstock.
Okay, interesting.
So there's a couple different ways to do it, but it is very expensive, and frankly, the quality will continue to improve the older the vine is.
Sure.
But the yields start to drop off. So after maybe 15, 20 years, the vine has really established a root system. It's able to maybe tap into its own water source. It kind of builds up a natural immunity to vintage changes, weather changes year after year.
So even though the root systems develop, they find their own water supply, so they're almost self-sustaining.
Yes.
It sounds like, to a point.
Yeah.
But the size of the grapes gets smaller, the number of grapes goes down,
just
or
the
both?
number of clusters will usually decrease.
Okay.
And then because of that, all of the resources that instead of maybe ripening 20 clusters, if it's only ripening 10 clusters, those berries are going to be even more concentrated, have more interesting flavors. A lot of people in Napa are replanting after about 25 years.
Interesting.
Just when the vine is kind of starting to get
And I imagine it's a
established.
rotation, right? So this chunk of the vineyard's 25, 20, so that you can keep operating.
Yeah, you'll see people replanting blocks at a time, so you're not losing all of your inventory, because then you have to wait 5 years to be able to even use that fruit.
5 years to use it, and then how long does it take to, once you've harvested those grapes, to then get the wine to the table?
Well, it really depends on the style of wine you're making.
Okay.
There's a lot of white wines that are really meant to be fresh and fruity and easy drinking, and with crisp acidity.
Sure.
Those wines really just go into fermentation shortly after they're finished, turning into wine. They'll be bottled quickly after and released to market.
Okay.
So Sauvignon Blanc is a pretty good example of that. Other white grapes like Chardonnay maybe go through a barrel aging regimen, so maybe they'll be released a year after harvest.
Okay.
And then wines like Cabernet or Bordeaux blends, depending on the winemaker, usually those are sitting in barrel for maybe 12 to 18 months, maybe even longer, 24 months before they're bottled. And usually there's a period of bottle resting as well before wines get released to the market, because when you bottle a wine, sometimes it tends to be kind of, especially for reds, kind of tense. It's just maybe possibly gone through filtration, so they're a little closed off.
So it doesn't have the life, that openness that we are familiar with.
Yeah, and
Okay.
tannins, which is the astringent, like structural component when you taste red wine, that comes from the grape skins and stems. Tannins take some time to sort of soften.
Sure.
So if you have, maybe today we'll taste like an older vintage of Cabernet. So
We're gonna taste wine today?
We are gonna taste wine today.
Shocking.
So Cabernet is a very tannic grape. So
Sure.
some time in bottle will just sort of help. Those tannins
Smooth those
actually
out.
will polymerize over time, become larger molecules, and settle out of solution.
Polymerize?
Polymerize.
God bless you.
There's some science involved in winemaking.
What is that? What's that word? What's that mean?
So the molecule chains become longer as the individual molecules.
Oh, polymer.
Yes, like
Polymerize.
polymerize. Yes.
Clearly, I'm a musician, not
And
a
so
scientist.
when the molecules get so big that they are no longer able to stay suspended, they'll settle out. So when you
Okay.
open a really old bottle of red wine and it has that sort of grit on the bottom,
Sure.
those are usually tannins that have fallen out of solution.
That have become polymers.
Yes.
And
So
they're
we
at
call
the
that
bottom.
sediment. Yeah.
Sediment.
Yeah.
Okay, look at that. It's all coming together. So you described the parts of the vine. We've got some vines here.
We do.
Wow. So tell.
Look at
so
that.
what do we have? So you said words you've already used: canopy and root
Yes.
system, right?
Yep.
I'm assuming this is the
So
canopy.
This is the canopy. This would be the scion right here.
The scion?
The scion.
Ooh, what's the
Yeah.
scion?
It's just the trunk.
The trunk.
This, you can see, this is permanent wood. So this is actually a great time to visit the valley. We just experienced bud break. So bud break happens in the spring when you start to get a series of warm days that'll sort of signal the vine to start producing new growth.
Okay.
So this is all new growth, of course. These arms are permanent. So they'll stay here. When the vine was young, it looked a little bit like this, and they were trained along the trellis wire.
Okay.
So this will stay, of course. We'll get shoots coming up out of here. A lot of people in Napa like to train what's called vertical shoot positioning. So you'll get shoots growing up this way.
And then they grab the wire.
And then you can see little tendrils from last year. The vine will, so that's what keeps the vines, because a vine is a climbing plant. So in nature, it would be, trying to find a tree or something nearby to sort of use as its structure.
Grab
so
onto.
we've given it its own structure, and someone will come and train the new growth.
How do you train it? Is it like band camp, a whistle and reps?
Well,
or what
it'll
do you do?
start. Yeah, you make them do horn calls.
Yeah, horn calls, burpees, and the whole like. Okay, so it crawls up, grabs the wire.
Yeah.
But how do you? So obviously it takes time.
It does.
How long does it take to get up
these
here?
will grow pretty fast.
Yeah.
Just honestly, this has all happened in a couple of weeks. So
Wow,
the new
okay.
growth comes pretty fast.
Neat.
And then what'll happen after that is flowering. So you'll see little clusters of flowers that will turn into berry set or fruit set.
Mm-hmm.
So originally the clusters they'll look like little tiny green marbles. They're really hard. Over the period of the growing season, those
Sure.
grapes will continue to grow. They'll get a little softer and they'll become more translucent.
Yeah.
So even for white grapes, the skins will be kind of like a golden or maybe even a pinkish color. So they'll soften, they'll swell up, and then that leads us into harvest, which is usually around August for especially the white grapes.
So it's that quick, huh? So it's almost May now.
Yes.
And it's just boom, boom, boom. Summer, June, July, August, and then the grapes are ready to go. Wow.
Yeah, it all happens pretty fast.
Okay, so it grows, harvest season happens. How long, so if we look down this whole row, with how long does it take to harvest everything? Is it a day that the folks can come through and knock it out?
It depends on how good your crew is.
Yeah, sure.
So a lot of people harvest in the middle of the night because you really want, when you're harvesting grapes, you want them to be picked cool.
Ah, okay, smart. That makes sense. Yeah.
If grapes get too warm, they're liable to start maybe fermenting inside, or there's a possibility of oxidation as well. So you want to keep the clusters intact. You don't want a lot of skin splitting open because, of course, that can introduce bacteria, sorts of other things. But oxidation is a concern as well.
Sure.
So you want to pick really cool, get the grapes to the winery while it's still, cool outside.
Okay.
Sometimes it comes down to logistics.
Sure.
If you only have 3 tanks,
you
can't do 5 picks.
Ah, okay.
Because you have 3 fermentations available, essentially.
Okay.
So a lot of times it comes down to logistics. If everything ripens at the same time, sometimes you're a little bit screwed. You have to take wine out of the tank maybe before it's done fermenting and shuffle things around.
Or maybe try to rent tanks from
yeah,
another.
exactly.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
But yeah.
But I love it. See, it's very similar to sort of the band in college sports, because sure, a lot of it's artistry and what you bring to it, but then there's the logistics, right?
For sure.
The game happens how it happens. Maybe the team wins a game you didn't think they were going to win, and now you're going to a Rose Bowl or whatever else it is, right? How fun. All right, so we've talked about the vines. Is there anything else about these wonderful plants we should know before we take our next steps?
Gosh, I don't know.
But I guess we're together all day. We can keep talking.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. All right, so we take them from here.
Okay.
And now they go where?
The winery.
Where's that? That?
Right over here.
Over there?
Should we go?
Let's go look.
Okay.
Let's go. All right, folks, so we've made our way from the vineyard. Go ahead and check that out. Good freaking gravy. Look at this. It's God's country out here. And so we came up from the vineyard and we made our way up to, we're by the vats, right?
Yes.
So what's this piece of equipment right here?
This is what we'd call a pneumatic press.
Pneumatic press.
Or a bladder press.
Okay.
Unsexy words for a very sexy piece of equipment.
Love it.
So essentially, this is a really gentle press. So inside, there will actually be like a collapsed balloon.
Oh,
and
wow,
there
okay.
will also be kind of like a mesh sieve, like
a sieve, yeah, okay.
On the outside. So what will happen is you'll put the grapes in this.
In the balloon.
Outside of the balloon. So the balloon is collapsed, and then the balloon will slowly inflate.
Like this, okay.
And press the grapes gently against this sort of mesh.
Against the sieve.
Layer, and then you'll have wine sort of slowly trickle out.
Neat, and then where does it go once it trickles out?
Well, usually directly into a tank.
Into one of these tanks?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and the tanks are used for fermentation.
Awesome.
You can see they're glycol wrapped, so that helps us be able to regulate temperature.
Glycol wrapped.
Glycol, yeah, it's like a sleeve of glycol. So that helps keep the tanks cool, and you really want fermentation to stay at, it depends on the type of wine you're making,
sure.
But you want to keep the temperature pretty cool and consistent.
Okay.
Because actually heat is one of the byproducts of fermentation. So when the yeast start consuming sugar to turn into alcohol, it also will release heat and carbon dioxide.
Now, I know what glycol is, but why don't you explain it so that Brett knows what glycol is?
I don't know that I could.
All right, well, we'll look it up later.
Okay.
So it keeps it cool, but you're right, the heat.
Back in the old days, if before we had stainless steel tanks for fermentation, if a vat got too hot, the yeast will actually die off prematurely because yeast, if they get too cold, will just sort of go to sleep. If they get too hot, they'll die.
Okay.
So,
So then if the yeast dies, then there's no more.
Then you have a stuck fermentation, which is a whole other issue.
And then what
And
happens?
it's really hard to get fermentation started again. You'll usually have to
really?
add new yeast, more nutrients. So you don't want a stuck fermentation.
Here at the winery, they have their own vineyards, they make their own wine, but there's also other wines being made here, is that correct?
So this is called a custom crush facility.
Okay.
So in Napa, of course, there's a lot of really big wineries with a lot of funding. There's also a lot of really great independent winemakers that don't necessarily have the backing of a big company to be able to create a winemaking facility.
Sure.
So smaller independent winemakers will use a facility like this to make their own wine, and they're essentially renting, tank space. They usually still, buy their own grapes, buy their own barrels. But yeah, it's kind of like a co-op. There's a lot of wineries like this in Europe.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But that would make sense in this co-op idea. You have somebody who's just really crack whip. They know how to make wine, and they don't have to go and find the capital to build a whole. And then I imagine is the tasting business, the tourism business, is that a big part of this as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you used to be able to come to Napa, and tastings were free. Essentially, you would taste wine out of barrel or maybe from the bottle and decide whether you wanted to purchase the wine. But now, I mean, I just visited a property where the tasting fee was $200 a person.
Okay.
So it's just, I don't know who can afford to taste in Napa. I certainly can't.
Yeah. All right. So we harvest the grapes, and that that happens around November, October. No, August. You said.
Like August.
November
to
was the latest date.
Yep.
So it happens in August. Comes in here. Let's say it's a Sauvignon Blanc, something that's going to have a quick turnaround. How long is it in the vats?
Fermentation can happen, I would say maybe an average of 2 weeks.
Really, that fast?
Yeah, you can go low and slow too, kind of like cooking. You can go a little cooler and ferment for longer because, like I said, the yeast, when they get too cold, they'll sort of start to fall asleep.
Yeah. Okay.
So the colder the tank, the slower the yeast are moving to metabolize those sugars.
Interesting.
So you can go low and slow.
Like
maybe
the crock
up to
pot of winemaking.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, versus the speed sear, which is what you find that good temperature and just get the yeast.
That would be more like for red wines. You'd want the fermentation a little warmer because you want to extract more of those phenolic compounds from the skins and a little bit of the color as well. So.
Okay, all right.
And then after fermentation, the wines will get barreled down, as we say.
Okay.
If it's like a Sauvignon Blanc, you mentioned, will get released to market pretty quickly thereafter. But for red wines and oaked styles of white, we'll usually barrel them down.
Okay.
And they'll rest for a little bit in barrel before they get bottled.
So it goes from here into barrels?
Yes.
We have barrels?
We do.
We can go see them?
Would you like to see them?
I would love to see them.
Let's
go see the barrels. Wait, let's get a vista. Come here, let's get a vista shot.
Okay.
Come here, get a behind the back shot, Brett. Like,
Napa.
Napa. All right, off to the barrel room. Here we go. Fight on. So this is the doorway to the barrel room.
Yes.
Is there a secret knock?
No, should there be?
Yeah, can there be? Or is it like Beetlejuice? You have to draw it and knock 3 times. The spirits will open the room. Here we go. We're heading on in. Ooh, it's freezing in here.
Yes.
What's the temperature in here? Huh? This is a thermometer, just like the Colosseum.
So we use a lot of oak. There are other types of wood you can use for barrel aging.
Okay.
Some people use acacia. Napa historically was using a lot of redwood.
Redwood.
It was just what's available in California.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Right.
But now a lot of people are using American oak or French oak.
Yeah.
So the oak will actually impart a little bit of flavor if it's a new barrel.
Yeah.
They'll toast the inside of the barrel. For American oak, the flavor profile is kind of like a coconut, vanilla, So if you've had like a really oaky Chardonnay, sometimes you'll get like those vanilla notes. That's from the oak.
Interesting.
French oak is a little more subtle flavor. It's going to be more like baking spices.
Sure.
Clove, nutmeg.
You're saying the French are more subtle than the Americans?
Yes. Shocking, isn't it? So a lot of people are using French oak, and of course you use the barrels more than once, so you can. So the first time you use the barrel, you're going to get a lot of flavor from the first use.
Sure. Okay.
The second time, you're maybe only getting about 30%, maybe even less, of the sort of actual flavor being imparted to the wine.
Okay.
And then by the time you're using it again, there's little to no influence on the wine.
And then, so these are cabs in here, I'm imagining?
This is a bunch of different stuff. We have Cab, Grenache, Merlot, Counoise, some white wines as well.
Okay.
Riesling, Chenin, Picpoul. There's a lot of really fun stuff in here.
Neat.
Yeah, and so you'll see, we can't see them right now, but each barrel will have a barcode and usually a little a code as well.
I feel like I'm in you know that scene in Ghostbusters where they're in the library and then they all start.
Yes, totally. Hopefully the barrels won't start flying off.
We're coming out. So this is this a company?
Yes.
Rehab Wines.
And then they'll have their own special code.
Ooh, but look at this, 2020. So this is a French barrel.
Yes.
Nice. Huh?
So this is the barrel, and it's going to be the 23 vintage.
23 vintage.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yes, this is Picpoul Blanc, which is a really fun grape.
I have not heard of this.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't. It's a really small blending grape, and it's a white grape from the south of France.
Okay.
If you've heard of like the southern Rhone area of France.
Yeah.
This is one of the many grapes that can go into, for example, like a white Chateauneuf du Pape.
What does it get blended with?
A lot of other white grapes that are indigenous to the south of France, like Marsanne, Roussanne, Viognier, Grenache Blanc, Claret.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's fun.
It is. These are some of my favorite white wines from the south of France.
Why? What's so special?
They kind of get like a waxy texture. They're just like sort of a richer character.
Okay.
It's hard to describe. A little bit floral, a little bit waxy, kind of like yellow apple.
So this is the bung, and this goes into the barrel.
Yes.
And they pop this out. Now, how are they testing it?
Yeah, so you can use what's called a thief, and you can pull a little bit of wine out of the barrel. It's called a wine thief.
Wine thief, okay.
And so we do that quite often. We'll come and taste out of barrels here. Winemaker will see how things are tasting, make decisions accordingly.
That's cool. Let's come back. We come back this way?
We can.
We can. Let's do. Look what I found. I found a ladder.
Uh-oh.
All right. I'm gonna go up there. You don't have to follow me, Canon.
No, I know.
All right, here we go. Looky there.
Don't fall.
Oh, I won't. Wow.
How's it feel?
You know, it's interesting. It's funny how much brighter it is up here.
Yeah.
I mean, the lights are up here, but you can really see just how many. And then there's that whole other room over there with all that wine. Brett, hand me the camera. You would think it'd be warmer up here. It's not. It's not. Surprising.
French oak is hugely expensive. A barrel will be around $1,200.
Interesting.
For a new French oak barrel.
Wow. For a new one?
For a new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then a used one?
Sometimes $50. If a winery is only using new French oak and they just want to get rid of their barrels,
they'll just offload however they can.
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting. All right, so we saw the vineyard. Mm-hmm. We saw the tanks.
Yes.
We've seen the oak.
We've seen the barrels.
Now.
Should we taste some wine?
It goes in a glass?
Hopefully.
It goes in a glass. All right, let's taste some wine.
Let's taste some wine.
Let's get off to the races. Here we go. Watch your foot. There's a forklift. Don't fall. So we're here at Bay Grape.
Yes.
It's a wine shop.
This is one of my favorite wine shops in Napa.
What are you having me do? What are we doing?
I thought it'd be fun if we did a little blind tasting. So I'm gonna pick out a bottle to blind taste you on.
Okay.
You're gonna pick out a bottle to blind taste me on.
Okay.
And we'll have a little competition, see how we do.
Are we doing whites or reds? Why don't we do that?
Okay, we could do that. Let's do reds.
Reds?
Yeah.
Or should we do each of both? One of each?
Sure.
Double up. So
You
we
pick.
each pick a white? All right, we'll do that. We each pick a white.
Okay.
We each pick a red.
I love it.
Then we'll support this is a local business, yeah? We'll support a local business and we'll try to stump each other.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, hands in. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Wine. I'm totally gonna win, by the way. We're gonna stump the wine person. All right, it's a small, so we'll give Canon a head start.
Okay, I'm gonna go over here.
I put my glasses
I know
on.
there's
Right,
some really
so-
fun reds over here.
I'm trying to stump her. I think one of these wines, I'm gonna see if there's like a really known brand, like a butter Chardonnay or like a Justin Isosceles. I'll try to throw her a pretty, like a mainstream curveball, but then we'll see what we can do with the others, huh? Let's go. Look at this. There's a cute kid on the fridge. Check him out.
I'm trying to kind of think of something that Jake might have had before to go a little bit easy on him, but I also could be mean and pick something really ridiculous. Let's see what we got. Brunello, Chianti, maybe a Spanish wine would be fun. Let's see what we have.
So this is an Australian wine, but I think it's a blend. But I think I'm gonna go with this one because the label's cardinal and gold, all right? So we keep moving around. So let's see, yeah, that's the white we're gonna do. Let's go pick a red. So here's what I think. I think we'll make our choices and then pay when we're not around, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, I've picked my white, so I'm gonna come over here.
My red,
Here we go, all right. They're crissy-crossing.
I'm gonna get this because I just visited this property in Spain a few weeks ago and it's one of my favorite wines. So I'm gonna get this. I'm hiding it so you can't see it. And then we do still have to pick a white. So we have a Rioja.
So here's what I think. I think we'll make our choices and then pay when we're not around, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, I've picked my white, so I'm gonna come
Okay,
over
I've picked
here.
my red,
Here we
so-
go, all right. Now I think she's making her decisions based on probably some very intelligent starting points. But the truth is, I have no clue what I'm doing. So I think in the spirit of before, so here, this is a French wine, also cardinal and gold, and it has a horse on the label. I think that might be the way to go too.
Let's see what else they have. Chablis, Chablis would be fun too. So Chablis is gonna be a Chardonnay, but it's unoaked, so it's a very different style than a lot of Napa Valley Chardonnays. I think that might be fun. Let's get that. It'll be nice and light. Oh, I wanna buy everything here all the time. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pay because he's not seeing me.
I don't want to overthink it, right? Because you do, ooh, wait a minute. This has a neat, so this looks Greek, I'm guessing. Very Trojan-y. All right, so I think I'm gonna go with my gut, right? You gotta just follow your gut on these things. And I'm gonna go with the two that I found with the cardinal gold labels. Ooh, but this one's got a T-raise, okay. So Canon, okay, so Brett's.
If he needs help picking out wines.
I don't need help.
I'm getting nervous because we're doing this blind tasting, and obviously you have a lot of great testable wines in here, but also some really outside the box wines, and I don't know how that's gonna go over. I'm going easy on him. I have Chablis and Rioja.
Look at me, I'm cheating, I'm over listening. All right, so I think that's the way I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with the two that I found with the right labels. Canon's buying hers right now, so we gotta wait.
Yeah, I just visited this winery a couple weeks ago.
So she says this is her favorite store. It's a cool shop. It's very small. It's very, a lot of high energy, a lot of great vibes in the room. This whole process has been pretty neat because in coming here, we learned about how the wine is made. I've been to Napa before, and I've made trips up here, but to be with somebody whose job it is to be a wine educator is really, it's a unique experience to kind of check this out. But also we have an opportunity to support, small local business, which is cool, which is pretty neat.
Let's go look at their sparkling wine. Ooh, Louis Roeder Champagne. 08 was a great vintage for champagne. That's probably drinking amazing right now. Let's see, what else do they have? Oh, they got some big boys. That'll get the party started. Oh my gosh, it literally says party starter. Hilarious.
You gotta let something speak to you, jump out to you off the rack, all right? All right, so Canon's made her purchase. All right, she's going around the corner. Here we go. Hi, we've done it, we've decided. All right, so I'm going with this one.
Okay.
And I'll explain the shenanigans. Thank you for letting us bombard your shop, by the way. So there you go.
That's great pick.
So the only reason I picked these is because the label is red and yellow, and that's our school color.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Because I have no idea what I'm doing.
That one is super not fair, too.
What she did or what I did?
No, what you did.
Well, thank you so much for having us. We're part of our shenanigans for the day. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, we're off. Thank you, Megan.
Hopefully
it was a pleasure.
Kind to me. We'll see. Okay.
I'll have to report back.
All right, so we have our wines.
Yep.
We each got two, a red and a white.
Red and a white.
Now we're going to...
We're going to head to No Love Lost tasting room.
Okay.
And I have some wines to taste you on.
And you're going to teach me how to taste wine.
I'm going to teach you how to taste first, and then we'll do our blinds.
Let's do it. Let's rock and roll. Fight on. Let's go. Let's
Fight
go.
on.
Let's drive the cars now before we drink the wine.
Yeah. Well, this is my favorite tasting room in downtown Napa. Recently opened maybe 6 months ago. And Jay is the winemaker. He's hosting us today. I really love the wines. He's doing things that not a lot of people in Napa are doing, kind of breaking the boundaries surrounding different grapes, different vinification methods. He works with family-owned farms. Everything is carbon conscious. I'll let him talk more about it, but.
Thank you guys, much love.
Yeah, thank you.
We are based in downtown Napa. We're really proud of that. We're pushing for change in the space. We're hoping to develop a sense of inclusivity and otherwise maybe exclusive feeling industry. Wine is for everyone, and we really want to open the doors and invite everybody here to come and have a little piece and hopefully fall in love.
So Jay, what drew you to winemaking? Was it the artistry? Was it the business nature of it? Just how'd you get into it in the first place?
Yeah, I think that there was an attraction to the level of connectivity to the earth and a sense of place and appreciating the present that really brought me to this and cemented my footing here in Napa. And people leave all walks of life and professions and financial security to come and put their hands in the dirt and do something real.
Yeah, and as you said before, we were talking before we started rolling the cameras. You're the face of this tasting room, right? And but you mentioned you like to let the art speak. You like to let the wine speak. But you are an artist. You're a musician, right? You have a little bit of musician background.
Yeah. I did music in another life. I'm an audio engineer by trade, so live sound production work, played in bands, and I feel like this is an extension of my creative side, and I'm very fortunate to have found that something found me and allows me a medium to continue creating.
And what's unique about this spot in your tasting room down here? What makes you so cool?
I'm
one of the youngest tasting room owners in Napa for sure.
100% that. Again, there's enough fancy now.
You're fine.
There's enough fancy stuff in town. We wanted to create an extension of your home, your hearts, and a safe place where people can come and have healthy discourse, express opinions, ask questions, and feel comfortable enough knowing that they won't be judged or turned away for their perspectives or their taste.
Sure. So if they go, I don't know what legs means, you're going to explain to them and have a fun conversation about wine and not have sort of that judgmental nose up perspective. Right?
Exactly. And the cool thing about the space is it's Blaze and I pouring wines for the people. He basically manages the vineyard side of things and I make the wine. So it's a backstage pass and an access point that would otherwise be unimaginable right now in Napa.
Right.
Yeah, you don't often get to go to a tasting room and have the winemaker pouring your wines for you.
Yeah,
and I think that's what draws a lot of industry people here too.
Okay.
There's that, personal touch. You're actually learning about the wines from the winemaker or the guy that's farming the vineyards. This is special.
That's excellent. You were letting me know that, there's times of the year where the population here really increases because folks are coming in internationally, right?
100%. Yeah, and I feel like, from my perspective, Napa's a magnet for passion, for a heightened level of intellectualism and culture, and we're a farming and agriculturally centered community, but the people that are involved in this farming come from law backgrounds, from politics, from owning big business, from tech, from other art forms myself, and we all get together and work really hard for a few months out of the year, and there's a sense of camaraderie that comes from it.
Right, that's thrilling. And so your tasting shop, it's open longer than other ones, is that right? Later?
Yeah, so we again, an access point for people that are already working in the space or that want to visit. So when we designed the space and we designed our operation, we wanted to keep the doors open a little bit later so that the people that were working in production in the cellars and doing wine sales and wine education could come here after work and continue having those discussions and hopefully we spark interest to people from outside of the valley to come and interact with the people that are actually making the wines and growing the grapes. So it creates a sense of communion from what we call civilians or people out of the industry and people that are here with their boots on the ground.
Got it. And so a typical tasting room, it closes when? Dinner time? Is that what's normal?
Yeah, 5 or 6.
5 or 6, and you're open until
10
o'clock.
We're open till people leave.
Exactly.
Oh, excellent.
And the evenings honestly become this beautiful thing where, all walks of life come and wine becomes a great social equalizer and cultural bridge between them. And I think that is the most important thing about wine. It's not how it makes you feel or how it tastes, but what it builds between people.
That's excellent. And so Canon, you've organized a tasting for us.
Yes, I have.
And we're going to taste some of Jay's wines.
We are.
I'm excited. So I know I have 3 children. I don't have a favorite kid typically, but of the wines we're going to taste today, what's one that you're exceptionally proud of? Maybe there was a challenge that got in the way and it turned out really great or something.
It's so funny that you use the kid metaphor because that's what I do when people ask me my favorite. There's a tie back to USC here with Diogenes, and Diogenes inspired a label for the Riesling that you'll taste today. And I think that to me, no matter where I'm at, what I'm doing, Riesling always has a home and is always going to be one of my favorites. And I just happen to also make it. So tying it back to USC and my preference, I would say the Riesling.
The Riesling today. Well, Jay, I appreciate it. Thank you for having us. This will be a good time.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
We're ready to rock and roll?
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's taste some wine.
Let's taste some wine. All right, fight on. Let's go taste. Here we go. So we're down here, the heart of Napa, downtown Napa, right outside of No Love Lost, the tasting room, Jay's tasting room. So let's see, we saw where the wine grows, where the grapes grow. We saw the vats, we saw the barrels.
We did.
We saw a tasting room. I've put on a wine tasting hat. I borrowed this from Canon. And so now you're gonna walk me through when we're tasting wine, like what are we actually doing? So let's do it. Let's rock and roll. What is it? Wait, what is it? What is this?
Oh, so Jay was talking about Diogenes.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite spots on USC's campus is the statue of Diogenes in search of the honest man on the philosophy building.
Okay.
My dad always loved that sort of Easter egg on campus, and he always points it out to people that come visit. So I love that this label features Diogenes and the lamp.
So what kind of wine is this?
So this is a Riesling, and this is made in a sparkling style.
It's like a sweet wine, right?
So a common misconception is that Riesling is always sweet. We'll see. We'll see how it tastes. We'll see if we can perceive any sweetness on the palate or not. But this is what we would call like a pet nat or pétillant naturel in French. So it's a...
Excuse me. Oui.
Oui. So this is a sparkling wine that was made from just a single fermentation. So not to get super technical, but traditionally champagne is made using 2 different fermentations. So you make the base wine first, then you put that wine in a bottle, add more yeast and a little bit of sugar to the bottle, cap it with a closure like this one, like a little crown cap. And the wine will go through a second fermentation, and that's how you get the carbonation in the bottle, because like we talked about, carbon dioxide is a natural byproduct of fermentation.
Sure.
If a wine is fermenting in the vat, of course that will end up
God knows where.
Yeah, being released into the ambient environment. But if you create a closed environment, the carbon dioxide will infuse into the wine.
Okay.
So that's how traditional sparkling wine is made. This is made in the ancestral method, which actually sparkling wine used to, before we really knew a lot about fermentation science, there was a small town in France, Limoux, that noticed their wines started becoming sparkling spontaneously. And that was because they had bottled the wine before it had finished fermenting.
Oh, okay.
So the fermentation wasn't complete.
They're not done.
So after they had bottled it, wine, some bottles started exploding, or the ones that didn't explode, they would open up and taste, and it was fizzy. And so actually champagne used to be made that way as well, but like people think Dom Perignon sort of invented sparkling wine. Actually, the opposite happened. Dom Perignon was tasked with trying to figure out what on earth was going wrong with the bottles that ended up being sparkling and try to stop it from happening. But then it really caught on as a style of wine. People were like, this is actually kind of good.
Nice.
We like that. So now you have to figure out how to put the bubbles back in the wine.
Okay.
And this was all before fermentation science was really understood.
Got it. Okay, so Jay told us his story. We have this sparkling wine.
We do.
All right, so what? I'm gonna grab it. Can I grab it?
Yes,
Here
you
we go.
grabbed it correctly.
Now,
So we
do
want
you swirl sparkling wines?
I do because it still sort of lets the aromas.
I just do it by habit. Why am I? But why? Why am I?
Because you've
spinning
been
it?
well trained.
Yeah. Well trained.
So we usually swirl wine because as the liquid creeps up the sides of the glass, those volatile compounds will come out more easily.
Sure.
They're really carried by alcohol and other esters. So we swirl wine to kind of get the aromatics going, open it up a little bit, and then we always smell first.
We smell first?
Because we're tasting. And so much of what we taste is actually smell.
You sure?
So
we swirl it, we smell it. This has some pretty slow, the legs are slow moving. So that tells me that there's probably some sugar in there.
that could be an indication.
Okay.
Look at what you know.
Look at what I know.
Yeah, people like to comment on the legs, and really there's no indication of quality you can get from looking at legs.
Sugar content?
Or tears. It's either, yes, sugar or alcohol.
Okay.
Which I know that this is a low alcohol wine. So
Okay.
there could be a little bit of residual sugar in this wine, like you said, because the tears are falling more slowly.
You're spinning it way fast. Like I'm doing this real gentle, like.
You don't have to be that gentle with it.
I don't? It's sturdy?
Yeah.
It's sturdy,
We'll hold it.
sturdy
You can
reason.
give it a good
We
Brit
just
level.
gotta keep it level. All right, shall we? Cheers?
Cheers.
Let's give it the old 1-2, the old college try. You supposed to swirl it in your mouth?
I kind of chew on it. Yeah.
What?
Like not full swirl like mouthwash, but you just kind of coat your palate.
Uh-huh.
You just I kind of chew on it a little
Chew
bit.
the liquid.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try again.
Because especially since this is sparkling, watch. Give this a good swish like you're
Like mouthwash.
like you're doing mouthwash.
That was not pleasant.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. Okay, so chew it.
Yeah.
So just try to get it to coat.
Yeah, all the because
the
you're
full palate.
experiencing different things in different parts of your palate.
Yeah.
So acid, for me, I always feel like kind of right along my jawline.
Yeah.
And you'll feel your mouth start to salivate. So Riesling is a really high acid grape.
Okay.
So this is a Somm trick that is kind of gross, but if you are trying to debate whether a wine is really high acid, you swirl, swallow, spit, whatever, and then after the wine has left your mouth, dip your chin a little bit, and if you feel your mouth sort of flushing with saliva, you know that's a really high acid wine. So I'll do that on blind tasting.
So if my mouth starts giving me sort of the Beethoven, the film starting the same, if that's what I'm feeling,
yes,
that means it's good.
That means it's a really high acid wine.
High acid.
Yeah. So we'll talk about the structural components of wine, but this is a good example of wine that's
Let's try.
high acid.
All right, so we'll do, like you said,
Do the chin tuck. Yeah, I started. If you almost drool, that's a high acid wine. See? Yep.
There was 2 spits on that one.
I know.
Wowzers. Okay, so.
Yeah. So that's your body, you can
Yeah.
assess a wine structure from your body's visceral response to that wine.
To how it, okay.
Yeah.
So high acidity is going to trip off your saliva glands. Excellent.
Yeah.
That's a
What do you
darling
think?
wine. Oh, I love it. Now
This
let
is
me
one of
see.
my favorites.
Can I give you some more descriptors?
For sure.
So give me
I'd
some
love
good
that.
wine vocabulary.
Mm.
So so it has a nice nose.
Yes.
That
Smells
means
good.
smell for all of you keeping score at home.
Yes.
The legs, everyone always says it. Oh, it has nice legs.
Yeah.
But I don't know what they're talking about.
Well, we can look at the color too.
The
This
color?
has kind of like a pale lemon, green flints.
It
You
almost
notice
looks like
it's
a
tiny bit cloudy, and that's because again, it's not filtered. The fermentation happened in the bottle.
In the bottle.
So
because it was yoinked.
There's a little bit of yeast
It
in
was
there.
yoinked early.
Yeah.
Because you said it was single fermentation, right?
Yes.
This one.
Yes.
So that means it was capped off and
Mm-hmm.
allowed to continue to fester, as it were.
Exactly.
Give me some other words.
So Riesling, as a grape, will typically give you like lime zest, stone fruits like white peach, maybe even towards like nectarine, apricot. Riesling is what we call a really aromatic variety. So it tends to be very floral. So if you smell it, it has like generally floral, kind of like white flower aroma. Also, a little bit of, this is going to sound weird, but petrol is how we say it in the wine community.
Yeah.
But some Rieslings, especially from Germany and especially from the Mosel region in Germany, will have this petrol aroma, and it's very pungent and it's very identifiable.
Okay.
So those would sort of be my tasting notes for Riesling.
Riesling is originally, it's a German varietal to start, is that correct?
It is. Yeah, it's indigenous to Germany, Austria area.
Okay, and it made its way out here.
Yes.
Excellent. Does it thrive well out here, I'm imagining?
Not in Napa. Riesling is definitely
Okay.
a cool, it has adjusted, being indigenous to Germany, it has adjusted to cooler climates.
Okay. What else what is something that you think I should be getting?
I get
That could-
pear,
Pear?
on this, like a freshly cut open pear.
I'm not a big pear fan.
Okay.
I don't eat a lot of pears.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever eaten a pear in my life.
How about white peach? I do get white peach on this.
Yes. Indubitably.
You're making fun of me?
No, not at all. So yeah, so there is a fruity nature to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I imagine chemically that's the sugar and the acidity, right? Those
Yes.
things combined sort of trip our flavor sensors to pick up on this fruity vibe.
Yeah.
Does that kind of make sense?
For sure. And actually, it's really interesting and I've done this experiment to my parents, poor things. If you take a wine like this and you add red food coloring, people, your eyes will really deceive you. So you'll start, like, if I had put red food coloring in this wine, you would naturally go towards like tart cherry. There will be other fruits that you'll name that are in sort of the red wine camp of aromas and flavors, but those profiles will still match what your palate is experiencing.
Interesting.
So like this, you
Weird.
said very citrus, it's acidic. So even if you thought this was a red wine, your mind will interpret those flavors as like, oh, like tart cherry or raspberry, some red fruit with high acid.
Versus peach pear.
Yeah.
Lime
So
zest, as you said.
we're so biased just visually when we taste wine. When you taste wine, if you start to put words to it, even if it's your own personal, vocabulary, it doesn't have to be a wine term per se. But if you start identifying things you're experiencing in wine, when you have a wine that's similar, those things will come back to you just because you've assigned a word to it. Because our our literary memory is so much stronger than our sense memory.
Sure.
I can't be like, oh, that smells like this exact wine I've had this one time.
Right.
But if I say, oh, this smells like
Camp.
Yeah, nectarine.
Yeah.
When I have another wine that smells like
Sweaty
nectarine, I'll
freshman.
be like, oh, maybe, yeah.
Mhm.
Sweaty freshman.
Valve oil.
Smells like Bandcamp.
It reads. But you assign it something.
Yeah,
And then,
you remember it better because
Excellent.
you've attached a word to it.
This is delightful.
I'm glad you
This
like
is
it.
wonderful. All right, what's next on the
Okay.
docket? What do you got for us?
So,
All right, what's next on the hit
all
parade?
right, moving
Ooh,
forward.
wine bugs. What's this?
So this is a special bottle. I was gifted this by my sister and her husband. They're also in the wine industry, and I've been holding on to it for a little bit, and I felt like this would be a fun occasion to open it. So
I'm humbled. This is exciting. We cannot spit this one then.
Okay, well, I'll just pour us small splashes.
We can't. If it's special, we don't want to. Ooh!
So you'll notice the color on this is
It's red.
Beautiful. It is red. You're correct.
I could already tell. It's a different color.
Yes.
All right, so what kind of wine is this?
So
What do we
this
have?
is from Piedmont in Italy.
Oh, okay, Italy.
And the grape is Nebbiolo. The region is called Langhe.
Langhe.
Yes.
Okay.
So Nebbiolo is indigenous to this region of Italy, Piedmont, which is in, like the broccoli leaf. If this was the broccoli leaf, it's over here.
Okay, gotcha.
So Nebbiolo is a really fun grape. It's kind of unlike anything else, and people have tried largely unsuccessfully to plant it in other places around the world.
Oh, okay.
So its home is in Piedmont, and the best expressions come from there.
And it just cannot survive elsewhere.
It just doesn't do well, and I kind of love that because it's nice for, there's so many grapes planted. We now actually call them international grapes because
Mhm.
they're so widely planted that even though their genetic home might be in France, like Cabernet.
Sure.
I mean, there's so much Cabernet planted in Napa. We don't have any indigenous grapes to Napa planted here, right? So I just think it's really fun to taste something from its original home, and it's special because it's not really done anywhere else.
So it grows there, it's bottled there, the whole process is in Italy.
Yes.
And it's brought over here.
Yes.
There's no transplanted shenanigans with this one?
There's a little bit of Nebbiolo planted in California.
Really?
I haven't tasted any, but it's
Okay.
it's just been sort of accepted by the industry that Nebbiolo should be where it should be.
Don't like champagne, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, Champagne is from Champagne because that's a protected geographical indication.
Right, right.
So if we make sparkling wine in Napa, we can't call it Champagne.
Correct. Right.
Now there's some of those wines have been grandfathered in. Now they can say California Champagne, like Corbel, but they got around that law. The French become very angry when people try to label their wine as something that they've started first.
I mean,
so Nebbiolo as a grape gives this sort of brick red color.
yeah, it's very red.
Yeah, so you'll notice a lot of red wines are more ruby in color. This one, it's almost a telltale sign that it's going to be Nebbiolo if it's this sort of brick red color. But it's just beautiful.
It's a very USC Cardinal.
It is, yes. We have red wine and we have gold wine.
Red and gold. Look, there it
Cardinal
is.
wine and
Na,
gold
na,
wine.
na, na, na. Why
Perfect.
why is it so special to you? Other than it was a gift, obviously. But why the gift, the region, but what about the flavor?
Yeah, I like Nebbiolo because it's really high acid and it's really high tannin, but
Okay.
it's very light in body. So that's sort of structurally not like any other grape.
Okay.
Usually wines that are this light in body are not going to have a lot of tannin. You'll wait till you taste it. Let me know how your teeth feel after you taste this wine.
Ooh, my teeth. What are you doing? What is that? What is this? Are you pulling air through it?
I do it out of habit.
So
Now
what
I'm
is-
embarrassed.
Don't be embarrassed. So what is that?
So just like swirling will aerate the wine. If you kind of pull air into your mouth through your lips, don't choke. Can't make that up. So it helps aerate the wine inside your mouth, and
Yeah.
also because we're not just smelling the wine through
Here,
our
we're
nose this way,
smelling it.
we're smelling it through the back of our throat
Yeah.
because our nasal cavity can pick up
The scent from
the scent
thing,
from the
yeah.
back of our palate.
That is very high acid.
Yeah, so it has
Okay.
that grippiness, right? That's the tannin. You can feel
Gripping it, yes.
Mhm.
It's grabbing my tongue and my teeth.
It's kind of like if you eat a raw spinach salad.
Mm.
So tannins are in like things like spinach or like black tea. You
Yeah.
feel that sort of textural sensation on your
Yeah.
gums and on your teeth. You're experiencing tannin. That's why we love to pair wines that are heavier in fat, like cheese or a steak, with red wine, because the tannin will
Mhm.
dry out your mouth. You replenish your palate with a little bit of fat.
Yeah.
And then that's what makes it such a good compliment, because this will
wonderful.
refresh your palate, so you want to then go back and revisit another bite of the steak.
Right. and
Or
pull
another
in.
bite of cheese.
Get that fat, get that.
Yeah.
This is delightful.
It's just really different.
Your sister gave this to you?
Yeah,
You have a nice sister.
I do.
I don't know, have I met your sister?
I don't believe so.
One day.
So I have
The
two
next
sisters,
wine-
one of whom is in the industry. And actually, she was part of the reason that I kind of continued to fall in love with wine. She was living in Napa. She and her husband were living in Napa. They were living in Angwin. She was working at Chapelet, and he was winemaker for Bryant family for a little bit. And I came out to visit them. I'm not even sure I was of legal drinking age, but I came out to Napa, I visited them,
Yeah.
and they really kind of showed me around and introduced me to wine and helped, it sort of supported me in my endeavor. When you're just learning, you kind of need people as a reference guide to help you, like, okay, what books do I read? Like, where do I go
Right.
tasting? So they were really supportive of me early on, and I'll always
Sounds like she really kind of
be
ignited
grateful
that,
for that
passion to you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So I pulled this out because
There's a leaf.
There is a leaf. So this is from Kangarilla Road Winery.
Where's that?
It is in McLaren Vale, South Australia.
Ah, South Australia.
Another special bottle. We this fell out of the car earlier, so it's a little dinged up.
That's okay. But,
But,
clearly very well manufactured. It survived to tumble out of the car.
I know. Yeah, so Australia uses a lot of these Stelvin closures to keep the wine fresh.
Yeah.
And it's also arguably, possibly more eco-friendly. But this is a special bottle for me because this is where I did harvest last spring.
Oh, really? Okay.
So I had been wanting to work a harvest for a long time. In sales, I was always really busy during the holidays and sort of in the fall. Finally, I realized, the Southern Hemisphere does harvest in our spring. So why don't I
Interesting.
just go somewhere in the southern hemisphere?
Ah,
So
okay.
Kevin O'Brien is the winemaker.
Yeah.
He's a good friend, and he let me come and learn more about the winemaking process. And
Sure.
it was just a phenomenal 2 weeks that I spent in South Australia, and this is one of the wines that he makes. So I thought it would be fun for us to try. I'm sorry, I almost feel like the wind did that.
The wind did do
I
it.
don't have a
It's okay.
serviette with me.
You're okay. I'm gonna have a sip of this water.
And Zinfandel is a really fun grape.
So these are Zinfandel grapes.
This is Zinfandel.
Okay.
It's just a really sort of refreshing light red wine that I tend to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I don't want to lead you. I don't like giving people like you should taste this in the wine. But for Zinfandel, my calls
just
are
taste it,
often
so yeah.
like peach preserves and cinnamon. Like there's something about Zinfandel that has this really lovely spice component. And I haven't tasted this since a year ago. So I brought this bottle back with me.
The spice I get.
Or like strawberry jam, peach jam. There's sort of this like really sweet fruit character, even though the wine is dry.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is very dry. It is very dry. You can even tell it kind of just, it really runs. The legs run down pretty quick. This one I would say again more in that oily, buttery, like there's that creamy mouthfeel to it.
Yeah, so this definitely
It's
will see
different.
a little bit of new oak. So when you
New
say
oak.
yeah, new oak.
New oak. Yeah, it smells. I'm trying to. The wind is.
The wind is throwing you off. You really do look like Indiana Jones tasting wine. I'm not gonna
Do
lie.
I?
Indy.
Get off my plane. That's a different. It's a different Harrison Ford movie. You know what movie that is?
No.
Get off my plane.
But do you know what Harrison Ford's I'm pretty sure his first movie was?
Was it? No, I don't. Do you?
It was a
Is it
a
American
movie.
Graffiti?
Yes.
Yeah, with George Lucas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then George Lucas. See now you put me down the rabbit
I
hole.
know. Go down
He's
the
in
rabbit
American
hole.
Graffiti, and then George Lucas brought Harrison Ford in to read lines when he was doing auditions for Star Wars. He didn't
Okay.
want Harrison Ford in Star Wars because he
Really?
was just in the other movie, and then Harrison did such a good job. He's like, all right.
I gotta keep him.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Uh huh. See,
Pretty cool.
I know lots about movies.
I watched that movie American Graffiti recently. He looks so young.
He's such a baby. He's a carpenter. Before that,
I didn't know that either.
he built movie sets.
I should never try to out trivia you.
I'm gonna ask you some trivia.
I know, you told me.
So it's a Zinfandel grape.
Yep.
Definitely tastes different than the other one.
Good. It should.
It should, right? Not.
Still really light though, right? Like not
I think
as
so.
tannic actually.
Not as tannic, no.
Yeah.
Definitely
so
lighter.
more body but less tannin.
I guess yeah, that makes sense. More body, not as sweet. Clearly. It's fascinating. How to describe, because they're very different, but
Yeah.
trying to describe them
I
is
know.
very tricky.
Yeah, because you have structural components and then you have like aromas, flavors. And really at the end of the day, it's do you like it? I like this wine. I think it's lovely.
I do. It's delightful. Well, there's very few wines I've ever, someone said, hey, I brought this back from such and such country. Why don't you share this with me? And I go, wow, that's awful. You've made a bad decision. No,
yeah,
that's really
and
good.
you know, Kevin's wines always for me have a really savory component. And
That's a great word. Savory.
And I know that's such a general term, but it's kind of like, is it dried herbs? Is it?
Yeah.
It's not all the way to like vegetal. You'll taste some wines that are truly vegetal, like they'll smell like green bell pepper, jalapeno.
Really?
Like grapes like Cabernet Franc, Carmenere.
And they're picking that up out
those
of the
will-
soil? Is that what
No,
it is?
it's the grape.
It's just the grape
Yeah.
itself. Okay.
Sauvignon Blanc even can veer into like the jalapeno camp.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, but this just has a nice savory character.
It's
And so I
lovely.
feel like this would go really well with, you know, a lot of different types of food because the tannin isn't so strong.
Yeah, okay.
You have nice fruit, you have nice mid-palate weight.
Right.
But there's kind of a savory element. It's not this big, juicy, jammy Zinfandel.
All right. So I need a checklist. So we're gonna do this blind tasting.
Yes.
What are the things I'm looking for to try and ID this thing?
I mean, use your own sense memory. So if you're like, oh, this smells like my grandma's cherry pie, if something comes to you.
Okay.
But generally we try to assess acid, tannin, both of which we've talked about.
Tannin.
If it's a white wine, you're not usually going to have any tannin
Sure.
unless maybe it's...
Mouthfeel?
Yeah, so we'll call that body.
Body.
So how weighty it is on the palate, light-bodied, medium-bodied, full-bodied.
All right.
And then sugar.
So
the
sweet
wine
or dry.
Right.
Okay. Well, we talked.
Oh, alcohol.
Alcohol.
The whole reason we're here.
The
I'm just
alcohol
kidding.
part. Okay.
Yes, alcohol.
And how that plays in. Okay.
And so alcohol and sugar will both contribute to body and the weight.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. So then why don't we get reset?
Okay.
And why don't we do our blind tasting?
Let's do it.
Let's rock. All right, here we go. The blind tasting coming up next. So you gave me a lesson.
Yes.
On tasting wines. So now, blind taste test.
Blind tasting.
I've chosen 2 wines. Mind you, I don't know what I'm doing. So we'll see what happens. So we have a white and a red.
Amazing.
And you're gonna taste it.
Yes.
And you're gonna tell us what it's all about, right?
Yes, I will try to accurately assess.
Why am I tasting it? Am I here for moral support?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, cool. All right, we've got the spittoons
Yes.
ready.
Necessary.
All right, what are we doing first? White or red?
We'll do the white first.
Okay, is that a pro tip?
Standard tasting order will be like lightest to full-bodied. So we always like to taste white wines before red wines. I mean, not always, right? But
Okay.
Yeah, generally we'll do whites first.
Let's do it. Let's see.
Ooh, I already love the way this smells.
I'm just, whatever you do, I'm gonna.
Was this a horrible idea or a really good idea?
Good idea.
I feel like I have a 2-year-old.
I know. I'll stop.
So I love the way this smells. It's interesting. It's kind of green, meaning the color. Like it's kind of like a greenish.
Yeah, that's why I picked it.
Tinge, and it smells. I know this isn't chilled because we didn't have time to chill it,
Right.
but it does smell very much like an aromatic grape. Like when we were tasting the Riesling earlier, it kind of has similar aromatics.
Oh, so that's what you're
to
getting.
Riesling. Yeah, because it has floral notes. It has citrus for sure, but more on like the lime, lemon lime.
I'm getting ginger.
Ginger.
Or maybe I'm just trying to like.
Are you trying to steer me towards Gewürztraminer? Because ginger is a classic call for Gewürztraminer.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, so Gewürz on the palate, Gewürztraminer and Riesling are sort of similar aromatically because they're both what we call an aromatic grape.
Sure.
But Gewürztraminer on the palate will have almost no acid, and Riesling will be really high acid.
Okay. Righteous. When are we gonna drink it?
Whenever you want.
No, you're doing
since
it.
you love looking at the legs, I'm looking at the legs for an indication of potential sugar. Okay, I'm gonna taste mine.
All
I
right.
get like a kind of a green apple thing too. Wow.
That's interesting.
It is. Definitely has some acid, but it has kind of a like tropical, kind of a warm quality to the fruit.
Yeah. It does.
So Riesling from like Alsace can be kind of like that warmer, riper character. I'm not saying that I think that's what it is, but
Okay.
I don't know.
Mind
It's
you,
got a really nice texture as well for a white
yeah,
wine.
I like the body. Not as there's a creaminess to it, but not as oily as the other one you.
The Viognier.
Yeah.
It's really perfumed.
Mm-hmm.
It has kind of like a marzipan character.
Ooh, yeah.
Kind of like,
So what do you think? What do you think it is?
well, I don't know. Let me give it another taste.
Give it another go. I'm excited. I'll have to read the bottle.
It
I
kind
don't
of feels
remember.
like Riesling, but with more like vanilla, sort of creamy character.
It might be a blend.
Could it? That would be mean.
Megan said my choices were me. And it might be, I'm pretty sure it is a blend,
Okay.
but we'll see. We'll see. What that means, you get full credit if you get any of the
Any of the grapes?
Any of the grapes, yeah.
So now that you've given me a clue about it being in a blend,
yeah.
I would, if I had to pick a white blend from around the world, I would say either this is like a Gentil or Edelsvicker from Alsace, which is a blend of a couple different grapes from Alsace, so like Riesling, Pinot Gris, Muscat, Gewürztraminer. I kind of do a lot of single variety wines in Alsace, but also some blends. And because I was getting sort of this like felt like the fruit was ripening well, so like a cool climate, but with a lot of sunshine, and it has like aromatic qualities. So I would either say like a white blend from Alsace. I would also be tempted maybe to look at like the Southern Rhone, and the white blends there would be like Marsanne, Roussanne, Viognier, Picpoul, like kind of like we were talking about in the barrel room. But I feel like with those I get maybe a little bit more richer, rounder quality. So I'm gonna stick to my call of Alsace blend.
Should we see what it is? All right, here we go.
I'm prepared to be very wrong.
Jump. So I picked the label.
Oh.
It's Cardinal and Gold label.
I love
It's
it.
the only reason. So this is an Australian wine.
No way.
It is from South Australia.
Okay.
So that serendipitous. You said you were there.
It is.
And then
Muscat Blanc and Fiano.
Is that what you said?
So I got one of the grapes right.
That's full credit. A+. Yeah.
Yeah, interestingly, so Muscat Blanc à Petit Cran is a very, very ancient grape. It's Muscat is one of the oldest.
You said that one.
Yeah.
That's 85% of the blend.
Muscat is one of the grapes that actually tastes like grapes.
Yeah.
You know, when people try to be funny, they're like, oh, it tastes like grapes. Well, most wine doesn't actually taste like grapes.
Not a
Muscat
chance.
does have this sort of grapey quality, which is really interesting. And it's also one of the aromatic grapes.
It is.
And genetically, that's one of the oldest grapes on the planet.
Nice.
And then Fiano is a white grape from Italy.
Okay.
And they're doing a lot in, I said South Africa, South Australia.
Yeah.
With Italian grapes, both white and red. So that's really interesting.
Riverland, South Australia.
Riverland is a really large region, and there's a ton of grapes grown there. A lot of interesting stuff going on.
Wow, you nailed it.
Very fun.
You nailed it.
I don't know if I nailed it.
You did great. Hey, listen, you did a whole lot better than me. All right, but I picked it. So let that be a clue.
Okay.
That I was eyeballing the label.
The label. Well, I don't know a lot of producers, so.
All right. So now
even
the next
if I
one.
saw the label, I might not.
So
know
I'm
what it
gonna
was.
have you close your eyes for a minute.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take a peek. I'm gonna take a look here. So the hint on this one is I don't understand a single one of these words. So hopefully that's helpful. So take a look there.
Okay.
Full disclosure, Cardinal and Gold label.
Is the bottle still out?
Yeah, hold on. Don't. Yeah,
I'm not.
Yeah,
I didn't
don't
look.
Don't
It
look.
just.
All right, it's away. The bottle is away. You can open your eyes now.
Okay. Ooh.
What's that mean? Ooh.
It has a lot of aromatic intensity.
Like it just snaps out of the glass.
Yeah. So I'm trying to look at the color. So.
You tipped your glass so far. You wine people. I see
I know.
this. You're like sitting there.
Especially in the white couch in the background.
I know. Good gravy. Like I'm surrounded by toddlers all the time. Like they dump their,
Yeah. I won't do that, but I do like to look at the color.
Sniff it?
This is very in the realm of like purple. So it's very purple. It's like on the purplish side of ruby.
Or violet if you're in like official names.
For
of things.
sure.
Yeah.
In the wine community, we would say purple. Actually.
Is that what you say?
Yeah.
Purple, not violet.
There's like garnet, ruby, purple.
Purple.
It's sort of the spectrum of red wines.
Fans of Prince
So,
you are in the wine?
Purple Rain, yeah.
Okay.
So if I'm seeing purple, I'm already thinking Syrah, Malbec. If it had more density of color, I would be thinking maybe like California Cabernet. I'm using this cloth as a background. Yeah, it's pretty purple. So I'm already thinking like possibly Syrah, possibly Malbec, just because those grapes tend towards that purple color. So, and when I smelled it, it was very aromatically intense.
Now, Malbec I associate with, aren't there a lot of wines from Australia that are Malbecs?
Argentina. So Malbec originally is from Bordeaux. Malbec
Okay.
is indigenous to the southwest of France.
Okay.
There's a region called Carreux in France that those wines are usually 100% Malbec, but it was a blending grape in the wines of Bordeaux for a long time. Actually, Bordeaux experienced a really bad frost.
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't even remember when it was. A while ago.
Yeah.
And the Malbec vines were were very susceptible to frost, and it got so far below freezing that the Malbec vines actually died. So the Bordelais vignerons had to replant those vines, and they chose other Bordeaux grapes to replant. So Malbec sort of fell out of favor in Bordeaux.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of French vintners that came to South America, finding opportunity in the terroir, the soils that were there.
Sure.
Malbec found its new home in Argentina.
No way, that's
and
cool.
Carmenere is another grape that's indigenous to that area of France. Carmenere found its new home in Chile. So
Cool.
Malbec is the most planted grape
In South
in
America.
Argentina now,
Okay.
but it's originally from France.
That's cool.
Mhm.
All right, let's see what you got.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. You want me to go first? You go first. We'll go together.
So structurally, you're never going to stop doing that. So structurally, this has almost no tannin. Either that or the
Okay.
tannins are very soft.
Yeah.
If I was going towards the Syrah direction, I would think I'm looking for like blue, black fruit, maybe some leathery qualities, black pepper, maybe a little bit of herbaceousness, especially if it's from Australia. You'll get kind of like a eucalyptus menthol thing in Syrah.
Yeah.
This to me doesn't really seem like Syrah.
It doesn't seem like Syrah to me either.
Syrah from Washington gets kind of like yogurty, and Syrah from the Northern Rhone gets kind of like,
Yeah.
kind of smells like dirt in a nice way.
Now remember, I didn't know any of these words on this bottle.
I know, so I'm tempted to say it's Northern Rhone Syrah. It's either Northern Rhone Syrah, or I don't see this being Malbec, really.
Is there some other similar grape to Syrah?
Well, Petite Syrah is nothing like Syrah.
Yeah.
But a lot of people assume that.
Okay.
I haven't tasted a lot of Petite Syrah. It's kind of rare to find like a bottle of 100% Petite Syrah. Usually that's used as like a minor blending grape. And it's Petite Syrah, Petite Verdot are often used as blending grapes. But no, this is really stumping me.
You ready to stab it? It's stumping me.
I'll say it's Syrah from the Northern Rhone, but I'm really not sure.
Okay, here we are. So again, Cardinal and Gold label.
It's fucking Beaujolais.
Is it? What's Beaujolais?
Beaujolais is Gamay is the grape, and it's so funny because I literally just blind tasted someone on a Beaujolais last night.
Yeah. Is it tricky?
And he thought it was Grenache from Australia. So we're just all over the place with
We're all over
Beaujolais.
the place, but this is very French. Look how French it is.
Yeah. So let me see the bottle.
Mise.
Because it says red Beaujolais wine on here. Oh, so it's Fleury. Fleury is one of the cru of Beaujolais.
Okay.
So Beaujolais is a region north of the Rhone Valley. So I was calling this Northern Rhone Syrah. It's north of the Rhone. It's south of Burgundy, north of the Rhone. So it's very close to where I called this, but the grape is completely different.
Sure. Okay.
So this is Gamay, which is structurally really low in tannins. So I called that right. But this is a really like concentrated wine.
Yeah.
For Beaujolais, especially Fleury is supposed to be one of the cru that's sort of more like floral and elegant.
Interesting.
But yeah, so this is a fun one. The Beaujolais cru are some of my favorites.
Yeah.
But and quality has been increasing in Beaujolais over the years, and there's obviously a lot of great value to be found.
Yeah,
here.
sure.
So I really do like the wines. I don't get an opportunity to taste them enough, so I appreciate this.
We're stretching you out, but see, do you see? Put them next to each other.
Yeah.
You see, I have a theme here on my bottles,
Mhm.
Cardinal and Gold bottles.
I love it.
This one had a horsey.
It did have a horsey.
That's why I picked it, because it had a traveler horse on it. Exactly. All right, so I run you through the ringer on this one a little bit.
Did.
Can I play another game with you?
Yes.
Before you take
I
me
can't
to
believe
task?
this is Beaujolais, and I called it Syrah.
I'm sorry, but you had our first expletive of the Streamathon in here, right? So on this series, we've been interviewing alumni with really interesting jobs outside of the realm of music. And what I've been doing is I've been finding movie quotes from, that are around or tangentially related to that industry.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to throw some quotes your way. Okay. And you have to tell me what the movie is. You ready for this one?
I am.
All right. Quaffable, but far from transcendent.
Sideways.
Ding, ding, ding. I didn't think you were going to get that one.
I've only seen it twice.
Nailed
But I love
it.
Paul Giamatti.
Freaking fracking nailed it. All right, here we go. This is a tricky one. If you get this one off of this quote, I'll give you money out of my wallet.
Okay,
right now.
how much? Let's decide now.
There's none in there. All right, here we go. Good morning, lab rats. Do you know who the actor is? If you get it off this quote, be BFFs.
Shoot. I feel like this is definitely something I've seen.
Yeah. This place does not suit my life. Does that help you? No, Max. It's your life that does not suit this place.
Oh my gosh, what is this?
I got one more quote for you.
Wait. Okay, give me the last
Here's
one.
another one. Max, have I told you why I enjoy making wine so much? You don't make the wine, Uncle Henry, that guy does. In France, it's always the landowner who makes the wine, even though he does nothing more than supervise with binoculars from the comfort of his study.
I have no idea.
So this is from the film A Good Year.
A Good Year. Shoot.
You've seen it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good one.
Well, this promises to be a lovely evening.
No, it's been too long.
All right, this one.
Okay.
This one is like, it's not about wine. Wine is an integral player.
Okay.
In it, all right? And as a matter of fact, this is not a film. This is a television series, okay? Everything's better with some wine in the belly. No?
I don't know, The Office?
No, The Office. That's
What
how most offices are. No, it's not The Office. Here's another one. That's what I do. I drink and I know.
Oh, Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Of course.
Ding, ding, ding.
Of course.
Both are
Tyrion.
Tyrion,
Yes.
yeah, Tyrion
The accent
Lannister.
helps, I will say.
Dragons do not do well in captivity.
How do you know this?
That's what I do. I drink and I know things.
Again, this movie has nothing to do with wine.
Okay.
I don't think there's even a bottle of wine in the film.
Okay.
But there's a very notable wine quote, and I think you'll get it. I once ate a man's liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
That's The Silence of the Lambs.
Okay, I don't watch scary movies.
Okay. I got
Sorry.
one more, all right?
You said these were wine movies.
Wine was a key
There better
player.
be one from Bottle Shock.
There's none from Bottle Shock.
Okay, well-
What's the quote from Bottle Shock?
Any asshole can tell a Merlot from a Zinfandel.
Zinfandel!
All right, Marsh, give me your glass.
Looks good.
Baby!
All right, here we go. Ready?
Okay.
May I have a sip? I have to work. It's a British accent, by the way. I don't think you're going to like it. Well, if you ask me, the bouquet is a little too robust for a Merlot, but then again, I'm partial to the softer California grape.
Is that The Parent Trap?
It is The Parent
Yes.
Trap! Ding, ding, ding. Mrs. Vogel picked
Oh
that
my,
one
I
for the
love that
win.
one.
Ow! She dug that right out
The
of the
Parent
hopper.
Trap,
Yeah.
yes.
Starring.
Well, if you ask me, the bouquet is a little too robust for a Merlot. But then again, I'm partial to the softer California grape.
That lovely woman who actually passed recently.
No.
Yeah, but
She
she was a lovely woman.
Well, no, she's not.
Parent
No,
Trap.
she's not dead.
Oh, wait, which Parent
What
Trap
is
is this from? This is from the Lindsay Lohan Parent Trap.
Lindsay, starring Lindsay
Yes,
Lohan.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about The Parent.
And who played the winery guy? Who played her dad?
I'm forgetting his name off the top of my head. You said I didn't have to name any actors.
I know. I got so excited. You got it. Okay. So now I put you to the test. Give Canon a round of applause for nailing it on the movie
I
quotes.
did not do that well.
You did great. You did great. All right. So now you've tried the wines I purchased.
Yes.
Now I'm going to try the wines that you've purchased.
Yep.
And we'll see if I can actually.
We'll see if you can call them.
If I could figure this out. All right.
Okay.
We'll be right back. Fight on.
Gonna
Cheers.
be
Cheers.
Cheers.
I can't drink it. I got to sniff it.
Look at how pretty the color is on that.
This smells like fire. I'm getting like big
Yes.
fire smoke. It's
Meaty,
red.
smoky.
Meaty barbecue. You know what this
Yeah.
smells like? It smells like a tailgate. I can feel it now. I'm on Truesdale.
Mhm.
Truesdale on game day.
Smells like game day. It does. It has
there's
a little bit of like
Ooh, yeah,
mesquite, bacon fat.
It's got that meat on the grill and beer spilled on the pavement.
Yes.
Scent to it for sure.
It actually does.
True.
So when a wine ages, it'll lose some of that fresh fruit character, and it will start to develop tertiary notes. So we call like any influence from winemaking, we would call secondary notes. So that would be like the vanilla from the oak, for example.
Yeah.
Creaminess from malolactic fermentation, which is another like
God bless
technical
you.
thing.
Oh, okay.
But when we talk about tertiary aromas, that's usually from age. So you were talking about like smokiness, like leather. I get like cured meats. That's all going to be from bottle age, or you know, wine aging in barrel as well. But
should we try a sip?
Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. There's a grip there.
And what's the grip? What's making the grip happen?
The wine.
Tannin. Yep. But the grippiness is smoother, right? The tannins are a little.
The tannins will make. Yeah, it's not.
They're not as rough as.
It's not as grippy.
Yeah.
Right. You know, this is kind of like, you know, sliding a little bit. Not a full blown like fall and grab on.
Yeah.
You know? Okay. I'm ready to make a guess.
Okay.
Bordeaux.
No.
We'll try again.
You get 3 because you got 3 the first time and then you guessed it.
You said it's not fair.
It's not nice. It would be fair for me. Like, this is considered a testable wine. So
I mean,
if
it's
I'm doing an
it's
exam.
clearly not a Cabernet.
Okay. It's not. I'll
Yeah,
give you that.
I could just tell. It's not a Merlot, right? I didn't think so. So
let me ask you this. Do you think it's from California or do you think it's from Europe?
Not at all.
Okay.
I think this is European through and through.
You
know how I could tell? Because when I smell it, it smells like cigarette smoke and crowded subways. So that's how I know it's definitely Europe. Not like wide open plains and horses,
Cowboys.
right? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Like this is the kind of
Doesn't
wine
smell
that's,
like
you know, it's going to honk at you when you're walking across the street,
for
right?
sure.
Is it Italian?
It's not.
It's not Italian. It's not German.
No, it's not.
No, it's not sweet enough. It's not Australia. It's Australia. You were in Australia.
You just said it was from Europe.
It does, yeah, because Australian.
You're going in the right direction.
With Australia or with Europe?
With Europe.
Yeah. French? I mean, the French are known for wine.
They are. This is not.
Ooh, but you know, what? Perhaps it's Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Spain. All right. I love Spain.
Good. Me too.
It's a neat part. Chick Corea, Spain. You know this song? Look it up. It's a great song.
Okay.
Spanish wine.
Do you know any Spanish wines?
Of course I do.
Okay. What are they? That was an honest question.
I'll tell you what. It's not Malbec because that's South American.
Yes.
Right.
That would be Argentina.
I learned that. And then you said some other thing about Chile, and I.
But this is from Europe, and it is from Spain.
The Spanish.
It's a very classic wine from Spain, and I visited this winery actually a few weeks ago.
So you brought the well no,
I didn't. I bought it at the shop.
It.
I didn't buy any wine while I was there.
I have 2 more guesses.
Yep.
What did I say? I said Bordeaux.
You said Bordeaux.
It's very French.
Yeah.
I think there's an X in that word.
There is.
If there's an unnecessary X, that's how you know it's French, right?
If it's French, you just like drop some consonants and overpronounce the vowels.
Yeah, they're just like adding letters, I think, to just show their pretense, right? It's not like German. You say every letter. If it's there, it's important.
It's German, it's there.
Very mechanical.
Yeah.
Spain.
I'm just going to finish this glass.
Guess number 2. Shiraz.
Shiraz?
Yeah.
Nope. There's not a lot of Syrah planted in Spain. There's a lot of Syrah in Australia, which is what you said, Shiraz. There's a lot in France. There's a lot in California too, actually. You have 1 more guess, so this has to count.
I don't know.
I know.
Any Spanish wines.
I know, I'm sorry. Do you want me to just tell you?
No, I don't. I will guess. Farewell and adieu, me fair Spanish
if you knew
lady.
any region in Spain, it's probably
a region in Spain?
The most notable, yeah.
I don't want to say that the California education system failed me on geography, but
But you can't name a region.
Here's
in
what I know.
Spain.
Here's what I know about Spain. On the left-hand side, you've got Portugal,
Yes, you do.
and on the right,
That wasn't a hint. I was just agreeing. I'm just
yes, you do. And on the right-hand side, you have France. They're neighbors.
Sort of, yeah, like north.
Yeah,
Across
but
the Pyrenees.
they're touching.
Well, really, you have Mediterranean coastline to the.
I have no guess.
Okay.
I don't know. What is it?
This, like I said, this was unfair. It's Rioja.
I'm sorry?
Rioja.
Rioja. This
which
I've never heard of.
is- Okay, well,
Oh yeah, okay. I've seen this word. Okay.
so this is Lopez de Heredia. Viña Tondonia is the wine.
Yeah.
Named after the vineyard. So, and this is fun because it's a 2011.
Okay.
So this winery really holds their wines back. So this is current release for this. So it's a Rioja Reserva.
Okay.
So it's been aged a little bit in oak, a little bit in bottle.
So it's been around. Well, yeah, that's.
Yeah, and I did get to visit this winery, and I just really love the wines. They are, again, like very savory.
It's very good.
And very food friendly.
Yeah.
So we'll have to drink the rest of this with a meal.
Here we go. So it's a lighter shade.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me says.
Pale gold.
Pale gold.
So it's probably not aged in
oak.
And it's probably relatively young.
Right.
Yes.
So it's probably aged in stainless steel.
Yeah, fermented in stainless steel.
So maybe it's a
maybe not
Sauvignon
a lot.
Blanc. Maybe it's a Chardonnay, perhaps.
Could be a Chardonnay that's not aged in oak.
A Pinot Grigio.
Well, why don't you smell it?
Are you sure?
There's most white wines are not aged in oak, so that's not super helpful right off the bat.
This smells like fruit.
Yes, it does. What kind of fruit? I'm getting citrus,
Yeah, me too.
but you usually get citrus on most white wines. That's like the easy when you're doing a blind tasting. Citrus. Ah, yes, you're correct. Of course, it tastes like citrus. What else?
Okay.
What does it smell like?
All right, so I'm picking up fruit.
Mm-hmm. It is pretty neutral, so I'll give you that, right? Like you might not actually
it's not
smell
a
whole lot.
But there
There's
is
not a lot going on.
some fruit going on. But when I first smelled it,
Mhm.
it smelled to me like the fruit cocktail cups.
Interesting.
You know, like
Pineapple.
nope. Like
or just like the.
was it peaches? Like peaches, pears, like the Dole. You,
For sure.
you rip it open and there's that smell.
Yep.
That's what first came off, but now it's not as
Okay.
strong. It seems very sugary.
It's not.
It's not?
No.
You know, I was just gonna say it doesn't seem very sugary.
So, tell me about the structure. Does it seem as high acid as the Riesling?
Not a chance, man.
Okay.
Nope. Not as acidy.
Okay.
Definitely not oily.
Yep.
Here's what I can tell you it isn't.
Okay.
This is not whiskey. I can tell you this is not.
You are correct.
Okay.
This is not whiskey.
Also, I know this might seem shocking. This is not a red wine.
Also correct.
Okay.
So far, you're doing great.
I'm nailing
You have
it.
identified that
I'm
this is
nailing
in
it.
fact
Okay.
wine, and it is not red.
And I'm fairly certain this was made from grapes.
You might be right.
I think I am right. Okay, here we are. So, interesting. Is it
There's
a blend?
honestly,
Is it a blend?
It's not a blend.
Okay.
This is a single varietal wine.
That's kind.
And it is a grape that I know that you've had before, but I'm not sure if you've had it from this region before.
I'm ready to make my guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Sauvignon Blanc.
That is a great guess.
That's not right?
No.
Damn. Hold on. Let's retake it.
Okay.
Here we go. We'll try it again.
Do you remember when we were talking about the most planted white grapes in Napa?
Yeah.
We talked about Sauv Blanc and we talked about...
Hold on. Well, hold on. Here, I'll do it. Let me do another take.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. I took my sip. I'm ready to make my guess.
Okay.
It's a Pinot Grigio. No? Damn it. Okay. Let me try. Okay. We'll try again.
Third take.
Third take.
We'll just do this until you get it right.
All right. Take my sip. I've got it.
Okay, what is it?
Burgundy.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Oh my God, you can't make that up.
That's not. No, it's not.
So,
show me the bottle.
Okay, so this is from Chablis, which is...
This is not Burgundy.
Which is considered part of Burgundy. This is Burgundy. You called the wine.
Yes.
But what is the grape in white Burgundy and Chablis?
I don't know. Chardonnay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were look at me
Get
go.
this guy outta here.
Petit Chablis.
Petit Chablis.
Why is it so
So Chablis is.
I said Burgundy because I thought Burgundy wines were red.
If it's red wine, it's going to be Pinot Noir. If it's white Burgundy, it's Chardonnay.
No way.
And I love white Burgundy.
So there are red and white Burgundies.
Yes.
See, I didn't know there were white Burgundies.
Yes.
I was just being I was fiddle farting around.
Well, you guessed right.
I got it right.
Yeah, so Chablis is one of the most northern parts of Burgundy. It's actually non-contiguous with the rest of Burgundy. It's closer to Champagne than it is to the rest of Burgundy. So it's very cool climate. Chardonnay does not see oak.
Ever.
You know, usually Chablis will be an unoaked style of Chardonnay.
Just
because it's cool
vats.
climate. There's usually really good acid. This isn't as cold, and your perception of acid will change depending on the temperature of the wine.
This
so
is really
feels
good.
Not as acidic, but Chablis is
I like
pretty high acid.
I like your white better than I like my white.
Well, I thought yours was really interesting, and it was something I hadn't had before.
Well, Canon, this was an absolute delight.
Likewise.
Thank you for housing us up here and letting me learn about your craft. I didn't know. I mean, obviously, I've been to tastings, I've done that sort of thing, but I've never had this sort of like up close and day long experience. So it's been an absolute treat. Thanks for having us. Thank you all for tuning in. Give Canon a big round of applause at home. Yay, yay, yay. Remember, she's an alumnus of 2 sections of the band. You were on the song. You were a song girl for
a year,
and you're in the Mellophone section for 2 years. So she's a double alum. That's pretty cool. That's pretty rare. So thanks all for tuning in. I hope you learned a lot about wine today. Enjoy the rest of the Streamathon and fight on!
Fight on.
Yeah, I'm getting notes of honey and valve oil. Yes, I'm getting AB positive out of this one, or O negative for sure. There's definitely grapes in this one. Grapes, yes, grapes. I think this wine seems very Transylvanian. There's a Rocky Mountain sort of water in this one, kind of a Coors Light essence going on. Definitely some Van Helsing, similar to Champagne. No, not Champagne, but Miller High Life, the champagne of beers. Yeah, hooves. I sense hooves. Right? Yeah, definitely hooves and.
What kind of horse?
No. Cow's hooves. Cow's hooves.
Oh, okay.
The tears of Bruins. Smells like high heels and bad choices is what this one does. This is delightful. It's warm to the nose. There's a lot of bite. Like it reminds me of the mosquitoes on a summer night. That's the kind of bite we're going after for sure.
Hi,
It's
I'm
delightful.
Grant. And I'm Victor. And we're from the USC Spirit Leaders. And you're watching the 2nd annual Trojan Spirit Streamathon. Thank you and fight on!
All right, we are coming back to you live from the pavilion here in the Lion Center. Hey everybody, let's give a big round of applause to Tiny Brett. Tiny Brett. Thank you all for joining today. I've got yet another coffee going, so hopefully I don't look drowsy as we shut down the Streamathon. So let's go ahead. Let's pull up the website and let's take a look. KC, pull up the site. Let's do a quick refresh, the old refresh. All right, we are ending the Streamathon today with $26,284 on the main feed. That means you pulled through, folks. You pulled through, and we hit that $25,000 mark before the end of the Streamathon. Thank you all. So that means can we do some math, Casey? Let's do some math.
Sure.
So as of this moment, we've got 26 grand right here. We have, scroll on down, we have another 10, 20,000 coming to us. That pushes us up to 46. Let's head over to the silent auction. Let's see how we're doing in there with those items, right? Let's go do it. So Big Sur, we've got 700 going. We've got 500, 600 and 575. So I'm no mathematician, right? But there's another 1,000, another 1,100, 700. So there's another, $1,800 coming our way there. So that pushes us over for the day so far. Drum roll, please. Pushes us over the $50,000 mark for today's fundraising. Alumni, go ahead and give yourselves a big round of applause. Thank you for stepping up and fulfilling our wishes on the Streamathon. I really hope you enjoyed the day. Casey, did you enjoy the day today on the Streamathon?
I had a lot of fun.
Did you have a good time?
This was a good time.
Give me a quick highlight for you today.
The highlight has got to be you up in the plane with Barney.
Yeah, you liked that one?
That's the highlight for me. Close second is just the absolute storm that we caused with the
rock chart bracket?
Rock chart bracket.
Yeah, well, I think both brackets really caused the hullabaloo, right?
Indeed.
Yeah, a lot of fun, a lot of YouTube shenanigans going on there. Tiny Brett, tell us, what did you think? Well, I had a great time, and it was such a wonderful show. Thanks for having me here, folks. Wow, thanks, Tiny Brett. It's great to it's great to hear from you. But thank you all, folks, for tuning in. This is great. This is our second year doing this. So please hop on that YouTube chat. Share this out with your friends. There are still almost 5 hours left for Day of SCupport today. So please, I would love if you're going to ask me, Dr. V, Dr. Jake, what is a goal for the end of the day? I'd love to see our donor number hit 200. I would love to see that dollar amount hit that 35,000 so we can, really take advantage of that wonderful, generous donation by Craig, Steele, and Sue Wright. Enjoy your dinner, Craig and Sue, and what you got going on. But it'd be really swell. Before midnight, let's hit that $35,000 mark. Let's take advantage of these matching gifts, and let's see what kind of excitement we can cook up for travel for the Big Ten. Great news, everybody. This site is going to stay live for a while, and so if you miss the midnight deadline, it's okay. Just share it out, donate, but please remember, every dollar that goes through the site goes to the travel fund, unless you're giving to the endowments, but it goes to the travel fund, and it helps make sure that our students have some of the best travel opportunities as we make the shift into the Big Ten. But I'm thrilled. I'm proud to be in service of this program. A couple of big shout outs. Big thank you to Brett, full-size Brett at home. Thank you. Get well. Feel better soon. Big shout out to Casey over here. Give Casey a hand, everybody, helping us run the show and troubleshooting. Big hand to Anthony right here. Anthony, lean over more. Keep coming there. Oh, we didn't quite. Here we go. Lean over again. Let's get him in there. There he is. There's Anthony. But a big shout out to Anthony for helping us out.
Special thanks to Jeff.
Special thanks to Jeff coming in last minute as our guest host in the Star Wars bracket,
and the student workers for their sandwich station.
Student workers for the sandwich station. Eva for being our tiebreaker earlier. Big shout out to Brian, the Vargases, Brian Mendoza for being Dr. Bartner's escort to and from the pavilion. It really does take a village, and like anything else, I'll just want to once again big thanks to Marty and Donna Lichtman, because this whole Streamathon thing came from a kick in the pants from Marty. What can we do around Day of SCupport? And this has been fun. So we've done it now for 2 years. Let us know. Write me some emails. Send some emails in. Talk about the show. What did you like? What didn't you like? Because next year, third time's the charm, and we can really fill out, and create some fun content to hit people of all ages, all demographics, and really create a unique once a year kind of experience surrounding Day of SCupport. So everybody, have a wonderful evening. Get after your friends. Get Phyllis on the phone and get her donating to the Trojan Streamathon. Have a great day. Oh,
shout out to our video editors, Jonathan, Joey, and Christian Ning.
Yeah, Christian and Jonathan did great editing for us. Brett did a lot of editing. KC did some editing. I didn't do any editing, none of it. I'm just the goofball with the microphone. So it was an absolute delight. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. And as we say at USC, fight on!
Fight on!
O-O-U-T-H-E-R-N